The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Welcome back to Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. I am your host, Matt from the past. Boy, it is really good to be back. I'm on a roll here. Anyway, it is Thursday, March the 6th, 2025, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 1479 AD, Treaty of Alcabas, Portugal gives the Canary Islands to Castile in exchange for claims in West Africa. In 1836, Battle of the Alamo. After 13 days of fighting, 1,500 of 3,000 Mexican soldiers overwhelmed the Texas defenders, killing between 182 and 257 Texans, including William Travis, Jim Bowie, and Davy Crockett. In 1857, Dred Scott decision, U.S. Supreme Court rules Africans cannot be U.S. citizens. In 1869, Dmitri Mendeleev presents the first periodic table of the elements to the Russian Chemical Society. In 1899, aspirin is patented by Felix Hoffmann at German company Bayer. In 1981, Walter Cronkite signs off as anchorman of CBS Evening News. In 1853, Giuseppe Verdi's La Traviata premieres at Teatro La France in Venice, Italy. In 1964, boxing legend Cassius Clay joins the Nation of Islam and changes his name to Muhammad Ali, calling his former title a slave name. I guess that seems like a slap in the face to his parents more than anyone else. Oh well. Born on this day, John of Gaunt, Michelangelo, Pasmiel Paul Whiskey, George Dayton, William H. Weber, Valentina Tershenkova, Lou Costello, Gabriel Gracie Marquez, Alan Davis, David Gilmore, Mola Malari, Willie Stargell, Shaquille O'Neal, and Jikskia Radwan and Sky. Dying on this day, Davy Crockett, Gottlieb Dilmer, Oliver Wendell Holmes Julia Jr., Georgia O'Keeffe, Kirby Packett, Henry Richard. And that was this day in history. Now let's get on with the show. Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Calling all cars, a copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
San Diego police calling all cars. Attention all cars. Broadcast 154. Go to the Prescott Hotel and investigate report of a murder. The body of a woman is found in a room. That's all.
Did you know that the biggest users of gasoline, the city and county purchasing departments, make scientific tests before they specify a gasoline for use in their great fleets of emergency equipment? 4 main questions must be answered.
Which gasoline starts quickest? Which accelerates fastest?
Which delivers most power?
Which is most economical to use?
On this basis, Rio Grande cracked gasoline has repeatedly won against all competition in Los Angeles, Oakland, Fresno, Santa Barbara, San Diego, Maricopa, the largest county in Arizona, and in many, many other cities and counties throughout this territory. This success is due primarily to the Sinclair cracking process. From one of the world's most modern refineries comes this balanced gasoline. Rio Grande cracked with tetraethyl. First,
Quick stopping. Second, fast acceleration.
third,
Surging power.
fourth.
Mileage.
These are the factors that cause Rio Grande cracked gasoline to be used exclusively in so many, many police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other emergency equipment. These are the factors that give police car performance. Try Rio Grande cracked gasoline in your car. Do this tomorrow. And now it is our pleasure to present W.A. Huggins, Secretary to Chief of Police Sears, San Diego. Mr. Huggins.
Good evening. San Diego Police Department has had many strange murders to solve, but the case of the girl in room 9 was one of the most incredible cases to be found in our files. Detectives investigating the circumstances surrounding it found themselves literally face to face with a blank wall. There seemed to be no clues to go on, no reason for anyone to have committed the crime. And yet, there was the brutally beaten body of a woman lying in the morgue to spur them on in the hunt for the killer. A hunt which led them from one end of San Diego to the other and back again before they finally got a lead to the murderer's identity and managed to arrest him. But, as you will see, despite the many difficulties they encountered, despite the lack of clues, in the end, the killer was brought to justice, which once again goes to show that when a person resorts to murder, no matter how careful they may be, the chances that they will get away with it are less than 1 in 100.
San Diego, May 15th, 1918. The year that is to write Venus to one of history's bloodiest chapters, the war to make America safe for democracy. From every state west of the Mississippi River, a solid line of men pour into the training camps, the good and the bad, the rich and the poor, all reduced to one common denominator in the final desperate drive to meet war's demands. More men, more arms. It is a few minutes after midnight when 2 sailors from the USS Vicksburg, on shore leave, amble erratically up the street, come to a swaying stop in front of a little transient hotel where they have rooms for the night.
Steady, George, my boy. You're rolling in your own wake.
I'm doing nothing of the sort. You're the one that's doing the rolling.
I'm rolling. Listen, sailor, I practically carried you out of that joint we were in. You must have been planning on drinking the place dry.
Yeah, I would have, too. If you hadn't got so drunk, I'd have taken you home. What do you think of that, huh? What do you think of that?
I think maybe we better go in the hotel before we get thrown in the brig. That's what I think.
That's a good idea. Come on.
This way. Ah, this way. Listen, sailor, I said this way. What are you trying to do, start an argument?
Sure, anytime. Hi.
Oh, come on, George. You can't even see where you're going. I'll take you right to our room. Now, come on, stop yet.
Ah, so you don't want to fight, huh? You got cold feet. How do you want?
All I want to do is to get you out of this hall before the landlady throws us both out. Come on. These stairs. Easy. That's the spirit. One at a time. One at a time.
Don't tell me how to walk upstairs. I was walking upstairs before you were born, and down them, too.
Sure, I know all about it. Easy. That's it. One at a time.
One at a time, one at a time. You sound like a gramophone record that got stuck in a groove. One at a time, one at a time.
You want to wake the whole hotel? Come on. Here we are. Room 8.
Oh, no, room 9's the one we're in.
Now listen, George. What do you want to be so stubborn for? I know what room we're in, and it's 8.
Nine.
All right, but shut up.
It's room 9.
Sure, room 9, but shut up. Here we are. Now see if you can stand up till I get the door open.
Sure I can stand up. Why wouldn't I be able to stand
Quiet. There. Now come on.
up? I'll turn on the light. I can't see in the dark. Only owls can see in the dark.
All right, wait a minute. There's your lights. Hey,
What's the matter?
George, look on the floor.
Oh, what's the matter with the floor? I don't see... Oh.
A woman.
What's she doing in our room?
Listen, George, snap out of it. This woman's dead.
Dead?
Yeah. Look at her throat. Somebody's murdered her.
Murdered? Let me see.
Look at those finger marks on her neck. Looks like she'd been strangled.
Yeah. Hey, look out. What are we going to do? We got to let someone know. Maybe they'll think we did it.
That's why you got to sober up fast.
Oh, don't worry. I'm sober right now.
Then come on. We got to report this to the landlady.
Shocked into instant sobriety by the horror of their discovery, the two sailors rushed down the hall to the landlady's room and tell her about it. And in less than 20 minutes, Chief of Detectives Joseph Myers arrives at the hotel, where he is met by Officer O.U. Martin. Together, the two men look at the bruised and beaten body and then question the landlady.
What is your name, ma'am?
Anna Johnson.
Anna Johnson, eh?
Yeah.
Well, tell me, Mrs. Johnson, just what happened this morning.
Well, I was asleep in my room. Room 12 it is. A little after 12, I was waked up by someone pounding on the door. When I opened it, there was two sailor fellows there. They told me there was a dead woman in their room.
And what did you do?
Well, I got up and put the robe on. And then we went to the room. And I saw it was Clara. And she was badly hurt. So I called the police.
Well, do you know of anyone who might have wanted to do this to Clara?
Oh, no, I know of no one. She was so sweet. Like a sister.
Sorry, Mrs. Johnson. Deeply sorry.
Thank you.
How long has she been employed here?
Several months.
Married?
I believe she was. But she was separated from her husband.
Anything happened last night that might throw some light on this?
Nothing that I know of. I came home from a show, and Clara had company. A girlfriend and her sweetheart. Oh, they was good friends of Clara's.
No chance of their doing this, eh?
Oh, no, they was her best friends.
Well, what happened then, Mrs. Johnson?
Well, they went home about 10 o'clock, and Clara and I had a little food to eat, and I went to bed. Clara came to my room because I had a headache, and she brought me some aspirin. Then she left for her room, and I went to sleep. The first thing I remember after that was the sailor boys waking me.
And that's all you can remember?
Yeah.
Well, thanks a lot, Mrs. Johnson. Don't let anybody touch that body, Sergeant. I'm going down to talk to those sailors.
In the small lobby of the hotel, Myers questions the two sailors, satisfies himself that they have no connection with the murder. A close check on the rest of the hotel guests brings no clue, and Chief Myers turns his attention to the hotel register. Suddenly, his eyes come across one name that bears no address after it. It is written on the page dated May 14th, 1918, and shows the room number to be 7. With this slim lead, he returns to room 12 and once again questions Mrs. Johnson.
Mrs. Johnson, there's something here that doesn't quite jibe with what my men have found. I thought you might be able to help.
What's that?
This name on the register. Jack Cree, as near as I can make it out. Who is he?
Jack Cree? Jack Cree? Oh, yeah. I remember now. He was a soldier.
He stayed here last night?
Yeah. He came in early in the evening before I went to the show. I rented a room.
Room 7, is that right?
Yeah.
The boys looked that room over, Chief. The bed hadn't been slept in.
Any sign of him?
No, sir.
Then I'll stake my bottom dollar. He's the lad we want. Look, Martin, get a description of him from Mrs. Johnson and any other information you can get. I'm going to call the office and get Stevens over here to run this down.
telephone call to the police station results in the arrival a short time later of Detective H.C. Stevens, who, after learning all he can from Chief Myers, takes charge of the investigation. His first move is to re-question Mrs. Johnson.
There's very little doubt in my mind about this Creefellow's having done the job. The only trouble is, who is he and where is he? You've got to help us in answering those questions, Mrs. Johnson.
All right. I guess I will have to tell you then. But I had hoped this wouldn't be necessary.
What do you mean by that?
This soldier, the one you was asking about, he did something that I didn't want to tell. He followed me into my room last evening after I had showed him his. He began to act terribly. He tried to make love to me.
What did you do?
I told him he couldn't behave that way in this hotel and forced him to leave. He called me a dreadful name as he went down the stairs. A terrible name.
Was the last time you saw him?
Yes.
Martin, Chief Myers told me you have a description of the man. Is that right?
Yes, sir. I just got it from Mrs. Johnson. There you are.
Approximately 33 years old, dark complexion, 5 feet 7 inches tall. Not much to go on with about 100,000 men in uniform in San Diego alone.
Pretty slim.
What about this girl that was killed? She ever had any trouble with any soldiers or sailors, Mrs. Johnson?
Well, yeah. Once she did. A few weeks ago, 4 soldiers from Camp Conway was here, and they accused her of having stolen $40 from their room. But the military police who came to investigate told me later that the soldiers had lied. That's all.
I see. Thanks a lot, Mrs. Johnson.
Yeah?
I guess there's nothing more we can do here for the time being. Keep an eye on things, Martin, while I do a little canvassing of the neighborhood hotels. It's a pretty thin lead, but this Creefellow might have stayed somewhere around here after he got through his dirty work. We're following up anyway. I'll be back later.
So Detective Stevens begins a tour that takes him from one small hotel to another, up one street, down the next. And finally, as he is just about to give up, he enters the 12th place, the Aspen House on 5th Street, and for the 12th time, asks the same question.
Did you have anyone come in early this morning and ask for a room?
Is this in connection with the murder over at the Prescott?
Yes, it is.
Well, there was a fellow came in about 5:30. He was plenty drunk and he acted sort of nervous-like.
Yes?
I told him the room would be $1 and he forked it over without saying a word. But he refused to register.
Refused to register, eh?
Yes, sir, and that's not all. I got a look at his hands and they were scratched. There was blood on them, so help me.
Go on.
I thought to myself when I seen them that they looked like fingernail scratches. But it wasn't none of my business, so I didn't say anything. Anyway, he left a call for 8 this morning. And when I went up and woke him, he jumped up and stared at me for a minute. And then he slammed the door in my face.
Is he here now?
No, sir. He left about 20 minutes ago. It was an awful hurry.
What did he look like?
Well, he was about 35, 5 feet 10, I'd say. Weighed about 170, black hair, gray around the temples, and wore a dark suit with a box coat and a black fedora hat. I figured he was a gambler by his look.
Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Hey, where you going?
Want to get that description to every policeman in San Diego.
Thus, the first real clue of any importance, and the start of a sweeping dragnet of San Diego. Police bulletins describing the mysterious Jack Cree are issued to every man in the San Diego Police Department, to all bus and train station officials, with orders to arrest and hold if located. And while every available officer in the city looks for the fugitive, Detective Stevens pays a visit to the 4 soldiers who had claimed the murdered woman had robbed them. And though he exhausts one clue when he finds their alibi perfect, he stumbles on to another that sends him to the Naval Training Camp at Balboa Park, where he interrogates one of the sailors.
I understand that you're a friend of Ed Bowles, is that right?
Yeah, I know him.
How well?
Well, we went around together a good bit. Guess I know him as well as anyone.
Well, tell me something. How did he and Clara Minor get along?
What do you mean?
Did you ever have any trouble?
Well,
Here, have a cigarette.
Oh, thanks, I will.
All right. Keep the pack. Plenty more where they came from.
Oh, thanks. Cigarettes are pretty scarce out here these days.
Yeah, I figured they were. How about Ed and Clara? How'd they get along?
Well, they had a little trouble. You know how it goes, another woman and all that. Ed was engaged to Clara, but he sort of fell for this Mary Bedford. It was quite a mess.
Well, what happened?
Well, this Bedford woman got jealous of Clara and tried to commit suicide. And then when it didn't work, she told Ed he'd better watch his step or she'd make a good job of it next time and kill both of them.
I see. You know where this Bedford woman lives?
Yeah. I'm afraid I've talked too much right now.
Now, wait a minute. You don't want to shield a murderer, do you?
Well, of course not.
Then what are you talking about? Talking too much already.
I guess I didn't realize what I was saying.
That's the ticket. Where does she live?
Over at the Hotel Dinsmore. You know, it's in the same block as the Prescott.
Yeah, an odd coincidence, isn't it? Bolus would like to get rid of Clara because she was an obstacle. Mary Bedford would like to do the same because she hated Clara. She lives in the same block Clara was murdered in. I'd say quite a coincidence.
Questioning of both Mary Bedford and Ed Bolus leaves Detective Stevens with a great many doubts as to their alibis. But not wanting to make any direct accusations until he has proof, he has them both held in technical custody as witnesses and then proceeds to run down the many other loose threads of the case. And as each day goes by, it leaves him with some new development. He learns that the janitor of the hotel, a man with a past record, has been missing since the morning of the murder. And immediately word is flashed over the police communication system to be on the lookout for him. Several men are paraded before the landlord of the Aspen House and promptly released when he fails to recognize any of them. The murder of Clara Minor begins to assume the aspect of a huge cobweb, each clue stretching out like one of the web's infinitesimal strands. And at last, with hundreds of leads to run down, each one vitally important to his case, Detective Stevens talks to his superior, Detective Inspector Paul J. Hayes, and requests another man to assist him.
I'd like to be able to do it, Henry. You know that without my saying it. But we're up against the wall for men. All the boys are out on jobs.
Isn't there just one you could get away from some other job and let me have?
Not a chance. As a matter of fact, I just assigned the last one I had to the Clover robbery deal. You know the one 2 sailors robbed and beat him the other night?
Yeah.
I've got plenty of trouble over that. Every citizen in San Diego is on our necks to get the ones who did it.
Well, I guess that settles that, huh?
I'm afraid so, Henry. I know what a tough nut you have to crack, but it's all yours.
All right, Inspector. Thanks anyway. If you come out all right with your Clover deal.
Thanks. If I don't, I'm liable to be looking for a new job. At least I will if the citizens of San Diego have anything to say about it. I'll beat it before you think of something else you want.
Right. Goodbye, sir.
So, Henry Stevens carries on his investigation alone. One by one, he eliminates his leads. Patiently, he wades through the mass of information he has gathered, checking this item, throwing away that item. And when he has checked every known point against the other, he finds himself with at least 3 possible suspects. Edgar Bolus, the ex-convict janitor, and the mysterious missing soldier, Jack Cree. Follows days upon endless days spent in training camps, in saloons, in hundreds of dives where soldiers and sailors meet to drown out the cares of the day with women and alcohol. Always the same question foremost in his mind.
Pardon me, buddy, but do you know of a Jack Cree in this outfit?
Jack Cree? No, never heard of him. Where's he from?
Never mind. Doesn't matter where he's from. Oh, Steve, you happen to know of a soldier by the name of Jack Cree?
Nah, I make it a habit not to know soldiers' names. Sailors neither, for that matter. As soon as they get to know you too well, they start asking for drinks on the cuff. It ain't good business.
I'm looking for a man by the name of Cree, Lieutenant. Jack Cree. Do you happen to have one in your outfit with that name?
Sorry. There's no one by the name of Cree in the 40th Division. Was there anything else?
Thanks anyway. I hadn't figured there would be.
So it goes, day after day, night after night, and still no sign of the missing man. Days drag on into weeks, weeks into months. The Clara Minor case fades from the front page of the papers. The outraged citizenry of San Diego gradually forgets that there ever was a girl named Clara Minor. Forgets that there ever was a Clover robbery case. But Detective Stevens remembers. Never does he slacken his vigilance for a moment, and time passes. February 1st, 1919. 9 long months since the brutal murder in Room 9. In the office of Captain Frank McGraw, the United States Intelligence Service, a captain of the guard stands. 2 young soldiers from Camp Kearney in his custody.
Sergeant Kelly, sir. Reporting with Privates Willis and Waterman.
All right, men, relax. Thank you, sir. So you're Willis and Waterman, eh? Tom Willis and Alan Waterman, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Well, men, we've caught up with you at last. And that's going to be pretty tough on both of you.
What do you mean by that, sir?
You know only too well what I mean, Waterman. That watch you men pawned has turned up in Oklahoma. And it was pawned there by a girl who was a sweetheart of one of the boys in the 21st. You're from the 21st, are you not?
Yes, sir, but I don't know nothing about no watch.
Well, how about you, Willis? Your memory any better than your buddy's?
No, sir. I don't know what you mean, sir. I never pawned a watch anywhere.
That's right. You didn't pawn it. But one of you gave it to a girl, and that girl made the break. Now, how about it?
You don't know nothing about it, Captain, and I don't know neither.
Afraid he might spill, eh, Waterman? Well, I think you're right about that. I think he will spill when Detective Sears and Kelly get talking to him. Those boys have a way with them that usually gets results.
And a short time later, detectives George Sears and Harry Keller join Captain McGraw in his office, where they're informed of the results of his questioning. Realizing that the younger man, Willis, is almost ready to talk, they have him brought in without Waterman.
Sit down, Willis. I want to have a little talk with you.
Yes, sir.
You're pretty young, aren't you, Willis?
Yes, sir. Guess so.
About 16?
17, sir.
Young looking for his age, isn't he, Captain?
Yeah. Pretty nice looking, too, for a boy who'd go around robbing people.
You know, I don't think Willis planned that deal, Captain McGraw. I have a pretty good hunch that his pal cooked the whole thing up and got him mixed up in it. Now, how about that, Willis? Isn't that what really happened?
I don't know what deal you mean.
Why, sure you do. You remember old man Clubber, the fellow you and Waterman beat up and robbed? That's where you got the watch.
I didn't hit him.
Oh, Waterman did, huh? Now then, why don't you tell us all about it? Might just as well, you know. Might go a little easier on you if you came clean.
I'm afraid of what Waterman would do.
Well, you needn't be. Detective Sears has enough on him right now to send him up for a nice long stretch, even if he never talks. So you can tell him anything you want to.
Is that right, Lieutenant Sears?
That's right, Wallace.
Then I'll talk. I'll tell you the whole thing. Waterman and I did do the job. But I didn't want there to be any violence. He told me we'd just stick a gun in the guy's ribs and take his money away from him. Honest, I didn't have anything to do with the beating end of it. I even tried to stop Ellen when he started hitting him.
So the young soldier, 17-year-old Willis, cracks under the skillful questioning of Detective Sears and Captain McGraw, blurts out the whole story while a stenographer takes it down in shorthand. And when he is finished, Detective Sears realizes that his long job is done. The Clubber robbery is solved. Then, suddenly, as Willis is about to leave the room, he turns, looks back at the two men for an instant, and then...
Captain McGraw.
Yes, Willis?
There's something else I'd like to tell you, too. Something I've got to tell you.
All right. Start in.
Waterman killed that woman over at the Prescott Hotel. He came back to camp the next morning and told me so. He showed me his hands. They were all clawed up. I had to tell you, Captain. I couldn't hold it any longer. It was burning a hole inside of me. I had to tell you.
Convinced by the youth's sincerity that he is telling the truth, Detective Sears immediately phones Stevens, tells him to come out at once. And in less than 20 minutes, a police car screams to a grinding stop outside. Detective Henry Stevens rushes into the office.
Well, what's up?
Hello, Henry. I think we got the lad who killed Clara Manor.
What?
Yep. He and another lad are the two that pulled the Clobber job. Just a few minutes ago, the younger one cracked and voluntarily told us that his partner, Waterman, had done the Prescott job.
Is Waterman here?
Right in the next room under guard.
Well, hang on until I get back. Listen. Have a line of men with this Waterman among them, will you? I want a positive identification.
Rushing back to town, Stevens bundles the landlady, Anna Johnson, into the police car with him and heads back for the camp. Arriving there, they discover a full company standing at attention in the driveway. Asking Mrs. Johnson to follow him, he walks down the line of men. Halfway down the front rank...
There is the man.
How can you remember me after such a long time?
Because you called me that horrible name. That's why. I could never forget you.
Well, Waterman, I guess that settles your future for a while. Come on, I've got a lot of things to ask you. I'm warning you right now, the answers had better be right.
But Alan Waterman refuses to talk. For hours, Stevens hurls questions at him, and the answer to each one is always the same. Waterman will not crack. Then Tom Willis is led in to stand face to face with his partner. Slowly, haltingly, fear staring out of his eyes, he repeats the story he has told McGraw and Sears. Then, suddenly...
All right, kid. You can stop talking. I'll do the talking from now on. I killed that woman. I jumped at her as she passed the door to the room.
I beat her down, and then I strangled her. With these two hands, I strangled her. Just the same as I'd strangle anybody else who made insulting remarks about soldiers.
Go back to the other room now, kid.
Thanks.
She said the soldiers was no good. So I decided to kill her. I waited out in the hall until she passed, and then I grabbed her. She didn't even have time to yell.
Is that your only reason for killing Clara Minor, Waterman?
Yeah, that's the only reason. She said what she did. I knew then that I'd have to kill her, and I did. I strangled her with my bare hands. And then I took a lace from my leggings and wound it around her throat till she stopped moving. No one can talk about soldiers that way and get away with it, because a soldier is the finest person in the world.
And now it is our pleasure to present District Attorney Thomas Whelan of San Diego. Mr. Whelan.
Alan Waterman was one of the strangest paradoxes in the history of my office. The almost unbelievable reason he gave for having brutally murdered Clara Minor led many to believe he was insane. At his trial, it was proved conclusively that although he was suffering from a form of hysteria, brought on, no doubt, by the uncertainty of the times and the World War, yet he was perfectly capable of thinking clearly. It was also proven by the prosecution that he had actually planned the murder in advance. On May 5th, 1919, he was sentenced to San Quentin to serve from 10 years to life. His younger companion pled guilty to the clobber robbery, and in the juvenile department of the Superior Court, he was sentenced to Preston Reformatory at Ione to remain until he reached his majority.
Thank you, Mr. Whelan. If Rio Grande cracked gasoline is so full of snap, so full of speed, so full of power, says the skeptical motorist, how can it also be so economical? Now, that's a fair question, and here's the answer. By the patented Sinclair cracking process, gasoline is so thoroughly broken up, that is, so thoroughly cracked, that every possible atom of energy is available for instant combustion. No unburned gasoline drips down your cylinder walls. No raw gasoline escapes through your exhaust. More of each gallon is turned into power. That's why Rio Grande cracked gasoline is more economical. And that is also why Rio Grande gasoline powers more police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other emergency equipment wherever it is sold than any other brand. Parallel in importance to the Sinclair cracking process for gasoline is the refining process used for Sinclair motor oils. Here it is a case of doing the same job as others, but doing it better. Sinclair Pennsylvania and Sinclair Opaline are thoroughly de-waxed and de-jellied. They flow more freely, stand up under harder abuse, and last longer. Therefore, they make your car last longer. Go to your nearest Rio Grande independent dealer tomorrow and try a crankcase full. And be sure to get a copy of the latest Calling All Cars news, thrilling detective stories, radio and movie news, and free gift news for the youngsters. All about the free Junior Detective and G-Man outfits. How you can get a dozen different free gifts just by using a few gallons of Rio Grande cracked gasoline.
San Diego police calling all cars. Attention all cars. A cancellation broadcast 154. Suspect in this case now in San Quentin. That's all.
This is your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
A transporter malfunction transforms the crew into children.
Are you here to relieve me of duty? I am still Jean-Luc Picard.
And a powerless young captain is about to lose his ship to hostile aliens.
Computer, deactivate all command functions. Authorization, Riker Omega-3.
We have secured the bridge.
Stripped of command, can Picard stop a savage attack?
I will execute every child on this ship.
On Star Trek, The Next Generation.
From the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Someone waits for me.
Theater, welcoming you to the Bing Crosby Show, presented by Chesterfield, produced and transcribed in San Francisco. With John Scott Trotter and his orchestra, Judd Collins with the Mares, and Bing's guest, Al Jolson. And now, on this evening of February 15th, Chesterfield brings a delayed Valentine. It's a bright little pink and white Cupid, Bing Crosby.
Well, thank you, Ken. That's very sweet and very sentimental. Very nice introduction. I appreciate it very much.
I'm glad.
Right after the program, remind me to take you to Fisherman's Wharf.
Oh, you going to take me to dinner?
Thought I might drop you in the bay. Right among the lobster traps.
Well, Bing, I think we should be sweet and sentimental. I even believe in sending Valentines.
Well, honestly, tell the truth, Ken, I believe in sending Valentines, too. This may tax your credulity, but, I sent Bob Hope a Valentine this year.
Oh, really?
Well, I didn't exactly send him a Valentine. I sent him $50 to buy a new sport coat. I didn't know his exact size. He's spread some lately, So I sent him $50. That's just what a sport coat would cost.
Well, that was nice. What did Bob send you?
10 cents, just what a Valentine would cost. Well, so much for sentiment. Ken, the Rhythmaires will move in. We'll start off with Frank Lesser's Sprightly March from Where's Charlie? This is a song called The New Ashmolean. What's all this? What's all the excitement? What's going on here?
This is the day of the big parade.
Oh, an old parade. Well, why all excitement?
Why, this day marks the debut of the new Ashmolean Marching Society and Students Conservatory Band.
Here they come with the sunlight on the trumpets. Here they come with the banners flying high. In my throat I've a lumpy sort of feeling, and a bright gleam of pride is in my eye. Here they come with the clarinets a-wailing. Here they come bravely marching up the square. And I know in a moment I'll be cheering. And my best Sunday hat will be high in the air for the new Ashmolean Marching Society and Students Conservatory Band. Now, if you're analytical, sensitive or critical, you like it more the farther back you stand. But to me, it's bully. Why, it satisfies me fully when I hear that thunder close at hand. The silver-toned cornet and the clarinet, the slide trombone. All right, Benny, wash up, get your money, and go home. That's the new Ashmolean Marching Society and Student Conservatory Band. Folks, one of the nicest things about Chesterfield is no matter who you are, no matter what you do, Chesterfield is the best cigarette you can buy. A lot of people know it, too. The top stars of Hollywood know it because they smoke Chesterfields.
Yes, and the top men in America's sports know it, too. They smoke them. And men who grow tobacco, prominent tobacco farmers, they smoke Chesterfields. And friends, those are just a few of the millions of folks who always buy Chesterfield because Chesterfields are always milder.
They're better tasting.
And they're cooler smoking.
So smoke Chesterfields. Always buy Chesterfield, the best cigarette for you to smoke. Chesterfield satisfy women and men. Chesterfield's over and over again. Milder, much milder, all smokers agree. Always buy Chesterfield's ABC. Probably heard from the disc jockey's plays from the Danny Kaye picture. And coincidentally enough, it was written by Mrs. Danny Kaye. Very pretty number. Wish on the moon and look for the gold in a rainbow, and you'll find happy times. hear a tune that lives in the heart of a bluebird, and you'll find happy times. Though things might look very dark, your dream is not in vain. For when do you find a rainbow? Only after rain. So wish on the moon, and someday, it may be tomorrow, you'll suddenly hear chimes, and you'll have your happy, happy time. And you'll have your happy, happy time. Happy time.
Well, sir, it's certainly a happy time to present a very vital gent who guests with us quite often. It's really very nice to have Mr. Jolson with us here in San Francisco. Now, we better swing open that Golden Gate. We better swing it wide, because Jolie's coming on, and he's coming on a-singing.
When the wintry winds are blowing and the snow is starting in the fall, then my eyes turn westward knowing that's the place I love best of all. California, I've been blue since I've been away from you. I can't wait till I get going. Even now, I'm starting in to call. Oh, California, here I come, right back where I started from, where bowers of flowers bloom in the spring. Each morning at dawning, birds sing and everything. A sun-kissed mist said, don't be late. Oh, that's why I can hardly wait. Come on, open up that Golden Gate. California, here I come. California, here I come. Right back where I started from, where bowers of flowers bloom in the spring. Each morning at dawning, birds sing and everything. A sun-kissed mist said, don't be late. Oh, that's why I can hardly wait. Come on, open up, open up, open up that Golden Gate. California, here I come.
Listen to that ovation. They love you here in San Francisco.
Well, Bing, I love San Francisco. But you know something?
What?
I should have come up here in 49 instead of 50.
Why 49?
Didn't you hear?
No.
There was a big gold rush then.
Al, the gold rush was in 1949.
If you wear these, I'll say that.
The gold rush wasn't in 1949. It was in 1849.
Hey, you know something? What? I could have made that, too.
No, you were just a little boy in 1849. Was you? Huh?
Yeah, that's right, but I had a shovel and a little red wagon. I was all set, you know.
Don't you be upset just because you missed the big doings at Sutter's Mill, Al, because shortly after that, you started singing. You started your own gold rush.
Oh, Bingsy. You're just trying to cheer me up, you know.
No, I'm not dull, Al. Now, what'd you do with all the money you make, anyway?
I sent it home.
Home?
Yeah.
Where's it?
I sent it home, all the money I made.
Oh, that's right. That's right. You were born in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, that's where I sent it.
Now, that's where everybody sent it.
But, Bing, you know something?
What's this?
You're lucky. You can quit singing any time you want to. Well, you got a son that does pretty good, you know. I heard him.
Oh, you heard Gary on the
phone.
program.
Heard it. Bing, let me tell you something. I never heard a boy with such talent. And he sings with such feeling and rhythm.
Well, thank you.
Must get it from his mother.
Well, Dixie sings plenty good, I'll tell you that. But, Al, when it comes to singing, I want to tell you something. Nobody can hold a crowd like you can.
Thanks, Bing. I'm glad you said that.
Well, I just wanted to save you the trouble.
Oh, please, Bing,
What's
no
that?
more. No, listen, don't do that no more.
No more of this?
No, none of that. Haven't you heard?
What, heard what?
Heard what?
No. What
about the new Al Jolson?
Another one? Whatever happened to Larry Parker?
He's going to business for himself.
Well, that figured. He
Well, I'm talking about me, Bing. Mm-hmm. You're looking tonight at a different Jolson.
Well, look at here.
Never again will you hear me say I'm terrific.
Never?
Of course, I ain't going to argue with anybody who does say it, you know.
Golly, you had me worried there for a minute.
Well, I'm serious, Bing. From now on, I'm going to be known as M.A. Modest Al, they call me.
Modest Al.
Modest Al.
It has a phony ring to it, though.
Only little, Bing. I'm even learning how to blush. Yes, I'm learning how to blush.
I'll tell you one thing, Al. In order to blush, you got to have blood.
I'll get some. I can afford it.
Now watch it, Modest Al. Careful.
Sorry.
Jolie, you amaze me. Why this sudden switch in your complete personality?
Well, I tell you.
I knew you would.
Well, it's all on account of that trip, you know, I took to Hawaii in December.
Why? What happened in Hawaii?
Well, you know, I went over there when Clark Gable and his bride were there on their honeymoon, you know.
Yeah, that's true.
And when I saw the fuss people made over that man, how they cheered and went crazy over that guy, I suddenly realized something for the first time, Crosby.
What was that?
I realized there was another big star in the world besides Jolson.
Man, that must have been a terrible shock to you.
At first, yes. But you know, Bingsy, it taught me a wonderful lesson.
What lesson was that, Modest Al?
It taught me... Oh, thank you, Bingy.
Nothing.
That incident taught me humility.
Humility?
It's true, Bingy.
Yeah?
And when Jolson gets humility, he's more humiliating than anybody is.
Now, this is an item of great, great importance. This is newsworthy. I must flash Winchell.
Oh, Winchell, wait a minute. You'll see my advertisement. I took a full page in all the papers.
You're advertising your humility?
Yeah. Of course, I told him to use small print, you know.
Well, that's sort of an humble gesture, I guess. But, Al, I'll bet you had a wonderful time in the islands. I envied you over there. You know what they got over there? I wondered if you tried a little that Hawaiian poi.
Poi?
Yeah.
You know something? Before I left for Honolulu, everybody said you got to try some poi. I didn't know what it was, you know. I never heard of it in my life.
Don't blow it.
Well, the minute the boat, the Lurleen, you know, docked, I asked the steward in the dining room. I said to him, can I get me some poi at the Royal Hawaiian Hotel when I get off the boat? He said, no, it's too late. It's way past lunchtime. But I said, I got to have me some poi right now. I heard so much about it. And he said, well, there's a restaurant right across the street. When you get off the boat, you can get all the poi you want. Well, I went to this little restaurant. I said to the man behind the counter, son, you got any poi?
What did he say?
He said, sure, kid, we got poi. What kind you want, apple or strawberry?
Regret having missed it, Jolie, because genuine Hawaiian poi is something everyone should taste once in a lifetime. In fact, only once.
Oh, by the way, Bingy, did you ever visit those islands?
I certainly did. 1938, I think. It was 37. Let me tell you something, kid. I'm pretty big over there.
Wait a minute. You're supposed to be modest.
No, that's you.
Oh.
Al, while we're in this Hawaiian mood, you know what we ought to do? Ought to do a little Hawaiian song for the folks.
Well, how about Yakahula Hikadula?
Well, that song's quite a bit before my time, but I'll chance it.
I wish there was something before my time.
Well, there must be someplace. John Scott, will you help us two Beach Boys to Yakahula, huh?
down Hawaii way, where a chance to stray. On an evening I heard a hula maiden play. Yaka-hula-hickey-doo-la, yaka-hula-hickey-doo.
Down Hawaii way by the moonlit bay, when I lingered a while, she stole my heart away. Yaka-hula-hickey-doo-la, yaka-hula-hickey-doo. Oh, I don't care if you love the ladies far and near. You'd forget about them all if you could hear. Yaka-hula-hickey-doo-la, yaka-hula-hickey-doo. I'm coming back to you, my hula-loo. Beside the seat, Waikiki, you'll play for me.
And once again you'll sway my heart away with your yaka-hula-hickey-doo-la too.
I'm coming back to you, my hula-loo. Beside the seat, Waikiki, you're gonna play for me.
And once again you'll sway my heart your way with your yaka-hula-hickey-doo-la tune. Yaka-hula-hickey-doo-la, yaka-hula-hickey-doo. Yaka-hula-hickey-doo-la.
That was Yaka-hula-hickey-doola, the bibbidi-bobbidi-boo of 1922.
Say, King, while we're talking about song in that period, inasmuch as we're in San Francisco, I think we should sing one of the greatest of all popular songs that got to start right here in this town.
You must mean whispering.
I mean nothing else.
Started right here.
Yes, it was published by Sherman Clay in 1920. I remember well.
Great song. Who's going to start it, Al?
You do, Bingsy, on account of I'm Modest Al now, you know.
Never realized this man could be so sweet.
Oh, go ahead.
All right.
Whispering while you cuddle near me, whispering so no one can hear me. Each little whisper seems to cheer me. I know it's true, there's no one dear but you.
You're whispering why you'll never leave me. Whispering why you'll never grieve me. Whisper and say that you believe me. Whispering that I love you.
You're whispering why you'll never leave me.
Whispering why you'll never grieve me.
Whisper and say that you believe me.
Whispering that I love you.
Really wonderful, Al.
Oh, you were wonderful, too,
Oh,
Bing.
it's a lot of fun, Al. But you know something?
Yeah?
There's a big rumor going around that you and I don't own any new tunes. Have you heard that?
Well, I've heard it, kind of
insidious
haphazardly
thing?
around, yeah. But it's just one way to kick that room in the pants, you know.
What we do?
Let's sing a new tune right now.
I'm with that. What do we sing?
How about Alice Blue Gown?
Oh, no. I'll never get it. Won't get it.
Well, I know a new song we can do. I was in Philadelphia at the opening night of that show, Bye Bye Baby.
Gentlemen Prefer Blonde?
Yeah.
Carol Channing?
Yeah, that
Local
big
girl.
gal. Yeah,
She
nice
sing
gal.
this?
Yeah, did it
Bye
great,
Bye
too.
Baby. Well, let's do it. Go ahead, John. Get us off, huh?
Bye bye, baby. Remember, you're my baby when they give you the art. Although I know that you care, won't you write and declare that though I'm loose, you are still on the square.
I'll be gloomy, but send that rainbow to me. Then my shadows will fly, though you'll be gone for a while. I know that I'll be smiling with my baby by and by.
And I'll be gloomy, but send that rainbow to me. Then my shadows will fly,
though you'll be gone for a while. I know that I'll be smiling
with my baby by and by. With my baby by and
No, we really need. What do we need something big, something real big that really jumps to get off with. You got any suggestions?
Well, the best thing I can think of, let's get off with the good old Robert E. Lee.
Well, that's got to do it. Hit it, John. Come on, boy.
Way down on the levee in old Alabama, there's Daddy and Mammy, there's Ephraim and Sammy.
On a moonlight night you can find them all while they're waiting. Banjos are syncopated.
What's that they're saying? What that they're saying? While they keep playing, I'm humming and swaying.
Well, it's the good ship, Robert E. Lee, come to carry the cotton away.
Watch them shuffling along.
Won't miss a shuffle, baby. See them shuffling along.
Go take your best gal.
I got my real pal going down to the levee.
I said the levee.
I'm gonna join up with that righteous shuffling throng.
Yeah, that music and song. It's simply great, mate. Waiting on the levee, waiting for the Robert E. Lee. Who's that man there?
He's the king. Waiting on all the votes from Magee. You're supposed to lose it. Get back here. You got to sing. Take your breath.
Watch them shuffling along.
Scat.
See them shuffling along. Go take your best gal, real pal. Go down to the levee.
I'm going down to the levee.
Join that shuffling throng.
Joining up.
Hear that music and song. It's simply great, mate. Waiting on the levee, waiting for the Robert E. Lee.
Vitamins Incorporated, isn't it?
Wonderful. That really gets it.
Well, thank you, Ken. Folks, when we show you how to be your own cigarette expert, you'll smoke Chesterfield.
Be your own cigarette
Yes,
expert.
sir. You can judge for yourself which cigarette is best for you, and here's all you have to do.
A, take a pack of Chesterfields. Open them all the way. B, get a whiff of the pleasantly mild aroma that comes from that Chesterfield pack. C, check that milder Chesterfield aroma against any other brand. That milder Chesterfield aroma comes from the right combination of the world's best tobaccos, and no other cigarette has it. What you put into a cigarette is what you get out, and into every Chesterfield we put mild, ripe tobaccos. Out of every Chesterfield, you'll get a smoke that's cooler, better tasting, and much milder.
Yes, sir. The milder a cigarette, the better it is. That's why much milder Chesterfield is the best cigarette for you. Always buy Chesterfields. Here again is a song called You're Wonderful, written by Livingston, Evans, and Victor Young. It's from the new Paramount picture, Paid in Full. Got to plug old Paramount.
Ah, you're wonderful. You're all that I've yearned for, the flame that I've burned for. You're by my side to stay. Wonderful to be on a crest with this love we've been blessed with. It warms our every day. You complete the glow that was missing in casual kissing, the glow that comes with love. Now, my sweet, we've found a new feeling. We're whirling, we're reeling. It's wonderful, so wonderful. You're wonderful to love.
My thanks now to Brother Jolson for being aboard tonight.
Well, thank you, Brother Crosby. Thank you. By the way, who's going to grace his friendly, oh so friendly hall next week?
Tell you what, Al, next week the Andrews sisters will be with us.
The Andrews sisters?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they're just fine.
Also on the show will be just about the greatest little jazz band that you ever heard. The Firehouse 5 plus 2.
Firehouse plus 2?
That's
I
right.
know the Firehouse
You heard
5.
them, boy?
Oh, heard them. They're great. I caught him at the Macombo in Hollywood, you know.
The pack the Mocambo every Monday night. And you know what, Al? On the show next week, that I've got a song I'm going to sing with these boys, with the Firehouse 5, called Yes, Sir, That's My Baby.
Oh, well, that's a pretty old tune for you, Bing.
You think so?
Ain't we going to sing no more? Ain't we going to sing no
We
more?
haven't got any more time, Al.
I don't care
I'll tell you
about
what
it.
I'll do with you. Let's
What?
go over to Phil Tanner's. You know, he runs the show club over on Geary Street.
Yeah.
He's got a nice piano player there. You
Yeah.
can sing 400 or 500 songs. I'll sit there, and I'll just applaud.
Folks, ain't he sweet?
Thanks, Al. Folks. Thank you, folks. Thank you very much, and good night.
The Bing Crosby Show, presented by Chesterfield, was produced and transcribed in San Francisco by Bill Morrow and Murdo McKenzie. Tune in next week and hear Bing and his guests, the Andrews Sisters and the Firehouse 5 plus 2. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show follows immediately.
One of old-time radio's longest-running and most popular programs, CBS Mystery Theater, is up next.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the world of the uncanny, the eerie, the unearthly. Strange things happen. They have happened to me and will again. They've happened to you and will again. They happened to Norman Meredith. But they will never, never happen to him again. Because, well, listen.
Who are you? How can you ask, Norman? Don't you know me?
How would I know you? We've never met.
Oh, yes, we have. Norman, dearest heart, I am the woman of your dreams. Your dream woman.
Well, why do you hold that knife? That long, sharp carving knife?
To kill you, Norman. To kill you.
Our mystery drama, The Dream Woman, is based on the classic by Wilkie Collins and was especially adapted for the Mystery Theater by George Lothar and stars Kevin McCarthy. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Sign-Off, the sinus medicines. I'll be back shortly with Act One. What is a dream? From where does it come? And why? Wiser men than I say that dreams rise like mist out of various levels of the subconscious and the unconscious. But what is the subconscious? What is the unconscious? No one really knows. Oh, there are theories, yes. But no one can say with certainty why we dream. Why, for instance, Norman Meredith dreamed that certain dream. You say you're the woman of my dreams, my dream woman. If that's so, why would you want to kill me with that knife?
So you can stay in my world always. Be mine always.
No, I don't understand.
Only when you are dead, physically dead, can your spirit live, really live.
And you come from the spirit world?
A spirit world. One of countless spirit worlds. Oh, join me in it now, dearest Norman. Dearest heart. Join me now. No! Yes! No! Yes! Yes! Norman! Yes! I must kill you, Norman. I'll kill you, Norman.
No, Stanley, please don't.
Die, Norman. Die, Norman. Die, Norman. Norman, wake up, Norman. Oh. Norman, darling, you've been having a dream, a nightmare.
No. Agnes, it's you.
Of course, dear. Oh. Now relax.
Oh, that woman. Horrible. Murderous woman with a knife.
Dream, sweetheart. Nothing but a terrible dream.
No.
Now, Norman.
I saw her so clearly. Her and that knife. A long carving knife. Razor sharp. Gleaming, and she struck at me with it. Struck. And struck. And struck.
Oh, Norman.
I thought of clearly, vividly. She was tall. Long blonde hair that fell below her shoulders. A voluptuous figure, and the eyes, light blue, hazel eyes flecked with green. Oh, heaven help me, I'll never be able to get her out of my mind. Oh, she and that knife. Well, now, Norman, I can tell you this. As a psychiatrist, I have a number of patients who are troubled with nightmares, often with the same recurring nightmare, but they never come true, Norman. And neither will yours. No. What about that feeling How do you explain that feeling that the woman last night, in that dream last night, seems as real to me today as she did then? That's why, even though I know how terribly busy you are, I had to see you today. She stays there. She won't leave my head.
Never too busy to fit an old friend into my schedule, but then... Oh, excuse me. Yes, nurse? Tell Miss Lawrence I won't be more than another 5 minutes. See, where was I? Oh, yes. I was about to say, I'm all but positive you won't have this dream again, Norman. Frankly, I think you've been driving yourself too hard.
All right, now what's the meaning of this, Dr. Gerson?
Miss Lawrence.
You have kept me waiting more than 20 minutes.
I'm sorry, Miss
You're
Lawrence.
sorry. I've got a hairdresser appointment at 3, and you're sorry? Look, Buster, you may be the great psychiatrist, Dr. Arnold Gerstein, but I am Sandy Lawrence, and nobody pushes me around, okay?
Nobody's pushing you around, Miss Lawrence.
You don't call making me wait 20 minutes pushing me around?
No. Not when an emergency comes up.
See the emergency?
Miss Lawrence, if you'll just be patient another minute or so.
All right, another minute, but no more, you understand? And I mean it. What's the matter with him? Why is he staring at me like that? Hey, what's with you, Buster? You give me the will.
1 minute longer, Miss Lawrence. I won't be more than another minute. What is with you, Norman? You were staring at Miss Lawrence as if she'd shocked you.
Who is she, Arnold?
Her name is Sandra Lawrence.
What does she do?
Well, she claims to be an actress, but I don't think that's quite the profession she's in. Why were you staring at her like that?
Didn't you notice?
Notice what?
Tall, sexy, long blonde hair, hazel eyes flecked with green.
Oh, yes. She resembles the woman you saw in the dream.
No, not resembles, Arnold. She is the woman in my dream.
Yeah?
My name is Norman Meredith, Miss Lawrence.
Yes?
Well, I was wondering if I might talk with you for a few minutes.
Well, about what? You selling something?
No. I'm not a salesman, nothing like that. Could I come in?
Well, I don't know. Somebody give you my name? A client of mine?
No, I'm a friend of Dr. Gersten's. I saw you in his office this afternoon.
Oh, hey, you're the character that kept staring at me.
I apologize for that. It was very rude of me.
Yeah, well, that's okay. I mean, lots of guys stare at me.
Could I?
Yeah, sure. Come on in.
I followed you after you left Arnold's, Dr. Gersten's office.
You followed me?
Yes.
Oh, you got it bad. Unless you got some other reason for playing bloodhound. How about a drink first, huh?
First?
Oh, well, if you got it that bad.
No. I don't think you understand. I want to talk to you.
Talk to me. Well, if that's the way you get your kicks.
Tell me about yourself, Miss Lawrence. Tell me all about yourself.
You're real flaky. You just want to talk?
I want to know all about you. All about you. Who you are, where you come from, what you do for a living.
Oh, come on. You must be kidding. What I do for a living? Hey, Norman, you put me away. You really do.
Dr. Gersten said you're an actress?
Yeah. Yeah, you could put it that way. I put on a real good act.
If you mean what I think you mean...
Well, what else would I mean? I mean, you can't be as square as you sound. Or can you? Look, will you stop staring at me like that? I really don't like being stared at.
I'm sorry. I can't help myself. You fascinate me. Miss Lawrence.
Sandy, that's for Sandra.
Sandra? I dreamed of you last night.
Well, lots of guys do.
Men who've never met you.
Well, okay, so you dreamed of me last night. I mean, what do you want, an Academy Award?
No. I want to get to know you better.
Come on, Norman. What's the angle, huh?
No angle. I told you. You fascinate me.
Look, Norman, you level with me. You level with me right now, or just blow, okay?
I am leveling with you. When I say you fascinate me, I mean, well, there was the dream to begin with, and then meeting you, a dream woman in the flesh in Gersten's office. There's something so strange about it. About it and you.
Oh, no, I'm strange.
No, it's more than that. It's you. I'm drawn to you. Waiting for you outside the medical center. I kept telling myself I was crazy and that I ought to just put you out of my mind, go about my business, but I couldn't do it. All the time that I was following you, waiting for you, I didn't want to. But I had to. You see. I was incapable of doing anything else. It must be like being an alcoholic or a drug addict. It's a compulsion. I have to be with you.
Well, whatever you got, you sure got it bad. Now, Normie, dearest heart, my time is valuable. It's $50 an hour.
Dearest heart. Dearest heart. You called me that in the dream. Dearest heart.
Oh, yeah? Oh, how about that? How about the $50?
Well, sure.
Okay, in advance.
Oh, sure. Anything you say? Sandy? Yeah.
Put it on the table, Normie. Attaboy. Okay. What'll we talk about?
I don't know. Anything, as I said. I want to know all about you. Tell me about yourself.
Okay, but how's about I slip into something more comfortable first?
All right.
You fix yourself a drink. The bar's over there.
Thanks. You got any scotch?
Yeah, try the shelf under the bar.
Okay. Oh. Good Lord.
What's the matter?
It's knife. It's carving knife. Where did you get it?
How do I know? I had it for years. Oh, you fascinated by knives, too?
No, not knives. A knife. This one.
Oh, I said it before, and I'll say it again, Normie. You put me away. Divorce. You want a divorce, Norman?
Yes, Agnes, I do.
To marry this tramp?
Yes.
I can't really believe you're saying this. I can't understand you're being fascinated by a woman who resembles the woman you saw in your dream.
She is the woman in my dream. I'm in love with her, Agnes.
In love? With the kind of woman you tell me she is? Norman, in love?
Hopelessly, helplessly, compulsively. I'm gripped by something out of my control. I've tried to fight it, to free myself of it, and I can't. Agnes, I can't.
But, my darling, you've got to. I love you. Yes, and you love me. I know you do.
Yes.
We've been married for 20 years,
yes.
happily married. You can't throw years away like old shoes. Destroy everything we've built together. Everything we've come to mean to each other.
I'm powerless to do anything else.
Well, I am not.
What do you mean?
I mean that you're suffering from some sort of aberration. You're sick, Norman. Mentally sick. And I am not letting you do anything as stupid, as disastrous as marrying that girl. I will not divorce you, Norman.
Agnes.
No, Norman. In a few months, it'll all be over. This sudden romance of yours will be dead. Stone cold dead.
No. In a few months, I will be stone cold dead. There are, we are told, dreams of precognition. Dreams which foretell events that will happen in the future. There are, in fact, many such cases on record. Explain them? I can't. The truth is, no one can. Not even Norman Meredith. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. come up with anything but a satisfactory answer. We might ask now, what is a compulsion? And find the answer equally unsatisfactory. A compulsion is, of course, the doing of something in spite of yourself. The doing of it against all the dictates of intelligence, reason, sanity. And that is precisely what Norman Meredith, well-to-do stockbroker, finds himself doing in the suite of a palatial hotel in Rome, Italy, close on to 4 o'clock of a summer morning. What am I doing here? 4 o'clock in the morning in a Roman hotel. Walking up and down, pacing the floor and talking to myself. Talking to myself like some kind of nut. Some kind... Ah, the prodigal returns.
Oh, still awake, Norman?
That's right. I haven't been to sleep. Where have you been, Sandy? And that package. What's that package?
Oh, a little item I picked up in the flea market around 2 this a.m.
Flea markets aren't open at 2 in the morning.
Well, they are if you know the right people.
Huh? And what creeping things have you been running all over Rome with this time? Answer me, Sandy.
Oh, Normie, flake off. I don't have to answer you about it.
Oh, yes, you do. No, you don't. I have no hold on you. We're not married.
You still have no hold on me, married or not.
True enough, I guess. True enough.
So anytime you want out, Normie, you just say so. Anytime you've had enough of me.
Oh, I'll never have enough of you, and you know it, damn you. You know it. How do you know it, Sandy?
Normie, come on. We're not going to hash that all over again, are we? Not at 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm dead beat. Look, I'm going to go to bed. You?
No. I'm not sleeping.
When are you ever? You know something, Norman? I don't think you sleep more than an hour or 2 in 24. What are you, an insomniac or something? Are you afraid of the dream?
The dream?
Yeah, the one you had about me.
No. Oh, I'm not afraid. Why should I be?
I don't know, except you never told me what it was. And you're scared to death.
Oh, of what, for Pete's sake?
Me.
You? Would I be here in Rome with you if I was scared of you? Would I have taken you all over Europe these past few weeks if I was scared of you?
Oh, not me. Not scared of me in the flesh, me in the dream. Come on, Normie, what happened in the dream? What did I do?
Go to bed, Sandy.
Okay. But that must have been some dream. Oh, hey! Let me show you what I picked up in the flea market.
I'm not interested in flea market junk.
This isn't junk. It's got some kind of royal crest on the handle, and Milo said, he's the one of the guys I was with, he knows steel, and he said the steel in this knife was the best Toledo money could buy. Hey, Norman, what's the matter? You're white as a corpse.
Why? Why did you buy that knife?
I saw it. I liked it.
Why? Why did you like it?
What's wrong with me wanting a carving knife?
Everything. There's everything wrong with you wanting a knife, a carving knife. What do you need with one? Do you cook? No. Are you even ever in the kitchen? No. So what do you want with a carving knife?
You want to know the truth? I've been sort of thinking of taking up cooking, maybe, okay?
You learn to cook? You can't boil water.
All right, Norman, you don't have to rub it in. Look, I just thought, you're really a nice guy. You're square, but you're nice. And I know I've been giving you a hard time. I mean, I'm out on the town all hours of the night living it up. And, well, we'll be leaving for Paris tomorrow, and they've got a real out-of-sight cooking school there. And I thought if I could just make things up to you. What do you care?
I care a lot. If you're saying that you're thinking of maybe settling down, of acting like a wife when we're married, that is, and don't worry, Agnes will give me a divorce. Well, if that's what you've got in mind, I care. Is that what you're thinking?
I guess so. Yeah, I guess that's it. What else would have made me decide to learn to cook? What else would have made me buy this knife?
Sandy, will you snap it up? We've got less than 40 minutes to make the plane to Paris.
I'm trying to find that knife.
Knife? What knife?
The carving knife, the one I picked up last night at the flea market. I left it right here on the table when I went to bed, and now it's gone.
Forget it. I'll get you another.
It's got to be here somewhere. You didn't take it,
No,
did you?
me. What would I want with a carving knife? You're the one who's going to take the cooking lesson.
Well, if you didn't take it, where could it have got to?
I don't know, and I don't care. Now, come on, or we'll miss that plane.
You, John? Huh? Oh, yes, thanks, Agnes. The Scotch and water is easy on the Scotch.
Right. Arnold, you're a psychiatrist. What's wrong with Norman? What's happened to him? Why is he so fascinated by this cheap, common tramp?
I can't answer that. No doctor could. Without at least months of investigation, of talks with Norman, of treatments.
But you must have some theory.
I don't. Some things that happen in this world are beyond us, beyond our understanding. Now consider. Norman had a dream in which a woman tried to stab him to death. The next day, he meets in the flesh the self-same woman of that dream. So he said. Norman is no fool, Agnes. He meets this woman who tried to kill him in his dream, and he's irresistibly drawn to her. Now, is Norman mad? He is not. What, then, is the answer to all this?
Who are you? How can you ask, Norman? Don't you know me?
How would I know you? We've never met?
Oh, yes, we have. Norman, dearest heart, I am the woman of your dream. The dream woman.
Why do you hold that knife, that long, sharp carving knife?
To kill you, Norman. To kill you.
Oh, why would you want to kill me with that knife?
So you can stay in my world always. Be mine always.
I don't understand.
Oh, dearest heart. Join me. Now!
No!
Yes!
No! No! No!
Yes!
Don't.
Yes!
Don't the knife.
Die, Norman!
I can't
Die!
escape the knife!
Die!
No! I've got the knife away from you. Now, you die.
Norman!
Huh?
Norman,
Huh?
stop it!
Die.
Stop it!
Die, damn it.
Norman, you're crazy. You're gone crazy. Norman!
What? Sandy.
What are you, on acid or something? You having a bad trip?
Oh, no. You know better than to ask. Where am I? What happened?
We're in Paris. We're in Paris, France. We've been here for a week. It's 2:30 in the morning, and you've been having a nightmare. And, boy, you nearly killed me.
Oh, no.
Oh,
no.
yeah. Look at me. You've ripped my gown.
Gown. I'm in pajamas. You're wearing a gown?
I just got in. Came into the bedroom, and there you were moaning and tossing. I tried to wake you up, and you attacked me. You grabbed me. You kept trying to look like you were trying to stab me.
You said you'd be home early. You said you wanted to be rested, fresh for tomorrow's ceremony at the Curtain Rouge cooking school.
Yeah, well, the people I was with, they decided to make a night of it, you know? They're still at it. Me, I broke away, so you see, I am home early, Norman.
And stop calling me that. I've asked you a dozen times. Stop calling me Normie.
I'm sorry. Honest, I am. Norman, I don't know what it is with me. I mean, I try. I really try to be the way you want me to be, but
I
don't know what it is. And it's funny because at first I didn't care what you thought, how you felt, but being with you all these weeks, you're really smooth, Norman. You really are. And I'd like to be more than I am for your sake, but there's just something in me. I just can't control it.
You too.
What do you mean, me too?
Oh, you can't help yourself. I can't help myself. We're in the same boat, Sandy, and I have the feeling it's just begun to sink.
demander votre attention, mesdames et messieurs, s'il vous plaît. Ah, merci. Today, as the maître of this particular class in cooking here at Le Cordon Rouge, it is, as you know, my pleasure to award prizes to the 3 best students. I'm delighted to see that Monsieur Norman Meredith has accompanied the beautiful Sandra Lawrence today, because to her goes the first prize. Come forward, Sandy. Venez ici, hein, and accept your award. Avec mes compliments, chérie.
Oh, thank you, your maître. Thank you very much. Shall I open it so everybody can see what it is?
Yes, but of course.
Okay. Oh, hey. It's a knife. A beautiful carving knife.
Take notice, chérie, the name Le Cordon Rouge inscribed on the handle and your own name on the blade. Monsieur Meredith, are you not proud of Miss Lawrence? Monsieur Meredith, are you ill?
Norman?
No, I just need some fresh air. Excuse me.
You heard me, Norman. Where is the knife?
How do I know?
Now, you listen to me. The first time I met you, when you came to my place in New York, you acted real funny when you found that carving knife on the bar. You remember? And somehow I never saw that knife again. It just disappeared. Because you took it.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, I don't?
No.
Then what happened to the carving knife I picked up at the flea market in Rome? I know I left it on that table when I went to bed that night, and it wasn't there when I got up, and somehow it disappeared forever.
Just why you're accusing me?
Because you took them and you hid them, or you threw them away, or you did something. And you've done the same thing with my Cordon Rouge knife.
Not me.
Then where is it? Now, you took the knife, Normie. You've taken them all. I don't care about the other 2. But this one, it means something to me.
So you won first prize in the cooking class. What's the big deal?
You can say that to me? Listen, I went to that class so I could learn to cook for you, not for me.
Oh.
And I succeeded. I won first prize. Me, Sandy Lawrence, first prize. I don't care about the knife. I care about what it stands for. And it stands for the fact that I'm falling in love with you, Norman.
Sandy, baby.
Now, don't Sandy baby me. I want my knife. Now, where is it? What have you done with it?
I threw it away, Sandy.
Where?
In the river, in the sand.
Then it's gone.
I'm afraid so, honey.
Norman, how could you do this? Why did you do it?
Well.
Why?
I guess you might as well know, but because of the dream.
What, the dream about me?
Yes.
What in heaven's name can the dream have to do with knives?
In the dream, you try to kill me with a knife.
I try to kill you?
With a carving knife. Exactly like the knife I took and threw away. Long, gleaming, razor sharp.
Are you telling me that I'm going to kill you? Stab you to death with a carving knife?
Yes, that's what I'm afraid of, Sandy. It's why I've been throwing away the knives, the carving knives, that you somehow come up with again and again.
You know something? You were out of your head. Just because that first prize is a carving knife is no reason. Monsieur Philippe.
May I come in, Sandy?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you. Monsieur Meredith.
Hello.
Can I give you a drink?
Oh, no, merci, no. I stay only a minute or two. The fact of the matter is I am somewhat embarrassed to be here.
Embarrassed?
Something has happened which I do not understand. This morning I presented you with a beautiful carving knife. First prize for your work in my cooking class.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, this afternoon, a man come to me. He had been fishing on the banks of the Seine, and his hook had caught on this.
A knife. A carving knife.
Oui, Monsieur Meredith. The knife I gave you, Sandy, as first prize. It is, that's what I say, a puzzle to me, an embarrassment, because the knife could have got into the river only one way. It must have been thrown there, and, well, alors, what I'm trying to say is if you do not want the knife... No, Monsieur Meredith, he has fainted.
Yeah.
Is it something with knives? When I gave it to you this morning, it turned white, looked sick. And now, do knives bother him? Say what?
They kill him, Monsieur Philippe. They kill him.
Well, all things considered, I think they'd kill me, too. It is curious, this affinity Sandra Lawrence has for carving knives. Or they for her. I'll return shortly with Act 3.
Hi, I'm Goldilocks. Miss Goldilocks, if you please. And I'm a professional taste tester. Here at my taste test laboratory, that's TTL for short, I taste test everything from porridge to diet drinks. Actually, there's not that much taste testing in porridge these days. There used to be, once upon a time. I mean, that's how this Miss got into the biz. But lately it's been diet drinks. I mean, with so many diet drinks going sugar-free, I've been really busy conducting taste tests. A rather unbearable assignment, to be sure. But then I discovered sugar-free diet 7Up. Fresh, natural, delicious. My only problem is that sugar-free diet 7Up tastes so good that it broke my Goldilocks diet drink taste-o-meter. Well, sugar-free diet 7Up certainly has my seal of approval. This one's just right.
Here's a timely offer from your participating Culligan man. He will give you a big 34 by 64-inch terry cloth Hey Culligan Man beach towel, a $6.50 value, absolutely free, just for letting him explain Culligan soft water service in your house. He will show you how to pamper your family with refreshing bathing, lustrous shampoos, and spotless dishes. And your Culligan man offers 3 economical ways for you to enjoy unlimited soft water automatically. You have your choice of portable exchange service, the automatic rental plan, or outright purchase. Don't delay. Get all the interesting facts now. This offer is good while limited supplies last. So, whether you own or rent your home, call your Culligan Man for your free beach towel featuring the famous Culligan Man and Culligan Gal cartoon characters in 3 bright colors yelling,
Hey, Culligan Man!
82 degrees at Midway Airport on WBBM Chicago.
Can dreams come true? Do they ever? If they do, is Norman Meredith fated to be stabbed to death by the woman who haunts his dreams? The woman he finds irresistible in real life?
Sandy,
Yes, Norman.
tell me where it is.
Well, what is?
You know what? The knife.
Norman, we said we wouldn't talk about it anymore, remember?
I remember you said we wouldn't. When I came into that hotel room in Paris and asked you what you'd done with the knife, you said we wouldn't talk about it anymore. Not me.
I threw it away.
You're a liar.
Norman.
You wouldn't have thrown it away. It meant too much to you. You've hidden it.
All right. I hid it.
Get it.
What, so you can throw it away? No.
Listen to me.
No, Norman, you listen to me for once.
I'm listening.
Now, the first time we met, I was... Well, not what I am now. I was kind of tough. I was kind of coarse. Kind of person I don't want to be anymore because you showed me another kind of life.
Where's the knife?
Listen to me, please. Norman, I'm trying real hard to be the kind of woman who'd be worthy of you. You know, the kind of woman you could really love. The kind of woman you'd marry.
We'll talk about all this later. Right now, I want that knife.
Norman, forget the knife.
Sandy, you get me that knife. Wherever you hit it, get it and give it to me, or so help me out.
All right. Here. You want it? Take it.
You threw it at me. Another inch and it would have...
You wanted it, Norman. You got it. Pick it up.
I'll pick it up. Oh, I'll pick it up, all right. I'll pick it up. That's the last you'll ever see of it.
Plenty of others. There's no trick buying a carving knife.
You'll buy no knives. I'm going to get rid of this, and it's the last carving knife we'll ever see in this house.
We'll see about that.
I'm telling you.
Ma'am, I'm telling you.
Nothing. You're telling me nothing.
Norman, no.
Nothing.
What have I done? I don't understand. I've killed her. I've her to death. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
So, Agnes, all I can say is you were right. From the first, right. It was just an aberration or infatuation, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, it's over. Will you take me back?
Of course, Norman. I never really let you go. But...
Yes?
Are you sure it's over? Done. Are you absolutely sure?
Oh, yes. I left her this morning. I told her that everything was over between us. Everything.
What did she say?
Nothing.
She must have said something.
Nothing.
Norman, darling.
I'm sorry. No.
Oh, you poor dear. You're worn out on the ragged edge.
Done for. Through.
No.
Yes, sir. I've ruined our marriage. Our business.
Now, that's nonsense. Our marriage is...
Never be the same. You know it won't, Agnes. Oh, I did. Leaving you, running off with her.
Well, you were caught up in something beyond your control. Too powerful for you to handle. But it's over now. Put it behind you. Begin again.
I can't.
It isn't the end for us, Norman.
It is for her.
What?
It is the end for her.
You mean Sandra Lawrence? Well, yes, in a way, I suppose it is. But her kind, she'll get by. She'll start living again.
Don't say that.
Darling, she will. It isn't all over for her either.
It is. I killed her, Agnes.
What kind of nonsense are you talking? Norman, we're not going to talk anymore, not now. I've got to go out for an hour or two, but while I'm gone, I want you to rest. Now, lie down for a while. Will you do that?
Yes.
And, if you feel like a snack, ask Nora to fix something for you.
Nora?
Oh, I haven't had a chance to tell you we have a maid. Nora. Wonderful cook, too. So if you want something, just ask her. You'll find her in the kitchen. She loves it, so she practically hibernates there. What is it, dear?
This isn't a dream, is it? That I'm home with you. I'm not dreaming, am I, Agnes?
If you are, it's no nightmare, darling.
Isn't it? Isn't it?
I am afraid I told a little lie, Arnold. I just said I had to go out for an hour or so, but of course I came straight here to see you.
Well, I'm glad you did, Agnes. I was worried about Norman as you are.
He talked about Sandra Lawrence as if he had killed her. I mean, really killed her. When, of course, what he meant was that he felt that he'd ended her happiness, ruined her future.
Oh, excuse me, my nurse. Yes? Captain who? The police. Oh, yes. Put him through. Yes, Captain, this is Dr. Gerstein. Yes? Well, she was a patient of mine. What's that? Stabbed to death? Oh, good heavens, Yes, of course. I'll answer any questions you may have. No, not at all. Goodbye. Agnes, you said you left Norman at home?
Yes.
We'd better go there at once.
Why? Arnold, what is it?
That was the police. Sandra Lawrence was found this afternoon in her apartment, stabbed to death.
Oh. Norman was telling the truth. He did kill her?
It seems likely, Agnes. All too likely.
Norman? Oh, he's probably in the bedroom asleep.
I'll come with you.
No, that's empty. The kitchen. I told him if he wanted a snack to ask Nora. Nora, have you seen... Nora!
Easy, Agnes.
And Norman on the floor. Knife in his chest.
Hang on to yourself.
Norman sitting at the kitchen table, blood all over it. Norman, dead. Stabbed to death. Arnold, is this happening? Am I going out of my mind?
Come with me.
Norman.
Please, Agnes, come with me.
Arnold.
Now, you just sit here in the living room and let me handle things out there. Nora, that is your name, isn't it, Nora?
Yes.
What happened here?
I don't know. I can't make any sense out of it.
What happened?
He came here into the kitchen. Had just started dinner. He stared at me like I was some kind of ghost or something. And then he flung himself at me, grabbed me by the throat, and he was screaming, "I'll kill you once and for all. I'll kill you and be rid of you." I grabbed for something to protect myself with. The carving knife was handy. I grabbed that. And the next thing I knew, he was there on the floor with a knife in his chest. Dead. I killed him. But he would have killed me if I hadn't. Why? Why would he have killed you?
Agnes, go back into the living room. Leave this to me.
I want to know. My husband didn't even know you, Nora. Why would he have wanted to kill you? I don't understand.
I do. Or do I?
What do you mean?
When did you hire Nora?
Yesterday morning.
According to the police, that's about the time Sandra Lawrence was murdered.
Well, what of it? What in heaven's name has that to do with Nora?
Look at her, Agnes. Take a good look. Tall, hazel eyes with flecks of green. Long blonde hair. You never met her, but I can tell you, Nora is the image to the life of Sandra Lawrence.
So, through one of those strange twists that fate so often takes, Norman Meredith's nightmare became reality, as he always knew it would. I'll be back shortly, just when you think you've passed away.
You remember that.
As I said when we began, little, if anything, is known about the origin of dreams, where they come from, why they come, what they mean. I can only wish, most sincerely,
for all your dreams to be happy ones. But I doubt that they will. Our cast included Kevin McCarthy, Terry Keane, Grace Matthews, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Now, a preview of our next tale.
You're mine, Clark. You gave me your ring.
But I told you...
Claude, you may play with other women. You may deceive other women. But no man in the history of the world has ever deceived me and lived. I am Venus. I am Aphrodite.
But I only...
Hundreds, thousands, numberless races of men on this planet have worshipped me under numberless names. And now, I choose you. You must leave this woman.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by new sugar-free diet 7-Up and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
This is WBBM Chicago News Radio 78, the correct time, 11:23.
Up next in our prolific parade of programming, it is Eddie Cantor.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bristol Myers, makers of Sal Hepatica for the Smile of Health and True Shave, the Beforehand Lotion, presents the Eddie Cantor Show.
Swanee, how I love you, my dear old Swanee. I'd give the world to be among the folks in D-I-X. I even know my mammy's waiting for me, praying for me down by the Swanee. The folks up north will see me no more when I go to the Swanee shore. Swanee, Swanee, I'm coming back to Swanee. Mammy, Mammy, I love the old folks at home. Mammy's waiting for me, praying for me down by the Swanee. The folks up north will see me no more when I go to the Swanee shore.
Ladies and gentlemen, for months now, people have been writing in and asking how a man like Eddie Cantor spends his day. They'd like to know how he lives. And why. So, tonight we will take you listeners around the clock with Eddie Cantor. Mr. Cantor's day begins at dawn. Yes, 6 a.m. finds Mr. Cantor wide awake and on his feet.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ida, when I went to bed last night, I left $5 on the bureau. Where's the other $1?
7 o'clock is Mr. Cantor's breakfast time. And many a morning when he comes down to breakfast, he finds some poor, hungry derelict at the table who knows that the generous Cantor will not turn him away.
Good morning, Harry.
Pass the syrup, please.
Can't you even say good morning?
Morning.
Harry, I'm glad I got a birdie today. I was having a terrible nightmare.
A nightmare?
Yeah, I dreamed I was all alone in the jungle with Dorothy Lamour, and she was chasing me.
What do you mean, a nightmare?
I was running away. Now be quiet, Harry. Pass me the morning paper, will you?
Yeah, here. Hey, what's in the news, Eddie?
Oh, look. Oh, that's awful.
What's the matter?
Just when everything was going so well, a thing like that has to happen.
Well, what?
Gravel Gertie got a hair caught in a meat truck. Harry, listen to this. Oh, look, this is news for everybody.
What is it?
Frank Sinatra rejected by Army again. Bing Crosby to appeal.
It doesn't say that.
All right, so I made it up. Cook, kill me.
Hey, listen, I hear they kept Sinatra for a 3-day physical. I wonder why.
Well, when he went in, they took off his clothes, and for the first couple of days, they couldn't find him.
Hey, Eddie.
What?
Hey, look at this.
What?
Says here, Japan homeland still suffering from Saturday's earthquake.
Harry, that was no earthquake. That was their fleet trying to come up. Okay, and speaking of the war, listen to this headline. Congress plans to draft women.
Errol Flynn to appeal.
Oh, Harry, it doesn't say that.
I made it up.
Oh, quiet. I wonder where the cook is with my breakfast. Oh, Helene, how do you do? They called him the Mad Russian. Say, Russian.
Yes?
What were you doing in the kitchen?
The cook is always yelling for help.
When is the cook yelling for help?
Every time I'm in the kitchen.
Forget the cook now. How about my breakfast?
Kemper, what would you like this morning? Ham and eggs, bacon and eggs, or sausage and eggs?
Oh, have we got ham and bacon and sausage?
We haven't even got eggs.
No eggs again? Why aren't there any eggs? Every morning I've been yelling at you.
Try yelling at the chicken.
Wait a minute. I'd like to have eggs. Now, Jack Benny lives down the street. Do you think he'd loan us a couple of eggs?
I don't know. Last week I went over there to borrow a cup of sugar.
What happened?
He borrowed the cup.
No ham, no bacon, no sausage, and no eggs. Is there anything else?
Yes, no butter.
Russian, how do you explain this food situation?
Unfortunately, due to the times, there is nothing to eat in the house.
There's nothing to eat in the house due to the times?
Due to the times, I went to the icebox last night.
Never mind. I'll eat downtown. I have a very busy day. Recording, I have to meet my writers, go to my office.
Yes, and at 2 o'clock, Lana Turner, Carol Landis, and Betty Grable are coming to the house for a swimming lesson.
Yeah, but I can't swim. Who's going to teach those girls?
Silly boy.
In Eddie Cantor's day, breakfast ends at 8 o'clock. And after a typical Cantor meal with everyone eating heartily anything, Eddie and Ida leave their company and go immediately to the gymnasium.
All right, Eddie. Inhale, exhale.
Now you, Ida. Inhale, exhale. That's enough. We'll put the cigarette away for tomorrow.
At 10 o'clock, Mr. Cantor bids adieu to his 5 daughters and goes to join Leonard Seuss and Nora Martin at the Decca Company where they're making a record. Of course, the 5 daughters he just bid adieu to wasn't a bad record either.
Hello, Leonard. Hello, Nora.
Hello, Mr. Cantor.
How are you, children? Leonard, what did you give Nora today?
Give her something?
Oh, sure. Valentine's Day. And on Valentine's Day, you're supposed to give her a Valentine.
Why? On Groundhog Day, I didn't give her a groundhog.
I know, Leonard. And on Lincoln's birthday, you didn't buy her a Lincoln. On Columbus Day, you didn't give her Columbus.
Yeah, and on Mother's Day, I didn't give her my mother.
Oh, shut up, will you? Now, you've got the idea. Leonard, aren't you ever romantic? Do you ever try to kiss Nora?
Not me. Every time I try to kiss her, she closes her eyes.
Well, what's the matter with that?
Well, there I am beating my brains out, and she isn't even watching.
Oh, Leonard, you don't know what you're missing. In the picture, I don't know if you saw the picture, but in the picture, Hollywood Canteen, I kissed Nora, and she didn't close her eyes. Did you, Nora?
No. You've got to watch.
All right. As long as you kids can be romantic when you sing, I'll have to settle for that.
Say, Eddie.
Yes, Harry?
The man in the control room says he's ready to play back the record the kids just made.
Oh, good.
Oh, look, they only made one side. While we're here at the recording studio, can I be on the other side of the record?
You want to make a record? You mean you want to sing, Harry?
Yeah, you know that song. Rum and Coca-Cola, rum and...
Well?
George Coke.
Wait. Harry, that doesn't make sense.
Well, then how about this? Water and sal, pat a cup.
Now, that makes sense.
Oh, well, you can say that again.
Now, that makes sense.
Yes, it certainly does, Eddie. When you wake up in the morning feeling sick and headachy due to the need of a laxative. For a glass of sparkling sal hepatica taken then brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. That means you don't have to risk feeling miserable all day waiting until night to take a laxative. You take sal hepatica the minute you need it. And besides quick, gentle relief, Sparkling Sal Hepatica gives you another advantage.
This famous saline helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity.
So tonight or tomorrow, get a bottle of Sal Hepatica from your druggist. Remembering this caution, use only as directed. Then whenever you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see how much faster you feel better. Thanks to gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica.
Gee, that's very good, Harry. But now let's listen to the kids' recording. Singing and Leonard Seuss and his orchestra playing A Little on the Lonely Side.
I'm a little on the lonely, a little on the lonely side. I keep thinking of you only, and wishing you were by my side. You know, my dear, when you're not here, there's no one to romance with. So if I'm seeing you someone else, it's just someone to dance with. Every letter that you send me, I read a dozen times or more. Only wonder that I love you more and more. Oh, how I miss your tender kiss, long to hold you tight. I'm a little on the lonely side tonight. Tender kiss and long to hold you tight. I'm a little on the lonely side
Beautiful, Nora. And Leonard, I can't understand how a boy with such a talent for music can be such a dope at love. I don't know.
Oh, I'm not such a dope, Mr. Cantor. Even while I was listening to that record, I composed a Valentine.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. Listen, Nora. I will be your pot if you will be my flower. I'll be your every second, every minute, every hour.
Get him. Looks like a mouse, talks like a boulevard.
Now, as we continue our trip around the clock with Eddie Cantor, we come to 11 a.m., when Eddie, like any other average citizen, answers the call and presents himself at his local blood bank.
Mr. Cantor, this is the third pint of blood this week. It's wonderful of you to come down again. Well, it's the least I can do. After giving all that blood, Ida's too weak to come down herself.
At 1 o'clock, Mr. Cantor is once again the celebrity and executive as he starts the day in his office.
Now, take this letter to my radio sponsor, Miss Herman.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bristol, I am a man who can only stand so much. And I've stood enough from you. I resent the way you're always interfering, and the less I see of you, the better. And if you don't like it, you know what you can do. Signed, Eddie Cantor.
Mr. Cantor, are you sure you want the letter to go just like this?
Well, just one slight change. Instead of the sponsor, send it to Ida's brother.
Very well, Miss Cantor. There's a man here from Life magazine who's very anxious to see you.
Life. What does he want? An interview or pictures?
10 cents for last week's copy. Oh, and the Soft Tread Detective Agency called. They've located your writers. They're at the Chateau des Fleurs l'Amour.
Those bums? The Chateau des Fleurs l'Amour? Oh, they must have been thrown out of their motel. It's a fine thing, having to hire detectives to find your own writers. Honestly, Miss Herman, I'm not the kind of boss people have to hide from. If just once those writers would come to me and say, it's a tough racket, Eddie, and some weeks we just can't think of a thing. And right now we haven't got a single joke down on paper. You know what I do?
What?
I kill them.
At 1:30, Mr. Cantor arrives at the Chateau des Fleurs l'Amour and, disguising his voice, calls the writers from the lobby.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, sugar.
You know who this is?
What's the difference? You're a dame, ain't you? Get some white rock and come right up.
I'm coming up all right, and it's not a dame. I'm Eddie Cantor.
Hey, Bob, we've been trapped. It ain't a dame, it's Cantor.
Wish you could act that good on the radio.
Here it is Wednesday. I'm on the air in a few hours. Where's my script?
Well, we were coming along fine with the script, but we just happened to get stuck in one little spot.
Well, read me what you've got.
Well, after your opening song, you say, "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen."
Go on.
That's the spot we got stuck in.
Never mind, I'll be right out. I'm right out.
What writers you are. Son, here it is Wednesday. I've been looking for you all week. Why are you always hiding from me? We're not trying to hide, Eddie. We called you at NBC, you weren't there. We called you at RKO, you weren't there. We called you at your office, you weren't there. Well, why didn't you call me at my home? We figured you must be there.
Shut up, Irwin.
Well, I was just...
Now, look, fellas, look, you've had a whole week. Why didn't you start to work last Thursday?
Irwin's wife had a baby.
Yeah, looks just like me.
Too bad it couldn't have been a boy or a girl. All right. So Irwin's wife had a baby Thursday. What about the rest of the week? And before you open your mouth, Irwin, if your wife had a baby Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, I don't think I could stand it.
He couldn't stand it.
Hey, look, Eddie. We got up at 6 o'clock Saturday morning, all ready to work, and couldn't get our typewriter.
Why not?
The hot shop's don't open until 10.
Why didn't you write out in longhand?
Longhand?
Lincoln wrote the whole Gettysburg Address in longhand.
He did?
Didn't you know that?
We didn't even know he hocked the typewriter.
Never mind. Take this pencil, Irwin, and write down some jokes.
Okay,
The idea of hocking the typewriter. If you needed money, why didn't you come to me?
Hey, Irwin, write that one down. That's a good one.
Will you keep quiet? Keep quiet, will you? I hope you guys would get down to writing when they close the racetrack.
Oh, we did. We started the very day they closed. Read them what we writ, Irwin.
Okay, Bob. The thunder of hoofs we'll hear no more, nor the whisper of the tout. We'll have to wait till the war is o'er to hear the bugle that gives out. The jockeys giving up their silk until the war is through, for the colors they now racing is red and white and blue.
Ain't it gripping?
Gripping? It's griping.
And there at the lonely...
Well?
We pause here for a minute out of respect to our bookie. And there at the lonely racetrack, where all can see it burn, is a lamp in a $2 window awaiting our return.
At 4 o'clock every afternoon, Eddie Cantor goes to spend an hour with his namesake, Eddie Cantor Bonsell, Jr. As Eddie sits in the Bonsell living room, he is a picture of poise and personality. And believe me, that's Eddie, a poise and personality. Yep. After a day of trouble, we find Eddie chatting with his little namesake.
So you see, little fellow, my day is full of trouble.
Looking at the
Oh, you and your girl. You have your trouble, too. Tell me, what are you trying to tell your Uncle Eddie with that girl?
Love, girl. Oh, Big Eyes complains about his day. What about my day? It starts at 6 o'clock and I get orange juice with cod liver oil. Cod liver oil. You. Every time I take my cod liver oil, my old man puts a dime in my piggy bank. And then when there's a whole dollar, he takes it and buys another bottle of cod liver oil. Oh, brother. At 10 o'clock, my daddy tries to teach me how to walk. He holds me by the hand. I put one foot out, and I fall right smack on my face. They think I'm dumb because I don't know how to walk. Dumb. If they found out I know how to walk, they'd quit wheeling me around. This is a racket. At 1 o'clock, I have to take my nap. They put me in my crib, and Mommy and Dad are kissing my little tummy. And they say, whose little baby are you? I wish they'd find out. I want to go home. At 3 o'clock, Popeye comes over to play with me. All he does is sit in the chair with wonderful upholstery and wonderful springs. Gee, look at the chair I get to sit in. It isn't hardly finished. Well, I'm not just about winds it up. That's my day. Someday. Huh, Eleanor?
At 4 o'clock in the Cantor home, everything stops for tea. Just as in drugstores, millions of women stop for tea. Trushay. For these women know that spells Trushay, the beforehand lotion.
Yeah, but Harry, you're supposed to be going around the clock with me.
And these women know that after a tea, there are dishes which must be washed in hot, soapy water.
Yeah, but Harry, I never ask my guests to wash the dishes. We use paper ones, and all we have to do is to erase them.
Oh, well, nevertheless, when there's household work to be done, dishes to be washed, hands to be put in hot, soapy water, never forget to apply Trushay, the beforehand lotion. For Trushay is a new idea in hand lotion. Trushay will help guard your hands even while they're in that hot, soapy water. Help protect them from the rough, drying effects of the hot, soapy water. And so help keep your hands soft, smooth, and lovely. Now, why don't you try Trushay and get the benefit of this really different hand lotion? Use it for chapped elbows and knees, and as an all-over beauty lotion. I know you love its fragrance. You love its velvety smoothness. But most of all, you love the way Trushay's beforehand protection helps your hands respond to the loveliness that is theirs. Use Trushay before you get to work, and have lovely hands afterwards.
Well, Harry, now tell the people what happened at my house at 4 o'clock today.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, tell them, Harry.
At 4 o'clock, Mr. Cantor usually entertains some celebrity of the entertainment world.
Well, tell them who. Who was my guest? Tell them already.
There. Well, ladies and gentlemen, most of you have seen the Warner Brothers picture To Have and Have Not, and I know you'll never forget the lovely, exciting, glamorous Lauren Bacall.
If you want me, all you have to do is whistle.
Well, this afternoon, Eddie was all alone in his house in Beverly Hills with that great new cinema find from the motion picture To Have and Have Not. The man who played the piano for Lauren Bacall, Hoagie Carmichael.
Say, Hoagie, I'm so glad you could come over for sandwiches and tea. It will give us a chance to know each other. By the way, what's that sticking out of your pocket?
My own sandwiches. We do know each other.
Tell me, Hoagie, you've written so many grand songs. What inspired you to write Stardust?
Well, one day I happened to look in a book, and it gave me an idea that I really ought to write something.
What was the book?
My bank book.
Oh, I see. Well, Hoagie, you've certainly been a big success as a songwriter. And the other night I saw you in the picture To Have and Have Not. What inspired you to become an actor?
Your bank book.
Well, anyway, you were really fine, and I thought the picture was great, too. But you know, at the end, when Humphrey Bogart kisses Lauren Bacall, that was the longest ending I ever saw in a picture.
What do you mean, the longest ending?
Well, the picture was finished 6 months ago, and he's still kissing her. Oh, here comes my man with our tea.
3 for 3, 3 for 3.
Oh, Russian.
Yes.
That's tea for 2.
I'll join you.
Russian, don't embarrass me in front of my guests. I want you to meet the famous Carmichael.
This is Jack Benny's polar bear.
This man is an artist, a great songwriter.
We have something in common.
What?
I don't know, but if it's common, I got it.
For a moment, I thought you were comparing yourself to a great songwriter like Hoagie Carmichael.
I must accentuate the positive. I have written a song that will be a bigger hit than rum and Coca-Cola.
Well, how's it go?
Gin and
what?
I'll take mine straight.
Never mind, Russian. Forget the songs and just save the tea.
Very well. How will you have your tea? Weak or strong?
Strong.
Lemon or cream?
Lemon.
Cup or saucer?
Silly fool. If you behave yourself, I have a special treat for you. This afternoon, Mr. Carmichael's going to play and sing the song he wrote especially for my program.
Good. While he's playing, I'll be sitting with the cook on my lap alone.
In the quiet of the kitchen. But, Russia, the kitchen is all the way in the back. You won't be able to hear the song. I'll be so disappointed. Well, Hoagie, the piano's all yours, so let's have your brainchild.
Every night while I'm undressing, saying my prayers and lightly confessing, I can hear hot licks from a set of drums upstairs. Well, it couldn't be Johnny, 'cause he isn't there. Johnny's overseas, we know not where, but believe it or not, every night on the dot, I can hear the tenor drum say, Billy Dick, tick-tack. When's that character coming back? When's that kid with the GI lid gonna choo-choo down the track? Oh, poor old me, I'm as beat as can be. My rim has even started to rust. Look at these dicks trying to tick out the licks. They're covered with an inch of dust. Oh, Billy Dick, tick-tack. When's that character coming back? When's that boy with the jumping jaw gonna launch that last attack? If he'll roll like a drumstick, chewing on a gum stick, Jack will soon have a Japanese derby to beat like cymbal on the music track. Tick-tack, when's that character coming back? When's that boy with the jumping jaw gonna launch that last attack? If he'll roll like a drumstick, chewing on a gum stick, Jack will soon have a Japanese derby to beat like cymbal on the music rack. Billy Dick, tick-tack. Billy Dick, tick-tack. When's that character coming back, Mom?
Thank you, Hoagie Carmichael, and good luck to you on your new radio show starting February 26th.
Excuse me, Miss Cantor.
What is it, Miss Herman?
You promised that reporter a statement on Boy Scout Week, and it's getting late.
Oh, yes. Take a memo, Miss Herman. Just say, for years, Eddie Cantor has been gently ribbed about the lack of boys around his house. It has even been said that Cantor is a Boy Scout himself, always scouting for a boy. Well, I've found a lot of fine youngsters in my time, and the best of the lot are always the Boy Scouts. Always the lads who are ready, willing, and able to do a good deed daily. The Boy Scouts of America may well be a great inspiration to all of us. And on this, their 35th anniversary, I would like to tell them how proud we are of their great service to the nation. Keep up the good work, fellas, huh?
And, of course, the biggest moment in Eddie Cantor's life is 9:30 on Wednesday evening. That's the time when he brings joy and happiness to millions of radio listeners. That's the time he goes off the air.
I love to spend each Wednesday with you. Be sure to listen in next week, ladies and gentlemen, when our program will originate from the Santa Ana Air Force Relocation Center in celebration of their 4th anniversary. Ella Logan, just returned from overseas, will be our guest. And in the meantime, don't forget the 2 products that make our Wednesday together possible. Sal Hepatica for the smile of health, and Truchet the beforehand lotion. Sal Hepatica, Truchet. This is Eddie Cantor saying, good night, everybody.
Listen, friends, if you've got a cold this very minute and you're feeling pretty low and miserable, get someone to get you a jar of Minute Rub. I'm serious, for Minute Rub is a modern chest rub that will really help relieve those annoying cold symptoms, and fast. All you have to do is rub a little Minute Rub on your throat, chest, and back. And in a minute, mind you, there'll be a pleasant sensation of warmth as Minute Rub begins to stimulate that lazy surface circulation. At the very same time, Minute Rub's menthol vapors help relieve that clogged up feeling in the nose and throat. So get yourself a jar of Minute Rub and help relieve those annoying and unpleasant cold symptoms.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles. KFI, Los Angeles. KFI, Los Angeles. KFI.
My Favorite Husband is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Please enjoy it.
Yes, it's the new Gay Family series starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning as Liz and George Cooper. Two people who live together and like it. And now let's look in on the Coopers. It's early evening, dinner is over, George is in the living room, and Liz is helping Katie the maid clear off the table.
Mrs. Cooper, you don't have to help me with the dishes.
Oh, I'm just stalling, Katie. I want time to think. George is waiting for me in the living room, and he has that I'm going to lecture Liz expression on his face. I'm afraid he wants to ask me about the right front fender on the car.
Well, what do you think he wants to know about it?
He probably wants to know where it is. Oh, dear. Well, might as well go in and face the music. Yes, George?
Sit down, Liz. I want to talk to you.
I'm sorry about it, George. I couldn't help it. The fender's at the garage being fixed.
What fender?
Oh, me and my big mouth.
Okay, let's have it. What is it this time?
It wasn't my fault, George. You should have seen that place. Cars whizzing past, reckless driving, screeching brakes. I'll never put the car in a parking lot again.
Okay, you're excused.
Well, what did you want to talk to me about, George? Did I do something else?
No, dear, it's about my insurance.
Oh.
You see, I've taken out some more, and I want to explain it to you.
George, insurance is such a waste of money. Look at our fire insurance. We've been paying for it for 10 years and haven't used it once.
I'm talking about my life insurance. I've doubled my insurance, and you'll get $10,000 when I die.
George, what a horrible thought. I won't take it.
Now, honey.
I don't even want to talk about it.
Honey, these are things you have to discuss. After all, I want you well provided for if I should die first.
Oh, there you go again.
Liz, let's face it, I'm not going to live forever.
Well, for my sake, the least you could do is try.
All right, I'll try. But in case I don't make it, if by any chance I go first.
Why do you keep saying that? Don't you feel well?
Oh, Liz, I'm simply speaking in generalities. I might go first, you might go first. We have to be prepared. It's the sensible thing to do.
Why do you say I might go first?
I didn't say that.
Yes, you did, and you sort of smiled when you said it. What are you trying to tell me, George?
Oh, Liz, how dramatic can you get? Now, what are you crying about?
After I'm gone, I suppose you'll marry again?
Oh, I will not.
You won't?
No, I learned my lesson the first time. Honey, I was only teasing. Now, please be practical, and let me tell you about this insurance.
All right.
You see, I took out $10,000, double indemnity.
Double in what is it?
Indemnity. That means if I go normally, you get $10,000. If I go in an accident, you get twice as much, see?
Well, I'm going to miss you. But when you feel yourself going, try to make it an accident, huh?
Gee, you don't have to be that practical.
Well, all right then. You go any way you want.
Thanks.
And don't worry about the money. I'll get a job to help support myself.
Oh, you holding down a job? I'm glad I won't be alive to see it.
Well, I could get a job, all right. I can always be I could probably... Well, with my brains, I could... George, you better make that $30,000.
I thought so. Liz, promise me you'll never get a job. Business is bad enough as it is.
I don't like your attitude, George Cooper. There are lots of morons holding down office jobs, and I'm just as smart as they are.
I agree.
Oh, all right, I'll show you. I'm not even going to wait for you to die. I'm going out and get a job right now. Katie, run a nice warm bath for me, will you? I'm so tired.
Where have you been all morning, Mrs. Cooper?
Out looking for a job, but it's no use. They all want experienced girls. What are you going to do? I'm going to go to business school and learn to type and take shorthand. Hand me that phone. I'm going to call them right now.
Oh, here. I hope you can get the line.
Oh, don't tell me that Brooklyn blabbermouth is hogging the party line again.
All morning.
Oh, dear. Well, we'll see.
And wait till I tell you what happens then. Or, do you want to guess?
There she blows. Pardon me. I have an important call to make. Are you ever going to get off the line?
Mama, we got company. Meet Miss Big Ears.
Why don't you hang up? Don't you ever get tired slapping those lips together? Blah, 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 blah.
I got right. I happen to be talking to my mother.
You are? That's amazing.
It's amazing I'm talking to my mother?
No, it's amazing you have a mother.
What did you think? Somebody built me with an erector set.
No, I thought you came in a box of Cracker Jacks.
Such an insult. Go on, Mama. Tell her off. So what did I say?
How do you like that? Yeah, comes in 2 sizes. Look, let me make one important call, and then you can blab as long as you like.
I got important business, too, Hank. Mama's radio broke, and she missed 3 episodes of the soap operas.
So what?
So Ruthie's giving me a delayed broadcast at this more convenient time.
Do you have to use the telephone?
What do you expect me to use? A 2-way wrist radio, huh?
Oh.
So, Mama, you remember how kindly Dr. Stevenson had to operate on little Jimmy, who was run over by a truck when he tried to save the life of blind Mr. Potts, who was on his way to get the doctor for Grandma Smith, who broke her leg when she fell downstairs trying to help Mary Lou, who caught her hand in the wringer. Oh, yeah. Which show was that?
Life can be beautiful.
Yeah, that's right. Now, in John's Other Wife, Audrey was mad at Roy.
Oh, he makes me so mad.
Well, what are you going to do?
I'll go down to the secretarial school and enroll in person. If I wait for her to get off the phone, I won't need a job. I'll be collecting Social Security.
Ladies, your attention, please. Welcome to Miss Claremont's business school. You are lucky to be studying under Miss Claremont, the world's finest teacher. I am Miss Claremont. When you finish our course, each of you will be completely equipped to get along with your future boss as we teach you shorthand, typing, filing, and jiu-jitsu. For the winter girls, we have a course in broken office running, desk vaulting, and how to use a sharp pencil point. Now, how would like to use Mrs. Cooper to demonstrate typing instructions?
Oh, well, then you better give me another typewriter. This one isn't any good.
What do y'all mean?
It doesn't have any letters on the keys.
Mrs. Cooper.
Yes, ma'am.
Mrs. Cooper, the keys are left blank, so you will learn to type by the touch system.
Oh.
I'll show you. Now, type the middle row of keys. From left to right, A, S, D, F, J, K, L. Oh, very good. Now you've learned something already, haven't you?
Yes, ma'am. As Jeff Jickle. You know, that's a hard word to work into a conversation. Oh, I get the idea, though. I think I'll try to write my name.
How did it come out?
Shake hands with Cordy Uiop.
Class dismissed. All right, Mrs. Cooper. You have been studying shorthand for 3 weeks. When you write the word money, it is not proper shorthand to draw a picture of a little cabbage. That's her. I don't care if it's a split pea. It's not shorthand.
Well, you'll have to admit my typing has improved. This morning I typed 60 words a minute.
Mrs. Cooper, anyone can do that
they pipe the same word over and over. Class dismissed. George, what's the matter? You haven't spoken to me since dinner. And do you have to work at home?
Yes, dear.
George, let me sit on your lap.
Oh, but Liz, this is important.
Kiss me.
Kissing me isn't going to...
Now, is work more important than that?
What work?
That's better. George, why don't you let me help you with your work? I'm doing fine in secretarial school. I'm even writing my shopping list in shorthand.
That can only lead to ptomaine.
Here's my notebook right here.
Is that shorthand?
Sure, what does it look like?
Looks like the tracks of a wounded fly with ink on his feet.
Oh, don't be funny. It's my own system. They all mean something.
Yeah? What does this one mean? The number 3, a dog, and a daisy.
Oh, well, that's to remind me to get 3 heads of cauliflower.
Oh.
Well, I'll wait till you figure it out.
Now, what's this, Dilly? A telescope, a doctor, and a child.
Oh, well, I want to discontinue the newspaper. That means watch out for the examiner boy. See, the telescope is watch out. The doctor is the examiner.
Never mind. Oh, now, here's one I can understand. A man throwing books in the air.
Mm-hmm.
Juggling your books, huh?
Just a little jug. Well, don't worry. I'll make this month's accounts come out right if it takes all my next month's allowance to do it.
Yeah, well, we'll talk about that later.
Okay.
Now explain this last shorthand mystery to me.
Mm-hmm.
A circle, a ship, and a laundry ticket.
Oh, that. See, the circle's for a phonograph record I want to buy.
Yeah. What's the ship and the laundry ticket for?
That's the title. Slow boat to China.
Oh, get out
Are you still working, George? It's almost 11 o'clock.
Oh, yes, dear.
Is something wrong?
Well, not really. The bank examiner's in town, and there's been sort of a mix-up in our books.
Oh.
And just when I need her the most, my secretary is sick.
Oh, George, let me be your secretary.
Oh, no. I'm going to dictate bank reports, not animated cartoons.
Oh, but this is my big chance. Please, George.
Not a chance, Liz. I've already called that school of yours, and they're going to send someone over.
Oh, all right for you, George Cooper.
Now, don't go away mad, Liz.
What's the matter, Mrs. Cooper? You look angry. I am. George needs a secretary, and he won't give me the job. Hey, you know what I'm going to do, Katie? I'm going to call and cancel the other girl and take the job myself. Do you think you should? Well, maybe my typing isn't so hot. My shorthand takes longer than longhand. But think of all the time we'll save. When he chases me around the office, I'll let him catch me.
George is in for a big surprise because he hired a substitute secretary and doesn't know that Liz is planning to substitute for the substitute. Right now, she's in the living room. Wait a minute, is that Liz? It is, and she's wearing a black wig and horn-rimmed spectacles.
Katie, come in a minute, please. I'm coming, Mrs. Cooper. What do you... Oh, pardon me, madam. Oh, Mrs. Cooper, it's you. Pretty good disguise, huh? Do you think I can fool George with this wig? Yes, if you take the price tag off. Have you canceled the other secretary yet? Oh, good heavens, no. I'll call right now. And then Uncle Joe took his wife's face to pay for an operation on Aunt Flossie's eye. And so we conclude another episode of Just Plain Blabbermouth. Don't look now, Mama. Nosy Rosie's back again. That does it. Every time I pick up this phone, you're on it with those awful soap operas. I'm going to have my phone changed. Go ahead. Well, after they catch Uncle Joe, their son, the radio actor, comes in and wants to borrow $10 until television blows over. Well, this infuriates Stephen. How do you like that? A filibuster. Filibuster? Yes, I've had my fill, and I'd like to bust her right in the nose. Well, I'll have to call that school from the drugstore. Goodbye, Katie. Oh, dear, I'm so excited. Do you really think this black wig will fool George? Oh, the wig will fool him all right, but he might recognize your underwear. You forgot to put your dress on. Yes!
Yes?
Mr. Cooper, your new secretary is here.
Well, send her right in.
Tall brunette.
Oh, send her right in. I've been waiting for her.
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
So, good morning. Mr. Cooper?
Yes?
I'm your temporary secretary.
Well, I'm glad to know you, Miss,
I guess I'm a little nervous. I know it as well as I know my own name.
Oh, well, how about sitting down?
No, that sounds too much like an Indian. How about Jane Smith? Yeah, Jane Smith.
Well, Miss Smith, Miss Claremont promised to send me her prize pupil, so you must be pretty expert at shorthand and typing.
Well, Miss Claremont herself will say she's never seen shorthand like mine.
Good. How fast can you take dictation?
500 words a minute.
500? Oh, that's impossible.
Well, not the way I do it. I use both hands. Oh, it's a trick. I'm amphibious.
We've got a lot of work to do, Miss Smith. We'd better get started.
Yes, sir. But what's your hurry? I think I'm going to like you. You think maybe you're going to like me, hey?
Well, Miss Smith.
Oh, don't be so formal, Blondie. Wouldn't you maybe like me to maybe sit on your lap, maybe?
Miss Smith, we have work to do. You can sit on my lap later.
What? Mr. Cooper, you're married, aren't you, huh?
Yes.
Well, your wife sure trusts you, not interviewing your secretaries or anything, and you, a good-looking guy like you.
She trusts me implicitly. She has no idea what goes on around here.
Oh, she doesn't, huh? Why don't you tell me about her? I can just imagine what she looks like.
You can?
Yeah. Yeah, I imagine a handsome guy like you would have a wife who was tall and a gorgeous face and a positively exquisite figure.
Boy, have you got an imagination?
Well, if I'm not too nosy, what does she look like?
Well, she's, I don't know. What can you say about a woman who's middle-aged and dumpy? I'm afraid I can't use you, Liz.
Oh, you knew it all.
Well, I caught on pretty quick. Now, run along. My secretary's due.
Oh, well, I don't know how to tell you this, George, but I thought I could fool you, and I canceled your other secretary.
Liz, you didn't.
Well, all right, I didn't, but don't hold your breath till she gets here. Oh, George, give me a chance. I'll show you what I can do.
Well, it's too late to get anyone else. Now, listen to me.
Yeah?
The Board of Bank Examiners is meeting this afternoon.
Uh-huh.
And they're going to ask certain questions, and they've allowed me to prepare some written answers.
Uh-huh.
You think you can take them down if I dictate them?
Well, of course I can. See, here are my notes from yesterday, and I can still read them. 3 heads of cauliflower, juggle the books, watch out for the examiner boy, get a small boat to
Never mind that stuff.
Oh.
Now, let's get started. Here's the answer to the first question.
Uh-huh.
You ready?
Yes.
The Second National Bank holds its collateral with the Humboldt Construction Company.
George?
Oh, I forgot. The T-H-E,
Uh-huh.
Second, S-E-C-O-N-D, National, N-A-T-I-O-N-A-L. Now, Liz, you sit here while the meeting with the bank examiner is going on. And remember, you're my secretary, Miss Smith.
Yes, George. Mr. Cooper.
All right now. Mr. Cooper, we're ready for you. As you know, things look rather bad at your bank. I hope you have some good answers to the questions we have for you.
Oh, don't worry, Mr. Allen. Hand me those answers you typed, Miss Smith.
Here you are, sir.
And now the first question. In the transaction with the Humboldt Construction Company, what do you hold as collateral for this $10 million loan?
I have it right here. Huh?
What's wrong?
Look at this typing. A whole page of jumbled letters. Not a single word makes sense.
Well, let me see. Oh, dear, that happens in school all the time. You see, I was using the touch system, and all my fingers were one key too far to the right.
Oh, great.
Well, here, let me fix it. I'll type it again with my fingers one key too far to the left.
No.
But, George, that'll make it come out even.
Oh.
Come, Cooper. What's this stalling?
Here, George, read it from my shorthand note.
You're the only one who can read that stuff. Mr. Allen, if you don't mind, my secretary, Miss Smith, will answer the questions from her notebook.
Well, this is highly irregular, but go ahead.
Thank you.
Well, Miss Smith, what does the bank hold as collateral for this $10 million loan?
The quick brown, now is the time. Oh, dear. My notes are all mixed up.
Oh, Liz.
Oh, I have it.
Well, what's the collateral for this $10 million?
3 heads of cauliflower.
Oh, no.
Well, I can't seem to find the answer to that question. could you go to the next question, please?
Yeah, very well. When the amount of collateral is not commensurate with the size of the loan and you discover this condition, what is your procedure?
Juggle the book.
Oh, that's enough, Liz. Sit down.
Just a minute. I think we may have stumbled onto something here.
But you don't understand.
Quiet. Next question, Miss Smith. When Mr. Cooper found out there was to be an investigation, what instructions did he give the employees? Well?
I don't think I'd better read this.
What did he tell the employees? What does it say, girl?
Watch out for the examiner, boys.
For goodness sakes, Liz, try to find the right note.
I'm trying.
Thought you'd get away with something, eh, Cooper?
No, this is all a ridiculous mix-up.
That's what they all say. What would you have done if you'd gotten away with it?
I didn't do anything.
I found it.
What would you have done if you'd gotten away with it?
Get a slow boat to Chelsea. Eat some dinner, George. Are you still mad at me?
No, I've learned to expect things like this. It only took me 6 hours to prove to Mr. Allen that you were responsible for the whole thing.
I'm sorry. And I don't want to work anymore, George. I'll manage to live on your insurance money somehow.
Oh, thanks.
And I'll call up the secretarial school right now and quit.
Now, that should break their hearts.
And the doctor said, Ma Perkins, you'll never walk again. Oh, you. The phone company told me they changed this party line. They did, hey. I'm talking to your new party line now. You are? Well, who is it? Me, Dickie is. Some coincidence, huh?
What's the matter? Liz, speak to me. Say something.
My Favorite Husband has been presented through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
The Mysterious Traveler is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Enjoy.
Mutual presents The Mysterious Traveler.
This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as you hear the story I call Murder in Jazz Time. Tonight, we're going to delve into the strange and confusing events in the life of Alexander Drake. But what person can tell you of these events better than Alex Drake himself? As our story begins, Drake is seated at a small table, staring at several blank sheets of writing paper. Slowly he picks up a pen, hesitates, and starts to write.
I scarcely know at what point to begin telling of the things that have happened to me these past months. I suppose I should begin with Vicky. Vicky, who I have loved ever since we were children. If my love was never returned by her, I was content to wait, ever hopeful that someday she would reciprocate my feelings. We saw a great deal of each other after she graduated college, and I watched with interest as she embarked upon a singing career. Success came to Vicky quickly and smoothly, as all things did. She sang with several name bands and then became a star attraction at the swankier nightclubs. Several years passed, And then one night, as I had always dreamed of it happening, Vicky agreed to marry me. That was the happiest moment of my life. A week later, we were married and driving to New Orleans on our honeymoon. Happy, darling?
Oh, yes, Alex, yes.
No regrets about giving up your career?
None at all.
Oh, it's good of you to say that, Vicky. I'll try to make it up to you.
Oh, no, really, Alex. Giving up my career isn't any sacrifice. For a long time now, I've known that I wasn't very good.
Not very good? Why, you were getting $1,000 a week at the Casablanca. And look at the way your recordings are selling.
Oh, let's face it, Alex. I have a nice voice. I'm fairly attractive. And thanks to fine publicity, I've come a long way. But I'm not really a very good singer.
Oh, nonsense. I think you're a wonderful singer.
That's because you're in love with me, darling. But I know better. Take, for example, that recording of Easy Living that I made.
That was one of the best things you ever did.
Yes, Alex, it was. But have you ever heard the recording that Billie Holiday made of that number?
No, I don't think I have.
Well, if you had heard it, you'd know the difference between good singing and really great singing.
You mean she was so much better?
Yes, Alex. And if I can't be a top blues singer, then I won't sing at all.
Oh, Vicky, you're young yet. It takes time.
No, Alex. You either have it or you don't.
I see. Is that why you decided to give up your career? Marry me?
Yes, darling.
I'm glad you told me. Oh, look, Vicky, that sign. Only 37 miles to New Orleans.
Oh, wonderful. At last I'm going to see New Orleans. You don't know how long I've waited for this.
Why all this enthusiasm for New Orleans?
Why, Alex, New Orleans is the birthplace of jazz. Think of all the great musicians and singers who've come from there and the wonderful jazz they created. People like Willie Johnson, Bertha Hill, and Jack Simmons. And just think, Jeff Becker is still in New Orleans, and we can hear him play.
He's the fellow that owns the famous waterfront cafe, isn't he?
Oh, Alex, Jeff Becker isn't famous because he owns a cafe. Why, he's one of the great names of jazz. Many critics think he's the finest jazz pianist who ever lived.
Forgive my ignorance, darling. I'm afraid I'm just a long-haired heart. Tell me, if this fellow Jeff Becker is as great as you say, how come I haven't heard more about him?
Because he's always refused to leave New Orleans. He's had some fabulous offers to play in New York, but he's turned them all down. That's why he isn't widely known. But real lovers of jazz come from all over the country to hear Jeff Becker play at his cafe.
Well, then I guess there isn't any question as to where we're going tonight. Jeff Becker's it is. An hour later, we were in New Orleans and registered at a hotel. Early that evening, Vicky and I had supper at Antoine's, and then we left for Jeff Becker's cafe. As we drove, Vicky was unable to hide the excitement she felt. Jeff Becker's cafe turned out to be a long, rambling, shabby building with a balcony that ran the length of it and hung over the river. The inside of the cafe was as unpretentious as the outside. There were 40 ancient tables or so, a small bandstand, and an equally small dance floor. A mahogany bar ran the length of one wall with a long mirror behind it reflecting the shabbiness of the cafe. As we were seated, a few musicians began to drift in and take their places on the bandstand. Vicky whispered excitedly to me the names of the musicians, whom she seemed to know without ever having seen before. And suddenly, Vicky clutched at my arm.
Alex, look. There's Jeff Becker.
Where?
There he is, walking towards the piano.
That little sandy-haired man?
Yes. That's Jeff Becker.
I stared at him and felt somewhat disappointed. For no good reason whatsoever, my imagination had led me to see Jeff Becker as an impressive-looking individual, whereas in reality he was a slight man, being no more than 5'5", with a plain, undistinguished-looking face. He looked a good deal younger than the 50 he was reputed to be. There were two very attractive-looking women with him, both of whom followed his every move as he sat down at his piano. The talk and the laughter in the cafe died out, and Jeff Becker and his men began to play. As Jeff Becker played, the disappointment I'd felt about him fast left me. As he sat there at the piano playing smoothly, effortlessly, he was no longer a small, slight man with a plain face. There was a warmth and greatness about him, and even I, who was no lover of jazz, could sense the genius of Jeff Becker.
Isn't he wonderful?
Yes, Vicky, he is. He really is.
Alex, look. He's coming this way.
Yes, he seems to be coming to our table.
Good evening, Miss Saunders. Welcome to New Orleans.
Why, thank you, Mr. Becker. Thank you very much.
Just call me Jeff. Only tourists call me Mr. Becker.
All right, Jeff. Oh, this is my husband, Alex Drake.
Glad to meet you.
How do you do? Won't you join us?
Sorry, no. I only have a minute. The boys and me got some playing to do.
I've heard Brown B. Boogie played before, but never as wonderfully as you do it.
Thanks very much, Vicky.
How did you know who I was?
I've seen pictures of you.
Have you ever heard my wife sing, Jeff?
Yes, I have. Well, I gotta be getting back to work. It's been nice meeting you folks. See you around.
Yes, of course. Huh. An abrupt sort of fellow, isn't he?
He was being tactful, darling, not abrupt. He was afraid you might ask him what he thought of my singing.
Well, what's wrong with my asking him that?
Oh, nothing. Only it would have made Jeff Becker unhappy to have told you the truth about my singing.
Well, anyway, I still think you're great.
Thank you, darling. Oh, look. They're going to play now.
We sat listening to the magic of Jeff Becker's music for hours. When I suggested to Vicky that we leave, she refused, insisting that we remain until closing time, which was 4 a.m. The next evening found us once again at Jeff's cafe, and again we remained until closing. Try as I might, I couldn't get Vicky interested in the sights of New Orleans and the fascinating swamp country nearby. Night after night, despite my protests, we would end up at Jeff's cafe. Life to Vicky came to revolve around these nightly visits, and all else seemed unreal to her. Soon, even I lost track of time. Weeks passed, and then one night at closing time, Jeff Becker came over to our table. For the first time since the night we'd met.
Howdy, folks. Glad to see you still with us.
Hello, Jeff.
Well, how do you folks like New Orleans? Having a good time?
Frankly, we've seen very little of New Orleans outside of this cafe.
Well, just between us, there ain't very much more to see.
I agree. Oh, dear, it's closing time already. No sooner do we get here than it's time to go home.
Well, if you'd like to hear more music, why not stay on? The boys and me always have a small session after closing hours.
Well, thanks very much, Jeff, but I'm afraid that we really must be...
we'd love to stay on, Jeff. It's wonderful of you to ask us.
Glad to have you. See you around.
Vicky, enough is enough. We've been here since 9 o'clock.
Alex, you don't understand. It's an honor to have Jeff ask you to stay on. Few people get that invitation.
Well, I'm duly appreciative, believe me, but 7 hours is enough of this place for one night. Now, come along, Vicky. Let's go back to the hotel.
No, I want to stay for this session.
Vicky, I think I've been more than reasonable. Coming here night after night for weeks. Now it's about time I got my way. I insist we leave.
I won't go, I tell you. I'm staying here. If you want to go back to the hotel, don't let me keep you.
As Vicky screamed at me, for a brief flashing moment, I almost imagined I'd seen hate in her eyes. The shock of that moment was like a revelation. Suddenly, I realized that Vicky had changed, that I was losing her. Her face, as she listened to the music, was like the faces of the musicians, and Jeff Becker's himself. Their emotion laid bare, by turns ecstatic, impassioned, unresisting. I was an outsider looking in on a way of life of which I could never be part. The lateness of the hour, the smoke-filled room, and my confused thoughts were too much for me, and I fell asleep with my head on the table. I have no idea how long I slept. But when I awoke, it was daylight. I became aware of a woman singing. I looked up. I saw it was Vicky. Vicky standing by the piano, singing to Jeff Becker.
Since it is a dancing floor just for my love.
Well, Jeff?
I don't know, Vicky.
What's wrong?
Hard to say.
Oh.
Vicky, jazz was born in these parts. And it came from the people. The people who worked on the levees, the river sidewheelers, and in the fields. It was part of the bone and flesh of old-timers like Willie Johnson and Joe Fletcher. They played jazz the way it was in their hearts. A singer like Chippy Hill just stepped up, clapped her hands, and gave out with the blues. That's what made it great. They played and sang as they felt.
I see.
Second-rate musicians picked up something that was fine and clean and took it to the big cities in the north. But they weren't playing for the sake of music. They were playing for greenbacks.
And is that what's wrong with my singing?
Afraid so. I reckon you had too many teachers, Vicky, and they all taught you to sing by the book. It may be popular, but it ain't good.
Do you think it's too late to go back?
Hard to say, Vicky. Do you want to start all over?
Oh, yes, Jeff, yes. Would you let me stay on here and sing with your band?
Well, if you feel...
No, Vicky.
Alex!
You're not singing with the band. We're leaving New Orleans at once.
Alex, be reasonable. You
It's
know
no
it...
use, Vicky. We're leaving New Orleans today, and that's final. I'll get your suitcases from the closet, Vicky, so that you can start packing.
I tell you, Alex, I'm not leaving New Orleans. Not only am I staying, but I'm going to sing with Jeff Becker's band.
Vicky, are you blind? Can't you see what's happening? You're losing all sense of perception, of values. Life to you has come to mean only Jeff Becker's Cafe.
I don't care. That's where I belong, where I really feel alive. If you loved jazz, felt about it the way I do, you'd understand.
I do understand, but there are other things besides Jeff Becker and his music.
Not for me, there aren't.
Now, here's a suitcase. Start packing.
It's no use, Alex. I'm not leaving.
You'll have to choose between Jeff Becker and myself, Vicky.
Well, I'm sorry it's come to this, Alex. But I'm still going to sing with Jeff Becker's band.
It was at that moment I knew that I had lost Vicky. As she turned away from me, an overwhelming hatred for Jeff Becker surged up within me. Had he been in the room at that moment, I would have killed him without any hesitation. I left the hotel, walked the streets of New Orleans. I knew that Vicky would never be mine as long as Jeff Becker were alive. And I also knew that I couldn't go on without Vicky. There was only one answer. I returned to the hotel, told Vicky I would remain in New Orleans with her. Night after night, we continued going to that waterfront cafe. And each night after the place had closed, Vicky would sing with the band.
There'll be no one unless that someone is you.
As I listened to Vicky sing, even I, who knew very little of music, could sense that her singing was superb. The musicians in the band looked at her approvingly and accepted her as one of themselves. Under Jeff Becker's almost hypnotic guidance, she sang with warmth and feeling. And as much as I hated Jeff Becker, I couldn't help but admire his genius for bringing out talent. The music ended, and Jeff rose from the piano and patted Vicky on the shoulder encouragingly. He left the bandstand and started walking through the cafe towards his office in the back. This was the moment I had long waited for. I quickly eased out of my chair, which was in a darkened part of the cafe, and slipped out into the balcony. I then ran quietly along the balcony until I reached the French door that opened into Jeff Becker's office. I got there just as Jeff sat down at his desk. He was alone. I opened the door and stepped into his office.
Oh. Hello, Alex. What can I do for you?
I've come for my wife.
Your wife? But Vicky isn't in here.
Vicky is wherever you are. And I can't have that, Jeff. She's got to be mine.
She is yours. You know that.
No. She belongs to you now. She said as much. As long as you're alive, Vicky will never be mine. I know that.
You're wrong, Alex. Believe me. It's music.
She's got to be mine. She's got to be. Alex, don't. I felt Jeff's body go limp in my hands. And I knew he was dead. I quickly picked up his slight body in my arms and carried it out to the balcony. There was no one in sight. I leaned over the balcony rail and dropped Jeff's body. It fell into the river with a small splash and was gone. I quietly walked to the other end of the balcony and slipped into my seat in the darkened cafe. The musicians and Vicky were still on the bandstand talking, and I knew they hadn't missed me during the few minutes I'd been gone. The ordeal was over. A week passed, and Jeff Becker's disappearance was the talk of New Orleans. The police questioned everyone, but were unable to solve the mystery. Vicky was inconsolable and locked herself in her room at the hotel, refusing to see anyone.
Who is it?
It's Alex, darling. Please let me in. Darling, you can't stay in your room like this day after day. You know it isn't good for you. Vicky, let's leave New Orleans. Go to New York.
No, I'm going to wait until Jeff comes back.
Vicky, Jeff isn't coming back.
What? What do you mean?
A body was found floating in the Gulf this morning. The police think it's Jeff's body.
Oh, no!
After a week in the water, naturally, it was hard to identify.
Jeff! Dead?
Yes, darling. It's in all the papers.
Oh, Alex!
You mustn't cry, darling. Here, let me wipe your tears. Don't you think it would be better if we left New Orleans?
All right, Alex. Anything you say.
A few days later, we were back in New York. There was snow on the ground, and the air was invigorating. What had happened in New Orleans seemed like a dream, a bad dream. At first, Vicky was melancholy, but as days passed, she grew better, and I felt confident that in time she'd be her old self. We saw all the shows in town and dined at the finest restaurants. And then one night, I took her to Carnegie Hall to hear the Philharmonic Orchestra. Here, darling, here's the program.
Thank you.
Oh, I see they're going to play the Rachmaninoff First Piano Concerto with Andre Duval as soloist. You've always liked that concerto, haven't you?
Yes, Alex.
Look, Duval's just come up on stage. Young, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Happy?
Alex, they're going to play now.
As I sat there in that great concert hall listening to the orchestra, I became aware of discordant playing. I looked at Vicky, at other concert goers, but none seemed aware of it. The discordancy grew. And then suddenly I realized it wasn't the music of Rachmaninoff I was hearing. It was the music of Jeff Becker, being played faster and faster, louder and louder. I fought the impulse to scream out. As I put my hands to my ears, I became aware of my arm being shaken. It was Vicky.
Alex, what's the matter with you?
Vicky, the music. Listen to it.
Alex, be quiet. Everyone is looking at us.
I can't stand it anymore. Let's get out of here.
All right, Alex, but please be quiet. Everybody's looking at us.
Hurry, Vicky, hurry. Oh, it's gone. Thank goodness I can't hear it anymore.
What's gone?
The music.
Alex, you aren't making any sense. We came to the concert to hear music. What's wrong with you?
Wrong? Nothing. Nothing at all. I just suddenly felt ill in there and had to get out.
Perhaps we'd better see a doctor. You look so pale.
No, I'm all right now.
Are you sure?
Yes. Let's go home now, Vicky, huh? All the way home, I kept thinking of the amazing hallucination I'd had. Obviously, it was the result of the mental strain I had undergone in New Orleans. But with sufficient rest and relaxation, I would soon forget the horrible events that had occurred there. Arriving home, I went to bed, but found it difficult to fall asleep. Hours later, I drifted off into an uneasy sleep, and then I started dreaming. I dreamt that I was in Jeff Becker's cafe, and the only people there were Jeff and myself. He was seated at the piano playing, smiling at me. I walked over to the bandstand, and he spoke to me.
Hello, Alex. How do you like this number? Pretty good for a dead man, huh?
You can't play if you're dead.
Yes, I can, Alex. You hear my music, don't you?
Yes, I do.
You're always going to hear it, Alex, always, because my music will never die. Even if you did kill me, it'll go on and on.
No! Stop! No! I don't want to hear it! Stop! Stop!
Alex, wake up! Alex, wake up! Wake up! Alex. Alex, what is it?
What is it?
You were having a nightmare. You screamed and woke me up.
Yes. I remember now.
What were you dreaming about?
New Orleans.
New Orleans?
Yes. Go back to sleep now, Vicky. I'm all right. I'm all right, I said to her. But I wasn't. That was the beginning of a series of nightmares and hallucinations in which I heard Jeff Becker playing that accursed music of his. When an attack came, I would flee from room to room, pressing my fingers against my ears, but there was no escape. I could hear the rhythmic pounding of Jeff Becker's music in my head, growing louder and louder, relentlessly hammering away. I knew that it would only be a question of time before he drove me mad. I fought for my sanity, but the...
Good morning, Mr. Drake. How are you feeling today? Oh, I see you've done quite a bit of writing. Good. I'm glad you followed my suggestion.
It's all written down, Doctor. Everything that happened to me.
It's fine, Mr. Drake. I'm sure it'll be of great help to both of us. Do you feel in the mood for a visitor?
A visitor?
Yes, your wife.
Yes, I'd like to see Vicky.
She's just outside. I'll have her come in. Will you come in now, Mrs. Drake?
Hello, Alex. How are you, darling?
Vicky. Oh, it's good to see you again and have you near me.
Oh, Alex. Dr. Mitchell says that you're much better.
Yes, I'm much better.
Doctor, will you tell him?
Yes, Mr. Drake.
Tell me what?
Well, won't you sit down, Mr. Drake? Yeah, that's it. Now, what I'm going to tell you will come as a shock, but I'm hopeful it'll rid you of the hallucinations you suffer from.
Yes, Doctor?
Mr. Drake, you did not murder Jeff Becker.
But I did. I choked him until he was dead, and then I threw him into the river.
No, Mr. Drake. Jeff Becker was not dead when you threw him into the river. He was only unconscious, and the water revived him.
His body made a splash, a small splash.
Jeff Becker is alive. He was picked up by a fishing trawler going to sea. Do you understand, Mr. Drake? Jeff Becker is alive. Will you come in, please?
I didn't want to do it, but he made me.
Hello, Alex. How are you?
No! You're dead! You're dead, do you hear? But your music, it goes on and on. I can't get away from your music. It follows me everywhere.
Doctor, can't you do something?
I'm afraid we've failed again. This feeling of guilt is overwhelming. However, we shan't give up.
It's getting louder and louder, and I can't escape from it. Stop it! Stop it!
mysterious traveler again. Too bad about poor Alex, wasn't it? It just goes to prove you may be able to escape the law, but there's always your conscience to reckon with. What happened to Alex? Oh, he finally responded to medical treatment, and today he and Vicky are a very happy couple. However, there are still two things Alex can't stand: jazz and the sight of rivers. He's strictly a long hair these days. Now, I recall another young man once who decided that 2 murders are better than 1, and so... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at the same time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. All characters in tonight's story were fictitious, and any resemblance to the names of actual persons was purely coincidental. In tonight's cast were Maurice Toplin, Frank Behrens, Joan Alexander, and John Gibson. All recordings heard in this program were played by Miss Hazel Scott and may be found in her latest album, Great Scott. Organ music was played by Paul Taubman. Sound by George Cooney, broadcast engineer Al King. The Mysterious Traveler is written, produced, and directed by Robert J. Arthur and David Cogan. Listen next week to a tale titled
The Little Man Who Wasn't There.
Another strange and suspenseful tale of the Mysterious Traveler. This program has come to you from our New York studios. Another program of tense and dramatic action will follow in just a minute. Stay tuned to the station for Official Detective. Carl Caruso speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hey, Matt, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Pet Milk Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The first evaporated milk, Pet Milk, presents Fibber, Magee, and Molly with Bill Thompson, Dick LeGrand, Gil Stratton Jr., Gloria McMillan, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The show is written by Phil Leslie and Keith Fowler and directed by Max Hutto with music by the King's Band and Billy Mills Orchestra. This commercial is for husbands only, especially you husbands who help with the family food shopping. When your wife isn't along to sort of keep an eye on you, I know it's a temptation to reach for this and that and not pay too much attention to the list she gave you. But please, fellas, whatever you do, don't forget the Pet evaporated milk. You know what happens if there's no Pet milk in the house? Well, there's none of that good milk gravy you like with your meat and potatoes. It's Pet milk that makes that gravy so good. There's no cream pie for dessert either, because without Pet milk, how's your wife going to make that wonderful kind of cream pie you like? And how about the baby? Don't you know that every day in every way your baby gets stronger and sturdier because of Pet evaporated milk? Another thing, your coffee isn't going to taste half so good if there's no Pet milk to put in it. I've only got a minute, or I'd tell you about dozens of ways your wife uses Pet milk so you can enjoy every meal more. But take my word for it, will you, as man to man? And remember, when you do the family shopping, to be sure to take home some Pet evaporated milk. The sad tale we're about to hear concerns a young girl neighbor of the Magees who's in love with a soda jerk. She's brought her problem to Mrs. Magee, whose own little problem is out of the room right now, as we join Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Now, you sit right here and tell me all about it, Deborah. I'll be glad to help if I can, dear.
I'd kind of like a man's point of view on it, too, Mrs. Magee. Is Mr. Magee home?
Yes, he's down in the basement, dear, tinkering with the cuckoo clock. He took it apart last week to clean it, and now the cuckoo comes out tail first. He'll be along in a minute, though.
Oh, good. I think he knows Ed.
Ed?
Ed Tatum, the man I love.
Oh.
He's head of the soda department at Kramer's drugstore. We've been going steady ever since we...
Oh, hi, kiddo. Well, I finished with the... Oh, we got company?
Yes. You remember Deborah Lynn, don't you, dearie?
Oh, sure. Hi, Debbie.
Hello, Mr. McGee.
Say, you're getting to be a real grown-up young lady. Seems like only yesterday I saw you on the street eating a big taffy apple. When was that?
Yesterday.
Oh. That's probably why it seemed like yesterday. Well, kiddo, I fixed the cuckoo clock.
The bird comes out head first now?
No, but I cut the feathers off the tail and painted a face on the bare spot. Comes out that way.
Must be very attractive. McGee, Deborah came over to discuss a personal problem with us.
Oh?
Yeah.
It's about Ed Tatum, who works at Kramer's drugstore. I believe you know him.
Oh, sure I do. As nice a kid as ever gave me raspberry ice cream when I asked for spataccio. What's Ed done?
Nothing, and that's the trouble. We've been going steady, but he always seems so cold.
My gosh, what boy wouldn't when he spends half the day with his head stuck in an ice cream freezer?
I mean, he's indifferent. I'm crazy about Ed, and I'd like to be his wife if he'd asked me, but he never mentions the subject.
Well, maybe it would help if you gave him a little hint.
Yeah, that's an idea. Oh, boy. The hints Molly used to give me when we were going together.
Now, lover, if it's all the same to you...
I'll never forget the time I came to see her and she left every faucet in the house running so as it would sound like Niagara Falls.
Dearie, if you don't...
And another time we went on a picnic when she was hitting real hard that she'd like a ring on her finger, see? She brought along weenies, and every weenie was wearing a donut.
McGee.
And enough, huh?
That's enough of that.
Okay. But them hints worked for you. They might work for Debbie here, too.
Oh, I've tried hints, Mr. McGee, but they just roll off of Ed. I'm afraid he just doesn't love me.
Oh, now don't you worry, Debbie. I'll bet you he does. The boy's probably just bashful.
Sure he is. I watched that kid down at Kramer's, Debbie. That boy gets all red and flustered when a lady orders salad without dressing.
If I only knew that was it. If I could be sure that he loves me, but is just too shy to say so.
Well, there's one way to find out. I'll go down to Kramer's drugstore and ask him. Want me to?
Oh, gee, Mr. McGee, would you?
Sure.
Oh, that's wonderful. I just don't know how to thank you.
Okay, you wait here with Molly.
Oh, but McGee...
I'll go to the drugstore and be like Cupid, except a few years older and with more clothes on.
Hello, Mr. McGee.
Hi, Ed.
What can I do for you today? Maybe a phosphate?
No, nothing, Ed. Just dropped by to chew the fat. As long as I'm here, though, you might give me a glass of water.
Yes, sir. Here you are.
Could you put a little ice in it?
Sure.
Thanks. Say, them slices of lemon you got over there, cut up for the tea. How about squeezing one of them in my glass?
Yes, sir. There. How's that?
Fine. Now slide me the sugar bowl.
Okay. Anything else, sir?
No, that's all. Ah, ooey. That's the worst dad-ratted lemonade I ever tasted. People oughtn't to pay for it.
You didn't, Mr. McGee.
Well, I'm talking about people that's dumb enough to. I guess I shouldn't worry about them, though, but that's the way I am, Ed. Always fighting for the underdog. But that ain't what I come for, Ed. You got time to talk?
Oh, sure. I'm just fixing the banana split.
You go around with little Debbie Lynn, don't you?
Yes, sir.
You like her?
Like her? Oh, she's wonderful. She's marvelous. Debbie's the most beautiful, the most lovable...
Hey, you better put that banana down. You're squeezing the insides out of it.
Gee, I'm crazy about Debbie, Mr. McGee.
Yeah?
I think about her all the time. I see her face in every Sunday I dish up. That's why I get confused and serve people the wrong ice cream.
Yeah, being in love can do that to a guy, I guess. Gets so he don't know his tutti from his fruity.
That's what Debbie does to me, all right.
Well, if you're so crazy about her, why don't you ask her to marry you?
Oh, she'd just laugh at me. Why, I'm not fit to put pickles on her sandwich plate. I'm not fit to touch the hem of her hamburger. I'm not fit to...
No. Never mind the shop talk. I got news for you, Ed. Debbie loves you, too. She'd like to marry you.
What?
Yep.
What? How could she? I can't believe it.
Look, Debbie's at our house right now. As soon as you get off work, why don't you come by there and pop the question at her?
Oh, I will. Oh, boy, I'll be there.
Okay, I'll see you when... Hey. What you doing with them chopped nuts?
Chopped nuts?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I'm just putting them in the banana split bowl.
That ain't a bowl, boy. That's your left ear. I'll see you later, Ed.
Billy Mills and the orchestra and Grand Central Station.
Out just like I told you it would, Debbie. Ed's hopped up like a frog on a rock. He's coming over here right after work and propose.
Oh, Mr. Magee, how wonderful.
Good for you, dear. You've done a fine thing.
Yep. Debbie's a lucky girl to get herself a husband like Ed. Because the kind of a fine, upstanding, sincere, sweet, thoughtful type husband I am, he is. Or will be.
Oh, I know he will. Oh, I'm so happy.
Hey, Molly, get up and let me have that big chair you're sitting in, will you? That walk to the drugstore kind of left me kind of pooped.
My chair? Well, dearie, I'm trying to sort out some of your socks.
Oh, come on. You're always up and down so much anyhow, waiting on me anyhow. It's a shame to waste the best chair in the house under you.
Yes, I guess it is. All right, take the chair.
Thanks. Hand me a cigar off the mantel there, Molly. I'd get it myself, but you're already on your feet, and as long as you're up...
Come in. Well, hello there, Mr. Oldtimer.
Hello there, kids. Hey, company.
A friend of ours, Oldtimer, Debbie Lynn. This is him.
I'm glad to know you, sir.
Likewise, daughter. Right, pretty name, Debbie. Think I knowed your mother. Was she a beetle horse from Arkansas?
No, Mother was a Barton.
That's right, Jezebel Barton. Knowed her very well. She used to be a gun runner for the Confederate cavalry.
No. My gosh, Debbie's mother wasn't even around in them days.
Oh, this girl wasn't around either, Johnny. She was more of a square. I was saying to Bessie just today...
Oh, Bessie, how is she these days?
Oh, Bessie's fine, daughter. Sharp as a tack and just as flat-headed. We was down at Kramer's drugstore a while ago having a soda.
Kramer's? At the soda fountain?
Yep. Nice young fella waited on us there. Tall boy with a far-away look in his eye and one ear full of chopped nuts.
That's Ed.
Yes, he's the boy Debbie here is going to marry.
Is that so? Funny you should mention marriage, daughter. Bessie brought it up just a while ago.
She did, huh?
Yep. We were sitting there eating a double moon glow purple Stardust Sweetheart's Deluxe Delight with whipped cream and 2 spoons. We must have done something to her, I guess.
Really?
All at once,
She turns to me and says, "Honey boy," she says, "let's you and me get married."
Just like that, huh?
I says, "Don't be silly, Bessie." I says, "Who in the world would marry us?" Oh, kid.
He's very, nice, isn't he?
Yeah, he's fine if you can stand him. Shove that sofa pillow under my heels here, will you, Molly? This coffee table is kind of hard under my feet.
Oh, Magee, now that doesn't look very nice.
Hand me the paper, kiddo.
Where is it?
Where is it? Gee whiz, how should I know? It was wherever I left it when I went downtown. You're the housekeeper here, you know.
I haven't seen it since breakfast when you were hiding behind it, as usual.
Does Mr. Magee always read the paper at the breakfast table, Mrs. Magee?
Always. Always. If I were asked to describe how my husband looks in the mornings, I'd say he has a broad white face with freckles that spell out taxes to be increased.
Well, I bet when Ed wants his morning paper, Debbie will run all over the house like frantic looking for it.
Well, I do want to be a good wife to him.
Well, as soon as you're married, of course, Debbie, the first thing you got to do is let him know who's boss. Him. That way you'll all...
Oh, just a minute, boss. Come in.
Hello, Molly. Hi, pal.
Come in, Mr. Wilcox.
Hello, Hilo.
I'd like you to meet our little friend, Deborah Lynn. Deborah, this is Mr. Wilcox.
Happy to meet you, Mr. Wilcox.
Well, I'm glad to know you, Miss Lynn. I've heard a lot about you from Ed down at Kramer's drugstore.
Yeah, and I'm the guy that he brought the kids together, Junior. They're engaged practical.
They will be soon. I'll bet Ed runs all the way here from work with his heart in his little hot hand.
Ah, that's wonderful, Debbie. I can just picture your wedding day. What an exciting moment when the bride and groom come home for the first time to their little cottage.
Oh.
The happy young husband steps across the threshold. In his arms, he carries his radiant bride.
Oh, sure.
And in her arms, she carries a case of pet evaporated milk.
Yikes.
Gee, I thought a bride always carried a bouquet.
Ah, not a clever bride like you, Debbie. You're bright enough to know that the greatest assurance of a happy married life is plenty of well-cooked food.
Well.
And the finest foods are those cooked with pet milk. After all, you couldn't cook a bouquet.
You know, you got a point there, Junior. Why don't you put your hat back on it and go home?
Debbie, you must always remember that marriage is a 50-50 proposition.
One horse and one rabbit.
By 50-50 proposition, I mean give and take.
Give and take?
Yes. Give him his favorite foods prepared with pet, and take a bow when he thanks you.
Ah, yes. It takes a heap of cooking to make a house a home.
And, Debbie, another thing a wife must remember is to always keep smiling and cheerful through all kinds of trouble.
Oh, I will.
Someday your husband may come home with tears streaming down his face and say to you, "Deborah, all is lost. We're ruined. The market crash has wiped us out. I've lost my job. The mortgage is due. And I was just run over by the 14th Street bus." Woe is us.
Woe is right, Junior. Of all the corny
I'm supposed to stay cheerful, Mr. Wilcox?
Always, Debbie, always. As he sits there sobbing, his head on his arms, his shoulders heaving with emotion, you say with a cheery smile, "Too bad, darling. Here, have a cup of steaming hot coffee, made rich and delicious by the addition of copious quantities of pet milk."
Yeah, and then you better duck, Debbie, because if he don't throw that cup right at your noggin, I will...
Now, wait a minute. Quiet, pal, quiet.
Okay, I'll be quiet.
So you see, if you remember all those things, Debbie, you and Ed will be supremely happy in your little pet-covered cottage.
That's vine-covered cottage.
I know. And nothing could be viner than pet. Goodbye, kid.
Brother, clear from left field.
He seems to know a lot about marriage, Mrs. Magee. Has he been married long?
No, Mr. Wilcox knows a lot of girls, Debbie, but so far he hasn't been able to make up his mind.
Yeah, he reminds me of a guy I knew back in Peoria. I ever tell you about that, Molly, about Clyde Reeder's romance with the Slade twins, Ada and Ida?
You never did.
Well, sit down, kids, and I will. You see, Clyde Reeder couldn't decide whether he wanted Ada for his bride or Ida for his bride because Ada was beside her. You couldn't tell Ada from Ida. If Clyde glowed with pride at the lovely picture Ada made, it turned out to be Ida Slade instead of Ada Slade. Clyde tried and tried to divide Ada from Ida, but when he called Ida, Ada hit this mater, and when he called Ada, Ida, it annoyed her.
I'd like to have saw that.
Without being rude or crude, he even watched the way they chewed their food, but that didn't work because Ada chewed like Ida chewed. The more Clyde wooed, the more he'd brood about the life he'd lead. If he made Ida his bride, because might decide when the knot was tied that he should have pursued Ada because her Mrs. Rita instead of Ida.
Yeah. I see.
But Clyde paid no heed to the tears that flowed, for he knew if he stayed, his love would fade and never succeed. So he denied Ida and defied Ada and went to Nevada and married a Swede named Hilda McGillicuddy.
Interesting, dearie, wasn't it, Debbie?
Oh, excuse me. I guess I was thinking about Ed. What was it about the people in Peoria, Mr. McGee?
Well, you see, Clyde Reeder couldn't decide between Ada Slade and Ida Slade, so he told... I'll skip it. You go on thinking about Ed, sis. That boy's going to make you a fine husband. And why? Because I and him have got all the same traits. I may be a little too generous at times, of course. But...
Oh, see, that reminds me, McGee. Be sure and let me have some money before you go to bed tonight, will you, dearie?
Money?
Yeah, there's a big sale on dresses at the Boundtown tomorrow, and I want to get there early.
Are you kidding, Tootsie? You already got a dress.
Well, of course, but...
My gosh, the one you got on looks okay. Turn around. Why, there ain't a hole in it any place. When did you buy that?
September.
It's nearly new.
1948.
Wore well, hasn't it? You see, Debbie, that's one of the things that a good husband expects his lucky wife not to do, buy too many clothes.
But, gee, Mr. McGee, 4 years is a long time for a dress. I'm sure Ed would want me to have enough money to
keep him well fed and happy, you betcha. The way to do that is to start yourself out on a budget.
Yes, we started on a budget, Debbie. It showed us what it cost to live and how much we could save out of our paycheck each week. Only one thing was missing.
What was that?
A paycheck.
I can show you the very budget book we started out with, sis. Got it right here in the hall closet.
Oh, no, don't open that, McGee.
Oh, relax, kiddo. I straightened this closet all out yesterday.
Heavenly days, you did straighten it out.
Yeah. You see, Debbie, all husbands like a place to keep their own stuff in. Private. I keep mine right here in the hall closet. Nice and neat.
Yes, sir.
Ah, and there's the old budget book. Right under this here, let me get it.
Watch it now.
There it is. Butter, 12 cents a pound. Loaf of bread, 5 cents. Round steak, 15 cents. Liver for the cat, no charge.
The King's Men and Slowpoke.
You put her off her procrastinator. You're always late, and lately you're getting later. Oh, I'm waiting. Oh, still waiting. You keep me waiting till it's getting aggravating. You're a slowpoke. I wait and worry, but you never seem to hurry. You're a slowpoke. Time means nothing to you. I wait and then late again. 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 9:45. Why should I linger every time you snap your finger, you slowpoke? Why can't you hasten when you see the time's a-wasting, you slowpoke? Why should I keep trying to change you? It's not the thing to do. I guess I'll have to learn to be a slowpoke, too. Slowpoke, slowpoke. I won't wait, I won't stay. You won't get me that way. You keep me waiting till it's getting aggravating. You're a slowpoke. I wait and worry, but you never seem to hurry. You're a slowpoke. Why should I keep trying to change you? What's the use if I do? I guess I'll have to be a slowpoke just like you. Slowpoke.
Put everything back in the closet okay, Molly? Get it all straight?
Yes, Master.
Ah, this is a great life you're heading for, Debbie. You and Ed.
Yes, sir.
You kids will be happier than pigs in a puddle. Anything he wants to know about being a husband, I'll tell him. And where are you going?
I think I'll go get a drink of water. My throat is dry.
Oh, yeah.
Just help yourself, dear. My, she's nervous.
Yeah, we're just excited. This is a pretty wonderful day in her life, Molly. And you know something?
Yeah?
Gives me a kind of a warm feeling to be the one that brings those two young lovers together. To know that I have been chose as the instrument of fate.
Sort of a blunt instrument.
Why, them kids will...
Uh-oh, is this him? Is this Ed?
No, looks like Ole. Come in.
Oh, hello, Ole.
Well, hello, Mrs. Hi, Magee.
Hi, Ole. Stick around for the excitement, boy. Young Ed Tatum is on his way over here to propose any minute.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah.
Well, I hope you two will be very happy to get him, Magee. Wait a minute. Who does he propose to? You, Mrs.?
Oh, no, little Debbie Lynn, Ole. She's out in the kitchen. Himself here's playing Cupid. Sit down, Ole.
Oh, I can't stay, Mrs. You see, my missus told me to ask you what about the little party at our house.
Party?
Oh, that reminds me, Molly. Ole's wife told me to tell you that you're invited to a party at her house last night.
Well, thank you very much. My goodness, Ole, this is the first I heard of it. Tell her I'm sorry.
Well, that's too bad, Mrs. And for you, Magee, I give you some good advice.
Advice?
Don't mess around with other people's love lives.
What you mean?
Look, Magoosh, there's only one word I know of that rhymes with Cupid. It starts with a S, and believe me, it ain't smart fella either. So long.
I'm sorry I forgot to tell you about that party, Molly. But you wouldn't have had any fun there anyhow without me. It was just women.
I know. Debbie, don't look so distressed. That happens all the time, dear.
I didn't mean to be listening in, Mrs. Magee, but, well, gee, I'd hate to miss a party just because my husband...
Well, I hardly ever go anywhere without him anyhow. The most fun about being married is just being together, the two of you. Always.
Sure it is.
Oh, I know. If Ed'll just stay close to me.
Like tonight. Now, Magee and I haven't anything planned at all, and I'm looking forward to just sitting here in front of the fire, popping some popcorn.
Oh, not tonight, Tootsie. I can't pop popcorn tonight. I got to go bowling tonight.
That was last night. I sat here all alone.
Yeah, but we wound up in a tie, so we're going to bowl it off tonight. Yeah, I'm Doc Gamble versus... Oh. This is it, Debbie. This is him. Come in, Eddie.
Hello, Eddie. Come in.
Hello, Mrs. Magee. Mr. Magee. Ah, Debbie.
Oh, Eddie.
Oh, sure.
She's been waiting for you, Eddie.
Yeah, go on, boy. Do your stuff.
Debbie, darling, I want you to be my wife.
That's it.
I will cherish you and protect you.
That's the stuff.
And I'll work my brains out.
Oh, Eddie, I know you will. Will you be thoughtful and kind? And when I need things, will you let me buy them? And will you never leave me home alone, Eddie?
Isn't that sweet, Magee?
Yes. It's a far, far better thing I done than I've ever done before.
Debbie, listen. This is a pledge, honey, a solemn vow.
Yes, Eddie?
I promise you from the bottom of my heart, I'll always do everything I possibly can to be the same exact kind of husband Mr. Magee is. What's wrong with her?
I don't know. It must have been something she ate.
Fibber and Molly return in a moment. You know, a woman spends half her life in the kitchen just to fix the kind of food her husband and youngsters like best. She's not thinking of herself, she's thinking of them. Well, now the pet milk people understand this, and to be helpful, on every tall can of pet evaporated milk, they print a husband-tested recipe right on the label. Every recipe on a pet milk label is first tried in homes like yours to be sure the result is pleasing to the family. And that's just one extra you get when you get Pet Evaporated Milk. You also get extra richness because Pet Milk is good, sweet country milk concentrated to double richness by evaporation. You get extra convenience, too, because Pet Milk stays good and sweet in those handy sealed cans. So if you like, you can buy a month's supply at a time. Extra economy is another advantage, for Pet Milk costs less generally than any other form of whole milk. Yes, Pet Milk helps you fix the foods your family likes best and save money, too. So, next time you go to your grocer's, don't forget to get some Pet Evaporated Milk.
So you see, Deborah, Ed will look just as wonderful to you as Mr. Magee does to me.
I know he will, Mrs. Magee. I acted awfully silly a while ago.
Mr. Magee has his faults, of course. We all do. But I wouldn't know what to do without him. Why, I just couldn't give him away for anything.
I'm sure you couldn't. I know Ed and I will be so happy. He'll be so sweet and thoughtful and kind. The most wonderful husband in the world.
Somebody call me?
No, dearie.
Oh, good night.
Good night, all.
The first evaporated milk, Pet Milk, brings you Fibber, Magee, and Molly each week at this time. Be with us again next Tuesday night, won't you? Mix a happy marriage with a lonely mother-in-law and a secret love, and you have the ingredients for the dramatic story of the week on Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor program next Saturday morning. Don't miss it. Right after the story, Mary Lee Taylor will tell you the easy way to make the kind of cherry cream pie husbands like best. It's a big double feature, so be sure to listen next Saturday morning over NBC for Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor.
Now enjoy the Eddie Cantor Show on NBC.
Are you brave enough to spend the night in the mystery house? Well, we will soon know.
Mystery House. Mystery House, that strange publishing firm owned by Dan and Barbara Glenn, where each new novel is acted out by the Mystery House staff before it is accepted for publication. Mystery House.
Well, Barbie, I've read the script for tonight's story, and I'd be willing to bet it'll fool the folks.
Well, it certainly fools me.
Shouldn't you change it then, Mr. Glenn?
Change it? Why? We want to keep folks baffled.
Well, with a detective story, I guess that's right.
Oh, guess it. I know.
Well, people don't want to be fooled about facts, though, Mr. Glenn. They want the absolute truth.
I think this is leading up to something, Tom. What absolute truth are you trying to put across tonight?
Thanks, Mrs. Glenn. Thanks for the opening. Just listening, you'll find out.
Okay, places, everybody. Set the scene for tonight's story, will you, Tom?
Murder takes practice. Tonight's story opens in the luxuriously furnished study of Fred Ellsworth, an elderly gentleman who has called a private detective to his home.
I want you to live right in this house with us, Barton. And if you need more men, get them. Expense is not to be a factor. Understand?
Are you sure somebody's trying to murder you, Mr. Ellsworth? You know, murder isn't a very complicated thing. All a killer has to do is kill.
I've told you somebody's trying to murder me. You're to accept what I tell you while you're working for me.
Okay. But there might be another angle. If anybody wanted to kill you, why wouldn't you be dead by this time?
Consider what's happened. First, my Great Dane dog dies. The veterinarian performs an autopsy, and the cause of death is arsenic, enough to kill a herd of horses.
Well, maybe somebody didn't like the dog. I've always been sort of edgy about those big dogs myself.
I'm not a fool, Barton. If you think I am, perhaps I'd better call some other detective agency. Let me show you what I found, or rather what Patty found in one of the wastebaskets.
Who's Patty?
My niece. Here. Look at it.
Yeah, what is it? Looks like an architect's drawing.
Yes, but it's a drawing of my bedroom. Everything in the room marked in. And notice that dotted line from the window to the bed. Another dotted line from the door to the bed. Another from the bath to my bed.
What of it?
I've been awakened 3 different mornings by a dried bean hitting my face. A bean shot with some force. And I suspect those beans have come from the 3 places shown on the diagram. The window, the hall, the bath.
You see anybody?
No. The first time I didn't even look. I was too startled. And I hadn't seen this fool diagram.
But if anybody were really trying to kill you...
It would have been a bullet, not a bean. Of course, I know that. Anybody would know that.
Well, then I don't see what makes you think you're slated for murder.
Somebody's practicing, Barton.
Practicing? People don't practice on murder.
I'm up against a killer who's taking no chances, who wants to be sure of committing a perfect crime.
Well, then you must have some idea of who the killer is.
Of course I have. It's somebody in my household, naturally.
Why do you say naturally?
Because there isn't a person in this place I wouldn't suspect of it.
Even your niece?
She showed me that diagram, certainly. But if you were planning a murder, don't you think it would be rather clever to act like you were helping to prevent it?
Well, why should she kill you?
She fancies I've done her some grave injuries, the little fool.
Injuries? Like what?
Both she and Lucian are wards of mine. Lucian is my late sister's son. Patty is my late brother's daughter.
Well, I'd think they'd be pretty grateful to you for taking them in.
But Patty wants control of her money. She wants all kinds of things. She wants to marry a no-good moronic gigolo.
Oh, she has money of her own, then.
In trust, to be given her at the discretion of a board of which I'm the chairman.
Uh-huh. Well, how about the boy, Lucian?
He doesn't have a dime of his own and never will have until I die.
He's fond of you, is he?
He hates me. He feels very much injured because I forced him to take engineering so he can take a place in my organization.
Engineering, huh? Engineers make plans and diagrams, don't they?
Yes. Who is it?
Carrie, I wanted to talk to you.
All right, come in.
Oh, I didn't know you had anyone with you.
Carrie, this is Mr. Barton. He's going to stay with us a while.
A new butler? That's very nice. This house has been so upset since the last one...
No, he's not a butler. Mr. Barton's a detective.
A detective? But why?
I'm going to find out who killed Nada, Carrie.
Oh. But don't you think it was an accident, Cousin Fred? She was such a big dog.
Nonsense, Carrie. Dogs don't eat arsenic by accident, not even big dogs.
No, I suppose not. Oh, dear, I do hope you don't think I'm being rude, Mr. Barton, but this is going to complicate things.
Well, I won't be any bother. At least I'll try not to be, Miss...
Tinley. Carrie Tinley. I sort of keep house for Cousin Fred. And with the cook leaving...
Oh, don't act like a martyr, Carrie. She only left 2 days ago. And if you'd ever get firm with the employment agency...
Oh, I was quite insistent, Cousin Fred. But you see, the last cook, Myrtle, told them at the agency why she had left, and they won't send any more.
We'll discuss that later, Carrie.
Just a second. Miss Tinley, why did the last cook leave?
It's of no consequence, Barton.
Yeah. But why did she leave, Miss Tinley?
Why...
that will do, Carrie.
Mr. Ellsworth, if I'm going to help you, I have to know what's going on here.
This doesn't concern you, Barton. I'll see you later, Carrie.
Yes.
Miss Tinley, why did the cook leave?
Why, I don't know that I should tell you, Mr. Barton.
Listen, Barton, you're working for me and you'll follow my orders.
Yeah? Unless I can run things the way I want to, I'm not working for you or anybody else, Mr. Ellsworth.
What's all the row?
Oh, hello, Patty.
Your uncle doesn't want Miss Tinley to tell me why the cook left.
I should rather think not.
Please.
The only solution I can think of is for Uncle Fred to do all the cooking himself.
Why?
He frightens them all out of their wits, insisting that they taste a little of everything in front of him.
Patty.
You see, he's afraid his food may be poisoned.
Oh? Is that right, Mr. Ellsworth?
I'm not a crank, Barton, regardless of what you think.
Well, it's really pretty stupid, Mr. Barton. A month ago, he ate some fish that didn't agree with him.
It was poisoned.
None of the rest of us suffered any ill effects.
No, because none of the rest of you were eating poisoned food. It was aimed at me.
A guilty conscience does strange things, Uncle Fred. You think people are trying to kill you because you think deep down in your heart that they have a reason to.
Young lady, you can't talk to me like this.
Oh, dear. Patty, don't you think that...
I think all right. I think Uncle Fred's riding for a fall. He's played the high-handed dictator with all of us.
Patty, you mustn't talk like that.
Oh, don't be such a jellyfish, Carrie. He's treated you shamefully. You can't call your soul your own. Why, you could do better working as a housemaid than you do here. His own cousin. You've given the best years of your life looking out for him, and he treats you like so much dirt.
You're getting pretty brave, aren't you, Patty?
I don't know why I should kowtow to you. I've decided you're never going to let me run my own life anyway.
Hi. Hey, where is everybody?
In the study, Lucian. Come on.
Don't call him in here. Mr. Barton and I were having a private conference.
Hey, what is this? A family convention? Oh, pardon me. I don't know you, do I?
This is Mr. Barton, Lucian. He's a detective.
Detective?
Well, what's so funny, Lucian?
You are, Unky. He thinks somebody's trying to kill him.
Yeah. What do you think?
Oh, I'm not supposed to think. Nobody else in the house has any right to think. Nobody but Uncle Fred. He does all the thinking.
You'd better be careful how you talk, young man.
You used to make me believe that, Unky, but not anymore. Nope. You wouldn't toss me out, because then you couldn't control me, and you enjoy it too much.
Lucian, please don't upset Cousin Fred, please.
Worried, Carrie? Neither one of us needs to worry. You're too good a workhorse to get sacked, and I'm too perfect a puppet. And he's scared anyway, Carrie. Look at him. He's lost weight this last month. He's jittery. Why, he...
Stop it, you ungrateful little bum.
Ungrateful? What am I supposed to be grateful for, Unky? You've never let me do anything I wanted to do. You've tried to make me a carbon copy of you. And when I look at the original... No, I'm not grateful.
Get out of here. This minute. I'm through with you, understand? Get out.
You really mean that, Unky?
You bet I mean it.
Oh, boy, what a break. I've been trying to get up my courage for this for a long time. And now that it's happened, wow. You ought to try it, Carrie.
Lucian, you don't know what you're saying. Ellsworth, you don't really want Lucian to leave.
Don't give him a chance to change his mind, Carrie. And by the way, why don't you join me?
What?
Oh, I don't mean come with me, but why don't you come to life and clear out of here? You'll never find a better time.
Get out, Lucian, and be quick about it.
Right, Unky. You know, I haven't got a dime in the world and no place to go. I suppose I should be worried. But you know how I feel? Just wonderful. So long, Unky.
Well, I wanted to do that for a long time. It's a relief having it over.
Wasn't very smart, Mr. Ellsworth.
Look, Barton, I won't have anyone telling
You got me telling you right now. Just suppose Lucian is the one who's trying to murder you because he hates you.
Then I'm rid of him.
He knows this house like a book. And if he hated you enough to want to kill you before, how does he feel now?
Get so upset, dear. You must learn to control yourself, Patty.
Oh, you'd be better off if you didn't control yourself so well. Poor Lucian. I wonder what's going to happen to him.
You know, I have a feeling Cousin Fred will be easier to be around now that Lucian's gone. I don't like to say this, but I think Lucian was playing jokes on him.
Playing jokes on him?
That diagram Cousin Fred made such a fuss about... I don't know whether I should tell anybody or not, but... Well, I saw Lucian throw it in the wastebasket.
What? Well, I'll be darned. You're sure, Carrie?
Why, yes.
We better tell him about it, then.
No, I wouldn't want to do anything to cause anybody any trouble. Come back, please.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, get some backbone, Carrie. Where is he?
In his study with that detective. You know, I'm not sure I trust that man.
You're afraid of your own shadow. Come on.
But you mustn't go in without knocking. Cousin Fred won't permit that. You know he won't.
Why, there's nobody...
Hey! Look out! Oh, you might have been killed. What is that?
Why, it's an iron dumbbell from Lucian's gymnasium stuff. Wait, you could see. It was held over the door by a piece of rope. When the door opened, the rope released it.
Hey, Carrie, that noise, what was it?
About 25 pounds of concentrated iron, Uncle Fred, balanced right over your door.
You see, Barton?
Yeah, but this is the first time I've ever seen a murderer practice.
Is somebody trying to scare Uncle Fred? Or does the would-be murderer really mean business? And why so cautious? Why not get it over in a hurry? Well, maybe that's what will happen in the second act of tonight's story. And now, Act 2 of Murder Takes Practice. It's 11 o'clock at night, and the Ellsworth family is getting ready to go to bed.
I wonder where Lucian's staying tonight.
I neither know nor care.
Well, you're wrong there.
Oh, no.
If I have murder suspects, I want to keep them where I can watch them.
But you surely don't think Lucian...
He could hardly have engineered that dumbbell business. After all, he wasn't even here.
Well, he knows his way around the place, doesn't he? I'll bet you right now I could wander around this house for weeks without any of you knowing it. After all, this is a pretty good-sized hunk of a home.
Nonsense. You don't like it because I did what was proper under the circumstances instead of following your advice.
Oh, that noise. What was it?
Just a door slamming.
No, there's somebody in this house. We'll all be killed.
I'll go take a look, Miss Tinley, if it'll make you feel any easier.
Halt! Wherever you are, halt, or I'll shoot. I mean it.
Harry, I'm nervous enough without your screaming.
All right, kid, come on. No funny stuff. You're lucky I didn't hit you.
Lucian.
Well, what of it?
So you were skulking around here after you'd been told to leave.
I walked out without any clothes or money or anything. I wasn't gone an hour before I realized I'd need some things for my room. I didn't want to talk to any of you, so I tried to get up to my room without your knowing about it, and got shot at for my pains.
Do you happen to know anything about an iron dumbbell, Lucian?
Huh? Oh, don't worry. I'm not taking it with me. Been checking to see if anything was missing, huh? Well, it's here. Carrie borrowed it to use as a doorstop for her bedroom door. Why?
How about that, Carrie?
Why, yes, I did, but... Oh, Cousin Fred, you don't think that means I put the thing up over your door?
It's funny you hadn't mentioned it, Carrie.
There's nothing funny about it. If something from your room were used in a murder attempt, I don't think you'd mention it either.
You sound like a very philosophical person, Barton. But I've got a hotel room to find tonight, so if you'll promise not to shoot at me again, I'll go on up and get my things together.
No, you're not leaving here tonight, Lucian.
You want to bet?
I'd bet a good deal on it. You're a suspect.
Oh, you flatter me. If you think I'm trying to murder Unky, I should think you'd want me to clear out in a hurry.
I'd like to keep murder suspects where I can watch them.
Oh, by the way, that brings up what we were coming to see you about, Uncle Fred.
No, Patty, please.
Coming to see me about? Yes, I wondered what you two were doing in the study. You've both been forbidden to enter the place without my being there.
But we... that is, at least I thought you were there.
And you know what I've always said about knocking before you come in, don't you? Well?
Yes, I mentioned that to Patty when she started to open the door.
Oh,
but...
let's not have another of those idiotic squabbles about the sacredness of your study. We came to tell you that Carrie
No,
had seen...
Patty, you mustn't. It was different when I thought Lucian had left, but now you just can't.
Can't what? What is this anyway?
Carrie says she saw you making that diagram of Uncle Fred's room.
What?
Well, of course I made a diagram of his room. Or rather, a floor plan.
Yeah? Why?
It was a classroom assignment. Floor plan of the largest bedroom in the house.
I suppose it was part of your assignment to make those dotted lines from the window and the two doors to your uncle's bed.
I didn't make any dotted lines. Somebody else did that. Somebody who saw me working and wanted to get me in bad.
No, Lucian, I wouldn't hurt you for anything.
Who was it found the plan in the wastebasket? Patty. And of all the people in the place, who gains most by Unky's death?
That's not so. What I'd get aside from what's rightfully mine already, I don't know. But I rather imagine both you and Carrie get the bulk of Uncle Fred's own money, unless he's found time to change his will.
Well, how about that, Mr. Ellsworth?
Under the circumstances, Barton, I think it would be most uncircumspect for me to explain my will at the moment.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Well, it's time to go to bed.
I'm not staying here.
Guess again, lad. I'm going to escort each of you to your rooms. I'm going to watch you go in and close your doors. And my advice is to stay there.
Who is it? Who is it, I said? Answer me.
It's me, Carrie.
Carrie, what in the world are you doing here? Didn't you hear what the detective said about staying in your own room?
I'm afraid, Patty. I'm frightened half to death. Lucian's here, too, and after my telling what I saw, that plan, he may want to kill me, too.
I'd rather you'd go back to your own room, Carrie.
But together, a murderer would be afraid.
I've been doing some thinking, Carrie. You admit you saw Lucian make that diagram. You ordinarily empty the wastebaskets, but you had me do it the day I found that plan. And it was you who told me Uncle Fred was in the study this afternoon when I almost got my head bashed in.
Patty, no, surely you don't think that I would commit murder.
Whoever this murderer is, he or she is being awfully cautious. You're the most cautious person I've ever known. You have reason to hate Uncle Fred. Well, at least as much reason as Lucian and I.
But that's not true.
Carrie, just what would you gain by Uncle Fred's death?
What? You mustn't say such a thing, Patty. You mustn't.
Help!
What?
Help! Somebody, for the love of heaven! Quick, help!
That's Uncle Fred. Come on.
All right, stay in your rooms, all of you, till I tell you differently. Oh, hang it, all of you out here. Okay, come on.
Oh, dear. Is he dead?
Oh, it smells like chloroform in here. I can't stand.
Oh, he's all right. We got to him in time. He can't be clear under. Hey, come on, wake up.
Huh? Oh.
Here's the cause. On his bed, right by the pillow. A rag soaked with chloroform.
Well, toss it out the window before it makes the rest of us groggy.
Okay.
I woke up feeling sick. That sickly sweet smell. And I was dizzy. I tried to get up out of bed, and I couldn't. I fell out, I guess, and started crawling to the door. I called. Thank goodness you heard me.
But who would have chloroform? This stuff always makes me sick.
Well, if you folks had followed my instructions, we'd know now who did this.
Why?
Because after you went to bed, I stuck a little piece of black thread on each door frame. I stuck it on with a dab of chewing gum, and then draped the thread over the doorknob.
That's very clever.
Yeah, it would have been. They hadn't have all come rushing out when you called. Well, I don't suppose I can blame them.
I'm glad somebody came. This time, Barton, I'd like to be with you when they go to their rooms. And I'm serving notice. I'm locking mine from the inside.
All right, all of you. Those threads are in place across your doorknobs. Now, if anything else should happen, don't come out under any circumstances until I tell you to. Anybody who opens a door is open to suspicion as a would-be murderer. Now, get that straight, all of you. Okay, Mr. Ellsworth, come on.
Yes. Do you suppose any of them could hear us now, Barton?
Oh, I don't see how.
I have a plan to trap the murderer. A plan that will work.
What kind of a plan?
Here, you take my gun. You go to my room, I'll go to yours.
Well, I don't think there'll be any more murder attempts tonight. A little thread should keep everybody at home now that they know about them.
I'm not so sure. You get into my bed. Keep the gun ready and don't go to sleep.
Okay. Might be worth a try at that. At least it'll keep you from being nervous.
Thanks. And good night.
Hey, what?
Don't shoot, Barton. I've got another idea.
Oh, what now?
Wait till I close the door, so nobody will hear.
All right, just a second. I'll turn on the light.
No.
What?
No, they might be watching. It would never do to let them know we're together. We can talk in the dark.
Okay, go ahead. What's on your mind?
That day you came to my office, soliciting business as a private detective.
Yeah, what about it?
I got to thinking about it afterwards. You asked a good many questions.
Well, what of it?
You weren't actually soliciting business. You were doing business right then, weren't you?
Well, what makes you think that?
Who hired you to spy on me, Barton?
Harlow Morton.
He wanted you to find out why I wouldn't let Patty marry him, didn't he?
Sure. You can't blame him, can you?
What did you tell him?
Well, I told him I thought you'd stolen the girl's money and didn't dare let her get married.
What made you think that?
A little checking into your finances.
And just what did you advise him to do about it?
I told him there wasn't a thing in the world he could do about it, unless he wanted to lose his own shirt in a slander suit.
But if I'd stolen money...
And you could produce enough to cover, although it would strap you. And you're in charge of the trust. You'd be okay, and Harlow Morton would be at your mercy. You'd get enough damages to put you back on top again.
You gave him very excellent advice. I hope he paid you well for it.
Well enough. Why?
Didn't you think it odd that I should hire you to handle these murder attempts for me?
No, not at all. Most people don't know many private detectives.
What a pity. What would you say if I were to tell you that everything that's happened has been leading up to this? It's all part of a plan.
What are you talking about?
Everything that's happened, I've done myself. Nobody'd ever suspect a man of trying to murder himself, would they? I put the dotted lines on the floor plan. The story about the dried beans was pure fabrication. I poisoned the dog. I never liked the animal anyway. I put that dumbbell over the door. I put the chloroform-soaked rag next to my pillow.
You don't say. Why?
To establish that somebody was trying to murder me. I knew what I was doing all the time.
Okay, I'll bite. What were you doing?
Building a plan to rid myself of Patty and you.
Well, maybe I'm dense, Ellsworth, but I don't get it.
And you were supposed to be a detective. First, let me assure you that there's no use firing that revolver I gave you. You've instructed everybody to stay in their rooms till you call, and you'd never get a chance to call. That gun's loaded with blanks.
Pretty cute, Mr. Ellsworth.
The gun I have in my hand is a little pearl-handled revolver that Patty kept hidden in her dresser, and is well covered with her fingerprints. I'm wearing gloves, and I've already removed the string from her door. My story will be that you asked me to change places with you. It'll sound perfectly logical. After all, you're a detective trying to catch a murderer. I'll have plenty of time to get back to your room again, thanks to your instruction.
I take it you're going to shoot me.
Marvelous deduction.
Okay. You're too smart for me.
To make sure.
No, you don't. Yeah. You were firing at a bunch of bedding rolled up and put under the covers, Ellsworth. Maybe dumb, but one trick they teach you early in this game is you can't tell what direction a voice is coming from in the dark.
Huh? You tricked me. But it's not too late yet.
It's later than you think, Unky. Much later.
Lucian, you...
Barton came and got me right after you got into his bed, Unky. I've heard the whole works. And this gun I'm pointing at the back of your head isn't loaded with any blanks.
That chloroform-soaked rag was the tip-off, Ellsworth. You had chloroform burns on your fingers, and none of the rest of them did. Ellsworth, I've seen some bunglers in my time, but you top 'em all. You took more practice than any murderer who'd ever lived, and still muffed it.
it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Looks like that doggone train's going to be late again, Mr. Dillon.
You ever know what time it wasn't?
Well, no, sir, but it'd kindly make Dodge seem more civilized somehow if the train ever got in when it was supposed to.
It'd take more than that to civilize this town, Chester.
You know, I heard a fellow from the east somewhere spouting off over at the Dodge house the other day, and he said civilization follows the railroad.
He must own stock in the company.
Ah, hello, Doc.
It follows the plow, the way I heard it.
Oh, Doc, you wasn't even there.
Oh, there must have been some other fellow I heard.
You're up kind of early this morning, aren't you?
Well, I could say the same thing.
Hey, there she comes.
Yeah.
They sure been holding back on that whistle.
Yes, they're probably trying to sneak in, Chester. Ashamed of being on time for once.
Oh.
Naturally, I'm up early, Matt. As one of the few respectable citizens of Dodge, I felt it was my duty to be on hand to greet the senator personally.
Oh, that's mighty thoughtful of you, Doc.
If all he was to see standing on the platform was you roughneck wolves with dirty shirts, he might get the wrong impression.
Oh, now, Doc, you're hurting Chester's feelings. He washed that shirt himself.
I mean, he might have done a better job if he'd used some soap.
I did use some soap. Doggone it, Doc.
Well, at least the politicians in Topeka and Washington have finally found out that we're on the map.
Might be better if they hadn't. They're probably fixing to raise taxes.
No, Doc. Senator Hooper is here to study the problems of the farmers and the cattlemen firsthand. That's what the telegram said.
He's more likely here to investigate the general laxity in law enforcement.
Look, that must be him standing there in the door of the coach, huh?
Yeah.
Yes, come on, Matt. Come on. It isn't every day you get to shake the hand that feeds you.
Well, it's sure not feeding me from very high on the hog, Doc.
Oh, now, if you weren't marshal, you might have to go and work for a living.
Greetings and salutations, good people of Dodge City. Thank you. I hope you'll be just as enthusiastic when the next election rolls around.
Welcome to the frontier, Senator. I'm Matt Dillon.
Here's a pleasure. I've heard a lot about you.
This is Doc Adams.
An honor, Doctor.
This is Chester Proudfoot, Senator Barclay Hooper.
Pleased to meet you. How do you do? Can I give you a hand with that baggage, Mr. Senator?
Why, it's real kind of you, Mr. Cloudfoot.
You're Proudfoot. And you're welcome.
the Homestead Act.
Later. I fully intend to meet each and every one of you personally to listen to your problems and to answer any questions you may have.
Are you hurt, Senator?
It's my arm, Marshal.
Doc, take care of him, will you? Come on, Chester. Will you move?
It comes from behind that baggage cart there, Mr. Dillon, at the end of the depot.
Yeah, well, the only place it could have. With the crowd all watching the train, nobody had noticed.
Ain't no sign of nobody around here now.
Let's take a look back at the depot. Come on.
I can't figure out why nobody would want to shoot the senator. He don't seem like a bad fellow at all. For a politician, I mean. Anyway, he's... Look at there, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I see him.
That's old Willie Angel.
Yeah.
Well, I do declare, Marshal.
What's the matter, Willie? What happened?
Oh, some big galoot running heck for leather just knocked me down, is what happened.
What, you got a look at him?
No, never seen him before in my life. Just knocked me over scat-cat for breakfast and went right on. Jumped on a horse there and rid off like the old Nick was after him.
Well, I guess that's that.
If you don't mind, Marshal, I'll get on around there and hear the speaking. I was late already. Had to feed my sheep before I come into town.
This sure is going to give the senator a mighty bad impression of Dodge, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, maybe so, Chester, but he's still alive. At least so far.
Now listen just a minute, if you will. I've got a little story to tell you. Well, it's not so little, it's sort of a tall tale. Ever hear of the demon brick setter from Williamson County? That'll have to do for his name, because I haven't ever heard of any other. Stories about him are popular mostly around Pennsylvania, but other places, too, call him their native son. Seems he came out of the hill country, a powerful 8-foot giant as wild and woolly as they come. First thing he did when he hit civilization was to get a shave and a haircut. They clipped him with tin shears and shaved him with a blowtorch. To cool off, he drank a nitric acid cocktail and a little sulfuric for a chaser. Well, sir, he surprised everybody when he announced that he was a bricklayer. But they gave him a job, and he proved his brag. Seems he was used to natural stone. And when he picked up his first brick, why, he gripped it a little too hard and squeezed it into a fine red dust. But he soon got used to being gentle and really got to moving. He could drop bricks into place faster than 14 men could pile them loose beside him. And when he slapped on the mortar, the sparks flew like the 4th of July. Then he really got warmed up. Taking off his shoes, he used his toes like he had 2 more hands. By sundown, he had the building finished and rented. But it sure was one day's work. He had worn out 3 dozen helpers, set 10 million bricks, and made the building 12 stories higher than it was supposed to be. Well, I guess you know the rest of the bricklayers around the country were mighty impressed, and they began to perk up and take pride in their labors. Since that day, they've tried to equal the record set by the demon brick setter from Williamson County. That's the main reason why today America has some of the biggest and finest buildings in the world. You might say that bricklaying has become a mighty constructive business. Say, isn't it nice being citizens of a country where you can laugh and talk about things free as a breeze? And write and read and worship, too. Yes, sir. Maybe you don't think about it much, but you should.
Now, Senator, you just hold still a minute. This is going to hurt some, but I got to clean this wound.
Tell me, Doctor, dressing...
Take it easy.
Dressing a wound like this, wouldn't it be better to do it in the hospital instead of here in your office?
Hospital? You're in the prairie country, Senator. Just a moment now. We got 1 school, 1 church, 1 jail, 12 saloons, 5 dance halls, and no hospital.
It's unthinkable.
There, that should do it. All right, now, we'll get this bandage on here. Oh, any luck, Matt?
No, Doc. How do you feel, Senator?
I'll live. The bullet barely grazed me.
Any idea who might want to kill you?
Well, I might name a dozen or so. Washington, but here, no. Didn't anyone in the crowd see the shot fired, Marshal?
Apparently not. A man was seen running away right afterward, and he was probably the one.
Well, who saw him, Matt?
Old Willie Angel. The gunman knocked him down, getting away.
I presume the witness is trustworthy.
He always has been. He's a sheep herder. Lives alone out west of town. Kind of a stiff-necked old codger.
You checked his gun, I suppose.
Oh, Willie's never been known to carry one.
I thought everybody did, judging by that crowd at the station.
Most of them do. Cattlemen, no more than sheepmen.
You just lift your arm a little bit more.
Well, at least this witness should be able to recognize my assailant if he sees him again.
Well, I hope so. It's about the only chance we got. Provided, of course, the assailant doesn't get to him first.
What do you mean?
Well, Willie pulled out while I was checking through the crowd and went back home, I guess. I'm going out now and bring him in. He'll be safer with me than on his own. Meantime, I imagine you'll want to cancel your speeches, huh?
Marshal,
All right, Senator. You can roll your sleeves down. Now, just put on your coat.
Yeah, fine. Marshal, I led too many cavalry charges during the War of the Rebellion to be scared off by one bullet.
One's sometimes enough, Senator.
Nonsense. This chap has already proved himself a poor shot. No, Marshal, I shall speak to the people at 4 o'clock this afternoon from the front porch of the Dodge House exactly as I intended. All I ask is a reasonable amount of protection.
Well, I'll do what I can, Senator.
There he is, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Hey, Willie. Willie!
Yes, sir, Marshal. I'll be right with you. Just as soon as I get these ornery critters into the pen here.
Yeah, let's stretch our legs a little, Chester.
I swear I never could figure out how a man could take up with sheep, Mr. Dillon. Sheep just ain't human somehow.
You know, Chester, sometimes humans aren't even human.
I guess so, but...
I said it before, and I'll say it again. The old rams and the ewes ain't no trouble. Them gall-dang lambs ain't got no sense at all.
What'd you run off to this morning, Willie?
I come back home, Marshal. Where'd you think? As soon as I heard there wasn't going to be no speaking.
Anybody been out here since then?
Of course not. Who do you think come clear out here?
That fellow who knocked you down this morning, might.
What for? He ain't no friend of mine. What are you getting at, Marshal?
You're the only man in Dodge City who can identify him, and he knows it.
You mean he'd be after me?
That's right.
Man sure can get himself into a passel of trouble when he ain't meaning to.
Yeah. Why don't you come back into town with us, Willie? You'll be a lot safer.
For how long?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe just this afternoon. The senator's going to speak at 4 o'clock. That gunman might show up again. You could spot him for me.
Well, I'm real partial to speaking.
Well, good. It'll work out fine.
Yes, sir. Yeah, but I still got to think about the sheep. How to leave them took care of, I mean.
Well, you'll be back this evening, more than likely, in the morning at the latest. Well, you could throw out feed now, enough to do them. Chester will help you, Willie. He's very fond of sheep, aren't you?
Is that a fact now? Well, then you understand them, don't you, Chester?
No, I don't. Now, I wouldn't go as far as to say that.
Marshal, you know, there's one thing I don't figure out.
Oh, what's that?
Your job's to protect that there senator, ain't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Then how come you're bothering about me? I ain't nobody.
Willie, the day I start thinking that way, I'll take off my badge. Now, come on, let's feed those sheep.
Matt, you're jumpy as a cat.
Yeah, I guess I am, Kitty.
That gunman who tried to kill the senator is probably 50 miles from here by now.
I wish I could be sure of that.
Well, worrying won't make you sure. Let me bring you a beer.
No, not now. Thanks, Kitty. I got to get on over to the Dodge House pretty quick.
When's the senator going to speak?
Well, as soon as the honor guard gets here from the fort.
Oh, is he that important?
Well, he was a cavalry colonel with the Union Army during the war. Pretty good one, too, I guess. One of the officers present at Lee's surrender and decorated personally by President Lincoln.
Oh, well, you never know just by looking, huh?
Yeah, he's got nerve, all right. Might be better if he didn't.
You mean he'd call the speech off?
Yeah.
Matt, I think you're getting all worked up over nothing. Nobody's going to try anything today. Why, there'll be 300-400 people out there in the street.
That's what makes it worse. With a crowd like that, it'd be awful hard to spot anything in time to stop it.
But he couldn't get away. He wouldn't have a chance.
Oh, we'd probably catch him, all right, but it wouldn't help the senator much.
Well, he probably knows that, so he won't try.
Kitty, a grudge killer, and that's what this one probably is. Never cares much whether he's caught as long as he's able to carry out his grudge first.
What grudge? Senator Hooper's never been here before. He doesn't even know anyone here.
Somebody knows him.
Well. So this is what law enforcement has finally come to.
Hello, Doc.
Sitting here in a saloon in the middle of the afternoon, too. Getting all liquored up.
You're wrong, Doc. He wouldn't even have a beer.
Oh, well, good. I'll have it for him.
Oh, sit down. I'll bring it over.
Thank you, Kitty. Oh, my. Well, you worried, man?
Wouldn't you be?
Well, I don't know.
I've never been in this kind of a spot. I just cure 'em when I can and bury 'em when I can't.
Yeah. And in both cases, you collect your fee.
Well, I try to most of the time. Oh, by the way, where's Willie Angel?
He's in the back room there with Chester. We walked him around town for a couple of hours trying to spot that gunman, but no luck.
Well, maybe he left town.
I doubt it, Doc.
You figure he's going to show then, huh?
Yeah, he'll show. Somewhere in that crowd. And when he does, he'll have a gun in his hand.
Allegan is a nice little place, not unlike Dowagiac or Niles. But then small towns in Michigan are all pretty much alike. Saturday is the big night in town, of course. The week's farming is done. Sale crops are at market, and Mom, Pop, and the kids get slicked up for the square dance at the Grange Hall or the summer party at Chet's Beach Point Lodge. Winter means potluck dinners at the schoolhouse and breaking out the good food put up earlier in the year, and long, cold months before the red breast of the first robin is seen or the first apple blossom bursts out on the trees. That's about the time of Holland's Tulip Festival, the time when the city people begin to think of going over to Mackinac Island for a few weeks. It's the time of tree toads in the woods and sassafras smell along Route 5. Detroit is at a halfway point, and more than one young man's fancy turns to thoughts of the girl he left in Kalamazoo. That's springtime in Michigan, a state which all the time fulfills the promise of its motto, if you seek a pleasant peninsula, look about you.
There comes the cavalry, Mr. Dillon.
Still no sign of him, Willie?
No, sir, Marshal. I've been staring at that crowd from one end to the other, and I just don't see hide and hair of that fellow.
Well, keep trying. Stay behind me there toward the back of the porch, huh?
Yes, sir.
Well, Senator, you can still call this off, you know.
I don't imagine they have much use with cowards in Dodge City.
It's not a matter of cowardice, Senator. It's just plain common sense.
If you were in my place, would you call it off, Marshal?
It doesn't matter what I do, Senator.
You've answered me. Just tell me what you want me to do now.
Well, mainly just don't stand too far toward the front of the porch when you get up to talk. That way you'll be protected from anybody in that crowd on top of the buildings across the street over there.
I understand.
And I'll be right beside you here. Jess will be on the other side. And if either one of us says drop, you get down real fast.
That you can count on.
You'll make sure he does, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Comedy! Out!
Marshal, I want you to know that I appreciate your position here, your responsibility. I have complete confidence.
Well, thank you, sir. And good luck, sir.
Thank you, Captain. Gentlemen. Officers and troopers of the United States Cavalry, and all of you good people of Dodge City, I intend to try once again this afternoon to make a speech which earlier, you may recall, was rather rudely interrupted. I had announced that I was coming here to discuss problems and take up grievances. So I could only assume that the unknown gentleman this morning must have had a very big grievance. And though I don't entirely approve of his methods, he did one thing I wish all of you would do. He delivered his grievance in person, instead of telling it to...
Mr. Dillon!
Willie!
Willie Angel himself.
He had a derringer hidden in the front of his shirt.
Did you kill him?
I don't know. Doc, come on up here, will you?
But why, Marshal? I never saw this man before in my life.
I don't know, Senator. Captain, did you use your men to keep the crowd back off the porch?
First and second platoon, form as skirmishers. Lieutenant, move your platoon to the left.
Willie, can you hear me?
Hurts, Marshal. Hurts awful bad.
Here, Chester, help me carry him inside, huh?
Yes, sir.
Now, Willie, why did you do it? What is it you got against the senator?
Not senator. Colonel Barclay Hooper, Richmond, 65. Rode over us, cut us to ribbons, him and his Blue Devils. Both my brothers murdered, sabred.
That was the war, Willie, but that's over. It was over the day General Lee surrendered.
Yeah, Lee maybe, but not me. Made him bow down, but not really Angel. I got away from him. I've been waiting.
Just let me have a look here.
Hurts bad. Marshal, my sheep's out there. You gotta feed my sheep.
That's all right, Willie. I'll see they're taken care of.
Ain't just sheep. They're my friends. Only friends I ever had, except my brothers. And they're dead.
He's unconscious.
Well, what do you think, Doc?
Well, it's about 50-50. It'd maybe be better if he did die. Why, Willie wouldn't last a year in jail.
Yeah. Well, Senator, looks like the war's still going on, doesn't it?
All this time, just waiting, he said.
Yeah. Kind of funny in a way. If he'd killed you 10 or 12 years ago, he'd have been a hero. Out of half the country, anyway. He tries the same thing today, and he's shot down as a criminal. It's something to think about, isn't it, Senator?
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald. Stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
The Jack Benny Program.
Quality of product is essential to continuing success.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Of course.
You said it.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
At 49 American.
Year after year, at market after market, independent tobacco experts present at the auctions can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. Ripe, rich tobacco, fine Lucky Strike tobacco. That means real deep-down smoking enjoyment for you.
Profit by the experience of tobacco experts. Remember, in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco Lucky Strike.
The Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, since this is our first program of the new year, I'd like to bring you a man who has made two important resolutions. The first resolution was to give every member of his cast a raise. The second resolution was to forget the first one. And here he is, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And Don, I thought that was a very unfunny introduction.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, I happen to think it was very funny.
Well, I don't care what you think. You know, you may not know this, Don, but you can get brand new, shiny 1946 announcers without waiting for Detroit to make up its mind. You know, I wouldn't mind having a thin announcer for a change. I'm getting pretty sick of looking at a pot that big without flowers in it. So just... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Happy New Year, Don.
Well, same to you, Mary.
Hey, what about me? Aren't you going to thank me for the swell time I showed you New Year's Eve at that nightclub?
Yeah, but next time, let's not go home at 11:30.
Now, Mary, you know very well that we didn't get home till daybreak. Boy, was I raring.
You should have seen him, Don. Jack drank one bottle of Coca-Cola, jumped up on the chandelier, beat his chest, and yelled, "Look at me, I'm Tarzan."
Yes, sir.
And he fooled everybody if he hadn't opened his shirt.
Oh, yeah? Well, how about that Tarzan yell I gave?
That wasn't a Tarzan yell. You sat on a hot light bulb.
Now, Mary.
And then he drank another bottle of Coca-Cola without a chaser yet.
Guy can have a little fun, Candy. Anyway, I was the life of the party.
You were nothing but a big show-off.
I was not a show-off.
Then why did you ask the waiter to throw you out?
I just did that for a gag. Now, Mary, you know very well we had a marvelous time. We danced all evening.
Okay, I had a marvelous time.
You're darn tootin'.
Say, Mary, is Jack a good dancer?
I don't know. It's the first time I ever did the minuet.
Oh, stop, will you? You've done the minuet before.
Yeah, but not while the band was playing Cow Cow Boogie.
Mary, now, on New Year's Eve, you gotta let yourself go.
Say,
you know.
Jack, what'd you do at the stroke of 12?
What did he do? He said Happy New Year, took an aspirin, and passed out.
Well, I wasn't out long, sister. And, Don, when I came to, I went around and kissed every woman in the place.
You did?
Yeah. And Mary was so jealous, she tried to stop me.
I wasn't jealous. I was only trying to tell you the place was closed and those women were mopping up.
I was wondering why they all wore upsweep hairdos. Anyway, let's forget about me. How about you, Don? Did you have a good time New Year's Eve?
I sure did, Jack. At the stroke of 12, I crawled out of the fireplace and filled all the stockings with toys.
Fill the stockings with toys? On New Year's Eve? Don, you were 7 days late.
I know. I was stuck in the chimney.
Oh, I see. Well, that's terrible. You could have fallen down and hurt yourself.
Yes, but I was lucky enough to catch the flu.
Well, I'm glad you what?
I was in the chimney, but I was lucky enough to catch the flu.
Don, I have an arrangement with Abbott and Costello. We leave them alone, and they leave us alone. So let's try it. Well, hello, Larry. Happy New Year.
Same to you, Jack.
Jack? Why, Larry, what's come over you? You've always called me Mr. Benny.
Well, don't you remember? On New Year's Eve, you said I could stop calling you Mr. Benny and call you Jack.
When did I tell you that?
Right after your second Coke.
You mean before the aspirin tablet? Well, Larry, I still like the idea of you calling me Mr. Benny. I mean, it adds a little dignity to the program and shows you have respect for me.
Do you want me to call you Mr. Benny, too?
No, that won't be necessary, Mary.
Gee, I can call him Jack.
And now, folks...
Wait till the girls at the May Company hear about this.
Now, wait a minute. Don't get smart, Miss Livingston.
Oh, do call me Mary.
Now, cut that out! Come on, Larry, let's have your song. Now, Mary, you behave yourself, will you?
It's a grand night for singing. The moon is flying high. And somewhere a bird who is bound he'll be heard is throwing his heart at the sky. It's a grand night for singing. The stars are bright above. The earth is aglow, and to add to the show, I think I am falling in love. Falling in love. Maybe it's more than the earth, shiny and silvery blue. Maybe the reason I'm feeling this way has something to do with you. It's a grand night for singing. The moon is flying high, and somewhere a bird who is bound he'll be heard is throwing his heart at the sky. It's a grand night for singing. The stars are bright above. The earth is aglow, and to add to the show, I think I am falling in love. Falling in love. Falling in
Grand Night for Singing, sung by Larry Stevens. And very good, Larry. By the way, kid, you made a record of that song, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Well, it's a great number. I'd like to have one of those records, Larry.
Well, why don't you buy one, Mr. Benny? It only costs 75 cents.
Well, I thought about buying one, kid, but you see, I just wanted your song, and the record has something else on the other side, you see, so I didn't feel like paying for both sides.
Maybe they'll slice it for you.
No, I asked them. And you should have heard.
Hello, Donzie. How you, Livy? And a good evening to you, Mr. Benny.
What? Mr. Benny, Phil, what's that?
One of my New Year's resolutions. Respect for the boss. I made it on New Year's Eve.
Well, that's a nice resolution.
They told me I made it, and I'm going to keep it.
I thought so. Phil, I never saw a guy like you. You keep going to parties, but you never know what happens. You can't even remember if you've had a good time.
Jackson, when I get up the next morning, brush my teeth, and the bristles fall out of the toothbrush, I know I had a good time.
Oh.
Hey, look, how about you, Jackson? Did you have fun New Year's Eve?
Yes, Phil. I went over to the...
That's all, Jackson. If you can remember, you didn't have fun.
Well, I can't remember all of it. And, Phil, as long as you're making resolutions, you could have made another one. During this new year, why don't you learn something about music?
You mean I should be like Stokowski?
No, Phil, no. All I ask is when you look at your music stand and see a piece of paper that has lines across it and little black dots all over it, don't turn to your boys and say, there's a spy around here, this stuff is in code. Little as they know, it embarrasses them.
All right, Jackson, all right. That'll be another one of my resolutions.
Oh, speaking of resolutions, Jack, I made a resolution that during 1946, I'm going to find new ways to tell people about Lucky Strike cigarettes.
You are, kiddo?
Yes. Instead of saying LSMFT stands for Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, I'm going to say it backwards.
What?
I'm going to say TFMSL stands for Tobacco Fine means Strike Lucky.
But, Don, isn't that a bit ridiculous?
Well, Jack, at least it's different. Remember how I always used to say Lucky Strikes are so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw?
Uh-huh.
Well, listen to it this way. Draw thee on easy and free so, packed fully so, firm so, round so.
Well, mouth my shut. Packed so, firm so, round so.
Rinso.
Happy little walk. Narrow! Don, if I were you, I'd forget about doing the commercial backwards. Just do it the regular way.
Well, okay.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a number by Phil Harris and his orchestra who will play it not backwards, not forwards, but in their usual manner. They'll start in the middle and blast both ways. All right, Phil, let's
Oh, wait a minute, Jack.
What is it, Mary?
I meant to tell you that the way over here, I stopped off at your house, and while I was there, Fred Allen called.
Fred Allen, huh? Well, what did the dead end of Allen's Alley have to say?
I haven't heard such language since Mama stepped on Papa's bare foot with her track shoes on.
Well, Mary, Allen didn't have to use that kind of language, even if he was talking about me.
Wasn't his fault, Jack. He was reading one of those contest letters.
No. He's just jealous because more people hate me than him. That's all.
What about the contest, Jack? Have the winners been picked yet?
Not yet, Don. The judges are reading the letters as fast as they can. But on Sunday, January 27th, 3 weeks from tonight, we'll announce the winners. 3 weeks from tonight. It won't be very long until I'll be paying off the prizes.
Hey, Jackson, as long as you're paying off, how about that little bet I won from you on the Rose Bowl game?
Phil, I didn't see the game, so the bet's off. I mean, how do I know that USC lost? Huh?
Are you kidding? The score was printed in every newspaper in the country.
So what? Last Wednesday, I picked up the newspaper on my front lawn, and it said no rain today. Paper was so wet, I could hardly read it. So don't be too sure about USC losing.
Jackson, are you crazy? 90,000 people were at that game and saw Alabama win.
I don't care if 100,000 people saw. I'm not taking the word of a lot of strangers. That's the way rumors get started. I'm not taking anybody's word.
That's why Jack went to Europe last summer. He wanted to make sure the war was over.
Yeah.
He hasn't been to Japan yet, so he's still got his house blacked out.
Mary, let's drop the whole... I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Rochester, you know I'm on the air. What did you call for?
It's about Nottingham, your new English butler. He must be crazy.
What's the matter now?
When you left the house this morning, did you tell him to take the Christmas tree off the grand piano, cut it up into little pieces, and burn it?
Yeah, did it fit in the fireplace?
Oh, but the keyboard.
What, Rochester, do you mean to say that Nottingham damaged my grand piano?
Damaged it? Boss, you know in front where it says Steinway and Sons?
Yes?
Well, the fellow's in business for himself now.
Oh, my God. Rochester, why didn't you stop him?
Stop him, schmop him. He wouldn't listen to me.
But my grand piano, it's ruined.
I told you I saved the keyboard.
The keyboard? Why would you just save that?
Boss, you know how I feel about ivory.
I should have known. Well, Rochester, did anything else happen?
Not until the fireman got there.
The fireman?
Yeah, when Nottingham threw the piano in the fireplace, the flames shot up all over the roof.
Well, did the firemen put it out?
They sure did. I went outside and watched them. They climbed up a ladder, stuck a hose down the chimney, and turned it on full force.
Uh-huh.
And, boss, I couldn't understand how a chimney could hold so much water till I opened the front door.
What?
That tide hit me so hard I thought Frank Thomas was coaching it.
Don't tell me the house was flooded.
Flooded? You know that picture of Whistler's mother you got in the library?
Yes?
Well, the frame's still there, but she's in the living room diving for pennies.
Rochester, stop with the jokes. Did you save my parrot?
Boss, the last time I saw your parrot, he was sailing down the hall in your derby hat shouting, Mr. Christian, come here!
Oh, don't be so silly. Now, let the water out the back door. We might as well water the garden while we've got it.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye.
What happened, Jack?
What always happens when I leave the house? Come on, Phil, let's have a band number. Snow, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen...
Hey, Jackson, come on. How about paying me that dough you owe me on the Rose Bowl game?
Phil, I told you I didn't see the game.
But, Jack, you said you went to the Rose Bowl. How come you didn't see the game?
Well...
I'll tell you, Don.
He wouldn't be interested.
Yes, I would. What happened, Mary?
Oh.
Well, Jack had tickets for the game, and he told Phil and me to meet him in front of Tunnel 16 at 1:30.
1:30.
Well, when Phil and I got to the bowl, Jack wasn't there yet. So we waited and waited. You should have seen the crowd down. There were thousands of people pushing and shoving. Come on, Phil, let's go in.
We can't, Libby. We got to wait for Jackson. He's got the tickets. Why didn't he come with us?
Well, you know how romantic Jack is. He's bringing his girlfriend, Gladys Zabisco, to the game.
Yeah, she's a pretty cute kid when she's all dressed up. You know, I think Jackson's kind of stuck on that little waitress.
Yeah, but he's getting indifferent now that meat rationing is over. You know him.
Hey, Mary, look. Here comes Jackson and Gladys now.
Gee, Gladys, I never saw you look so nice. You're sure pretty when you get all dolled up.
Thanks, Speedy.
I mean it. Boy, am I lucky I met you.
Ain't it the truth?
That's fate for you. You know, I'd never have met you if I hadn't been hungry that night. Gee, I'll never forget. I was driving along looking for a place to eat, and I drove right past Ciro's and the Trocadero and the Macambo. And it was just fate that made me turn into Simon's Drive-In. And there, like a vision of loveliness, you came toward me. Gee, you smelled so good.
Yeah, it was chicken gumbo night.
Uh-huh. 25 cents a bowl. A meal in itself. Oh, look, Gladys, there's Mary and Phil. Well, here we are, kids. Gladys, you know Mary, don't you?
Sure. Hello, Mary. Hello, Gladys. Gee, that's a pretty fur. Did you trap it yourself?
I should say not. Speedy ran over it on the way out here.
Gladys.
Hit it again, Jackson. It's still wiggling.
Don't be funny. Gladys meant that it slipped off her shoulder and ran over it accidentally. Didn't you, Gladys?
You tell him, big boy. You got the lips for it.
Yeah. Come on, kids. Here's our gate. Let's go in.
Tickets. Hold your own stubs, please.
Here you are.
Oh, hello, Gladys.
Hello, Eddie.
What's the special tonight?
Beef soup and boiled potatoes.
Oh, come on, Gladys. Forget business for a while.
Okay, Speedy.
Here's Tunnel 16 over this way, Jackson.
Now, let's stick together.
Say, Gladys, you still work at the Shamrock Cafe?
No, I'm back at the drive-in. Speedy thought I ought to be outside where it's healthier.
You're darn right. What's the use of being in California if you can't enjoy the sun?
Yeah, but I sure wish I could get off the night shift.
You will, honey. Just save your tips. That's all.
I do, but every time I get a little ahead, you want to go to a movie or something.
Well, it won't always be that way.
Hey, look who's here. Hiya, Gladys. Happy New Year.
Same to you, Lefty.
Lefty? You know everybody, don't you?
That's Lefty Flanagan. What a sport. He always orders a la carte.
Don't talk to him.
But Lefty's a big tipper.
Oh. Hiya, Lefty. Now, let's see. Where do we...
Hey, look, there's a hot dog stand. Let's make with a mustard.
Yeah, want a hot dog, Gladys?
I'm not hungry right now. You can get me one when we're inside.
Better get one now, Gladys. You know Seedy.
That's Speedy. All right, I'll go over and buy the hot dog. You kids wait here so you won't get lost, huh? Hey, mister, 4 hot dogs, please.
Yes, sir. Pickle in the middle and the mustard on top, just the way you like him, and the whole red top. Well, puppies coming up.
How much are they?
3 cents apiece.
3 cents?
Uh-huh.
Why do you sell them so cheap?
Taste them.
Oh, say, do they look? They do look like pretty tough weenies.
Tough. What suitcase handles they would make.
Well, they still look good to me. Give me 4.
What kind of mustard do you want on them?
What kind?
Well, I got strong, mild, and Christmas night.
Oh, mild, I guess.
Okay, here you are. 4 hot dogs covered with mild mustard.
Thanks. Gee, they're kind of messy. Haven't you got some rolls to put them in?
With rolls, it's 5 cents. With pickles, it's 10 cents. With relish, it's 15 cents. And with bicarbonate of soda, you couldn't afford it.
Well, just give me the roll.
Here you are.
Thank you.
Pickle in the middle and the mustard on top, just the way you like them in the roll.
Here you are, kids. Take your hot dog.
Thanks. Gee, I'm thirsty. What are we going to drink with our hot dog?
Here you are, Gladys.
Put that back in your pocket. Now, let's go in.
Stubs, please. Let's see the numbers on your stubs.
Here you are.
Right this way. Just follow me. Oh, hello, Gladys.
Why, hello, Nick. How are things?
Fine. I'm on parole now.
Come on. Show us our seats. Hey, listen to the cheering section.
L-S-M-F-T, L-S-M-F-T, L-U-C-K-I-E-S, Lucky!
seats are okay, aren't they, kids?
Yeah, right on the 40-yard line.
Hey, Jackson, care to make a little bet on the game?
Okay, Phil, you take Alabama, I'll take USC.
Hiya, pal. Hey, is this seat taken, old pal,
Oh, great. Look, mister, how about sitting someplace else?
No, thanks. I never touch it.
This would happen to me.
How much dough you want to bet, Jackson?
How much dough? Any amount you say, brother. Just name it.
Okay, $50.
$50? Okay, it's a bet.
We must be sitting higher than I thought.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing.
Peanuts, popcorn, chewing gum, peanuts, popcorn. Hello, Gladys, chewing gum.
Oh, hello, Raven.
For goodness sake, Gladys, must you say hello?
Quiet. I want to hear the game.
The game hasn't started yet.
No, thanks. I never touch it.
Gee, they're a husky bunch of fellas.
Yeah, listen to that crowd.
Here they come running right past us.
Gladys? Now, look,
But Speedy, dear, the boys on the USC team always eat at the drive-in. They voted me Miss Pigskin of 1945.
I don't care what they voted you.
Gosh, what a crowd.
Yeah, I'll bet there's 90,000 people here.
Oh, that's terrible. 90,000 people without a home.
What are you talking about?
This housing shortage is terrible.
Look, they've got homes. They're here for the game.
Oh, you're just saying that because I'm your pal.
You're not my pal. I never saw you before in my life.
No, thanks. I never touched it.
I don't know why I always have to...
Hey, Jackson, look, here comes the Alabama team.
Hey, those Alabama fellas look pretty good, don't they, Gladys?
They sure do.
Gladys, you all? That's the last straw. I'm leaving. I'm not even going to stay and see the game. And let me tell you something else, Gladys. You and I are through. Our engagement is broken. Goodbye.
But, Speedy, if you're breaking our engagement, what about the ring?
I'm not giving it back to you. Goodbye.
So there you are, Don. That's exactly what happened at the Rose Bowl on New Year's Day.
Remember, ladies and gentlemen, 3 weeks from tonight on January 27th, we will announce the winners of the I Can't Stand Jack Benny contest. Now, Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, here is my good friend, L.A. Speedy Riggs.
What do auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen, men who know tobacco best, say about Lucky Strike? Well, just listen to the words of Mr. Thomas Jefferson Green, independent tobacco auctioneer of Walnut Cove, North Carolina. He said,
"For many years, I've noticed that at the different markets where I've been auctioneering, Lucky Strike has bought tobacco that was ripe and mild. So for my own cigarette, naturally, I picked Lucky Strike. Been smoking them for 21 years.
Independent tobacco experts like Mr. Green surely know that it takes fine tobacco to make a fine cigarette. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed. So free and easy on the draw.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina, and Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 49 out of 49, American.
And this is Basil Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
A fact known the world over. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed. So free and easy on the draw.
Mary, I wish you'd stop telling Don everything that happens to me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jack. I won't do it again.
Okay. Say, Mary, how would you like to go out to dinner now? And later we'll go dancing.
No, not while you're wearing Gladys's ring.
Well, I can't get it off. Good night, folks.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lux Radio Theater brings you Ann Sothern and Robert Young in A Night to Remember. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. We can't ration the springtime, but this is one year when it's strictly unpatriotic to get spring fever. There's too much work to be done. And in case you're a bit tired after today's work, we have just the cure for what ails you. It's a little spring tonic called A Night to Remember. And we've received some very convincing testimonials about it from motion picture audiences throughout the nation. Columbia Studios made the picture, and we've been lucky enough to get Robert Young and Ann Sothern as our stars tonight. It took a little doing, too, because they're both very busy over at Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Ann has been working in the picture Swing Shift Magee, and Bob in Slightly Dangerous. But tonight we've cast them as detectives in an engaging comedy mystery. It all happens in New York's Greenwich Village, where a mystery story writer and his wife settle down to look for atmosphere. They find it all too quickly when a corpse appears in the backyard. We had a surprise last week, too, but a more pleasant one. We discovered that when some people buy Lux Flakes, they have to take it home on a dog sled. We received a photograph from the northern part of Alberta in Canada, which proves it. It was a picture of a trapper with his sled and dog team. And there on the sled, believe it or not, was a carton of Lux Flakes. The hard-packed snow looked a little cold to the Southern California eye, and the trapper was bundled up to his ears. In the background was a forest of spruce, and the branches were laden with snow. According to the letter, the picture was taken just 4 miles off the New Alaska Highway. That morning, Mrs. DeMille had picked an armful of roses in our garden in Hollywood. So it just goes to show that you'll find Lux Flakes on the job everywhere, even if it takes a dog team to get it there. Now we present the first act of A Night to Remember, starring Robert Young as Jeff Troy and Ann Sothern as Nancy. You are now entering Greenwich Village, New York. Population unknown, but interesting. Boundary lines uncertain. Principal industries, art in all its branches. Antiques, boot blacking, spaghetti houses, tea rooms, bar rooms, and rooms to let. Here the artist rubs shoulders with the fake, and the fake rubs shoulders with the phony. You can't tell which is which, for the streets are dark at night, and a good thing, too. Here are great modern apartments, where the rents are sky high. And here are artists' gloomy garrets, where the rents are sky high, too. It's old, it's crooked, it's musty, it's dusty. It's Greenwich Village.
Here you are, number 50 Gay Street.
Thank you. Our new home, Jeff. Come on.
So this is it, huh?
Yes, there. Isn't it too wonderful?
Well, it's kind of somber looking, isn't it?
Oh, darling, you've made up your mind already. You're not going to like it, haven't you?
Oh, no. I think it's all right. It's fine.
Well, anyway, there'll be a lot of people around, and you'll have a chance to meet them and talk with them and just find out what goes on inside of them.
Uh-huh.
That'll be 75 cents. You need any help with the grips?
No, thanks. Here. You know, this building looks familiar to me.
It's familiar to me, all right. I got the biggest tip I ever got in my life out of that joint. $25 for hauling away a couple of stiffs.
Huh? What did you... Hey! Did you hear what he said?
Yes. Trying to be funny, wasn't he?
I hope so.
Well, come on, sweet. You love the apartment. I just know it.
Sure.
Well, of course, I rented it at noon. In the evening like this, well, it's bound to look a little dreary.
Sure.
Well, ring the bell, dear. I know you'll be able to write down here, darling, really write.
Sure.
Oh, Jeff, don't keep saying sure. Don't you like the place?
Why, sure. Certainly. Old stiffs, buildings have always interested me. Of course, I never lived in one.
Well, Jeff, this one's really got atmosphere.
Sure has. Say, why doesn't someone answer the door?
Oh, ring it again, dear.
Are you sure it was 50 Gay Street?
Oh, I'm positive
Oh, good evening.
Hello?
What do you want?
Well, I'm Mrs. Troy. Don't you remember me?
Oh, yeah. I couldn't see you.
And this is Mr. Troy. Dear, this is Mr. Turner.
How do you do, Mr. Turner? Didn't expect you till next Thursday.
Oh, I know, but we thought as long as the apartment was vacant, we could come a little earlier. My husband's anxious to get to work, aren't you, dear?
We'll be glad to pay for the extra few days. That's not the point. I haven't had the lights connected yet. Besides, the housekeeper hasn't finished cleaning the place.
Oh, but our furniture's on the way. It ought to be here any minute.
I'm afraid we'll just have to make the best of it. That is, if it's all right with you, Mr. Turner. I suppose it has to be. Come in. Got some candles in the place. You have to get by with those for tonight.
What was that?
Well, it wasn't a 6 o'clock whistle.
No.
Oh, Mr. Turner. Mr. Turner.
What are you yelling about? Stop it.
Mr. Turner, it happened again.
Shut up. What happened again?
I was cleaning in the basement and that thing, whatever it is, crawled across my feet.
That thing? What thing?
The thing.
Why don't you keep quiet? Go on now.
But it's true. I couldn't move. It held me to the floor. Oh, Mr. Turner, I'm not going down in that basement again. I don't care if you fire me.
I'll fire you right now if you don't shut up. I'll go in my apartment and wait for me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Mrs. Salter is a little crazy. She keeps imagining that some big animal crawls across her feet.
Oh, yes.
Well, shall we go upstairs and take a look at our little nest?
Well, Jeff, it's not upstairs.
Huh?
No, it's downstairs.
In the basement?
Uh-huh.
Well, you're just full of surprises, aren't you?
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. Mr. Troy, your wife tells me you're a novelist. That's funny. She never told me.
Well, darling, I don't tell you everything.
What kind of books do you write?
Well, up to now, nothing but murder mysteries.
Murder mysteries?
Yes, you know the kind. With blood seeping under the door and all that horrible stuff. But my husband's next book is about Greenwich Village. A love story.
I see. Well, here's your place. You'll find the candles over the fireplace.
Thank you.
Let me know if there's anything I can do for you.
Thank you.
I hope you get through the night all right. Huh?
Thank you. Oh, Jeff, I'll get the candle. It must be right over here.
Place has an echo.
Oh, it'll be different when the furniture gets in.
I hope so.
Have you got a match, dear?
Yeah, I did have one. Wait a minute.
Here's the candle. Wait until you see the... Jeff?
Huh?
Jeff? That thing.
What thing?
It's on my foot. It's crawling on me.
Oh, stop it. Stop it. It's my typewriter case. I just put it down there.
Oh, Jeff.
Don't be silly. Where's the candle?
Wasn't that ridiculous of me? As if anything could be crawling around here.
Oh, I don't know. Now that I see the place, it's quite possible.
Jeff.
You know, I've got the strangest feeling. Nancy, I've been in this room before.
Well, how could you? It's been vacant for years.
Everything looks familiar. Those windows and that door and the fireplace.
Oh, don't be ridiculous.
Okay. Well, show me around, huh? Where's the bedroom?
Oh, well, this is the bedroom, dear.
Oh, is it?
Uh-huh.
Well, where's the living room?
Well, this is the living room, too, dear.
Oh, I see. And the dining room?
This is the dining room, dear.
Yeah, yes, I get it.
Oh, but it's very convenient, darling, and it has got a kitchenette.
Well, that's fine. What's this, a closet? Sort of small, isn't it?
Well, Jeff, that's the bathroom.
Oh, so it is.
The closet is over there.
The closet?
Uh-huh.
One closet?
Uh-huh. Oh, but, Jeff, there's the loveliest little garden outside.
A garden? Oh, well, I can hang my clothes out there. Sure.
Oh, now, darling, please.
Hey, look at this. A horseshoe.
A horseshoe. Right in the middle of the floor.
I wonder how they got a horse down those steps.
Oh, Jeff, you know what that is. That's good luck finding a horseshoe. Now, close your eyes and make a wish.
Okay. I wish my dear wife had never found this dump.
And I wish my dear husband weren't such a dope. I wish he'd just soak up some of this lovely atmosphere and write a bestseller in which no one was murdered. I wish my dear husband would kiss me.
Well, that wish you can have.
Oh, darling. Please say everything's all right.
You want me to?
Yes.
Everything's all right.
I know. You're just hungry. We'll get out of here and get something to eat. That'll make you feel better.
Just getting out of here will help. Come on. Put out the candle.
There's a little restaurant just around the corner, darling.
Fine.
Oh, and I ought to telephone the moving men, too. Oh, and Jeff, I didn't tell you.
What?
In that little garden outside, there's a fountain. Isn't that wonderful?
A fountain? Well, what do you know? Now, how have I managed to get along all these years without a fountain?
Wait, Anne?
And who?
Anne, wait a minute. Anne? Why, Nancy. Well, where on earth did you come from?
Where did you come from? I haven't seen you in ages.
Why, it's been 2 years at least. Let me look at you. Well, you look wonderful.
I never was so glad to see anybody in my life.
Well, neither was I. Oh, Anne, this is my husband, Jeff Troy.
How do you do?
This is Anne Stafford, dear.
Anne Scott. I'm married, too.
Oh.
Well, congratulations to both you girls.
Oh. Well, Anne, do you live here?
Yes, I live on the second floor.
Well, how wonderful. We do, too.
What?
Yes, we just moved into the basement apartment.
The basement apartment?
Uh-huh.
Well, why did you move here? I mean, did somebody tell you that? Oh, I'm so mixed up. I don't know what I'm saying. Well, I have to be running along. I'm terribly late. Goodbye, Nancy.
Well, goodbye, Anne. Well, for heaven's sake, that was a funny way to act, wasn't it? What's she so upset about?
Well, I guess she's jealous.
Jealous of what?
Well, for years she's wanted that thing that crawls in the basement. Now you've got it.
Oh, don't be silly, darling. She's married, too, you know.
Well, let's see.
Well, hello, stranger. I'm Polly.
Hello, Polly. I'm a stranger, and my wife is right outside telephoning. Now, beat it, kid.
Oh, no, it's all right. I own this place.
Oh, well, I'm sorry.
Welcome to Polly's Tea Shoppy.
Is that what it is? Looks like a bar roomie.
Oh, same thing, Sonny. What are you, a sculptor, painter, writer?
Just hungry.
Writer, huh?
Oh, Jeff, while I was in the telephone booth, I overheard a man that is, excuse me.
Darling, this is Polly.
Hello, darling.
Hello, Polly. And my name is Nancy.
How do you do?
What did you say, Nancy, while you were in the telephone booth? You overheard what?
Well, you see that man over there, the big one standing by the bar?
Yeah.
I heard him talking in the next booth, and he was threatening someone.
Who? Did he mention any names?
No.
Well, why worry about a phone conversation? If you'd been minding your own business, you wouldn't have heard him.
But he was telling whoever it was to meet him in our apartment.
Well, they can't meet in the phone booth. Did you say our apartment?
Yes, dear. I distinctly heard him say basement apartment, 50 Gay Street.
50 Gay? Are you sure?
Yes.
Why does that surprise you, Polly?
Why, I live there.
Oh.
Yes, I have an apartment on the second floor.
Well, we're neighbors. We just took the basement apartment.
The basement? Well, that's fine. I'll be seeing you. So long.
Say, what's so funny about our apartment? I mean, outside of what we know.
Jeff, I'm scared.
Oh, don't be scared. Where's the man? Point him out.
Well, there he is. That big fellow by the bar.
The one with the scar on his face?
Yeah. He's enough to scare anybody.
Well, not me. I'll go over and see what it's all about.
Jeff, no, you'll get hurt. Now, don't be a fool.
I've always been a fool.
Jeff, come back. You know what happened the last time.
Hiya, pal. How's everything going?
You talking to me?
Certainly. Oh, I guess you don't know me, do you? But I think we ought to have a little conversation.
Get out of here.
What's the matter?
I don't know you, and I don't want to know you, see?
Now, just a minute. Who do you think you're pushing?
You.
Oop.
Jeff! Jeff, stop! No, Jeff, he's too big. Jeff, look out! Jeff, you see, I told you. Oh, Jeff, darling, Jeff.
Come on, quickly before the cops. Everybody back to the tables, please. Hey, lady, please, get your husband out.
Oh,
please.
keep quiet, Jeff. Jeff, look at me. Speak to me. Jeff, speak to me.
Oh. Is that fella gone?
Yeah?
Okay, what do you want to talk about? Oh.
Come on, darling, lean on me.
Oh, I'm all right.
I left the candle right over here. Here it is.
Oh. Home at last. No place like home, is there?
No, and you must feel terrible. Sit down, dear.
Where, on the floor? Hey, listen. Do you hear something?
Why, yes. It sounds like water running.
Must be in the bathroom. Well, for the love of... Bring the candle here.
Turn it off, darling.
Well, that's funny. Tub's full of water.
Well, it wasn't running when we... Jeff, you realize what it means? That man from the restaurant is being here.
Oh, you stop being ridiculous. Why would he want to fill the bathtub?
Well, maybe he wanted to wash off the blood after the beating you gave him.
Thank you, dear.
Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. Jeff, how did that get in the tub?
The horseshoe.
Did you put it there?
Why would I put a horseshoe in a tub of water?
Jeff, there's something... I don't like this.
Neither do I. But I've got the solution.
What?
Let's move.
No. I'd say 2 months in advance, and we're going...
Shut up.
What'd you say?
Shut up. Listen.
Jeff. There's... Oh, Jeff. There's something moving. It's over there. It's in the closet.
No, keep calm. Keep calm.
Oh, let's get out of here.
Wait. Don't you think we ought to go and find out what this is all about?
Aren't you scared?
I was scared when I came in. I'm petrified now.
Oh.
Listen, you go and stand over by the door.
Yeah.
If you hear anything unusual, run like the devil and leave the door open for me.
Okay. Well, go ahead. Open the closet.
Ready?
I think so. But go on, open it.
Hey. Stop screaming.
What's that? What is it?
It's a turtle.
Jeff, don't joke.
It's a turtle, I tell you. Come here and look. See?
Why, it is a turtle.
He's a big old rascal, too. Look at him.
Darling. The crawling monster on the housekeeper's feet.
That's right.
Of course. Oh, look, there's carving on his back.
They're initials, see? BP, MW, LS, JT, JT. Well, they're my initials. Hey, do you remember my telling you this place looked familiar?
Yes.
Well, it is. This used to be a speakeasy.
No.
Sure, this was Harry's place.
A speakeasy?
And this is Old Hickory. Why, he was a pet around here. Those initials on his back were the Roll of Honor.
Roll of Honor?
Mm-hmm. Every New Year's Eve, they had a drinking contest, and the last man on his feet was placed on the Roll of Honor.
Oh, darling, and you only made it once.
Well, I only competed once. So, those were the days.
So that's what the cab driver meant.
Who?
The cab driver. He said he got $25 for hauling away a couple of stiffs.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and I thought it was a bargain rate for hiding bodies.
I don't know. Around here, they do things pretty cheap. Well, come on, Old Hickory. I'll put you to bed.
Where does he sleep?
He used to sleep out by the fountain in the garden.
Oh, a turtle. Well, that's a relief.
Sure. Frightened over nothing.
Don't you feel foolish?
I always do.
So do I. Except Jeff.
Except what?
Except the turtle couldn't have filled that bathtub.
Oh. No. Who is it?
Moving, men.
Oh.
The moving men at last.
Come on in. What held you up?
Sorry, buddy, sorry. What do you want, the junk?
Right in here, and it's not junk, so take it easy.
Okay, Flanagan, bring it down.
Okay.
Hey, what's this? Hey!
Come on, open up. Open up.
Just a minute. Who is it?
Open the door.
Oh, just a second. Well, what's the excitement? Oh, who are you?
Police department, lady.
Police?
Sorry to wake you up so early, but we had a report that a man was sunbathing in your garden.
Sunbathing? Oh, it must be Jeff. Jeff, where are you?
Take a look, Joe.
Okay. Well, I'm not so sure I like this.
Oh, that's too bad.
If my husband wants to lie down in our private garden, I can't see it's any of your business.
No? Did you know he was out there?
Well, no, I've been asleep. You must have gotten up early. Jeff!
Better not go out there, lady.
Why not?
We don't want him disturbed, see?
Well, is he asleep? I'll wake him up.
It's too late, lady. He's dead.
He's dead. He's...
Now look what you done, Joe. She's fainted.
Dames can't stand anything, can they? Pick her up.
Hey, what's going on here?
Who are you?
I live here. I went out to get some groceries, and Nancy! What's the matter with her? What's wrong here?
Now, take it easy. Take it easy. There's been a murder, that's all.
A murder? Oh.
Oh, Joe.
What's the matter with him?
You feel all right now, Mr. Troy?
Yeah, I'm okay. I thought he was talking about my wife, that's all.
Yes, and I thought he was talking about you, darling.
Well, if you're both up to it, I'll have to ask you to look at the body. Okay?
Well, I guess so.
Sure.
Take that sheet off the body, Joe.
Right.
Jeff.
Well, you recognize him?
Yeah, it's the man who was in the restaurant.
What's his name?
We don't know.
How long have you known him?
Well, we don't know him. We never saw him before last night when my husband had a fight with him.
Oh, yeah? Where?
In the restaurant.
How about this, Mr. Troy?
That's right.
So you admit exchanging blows with him?
Oh, there was no exchange. Only 2 blows were struck. He struck my husband, and my husband struck the floor.
Oh, now, Nancy, I pushed him once, didn't I?
Oh, what's a little push? You didn't kill him, did you?
Just a minute. Mr. Troy, I want you to take a look at this thing here. You ever seen it before?
Of course.
Why, certainly. That's my husband's horseshoe.
Oh, your husband's, huh?
Yes, it's his good luck charm.
Well, it might be good luck for some people, but this man here was murdered with it.
Act 2 of A Night to Remember, starring Ann Sothern and Robert Young, will follow in just a moment. Tonight we have a new Between the Acts feature to offer you, an interview with someone you never thought you'd hear. Frankly, we don't know how to explain it ourselves, except to say that radio is a very strange thing. But our guest tonight is a big white bird carrying a little black bag. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Stork, a bird who hasn't time to catch his breath these days. Fly right up to the microphone, Dr. Stork.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Kennedy. I'll just stay here where I can sit down, if you don't mind.
Keeping you pretty busy, are they?
Busy? Why, Mr. Kennedy, I should say so. Nearly 3 million babies I brought here in America last year. And this year, well, I declare I don't know what I'll do if this keeps up. After all, 1 pair of wings can do just so much.
Well, Dr. Stork, in a way, you know, you have the easiest part of the job. You just bring them. You don't have to take care of them.
Yes, Mr. Kennedy. Every time I drop one of the little darlings down the chimney, I deliver a bundle of washing problems.
Oh, but washing babies' things is no problem.
No?
Not with new improved Lux Flakes, Doctor. Why, those richer, longer-lasting suds take out the dirt like nobody's business and leave babies' woolies soft and warm and unshrunken. Help them last longer, too.
You don't say.
And Lux is so gentle. Diapers washed in Lux Flakes never have any harmful alkali left in them to irritate baby's tender skin. You know how important that is, Doctor.
Oh, very.
Perhaps we could work out a deal. We'll supply you with new improved Lux, and then every time you bring a baby, you bring along a box of Lux Flakes, too.
Well, Mr. Kennedy, I don't think that's necessary. I think I've got a simpler solution.
What?
I'll whisper this in every baby's ear. Tell your mother to use Lux for washing everything you wear.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of A Night to Remember, starring Ann Sothern as Nancy and Robert Young as Jeff. Nancy and Jeff have told their story to Detective Hankin, who didn't believe a word of it. In the gloomy apartment in the basement, the cross-examination continues.
So you heard the deceased talking over the phone?
I told you. He made an appointment to meet somebody here in our apartment.
Therefore, we can assume that the person who killed him lives in this building.
I wouldn't be so anxious to make that point, Mr. Troy. After all, you live here, too.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
All right, inside, Turner. Here's the manager of the joint, Chief.
Well, hello, Turner. Still hanging around the old joint, huh?
I own the building.
Well, I'm not surprised. The prices you and Harry used to get for that bathtub gin.
Hey, were you Harry's partner?
Up to a certain point, he was Harry's partner, weren't you, Turner? And then one day, poor old Harry turned up missing. Didn't he, Turner?
I don't know what happened to Harry. He and I never had any trouble. We got along fine.
You mean you got along fine? Did you take a look at the stiff, Turner?
Yes.
Good. You know him?
Yes, his name is Louis Kaufman.
How long have you known him?
Oh, about 3 months.
How well?
That's about all.
You know where he lived?
Yes.
Where? Come on, where?
He lived here. On the 3rd floor.
Now, we're getting someplace.
Wait a minute. Look, Inspector, if he lived on the 3rd floor, why did he tell somebody to meet him here in our apartment?
Maybe he didn't tell somebody to meet him here in your apartment.
But you're forgetting. My wife told you that she heard him make the date over the phone.
Oh, no. I'm not forgetting what your wife told me.
Hey, wait a minute. You're not insinuating...
Sit down, Sonny.
Now, just a moment.
You heard what he said. Be seated.
Inspector, if I'm a suspect in this case, I've got a right to be heard.
A suspect? Who's a suspect?
What do you want to say?
Well, in the first place, I think you're going about this thing all wrong.
My, I'm sorry to hear that.
Look, Inspector, why don't you let me take this guy down to headquarters where we can have a nice, quiet talk?
Here. You let go of him. He's my husband.
Let him go, Bowling. He may have some ideas. He writes detective stories.
Yeah? Oh, sure, Jeff Troy. Well, I read one of your books, Mr. Troy.
Murder on the terrace.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. I thought it stank.
Much obliged.
Go ahead, Mr. Troy. What were you saying?
Well, in the first place, you've no reason to think that my wife is lying.
Who said I was lying?
Now.
All right. Your wife told the truth. Now what do we do?
Follow it up. Find out who was talking to the dead man over the phone. Question everybody in this building.
Thank you so very much, sir. But do you mind if I take one look at the dead man's apartment first?
Go ahead, but you're wasting time. You probably won't find a thing up there.
Apartment 3B. This it, Turner?
Yes. Do you mind if I come in, Inspector?
Oh, what's the use, Mr. Troy? We're not going to find anything. Open the door, Bowling.
Well, for the love of... Hey.
Yeah. Well, it looks like you were right, Mr. Troy. There isn't even any furniture here.
You see? What did I tell you?
Yeah? How did you know?
Well, I didn't know.
Uh-huh. What about this, Turner?
I don't understand it.
Did Kaufman have furniture?
Of course.
When did you last see it?
Last time I was up here, a couple of days ago.
He moved all of his furniture out of here without you knowing it? What sort of furniture did he have?
Oh, the usual thing. I didn't pay any attention to it.
What color were the drapes at the windows?
I don't remember.
You've got the same bad memory you had when your partner Harry disappeared, haven't you, Turner?
No, I just don't remember.
Hey, boss.
Well?
There's somebody in that closet. I just saw the door move.
Get back, everybody. Bowling, you cover the door while I open it.
Okay.
All right, come on out, Mother Hubbard.
Mrs. Salter.
Oh, I haven't done anything. Honest, I haven't.
Who is this?
Mrs. Salter, the housekeeper.
Honest, Mr. Turner, I don't know anything about it.
About what?
About the furniture disappearing and whatever else has happened.
What makes you think anything else has happened?
And I saw the police arrive out of my window, so I came in here to see what I could see out of those back windows. Then I saw that all the furniture was gone.
But why did you hide in the closet?
Well, I just told you. I was looking out of my front window when the police arrived, so I came in here to see what I could see out of those back windows. Then I noticed that all the furniture was gone. Naturally, I was excited, and then I heard you coming, and I hid in the closet.
You heard me coming, and then you hid in the closet.
Why? Inspector, I can tell you why she hid in the closet.
Yeah?
Sure. She was looking out her front window when she heard the police come. So then she came in here to see what she could see out of the back. Then she found all the furniture gone. Naturally, she was excited. Then she heard somebody coming, and she hid in the closet. I should be a detective.
Get out of here.
What? Get out! All right. Don't get sore. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you.
That's all right.
You want to go up?
Yes, thanks.
My name's Troy. I live in the basement.
Yes?
You live here?
My name is Scott.
Oh, yes. We met your wife yesterday. How do you do, Mr. Scott?
Excuse me, will you? I'm in a hurry.
Sure. Sorry.
Stop, come here, quick.
It isn't Scott. It's me.
Oh, hello.
Hello, Polly.
I thought you were someone else.
You thought I was Mr. Scott.
Yes.
Well, there's been a lot of excitement around here today, hasn't there?
Yes, I was watching things from my window.
Oh, you were, huh? Hey, is that coffee that I smell?
Yes.
Smells great. I love coffee.
Well,
Oh, thanks. It's very kind of you, Polly.
Okay, come on in.
Say, this is a cozy little place.
Thank you. How do you like your coffee?
Oh, just as it comes, please. Say, you've got a cozy little place here.
You said that before.
Oh, so I did, yeah. Nice boy.
What?
That photograph on the desk. Nice-looking boy.
Oh, that's my son. I keep him in a school upstate.
Oh, where do you keep his father?
About as far away as possible. I'm a divorcee.
Oh. By the way, did you know the man that was killed was the same fellow that was in the restaurant last night?
Why, yes.
Well, why didn't you tell me that he lived in this house?
Well, have some more coffee, Mr. Turner.
Hey!
Oh, I'm so
Well-
sorry. I spilled it all over you, didn't I?
Well, that's all right. It's perfectly all right. I love coffee.
No, don't use your handkerchief. Here, I'll get a dish towel.
Oh, don't bother. Say, your tablecloth's soaking. I'll take it off for you, huh?
No, it's all right, really.
Think nothing of it, Polly. Say, there's a letter under here.
Let me have it, please.
A little wet, I'm afraid.
Give me the letter.
No harm done, though. You can still read the address.
Please.
Andrew Brule, 507...
Give me that letter.
Well. Who is he, the boyfriend? What's all the excitement?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to yell like that.
This must be pretty important.
Well, I just forgot to mail it, that's all.
I see. A love letter, huh?
May I have it now? Please.
No, don't reach.
Pretty, please.
No, stop, you're tickling me. No.
Hello?
Hello. Oh. Hello, Nancy.
Hello. I'm sorry, I forgot to knock.
Well, we were just kidding around.
Yes, about this letter.
Yes, about this letter.
Yes, about the letter. Well, when you get through playing post office, your breakfast is ready.
Uh-oh. Nancy!
Wait, my letter.
Here. Nancy, wait. Nancy, hey!
Keep away from me.
Nancy, darling, wait a minute. Nancy, you know, I think Polly thought you were jealous.
You take your hands off me, you wolf.
Nancy, sweetheart, you're not jealous, are you?
Of course I'm not jealous. Now, let go of me.
You are jealous.
I am not, and don't speak to me.
Suppose I acted that way about you.
Oh. You never have you?
I certainly have not. Jealousy is a childish trait.
Oh, really? Well, what about that man I was dancing with that night? I suppose you weren't jealous of him.
Him? Certainly I wasn't jealous of him.
Oh, no, of course not. You were just mad enough to kill him, that's all.
Who was mad enough to kill who?
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Inspector.
Come on. Who was mad enough to kill who?
Now you see what you've done?
Well, what I've done. What about you?
Yeah, what about you, Mr. Troy?
I can explain all this.
Yeah, well, we're going to give you a chance, too. At headquarters. Get your hat.
What?
Come on, get your hat, Troy.
Oh, no, he didn't do anything. He wouldn't hurt a fly.
Only when he's mad enough to kill a man.
Oh, no, Inspector, listen.
Come on.
Jeff, don't go. Don't go with them.
Well, he ain't got no choice, lady. Come on.
Yoo-hoo, Nancy. The killer's home.
Jeff.
Hiya, honey.
Oh, Jeff, darling, you're back.
Not a mark on me, darling.
But what happened down at headquarters?
Oh, nothing much. They asked me a lot of questions. First, they thought the guy died from that crack on the head.
Yeah.
But after the autopsy, they found out he was drowned.
Drowned?
Yeah, remember the water running in the tub when we came in last night?
Yes.
Well, I told him about it. You see, whoever killed him must have knocked him unconscious and then put him in the tub.
They put him...
What's the matter?
Oh, Jeff. I just took a bath in that tub. Oh, Jeff, this is a horrible place. Let's get out of here.
Get out? We can't. Nancy, don't you see this is our big break? I came down here to write a story, and I've got one.
But it was going to be a love story.
Well, you love me, don't you? And I love you.
What's that got to do with it?
Well, that's our love story. Two people deeply in love with each other get mixed up in a murder.
I don't like it.
Listen, I've never had a really successful book.
Well, that's because you keep on writing murder mysteries.
No, it's not. It's because they're corny murder mysteries. Well, this time I've got a real plot. I'm going to find out who killed that guy, and then I'll write the novel. Think of the publicity I'll get.
No, Jeff, it isn't worth it.
Listen, whatever's happened up to now, it's over and done with. We've got nothing to worry about.
Are you sure?
Well, certainly.
Okay.
Mr. Turner, open the door. Yes? Listen, we just heard a shot.
Yes, it was right in the basement. There's smoke in this room.
Yes, I'm sorry. You did hear a shot. I was cleaning this gun and it went off. No damage done.
Oh.
Oh. Well, let's see.
But it was in the basement.
No, it was up here. You probably heard it through the dumbwaiter shaft.
Oh.
Oh.
Anything else?
Well, no, I guess not.
Well, there is one thing, Mr. Turner. You promised us some shades for the bathroom window, and as long as we're here,
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Come in.
Oh, thank you.
Let's see. It must be something that'll serve temporarily. What about this napkin?
Well, I don't think that'll cover the window.
How about the screen, Mr. Turner?
The screen? Oh, I don't see why not. We could stand it up in front of the window.
Oh, that'll be fine. Take it, Jeff.
Thanks a lot.
Need any help?
No, I'll manage. Good evening, Mr. Turner.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Lingle. Come in. Mr. and Mrs. Troy, this is Mr. Lingle. He lives in the apartment across the hall.
How do you do?
Hello. How do you do? Can I give you a hand? Oh, that's all right. Thanks, Mr. Lingle.
Good night, Mr. Turner.
Good night.
Turner, you stupid cluck.
What have I done?
That screen. That came out of Kaufman's apartment on the top floor, didn't it?
Now, don't worry, Lingle. They never saw it before.
Did you point out the address to him?
What address?
Brule's address. Andrew Brule, 507 West 12th Street. It was written on the screen.
Why didn't you tell me?
I just saw it as he carried the screen out the door.
Wait here.
Wait a minute. Where are you going?
I'm going to get that screen back. Tell him I've changed my mind.
You haven't got a mind. Sit down.
I've got to get that address off the screen.
We'll get it my way. Sit down.
Jeff, wake up. Oh, Jeff, listen. I heard a noise. Jeff, there's somebody in this apartment. I can hear him moving around.
Well, tell him to sit down and be quiet.
Oh. Jeff, wake up. It's coming from the bathroom.
Go back to sleep.
Listen. Do you hear it?
Yeah, but I wish I didn't.
Wait a minute.
What?
Oh, I'm crazy. It's old Hickory.
Oh,
He must be in the bathroom.
and the turtle, of course.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. Go back to sleep.
Good night.
Night. Jeff.
What?
I just remembered. I put old Hickory out in the fountain.
Will you please make up your mind?
It's not the turtle. It's not. There's someone in here.
All right. Here I go. You wait here.
Oh, no. I'm going with you. If you're going to be murdered, I'm going to be murdered, too.
Oh, stop talking about murder.
Well, just yell, Jeff. Maybe somebody will hear us and come and help.
That's the coward way. Only a coward would do that.
Well?
Well, all right, I'll yell. Who's there? I've got you covered.
Jeff!
He's gone. Out the window. Put on the light.
Jeff, are you all right?
I'm okay. The light, quick.
Oh, he broke the window.
Look, there's a knife.
A knife? Jeff, that note. It was like someone scraping something.
Here it is on the screen. See that writing?
Let's see. Looks like it's been scratched off.
Something 07 West 12th Street.
Well, that looks like the top of a file.
Yes, it is. 507 West 12th Street. 507. Say, that address. I've got it. Polly's boyfriend. That was the address on that letter.
Oh. The letter that you and she were playing post office with?
That's it, all right. The name of the guy was Brule. Andrew Brule.
Well, whoever it was, he didn't want us to see that address.
Call me a cab, will you, sweet? I've got to get my clothes on.
Jeff, it's after 3 o'clock in the morning.
Well, in that case, if Mr. Brule is a respectable guy, he'll be home and asleep, and I'm going to wake him up.
You mean we're going to wake him up?
Yes?
Oh, good evening.
Good evening.
It's morning.
Yes, well, I'm sorry to disturb you, but it's very urgent that I see Mr. Brule.
He isn't here.
Oh. Well, where is he?
I don't know.
Oh. Are you Mrs. Brule?
No, I'm not. I'm Mrs. DeVoe. I rent an apartment to Mr. Brule. That's all I know about him.
Well, look, would you mind answering a few questions?
Yes, I would.
Well, I'd be glad to make it worth your while. Darling, do you have your purse?
Yes, but I...
Well, give me about $20.
All right.
What do you want to know?
Well, does Mr. Brule get his mail here?
Yes, he does. But that's about all. I hardly ever see him.
Does he get letters from Polly Franklin?
Yes, every Saturday.
And what about a man named Edward Turner?
Well, I see that one every Friday. Regular as clockwork.
See. And does he still get mail from Robert H. Scott?
Uh-huh.
And what about Louis Kaufman?
Kaufman? Kaufman? No, I don't remember any Kaufman. Say, you seem to know more about this than I do. What are you asking me questions for?
Look, you tell me what I want to know, and I'll tell you what you want to know. Now, what does Mr. Brule look like?
Haven't you ever seen him?
No, never.
Oh, I see. Well, he isn't exactly my type. He's sort of large and bulky, and he has a scar on his face.
Kaufman.
Quiet.
Who's Kaufman?
Oh, well, just a friend of ours who sounds sort of like that description. Tell me, is he blonde?
No, he's black-haired.
Oh, well, not a bit like Kaufman, is it, darling?
No, of course not.
Is that all you want to know?
That's all, but I'll probably come back sometime in the morning. Will that be all right?
I guess so.
Well, good night.
Good night.
Come on, darling. So, Kaufman and Brule are the same guy.
Yes, maybe.
What do you mean, maybe? You just heard that woman describe Kaufman and say that he was Brule. And everybody at 50 Gay Street was mailing him letters. What's it sound like to you?
Blackmail.
Sure. One of them killed the blackmailer, and the others are helping to hide the murderer.
But, dear, don't you think it's odd that they're all living in the same apartment house?
Oh, I got that all figured out.
How?
He made them live together so that he could keep an eye on them.
Well, maybe.
Maybe. Can't you see? He mingled with them under the name of Kaufman, and he blackmailed them under the name of Brule. Then somebody found out and killed him. Why, it's simple.
Yes, it's a little too simple.
Hello. Hello. This is Mrs. DeVoe speaking. Yes. Listen. They were just here. The man and the woman. I did what you wanted. I described Kaufman. Yes. They think Kaufman is Brule. They're coming back in the morning to ask some more questions. What? No. No, listen. No, I won't. No more murders. No more killings. Please, no more.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Robert Young and Ann Southern will bring us Act 3 of A Night to Remember. But now it's time to give you more news about our wonderful Lux flower seed offer. And what an offer it is. 6 large packets of Flower Garden favorites for just 10 cents and 1 Lux Flakes opening tab or 1 Lux toilet soap wrapper.
They've been packed especially for us by one of America's best-known seed companies. And every one has been treated with plant hormones for faster growth and bigger, earlier flowers.
They're a real bargain. A chance to add the beauty of flowers to your Victory vegetable garden at a cost of almost nothing.
It's a wonderful assortment. Quick-growing candy tufts in delicate pink, soft lilac, and snow white. Wonderful for borders. And heavenly blue morning glories to cover fences, walls, or climb over a porch trellis.
And lots of flowers for cutting, so you can have them in the house all summer long. Free-flowering cosmos, giant African marigolds, and prize-winning zinnias in a wide range of vivid colors.
And don't forget the long-stemmed Shirley poppies in dramatic reds and pinks.
You don't have to be a professional gardener to grow them. They're easy to grow, in your garden or in pots or sunny window boxes.
Directions for planting and care are right in the back of every packet, so you can't go wrong. Do order your seeds now so you can get them in early. You'll have blooms from early summer to frost.
Here's how to get them. Just take the opening tab from any size box of Lux Flakes or the wrapper from 1 cake of Lux toilet soap. Mail it with 10 cents in coin, no stamps, please, to Lux Flower Garden, Box 1, New York City. Lux Flower Garden, Box 1, New York City. Be sure to enclose your own name and address, of course. Your dealer has a handy order blank that you can use. And please allow at least 2 to 3 weeks for the seeds to reach you. Remember, for each set of 6 seed packets you order, send 10 cents in coin and either an opening tab from Lux Flakes or a Lux toilet soap wrapper to Lux Flower Garden, Box 1, New York City. No stamps, please. This offer expires May 31st and is good only in the United States. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
We'll pry a few professional secrets out of our stars when the play is over. But here's the third act of A Night to Remember, starring Ann Southern and Robert Young. Nancy and Jeff have returned to their home sweet home in the basement. It's just 3:30 a.m. as they open the door and hear a girl sobbing in the darkness.
Who's there? Who is it?
Put on the light.
Anne. Why, Anne, what are you doing here?
Oh, Nancy, I thought you'd never get
Oh,
home.
here, darling, here. What's wrong?
Oh, I feel like I'm losing my mind. You've got to help me, Nancy.
Well, of course I will, Anne.
Oh, sure.
What are you afraid of?
That's a silly question, Nancy. You know what she's afraid of. The same thing we're all afraid of. She's afraid that the reason for Brule blackmailing her will come out, aren't you, Ann?
Then you know. He made you come here, too?
Sure. We're all in the same boat.
Oh, all in the same boat. I've been hearing that for a year. At first, when I heard he was dead, I was glad. Then I realized that one of us had killed him. I've got so I don't trust anybody. And yet I want to talk. I want to.
Well, you go ahead.
Sure. Talk all you want to. Tell me, Ann, how did you folks find out that Brule and Kaufman were the same person?
Oh, everybody suspected it. Then when we found out he was dead, my husband and Lingle searched his apartment. They found letters, papers, everything he needed.
And why was Kaufman or Brule or whatever his name was, why was he blackmailing you?
Oh, it's so long ago that it seems unreal. Do you remember Philip Higby?
Higby? Oh, you mean the Playboy murder case?
Yes. Well, I was in the apartment. The shot came through the window. I was scared and ran away.
Oh, yes. I remember reading about that in the papers. So you were the mysterious brunette?
Yes, the stupid brunette. After the story died down, I thought I was going to be all right. I met Robert. Then after we were married...
Brule began to blackmail you?
Yes.
What did he have on Lingle?
Well, Lingle was an art dealer. He forged a painting and Brule found out. All of us, we've done something. He made us live here.
Well, tell me, what happened to Kaufman's furniture?
We split it up in the various apartments. We thought it would keep the police from finding out that he was Brule.
Well, how about Polly? Was he blackmailing her?
Yes. She wrote some silly love letters, and this man got hold of them.
And she was afraid the father would try to take her child away from her. Is that it?
Yes.
I see. Now, what about Turner?
Turner? Well, Turner is...
Oh, Jeff. Well, Jeff, aren't you going to see what that was?
I don't have to. I know what it was. Somebody screamed. See? What did I tell you?
Well, it's right outside.
What's the matter here?
Oh, it happened again.
It crawled over my foot.
Oh, Mrs. Salter, don't be frightened. It wasn't anything.
What's wrong down here? It's all right, Mr. Lingle. That turtle crawled over Mrs. Salter's foot. Turtle? What turtle? What are you doing here, Mrs. Salter?
Well, Mr. Turner told me to come. He said Mrs. Scott was here and that I should listen.
She's crazy. I never told her that.
I want to get out of here. Let me out.
Oh, sit down, Mrs. Salter. Calm yourself.
Anne, what's this all about?
Oh, Robert,
Oh, she was just down here visiting with us, weren't you, Anne? Then we heard that scream.
How long have you been down here, Anne? Yes. What were you doing down here? We were just gossiping, Mr. Lingle.
Yes.
Did you talk, Anne? Doesn't make any difference, Lingle. I knew all about it anyway. Knew what? That Brule was blackmailing you.
What are you talking about? Talking, I ought to punch you in the nose.
Oh, Scott, please.
Yeah, wait a minute, Scott.
I think you're a pretty smart guy, don't you?
Yes, and I'm smart enough to know something the rest of you don't know. What's that? You all think Brule and Kaufman were the same person. We know they were. So one of you killed Kaufman and figured you were safe. Well, I'm telling you they weren't the same. Brule is still alive.
That's the new twist. Can you prove it?
Yes. How do you know?
They found papers in Kaufman's room. Would a blackmailer leave his evidence lying around for everyone to see? Kaufman was only a stooge. He was working for Brule. Then he started out on his own with the evidence Brule had gathered over the course of years. Brule didn't like that, so Brule killed him. Then you mean we aren't safe? Brule is alive? Yes, Mr. Lingle. Brule is alive and living in this house. You give me about 3 hours tomorrow morning, and I'll turn him over to you. I say him, but Brule may be a woman. Don't forget that. And I've got a pretty good hunch right now who the murderer is. Good night, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, Nancy.
Well, that was a nice move.
Shh, quiet.
You told them Brule was alive.
He is.
All right, he is. But you told them you knew who he was. Don't you realize what he'll do now?
Sure. As soon as he thinks we're asleep, he'll probably come down here to knock me off. Then I'll find out for certain who he is.
Oh, that's a dandy idea, dear. Just dandy. When he comes down to kill you, you'll know right away that he killed Kaufman. And then he'll kill you because you know he killed Kaufman. And then I'll know he killed you, so he'll kill me. Oh, Jeff, you're an idiot.
Oh, but Nancy...
Come on, we're leaving, and right now.
No, I'm going to stay here. This is my big chance. It's the last chapter of my novel.
The last chapter of your life, you mean?
Oh, don't worry about me.
Oh, Jeff, for heaven's sake, you haven't even got a gun.
Look, dear, you don't want a husband who's a coward, do you?
I'm not particular. I just want a husband.
Well, anyhow, I'm staying here. I'm going to see this thing through to the finish.
Okay, darling. Okay. If you've made up your mind to stay, then you stay, and I'll stay, too.
Oh, now, dearest, be sensible.
The sensible people just go to the phone, dial O, and ask for a policeman.
And let the police have all the glory after I've done all the work?
All right. All right, Jeff. But I'm staying. And while we're waiting to be glorified, perhaps we'd better notify your draft board.
Nancy?
What?
Nothing. I just wondered if you were asleep. Have you heard anything?
Just my pulse.
What time is it?
About 4:30. They ought to be here any minute.
Huh? Who?
Jeff, I've got a confession to make.
What?
I dialed O and asked for a policeman.
You mean... When?
When you were brushing your teeth.
Oh, Nancy, don't you realize what that'll do? It'll bring Hankin and a raft of policemen down here.
Oh, I hope so.
Can you keep a secret?
Uh-huh.
I hope so, too.
Oh, Jeff, if Brule comes, what are you going to do?
Don't worry. I've got my golf clubs here.
Oh, Jeff, I wish you'd taken more lessons. If you did... Jeff.
There's someone coming outside the door.
Oh, put on the lights.
Okay. For the love of...
Oh, hurry, Jeff.
Nancy, the lights... Somebody's done something to them.
Well, get a candle. Get something.
Shh, quiet, quiet. Nancy!
Oh, Jeff, where's your club?
Nancy!
Get a flashlight here. Flashlight.
Oh, Jeff, the police are here. Hold on to him.
Hold on to him. I can't let go of him.
Oh, help him. Jeff!
Where are the lights? Put the lights on. The lights are busted, Chief.
Jeff!
Put your flash over here. Troy, where are you?
Here.
Oh, Jeff, are you all right?
Yeah, I think so.
Where is he? Where's the guy who was here?
He got away. When you shot, he broke away.
Search the building. Put a guard at every door.
That man, he tried to kill my husband. He's the murderer, whoever he is. You've got to find him. Oh, look.
What's the matter with you?
Look, Nancy, if you're going to sing, go ahead, but don't stand there with your mouth open. What's wrong?
The closet.
What about the closet?
Look on the...
On the floor?
Yes.
Chief, look, I see it. Look, Chief. What about it? What is it? See? Where I'm shining the flash.
There's blood coming out from under the door.
All right. Come on out. Who's ever in there? Come on out. Open the door, Bowling.
Okay. Watch him. It's okay, Chief. One of those shots slammed him right in the chest. He's dead.
You sure?
Sure, I'm sure. He made it as far as the closet, I guess, and that's all.
Well, who is it?
Put the light on his face.
Oh, it's Mr. Lingle.
Lingle, huh?
Then he's the black man. He's the one who killed Kaufman. Jeff, it's Mr. Jeff? Jeff, where are you?
He's all right, lady. He just kind of passed out for a minute. There he is on the floor again.
Oh, Jeff, look at me. Oh, darling, are you all right? Speak to me.
Are you sure the murderer's dead?
Yes, darling.
Okay, what do you want to talk about?
Our stars will be back in a moment for a curtain call. Now, ladies, confidentially, would you like to know where you can get some more nylon stockings? Well, I'm awfully sorry. I can't tell you because I just don't know. But I can tell you how to make the stockings you have last longer. And that's the next best thing to having new ones, isn't it? Listen, just lux your stockings after every wearing. Yes, it's as easy as that. And it really works. As a matter of fact, it's been proved that luxing stockings cuts down runs over 50%. A famous laboratory, the United States Testing Company, Incorporated, made a whole series of strain tests on rayon stockings, and they found that luxing cuts runs in half. They tested silk and nylon and cotton stockings, too, and got the same kind of results. Now, there's a reason why Lux cuts down runs. Strong soap or rubbing with cake soap weakens the elastic qualities of your stockings, so they break easily, the way an old dried-out rubber band snaps when you pull it. But new improved Lux saves the elasticity of stockings. You'll find it really pays to Lux stockings after every wearing. Of course, be sure to let your rayons dry thoroughly. They need at least a whole day, 24 hours, and 2 whole days drying time is safer. Remember, a Luxing a day helps to keep runs away. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
There will be plenty of excitement here next week, too. Before our stars come back, let me show you what I mean.
I tell you, there's a woman walking around Lisbon right now with the plans for the new torpedo.
Oh, don't be ridiculous, Ken. No woman could get those plans here from America.
Oh, but this woman was smart, you see. Very smart and very beautiful. She had those plans tattooed on her back.
On her back?
Sure. They're there now in invisible ink, while she waits to sell them to the highest bidder. For the Nazis, maybe, or the Japs.
Well, who is she? Who is this woman, do you know?
She killed to get those plans. She murdered a man in America. And she'll murder again to hold on to them. I've got to watch her. Watch her every minute.
But you don't know who the woman is.
I've got an idea, darling. You see, I think it's you.
To find out what happened after that, I suggest you join us next Monday night. I'll tell you the name of the play and who will be in it in a few minutes. Tonight was indeed a night to remember. We won't forget the 2 stars who made it that. Ann Southern and Robert Young, and here they are.
Thank you, C.B. It was swell to be here and work with Annie.
Don't call me Annie, Bobby.
Don't call me Bobby, Annie.
All right, shall we go round again?
You two seem to have met before.
Oh, Ann and I have been working for the same boss for years.
You know, it always interests me, Bob, to hear how a star became a star instead of, well, say a detective. How did it happen with you?
Very simple, C.B. I used to be a copy boy on a newspaper here in Los Angeles. One evening, I was doing an impersonation of the night editor, a guy nobody liked, when he walked in and saw it. That night, I decided to become an actor. My resignation was accepted.
You were fired, huh?
All right, wise girl, you tell us how you got into pictures.
Oh, no, not me. I want to hear about Mr. DeMille. He was an actor once, you know.
Well, I became an actor because I was hungry.
And yes, and now I hear he eats actors for breakfast.
Now listen here, Annie.
Okay, I take it back.
What's the name of the play you're going to have next week, C.B.?
The name of it, Bob, is The Lady Has Plans. It's a Paramount picture and a thrilling one. And next Monday night, our stars will be William Powell and Rita Hayworth. So I hope you all make plans to hear The Lady Has Plans.
Well, count me in, Mr. DeMille. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. We'll take a second helping of this anytime. Ladies and gentlemen, the women of America have proved they can carry their share and more of this war. In the armed services and in industry, they're working for victory. Right now, the Women's Army Auxiliary Corps needs more recruits, and every woman who joins the WAC releases a man for combat duty. Almost every type of non-combat work can be done by women, even highly skilled jobs like bomb site repair, weather observation, and parachute rigging. If you're an American citizen between 21 and 44 and do not have children under 14, you're eligible. Your nearest Army recruiting and induction station has full information about the WAC. So if you'd like to take a whack at the Axis, join the WAC. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Rita Hayworth and William Powell in The Lady Has Plans. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in tonight's play were Bradley Page as Turner, Regina Wallace as Mrs. Salter, Lynn Whitney as Polly, Wally Mayer as Hankin, Jane Bierce as Anne, and Eddie Marr, Norman Field, Fred Mackay, Charlotte Treadway, Frank Penny, Leo Cleary, Charles Seal, Ken Christie, and Warren Ash. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in next Monday night to hear William Powell and Rita Hayworth in The Lady Has Plans.
Mothers, you have a difficult problem these days with food rationing and shortages. It's harder now to get vitamin-rich foods, yet it's up to you to see that your family doesn't get low on vitamins. So get Vims. Vims supply all the essential vitamins and all the minerals commonly lacking. Yet Vims cost less than a nickel a day in the new family size. Remember, VI for vitamins, double MS for minerals. Get Vims at your druggist. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Night Beat is coming up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. My stories start in many different ways. This one began with a question and ended when the secret locked in a man's mind brought sudden death.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
Tonight I had another story to write. Find it somewhere in the 3,000 square miles of Chicago, among the people who are Chicago. People. Ever get the feeling you'd like to forget that word? Close a mental door, snap a psychic lock, and boom, you're alone? Oh, can't do it, pal, because maybe you're people, too. So tonight I watched them again. I wandered south on Western Avenue, crossed Addison, and there was Riverview Park. I walked around there, watching the people hurry themselves from one thing to another, each one trying to catch up with a couple of hours of fun. And then I saw a sign that read, Mentalo, the marvel of the age, knows everything. Admission 25 cents. Okay, I'm a sucker for any man who knows everything and freely admits it. You might even know what makes the world tick, like a time bomb. That'd be worth 2 bits of anybody's money. I went in. Mentalo was in the middle of his act.
Battle of Waterloo proper was begun at 11:30 a.m. on June the 17th, 1815.
The battle went through 5 distinct phases until the French were routed.
That right, lady?
Well, yes, it is.
It sure is. Now, who's next? Who has the next question? You, sir. You just came in. You seem a little skeptical.
Are you talking to me?
I am, sir. Maybe you'd like to ask Mendelow a question.
Oh, all right. What's the temperature of the sun?
Mendelow, the gentleman thinks he's stumped you.
The temperature of the visible surface of the sun is about 6,000 degrees centigrade. The interior temperature is estimated at approximately 20 million degrees centigrade.
Is that correct, sir?
I'll take his word for it.
And you can, sir. Now, who's next? Who?
I got a question.
Very good. Ask it.
Mendelow.
Yes?
What happened? What happened to you on the 15th of last month?
What happened? The 15th?
Yeah, the 15th.
Mendelow.
The 15th. I'm making it out of here. Get him away.
That's all for this show. That's all. Nothing wrong. Cheer up, folks. Everything's all right. Cheer up. Okay.
Mendelow, come on. Let's get out of here.
It happened again, Phil. Again?
You want a doctor?
Huh? Now, look, mister, I said everybody clear out.
Yes, I know, but this man collapsed. He looks pretty beat.
I said get out.
Okay.
And make it fast.
Okay.
Real fast.
So I made it real fast, like the man said. But as I walked through the carnival grounds, that bird brain of mine that just won't let me grow old gracefully started working overtime. Why did Mendelow do a nosedive when that question was asked? What happened to him on the 15th of last month? Listen tomorrow at the very same time, and Just Plain Stone will tell you all about it. But then, just as I'd reached the edge of the carnival grounds, a voice pushed its way through my thoughts.
Test your eye and your aim, folks. Knock down the ducks.
It was the man who'd asked the questions. I walked over to the shooting gallery. He picked up one of the rifles.
I say, here you are, mister. Test your eye and your aim.
Sure. Thank you.
That was close. Pretty close.
I'll try to do better.
Just a little more practice, that's all. A little practice.
Yeah, like everything else.
Well, that's better.
By the way, what happened to you on the 15th of last month?
Take your shots and beat it.
Why did you ask that question?
Give me the rifle, mister.
I got 5 more shots coming.
Not tonight. Give me it.
I pays my quarter. I takes my shot.
I said hand me the rifle.
Okay, here.
You want to see something? Watch.
Well, with bullets or words, the man's good.
You ain't a Connie man.
No?
No. But you're awful curious.
That's an old family failing and an occupational hazard. Why did you ask Mendelow that question? Did you know how it would affect him?
You know, mister, a couple of months back, a guy picks up one of these rifles. He don't know nothing about guns, see? He gets careless and the gun goes off. At him. He's dead. Accident.
Pal, you have a strange, oblique way of making me feel uncomfortable. I see what you mean.
Now you're hitting the bullseye. So long, mister.
Okay, twice I got curious, twice I drew blanks. I thought about it some more and then decided to pass it up in favor of the cotton candy. And then I saw Mendelow. He was walking down the midway, but like a man in a trance. There was something about him that screamed, I need help. His little figure seemed odd, incongruous against the laughing, hurrying people. I followed him, wondering, and then he stopped in front of the roller coaster. For a moment he watched it, and then, as if suddenly making up his mind, he headed for the ticket booth. That didn't figure, so I bought a ticket, too, and followed him to the loading platform.
Tickets for the next ride, please. Tickets for the next ride.
There you are.
Oh, thank you. Tickets for the next ride. Tickets for the next ride, please.
I got in the car directly behind Mendelow. That dazed, bewildered expression was still on his face. His hands gripped the side of the car. He half rose in his seat as though he were going to leave, but he sat down again. And then...
All right. Lock the safety bars. It's 200 feet up. Lock your safety bars.
We started up the long incline toward the top of the 200-foot grade. I kept my eyes on Mentolo. He gripped the safety bar in front of him until his knuckles whitened under the pressure. A couple of kids behind me began to rib me.
Geez, hi. I'm getting scared.
Hey, mister, you gotta have a girl with you.
I did, but I left her in the fun house.
Oh, what a square she must be. Hey, if you get scared, mister, hold on to me.
I'll keep that in mind.
Hey, baby, I paid $4 for this. Let him grab his own cookie. hey, watch it. We're going over.
Here we go!
And then it happened. He started down the almost perpendicular drop. Mentolo stood up. Mentolo!
Let me go. Let me go.
Mentolo struggled to his feet, almost dragged me out of my seat. I held him while we hurtled down the long drop and finally hit the bottom. And then Mentolo stopped struggling to get free. He went limp and sagged back into his seat.
Why did you stop me? I've got to kill myself.
Well, he almost did, and me with him. My arms ached from the effort of holding him down. But the ride was finally over. I got him off and away. He let me lead him like a child out of the park and to his cheap hotel room on the north side. I told him who I was and then waited until he spoke.
Why didn't you let me do it?
Well, I'm just an old busybody. How about some coffee?
No, nothing. Just leave me alone, please.
Just a minute, I saw your act tonight. I heard the question that sent you off.
It's always someone different who asks it. Never the same person twice.
Have you ever got hold of the person who asks it?
No. I was afraid to.
What did happen to you on the 15th of last month?
I don't know. Something tells me that I must not remember. I must not.
Your act is legitimate, isn't it?
Legitimate?
Yeah, no fake. No shills to ask questions you're sure to know the answer to.
I have a photographic memory, Mr. Stone. I never forget anything.
Yet you've forgotten one day of your life.
Yes. You don't believe it, do you?
Oh, yes, I do. But why did you try to kill yourself?
Because I know that if I do remember, I wouldn't be able to stand it.
Don't you have any clue at all?
Two things. Two things that mean nothing.
Well, maybe they do. What are they?
Just streamers in the sky and the name Helene.
Streamers in the sky and Helene. Who is Helene?
I don't know anybody by that name. I don't. I tell you, I don't.
All right. Now take it easy, Mentolo.
Oh, get out and leave me alone. Get out.
Yeah. Get out and leave him alone.
Phil.
Well, my friend the Barker. Hello.
What are you doing here?
I brought Mentolo home after he tried to kill himself.
What? Mentolo. You all right?
I'm all right, Phil, but I don't want to remember.
Look, Phil, for what it's worth, he's sick. He's got to see a doctor.
No, Phil, get him out of here.
Oh,
Mister, get out.
But this man is...
Get out and don't come back. Because if you do anything that hurts Mentolo, I'll kill you.
Back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
Like I said before, sometimes you'd like to seal off the rest of the world and forget it. Let 1,000 people die in a flood, we click our tongues and say, how terrible. And that's as far as it goes. But let one kid scratch himself on a nail and 87 people come running with the iodine. The human reality of what happens to a lot of people at once is too big for us. But what happens to one individual is something each of us can get hold of. I don't know, maybe that's what sent me to a friend of mine, a psychiatrist whom I dragged out of bed.
But, Randy, what concern is Mentolo of yours?
Oh, I don't know, Ken. Why'd you become a psychiatrist?
Why? I see what you mean.
Okay, you see what I mean. Now, what gives with Mentolo?
Self-protection. His mind is protecting him. Whatever happened on the 15th of last month is suppressed. The memory is horrible enough to force a complete blackout.
Yeah, but he remembers two things, Ken. Streamers in the sky and the name Helena. What do the streamers mean?
Almost anything. This guy's symbol for something else.
Yeah, he tried to kill himself tonight. Will he try it again?
Most likely.
Well, what'll set him off again?
Hard telling. Question, object, anything. Was Mentolo upset when you left him?
Upset? He was practically hysterical.
I'd better go with you.
Oh, you're worried too, huh?
I'd feel better if I saw him. Let's go.
Here's the room. It's right here, 612.
Randy, try the door.
Open.
You know where the light is?
I think I saw a switch by the door.
Randy.
Mendelow.
Don't try to unfasten that buckle. Cut the belt.
Lift him. Hurry.
All right. Cut that belt. Hurry up, Randy.
Is he alive?
I think so. All right.
Easy, Kent. There.
Pulse is still strong. He couldn't have been hanging more than a few seconds before we came in.
Poor little devil, Ken.
Look, Randy.
What?
There's something clutched in his hand.
But, oh, yes, that's a key. That's an old-fashioned house key. Now, why?
I don't know.
Well, what's your guess?
It's hard telling, Randy, but I do know this. He's no longer responsible for his actions.
Well, then the next time he tries anything like this, maybe nobody will be around to stop it. Ken, is there anything that we can do? Is there anything you can do?
It's up to him, Randy, but let's get him to my office. We'll see what we can do there.
Feeling better, Mendelow?
Yes, thank you.
You know where you are?
No. No, where's Phil?
Oh, you're Barker? I don't know. Now listen to me, Mendelow. You tried to hang yourself. Do you remember that?
Yes. After Phil left, I felt so hopeless.
You had this in your hand, this key. Look at it.
I found it in my pocket, and then I knew I had to kill myself.
Is it your key? Do you remember what it's for?
No.
You won't remember that, Randy.
Oh.
Who are you?
He's a friend of mine, and he's a doctor, Mendelow.
Well, I don't want to...
Now, look, twice tonight you tried to kill yourself. Once is enough to call in the police.
No.
Oh, don't worry. That's not what we want to do. I want to help you, and the doctor wants to help you. Please believe that.
No one can help me because I can't remember, and I must not remember.
The police will ask questions when they learn you tried to kill yourself.
But it's no business of theirs or yours. Why don't you leave me alone? Why do you care?
Oh, that's the same old question asked the same old way, and this time I've run out of answers. Make up one of your own. I don't know.
I'm sorry. I believe you do want to help.
Yes, we do. Now, look. There'll be no need to call in the police if you'll let us help you. You're sick. Do you know that? You're sick.
Let us help you.
All right.
Good. Now, you trust Mr. Stone, don't you?
Yes, I do.
All right. You're going to sleep. When you feel this hypodermic needle, start counting backward from 100. Just a little sting. Then start counting backward from 100. Now.
Mr. Stone.
What, Mendelow?
You stay near?
Oh, yes, I'll stay.
Start counting. 99.
99. 98. 95. 90.
He knows your voice, Randy. He trusts you. You asked the question.
Is it all right?
Yes.
Mendelow, can you hear me?
Yes.
It's the 15th of last month.
The 15th of last month. Streamers in the sky.
What streamers? What are they? Where are they?
The Aurora Borealis.
The Northern Lights?
Yes. Aurora. I went to Aurora.
Aurora, Illinois?
Yes. I was there.
Now, you're in Aurora. Where did you go there?
The house. Yes, I've got to open the door. The key.
Here's the key.
Unlock the door. She's going to be here. Helene.
Who is Helene?
I love her. She loves me. There's the room. The room?
All right. Now, you're in the room. What did you do?
I waited waited for her. And she came in. And then Elaine!
Mentalo.
Elaine!
Ken, is he all right?
Yes.
We still don't know what happened.
There's one way to find out, Randy.
What, find the house in Aurora and take him there?
That's it. What we've done here is bring him to recall that far.
I see.
Now it's a question of bringing back the whole thing, bit by bit.
Ken didn't go along. Mentalo didn't want him to. It wasn't a long drive in miles. I watched Mentalo when I could. His face was contorted in an agony of effort as we drove through Aurora slowly, looking for one street, one house. Then...
That house.
But it's all boarded up. Are you sure, Mentalo?
It's that house.
All right. The house set back from the street. The only light came from a street lamp half a block away. Mentalo walked slowly ahead of me, up the walk toward the porch, and then up the porch stairs. Open the door.
Locked. It was locked that day, too.
Well, unlock it. You got the key.
Yes, the key.
Where's the light switch?
No light.
All right. We'll use the flashlight. Now, go ahead, Mentalo. Go ahead. But there's no furniture here, Mentalo. This house is vacant.
This is her house. I know. There were 3 of us here. 3. This is the room.
Go on. Mentalo, think. Well, you've got to think. It's the only way you'll remember what happened. It's the only way you'll find out what's torturing you.
She's here. She came to me in this room.
Helene came to you here?
Because she loved me.
Where is she now?
Her clothes. In this closet.
Mentalo walked to the closet, opened it. A row of dresses hung there. A faint odor of perfume drifted through the room. For a moment, Mentalo stood there, and he started toward a door. Mentalo, where are you going?
I know. The basement.
Wait for me.
Down there.
There's no one here, Mentalo. No one at all. The basement's empty.
Not empty. She... Under the earth where I put her. Under the earth.
Get it out. Come on, get a hold of yourself. What are you talking about?
I killed her. She came to me because we loved each other. I was holding her in my arms when I killed her. Now she's down here. Under our feet. I killed her.
Who was she?
I killed her.
You're satisfied now? You're satisfied?
Bill.
What are you doing here? You had to stick your nose in. You had to make him tell, didn't you?
Mentalo, are you sure? Are you sure?
Yeah, he's sure. And so am I, because I helped him put her here. He'd never known if you didn't make him remember.
Who was Helene?
You're never going to know.
Helene.
You had to go and make him remember. It was all over. Nobody would have known because we traveled with the yak.
Yes, but somebody did know. Because somebody asked him tonight what happened on the 15th. Somebody always asked that question. Why? And who was Helene?
Helene? Helene was his wife.
What?
He was jealous because she never loved him. She loved me.
Then how could you have killed her, Mentalo? Listen to me. You only think you killed her. Because if she hadn't come here, she wouldn't have been killed. You blamed yourself. That's what it was. And then you forgot. The shock made you forget.
Don't listen to her, Mentalo. Don't listen.
No, I remember now. I remember. You killed her. Made me believe?
But you're not going to tell anybody else about it. Both of you are going to stay here.
I'm not afraid anymore, Phil. Because I know now I didn't kill her. You did, Phil.
Meadow went toward Phil. Phil had a gun pointed at him. I jumped back and turned off the flashlight. For a moment, there wasn't a sound. And then...
Meadow. Where are you? Meadow.
Wait, Meadow. Don't move. You hear me? Don't move.
Meadow. Stone. Meadow.
Elaine is here, Phil. Down here.
Shut up!
Meadow.
I'm all right.
Good. Phil. What's it going to be now?
Get me out of here! Away from her! Philip! Get me out of here!
Well, it's almost dawn now. I can go home to my little trundle bed and sleep the day away. Yo-ho-ho, the reporter's life for me, oh, sure. But anyhow, I got my story. 2 men, one whose feelings of guilt forced him to believe he killed the woman he loved, and another man whose feelings of guilt made him a gibbering coward. But where's the moral? That someone always pays for a crime? Sure, but who is guilty? Maybe we should say, what is guilty? What's in that space above our eyes that makes us act the way we do? That makes us people? To louse up Shakespeare, there are more things in the darkness of the mind than are dreamed of in your philosophy, Mr. Stone. Oh, you can call me Randy, pal. Just call me Randy. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis and edited by Larry Marcus. Tonight's script was written by Russell Hughes with music by Frank Worth. The part of Mentalo was played by Ben Wright. Listen next week at this same time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness.
Get ready to laugh with Our Miss Brooks, which is coming up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Madison High School has been going with Philip Boynton for quite some time now, 6 years to be exact. But only once or twice during that period did she have to worry about the eternal triangle.
And that's not unusual when your boyfriend is the eternal square. Still, I must admit I did see green about 2 weeks ago when Mr. Boynton began dating a young society beauty named Lucy Fairchild. I got angry, we had an argument, and I finally asked Mr. Boynton to choose between us. Did he want a beautiful young society girl with $1 million, or a steadily employed English teacher with a guaranteed pension in 20 years? Oddly enough, he chose me. And to make my happiness complete, our beloved principal, Mr. Conklin, invited the two of us to spend this past weekend with him and Mrs. Conklin at their cabin on Crystal Lake. Friday morning, my landlady was in my room with me, helping me pack, when she suddenly began to get sentimental.
Connie, do you realize this is the first time we've been separated in almost a year? Oh, I am going to miss you, dear. Promise me you'll write every day.
But Mrs. Davis, I'm only going to be gone 2 days. Why, I'd be home before the first letter reached you.
Oh, how nice. Then we could both sit down and read it together.
Better still, why don't I write the letter now and let you read it to me while I'm packing? I know just what I'd say in it. I'd tell you what a wonderful time I'm having with Mr. Boynton.
I hope it comes true, dear. It's just too bad Osgood will be around to pester you two.
You're not kidding. Ever since Mr. Conklin saved Mr. Stone by pulling him out of that open elevator shaft, he's been playing the hero role to the hilt. But to spend the weekend with Mr. Boynton, I can even bear Mr. Conklin.
Connie, I know it's a touchy subject, but, well, has Mr. Boynton really given up that society girl?
Oh, absolutely. Mr. Boynton is through with the Crepe Suzette crowd. I think he realizes now that we donut dunkers were made for each other.
Still, I wonder.
Wonder what, Mrs. Davis?
Well, it's probably just my imagination, but this whole thing reminds me of a book I read.
Oh?
You and Mr. Boynton going up to a lonely cabin in the woods. It's before the regular season opens, nobody around. He's torn between you and that society girl. He takes you out in a shaky rowboat. Connie, it's an American tragedy all over again.
An American tragedy? Oh, Mrs. Davis, you certainly have an imagination. What an utterly fantastic thought.
Oh, of course it is, dear. Of course it is. It's an utterly fantastic idea.
Look, Mrs. Davis, for your information, Mr. Boynton has never even read an American tragedy. Now, let's just forget the whole thing. Oh, that's Walter to drive me to school. Come in, Walter. The door's open. Mrs. Davis, please, not a word to Walter about what we've been discussing, or I'll never hear the end of it.
Honey, I give you my word, my lips are sealed. And you know when I give anyone my word, I could be drowning and I... Oh, pardon me, dear. Oh, good morning, Walter.
And a good morning to the two fairest ladies of my acquaintance. Hey, it looks like you're practically all set for the big weekend, Miss Brooks.
Yes, Walter. A mad, glorious weekend away from classrooms, books, and American-born students who refuse to learn the English language.
Yeah, but you'll still have old Marblehead. You'll have Mr. Conklin with you. Harriet says that living with him these days is like living with a combination of John Wayne and Fearless Fosdick. You see the poem he wrote called Keep Your Head? It covers the entire school bulletin board. 32 stanzas. Did you read it, Miss Brooks? It's all about courage.
I read it, Walter, and for the first time I was glad I was a coward. But Mr. Conklin, or no, Mr. Conklin, I'm looking forward to a wonderful weekend.
No, I don't blame you. You and Mr. Boynton away together in a lonely cabin in the woods before the regular season opens. Nobody near, no society girl around. Just the two of you out in the lake alone in Mr. Conklin's shaky rowboat. Hey, it's an American tragedy all over again.
An American tragedy. I wrote it. That's the most fantastic thing I ever heard of.
In the last 30 seconds. Actually, it's a perfectly ridiculous idea.
Oh, I wasn't for a minute implying that such a thought would ever enter Mr. Boynton's head.
Well, I'm glad of that. Now, just forget the whole thing.
Only, why has he been reading that book for the past 3 weeks?
He's been reading an American tragedy?
Oh, but Connie, what difference does it make? There's probably no connection between the two.
Oh, of course not. No connection between the two. None at all. None whatsoever. Absolutely no connection. Now, the whole thing is absurd, Walter. The whole idea of going up to the cabin was Mr. Conklin's, not Mr. Boynton's idea, and I don't expect to go out on the lake up there anyway.
Sure, there's no comparison between the two situations. I'm sorry if I made you nervous, Miss Brooks.
Nervous? Me nervous? Don't be silly, Walter.
Connie, I don't want to rush you, but don't you think you should be on your way to school?
Right, Mrs. Davis, I'm all ready. Come on, Walter. Let's get into your boat and row to school. Oh, good morning, Harriet.
Oh, hi, Miss Brooks.
Why so depressed this morning, dear?
I just left Daddy's office.
If you were just entering, you'd have an even better reason.
Oh, honestly, since Daddy rescued Mr. Stone a few weeks ago, there's simply no living with him. Mother says she's heard so many stanzas of his poem, Keep Your Head, she's losing hers. Gosh, I certainly don't envy you being up at Crystal Lake with Daddy over the weekend.
Well, with Mr. Boynton along to keep me company, I'm certain I'll manage.
Oh, of course, it should be great for the two of you. Away together in our lonely cabin in the woods before the regular season opens. Nobody around for miles. That society girl forgotten. Just the two of you out on the lake alone in Daddy's wobbly rowboat.
Harriet, I won't have you implying this is another American tragedy.
But, Miss Brooks, I wasn't implying.
You weren't?
Of course not. There's certainly no reason to be suspicious
preposterous of a man just because he suggested to Daddy that he open his cabin and invite you along. Mr. Boynton asked your father to open his cabin and invite me along? It was Mr. Boynton's idea? Yes, but that's certainly nothing to be upset about. Upset? Who's upset? Why should I be upset? Besides, Mr. Boynton has never said anything about going out in any boat. He's never mentioned that. Never once. So why should I be upset?
Good morning, Miss Brooks. What did I do to deserve such a charming greeting? Step into my office, please. I want to have a word with you.
Yes, sir. I'll see you later, Harry. Bye, Miss Brooks.
You needn't sit down since this won't take a minute, Miss Brooks. I presume you've seen my poem on the bulletin board. I posted it yesterday just before lunch. You couldn't miss it, so I just cafeteria. Did you read it?
Yes, sir, and it saved me lunch money. I read it, sir.
The first two stanzas I consider the most important. Keep your head by our good conference. When others about you show panic and fear, just keep your head and never lose cheer. The world makes room for the heart that is brave, so just keep your head. Ride the crest of the wave. Miss Brooks, tell me truthfully, have you ever heard anything so inspirational?
Not since Casey at the bat.
Now, on my desk this morning was this piece of paper, and on it is a dastardly satire some ignorant buffoon made of those precious verses. Go on and read it, Miss Brooks.
When others about you show panic and fear, just keep your head like a good glass of beer. The world makes room for the heart that is brave, so just keep your head. You'll have something to shave.
Who could have done this to me, Miss Brooks? Who could have played this ghastly trick on our good conference? Who? Miss Brooks, are you listening to me? Oh, did you hear what I said?
Oh, pardon me, Mr. Duncan. I really don't know who could have written it. Will you excuse me now, sir? I'm not myself today. I feel a little nervous.
Oh, well, then this weekend with us up at the lake will do you good. You'll have plenty of opportunity to be alone with Mr. Boynton. You've always wanted that, haven't you?
Yes, but not quite this way. That is, it should be nice, sir.
It certainly should be for both of you. But something he asked me yesterday has me a little puzzled.
Something he asked you?
Yes. He asked me, did I have a good, strong rowboat?
Good, strong rowboat. He asked you that? When did he ask you that?
Right after he asked me how deep the middle of the lake was.
How deep the middle of the lake was?
Oh, yes. Looks like Mr. Boynton plans to drown you. What's the matter, Miss Brooks? There's your sense of humor. I was only joking. I'm certain such a delightful, hideous thought never entered Boynton's head.
Oh, no, I'm certain it didn't, sir. Absolutely certain. Now, if you please excuse me.
Miss Brooks, where are you going?
Down to the pool to learn to swim. Nothing at all, Mr. Boynton. Well, nice bumping into you. On dry land, that is. See you next week sometime. Bye.
Next week? Miss Brooks, what are you talking about? You haven't forgotten our trip this weekend, have you?
Oh, no. I remember the weekend under Crystal Lake. On Crystal Lake. But frankly, I've been thinking of staying home this weekend.
But, Miss Brooks, you promised to go. I thought we'd patched up our little difference, and I really have been looking forward to it.
You really have been looking forward to it?
Yes, and I've made some plans. Little on the romantic side, if you know what I mean.
It doesn't matter. With me, both sides are romantic. Oh, Doc, how could I have been so silly? What are your plans, Mr. Boynton?
Well, tonight after dinner, just as the full moon comes out in a perfect blue sky, we'll go out in Mr. Conklin's rowboat. I'll need just one big, powerful oar. And I'll show you how to sit so you don't rock the boat. And even if you do fall into the lake, I can swim. Why are you looking at me that way? What is it? Oh, I think I know what's bothering you. You're mystified as to my actual reason for this trip. Oh, isn't that it?
No, I've read chapter 23.
My actual reason for going up to the lake is to gather first-hand information on the nocturnal habits of the... I'm doing some highly confidential research work for a biological paper I'm writing. I wasn't even going to tell you until we got up there.
And that's the only other reason you wanted to go out with me in a rowboat tonight?
What did you think I wanted to go out with you for? To repeat an American tragedy?
It was a perfectly crazy idea. How could a thought like that even enter my mind?
Of course. Well, I've got a class now, Miss Brooks. I'll pick you up at your house at 4 o'clock sharp. I'll just honk my horn and you come out.
I should be all packed by then, but if I'm not right out, tread water wait for a few minutes, will you? Osgood, ever since we arrived at the cabin 3 hours ago, you've been behaving ridiculously. Now come out of that rowboat this instant.
Quiet passion flower. Believe me, Boynton has gone completely berserk. Everything he's done so far clearly indicates he plans to marinate Miss Brooks tonight.
Osgood, please stop hiding under that tarpaulin. They're bound to see you sooner or later.
Believe me, Brooksy girl. Your Osgood knows what he's doing. I've collected facts from Walter Dent and Harriet and Miss Brooks herself, and there's no question about it. Boynton plans to end his romantic obligations to Miss Brooks by bashing her over the skull and using her as bass bait. But I am going to save her.
Save. Since you pulled Mr. Stone out of that elevator shaft and became a hero, you've been simply impossible. Now, please get out of that boat before they come down here.
Worry not for your Osgood's safety, my pet. He knows how heroes are expected to act in emergencies, and he shall not be found wanting. The world makes room for the heart that is brave, so just keep your head.
And you have something to shave.
When it was you wrote that satire. For 20 years, I've flashed a Delilah to my bosom.
You're coming now. Please get out of that boat. Oh, very well. Be a hero. And when Mr. Boynton finds you hiding under that tarpaulin, I hope he hangs something besides a medal under your eye.
No doubt in Mr. Conklin's mind, Mr. Boynton was going to end his romantic idyll with Miss Brooks by using her to fatten up the fishes. So, to prevent another American tragedy, when the two took his rowboat out on Crystal Lake, he hid himself under the top.
Oh, gosh, isn't it nice and peaceful out here on the lake, Mr. Boynton?
Oh, it sure is, Miss Brooks. I wonder if you'd mind. That is, well, can I hold your hand?
I doubt it. We're about 8 feet apart.
You could sit closer. Why don't you sit on that tarpaulin?
Oh, no, thanks. I tried it before, and I felt like I was sitting on a mass of whale blubber. What was that?
Oh, probably the mating call of the speckled-throated bullfrog. Would you like me to tell you about the love life of the frog, Miss Brooks?
Right now, I'm trying to develop one of my own. I mean, some other time, Mr. Boynton.
Well, maybe I could move a little closer to you.
No, stay where you are. I'll come to you.
Very well. Only be careful. This boat's awfully shaky. Now, here, I'll hold the oar up high and give you... Hold it, Boynton! There'll be no American tragedy in this boat. Mr. Conklin, then it was you under the tarpaulin.
See? I told you it felt like a mass of whale blubber. Mr. Conklin, what are you doing in this boat?
What am I doing? Miss Brooks, wherever a human life is in peril, there you will find Osgood Conklin. Confess, Boynton, what are you doing out here on the lake with Miss Brooks and that oar? We're rowing around studying the nocturnal habits of the speckled bullfrog. Good boy, I knew if I put it to you that way, you'd confess you were going to bash her head in, drown her, then swim to shore and plead that you're rowing around studying the habits of the speckled bullfrog.
For you, but let's face it, Mr. Boynton was not trying to drown me.
Not trying to drown you? But he can't do this to me. I mean, I worked so hard to be well, just to play it safe, Boynton, I'll take that oar. But, sir, this is preposterous. Nothing will happen in this boat as long as Osgood Conklin is here.
That's just the trouble.
Sir. Very well, if you won't give it to me, I'll have to wrest it from you. Release that oar, Boynton! Oh, good gosh, there goes our only oar. Oh, we'll never find it in the dark. Our only oar?
Yes, and heaven knows where we are on this lake. We've been drifting for an hour. We're probably miles from land by now. How are we going to get back without an oar?
Sir, frankly, I'm worried, too. There's no one else on this lake. Who knows how long we'll be out here? And why are we all so nervous? True, this is a period of crisis, but luckily you have Osgood Conklin aboard. I shall be your captain.
We're dead. What Mr. Boynton said is right, sir. It might be days before we're rescued.
There's nothing to eat in the boat. With a little ingenuity, Boynton, we'll find something to eat.
Don't look at me, sir. I'm indigestible.
But first, I'll run this ship the way it should be run. Mr. Boynton, you will sit fore and keep a sharp lookout for smoke on the horizon. Miss Brooks, you may sit aft and troll for small fish with a bobby pin tied on a shoelace. I go here and steer the boat manually using that good old North Star as my guide.
But, sir, that's the moon you're pointing at.
And I thought it seemed a rather odd shape for a star. Let's try to get organized, shall we? Clear thinking is the ticket. Lacking an oar, we shall need to improvise a sail immediately. I'll need some large white garments. Miss Brooks?
You won't get a stitch from me.
Well, then, Boynton, I suggest we use your shirt as a sail.
Second the motion. And let's throw in his undershirt, too, sir. His shirt ought to do nicely.
Oh, sir, can't we wait until morning for all this? You obey orders, Boynton, while I am captain of this ship.
Hello, sir.
We can dispense with your levity, Miss Brooks. And now, before anything else, as a source of hope and inspiration, let us all bow our heads and prayerfully intone the first verse of my poem, Keep Your Head. By Osgood Conklin.
Let me try to swim to shore for help, sir.
But, Miss Brooks, you can't swim.
Well, there's no time like the present to learn. Say, am I imagining things, or is this boat sinking?
Sinking? Holy cow, you're right. There's a leak. A leak? Where? Good grief! Water's coming in. There is a leak. The boat's sinking. I can't swim. I don't think this boat can last 5 minutes the way the water's coming in. Maybe much. Well, keep your head, boy. Don't get panicky. Don't get panicky, boy. You'll need all your... every ounce. Only ashore.
Oh, you ashore? What about me, sir? I can't swim either. And you know the tradition of the sea. The captain goes down poem, sir. When others about you show panic and fear.
Oh, stop that idiotic balderdash! Help me, Boynton. I have a wife and family. Miss Brooks has no wife. Nothing. I see the mother of my child. Must be flashing before my eyes.
Arthur, what on earth are you babbling about?
Martha, is that really you? How did you get out here? Are you treading water?
What for? The lake is only 3 feet deep here. Shouting, so I put on your hip boots and waded out.
Only 3 feet deep here?
Now will you let the women and children go first?
Mrs. Conklin, just where are we now?
Oh, the cabin is just around the bend, Mr. Boynton. Now, Osgood, will you kindly explain just why my big hero suddenly went to pieces?
Went to pieces? Why, Martha, what a fantastic idea. Oh, I will admit I was a little upset, but it was more for the safety of Mr. Boynton and Miss Brooks than myself. My first concern was for their safety. Isn't that so, Miss Brooks?
Well, what do you say, Miss Brooks? The next time you run Mr. Conklin's bath, be sure you throw in a life preserver.
When I was school teacher, tends to run along.
One of the most acclaimed shows of all time, Orson Welles' Mercury Theater of the Air, is up next.
The Mercury Theater on the Air. The Columbia Broadcasting System takes pleasure in bringing you the 12th in its series of weekly broadcasts featuring Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air. Tonight, Broadway's and radio's most celebrated theatrical producing company brings to life the best-loved character in detective fiction, the immortal Sherlock Holmes. The play is Orson Welles' own adaptation for radio of William Gillette's enduring melodrama based on the famous stories by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Before the performance begins, here is the director of the Mercury Theater, the star and producer of these unique broadcasts, Orson Welles.
Good evening. Well, tonight it's back to Baker Street. Back to that unlikely London of the 19th century where high adventure awaits all who would seek it, in a hansom cab or under a gas lamp in an Inverness cape. For tonight we pay tribute to the most wonderful member of that most wonderful world, a gentleman who never lived and who will never die. There are only a few of them, these permanent profiles, everlasting silhouettes on the edge of the world. There is first the little hunchback with a slapstick whose hooked nose is shaped like his cap. There is now and always will be the penguin-footed hobo in the derby and the baggy pants, and the small boy with a wooden head, and the long, rusty knight on horseback, and the fat knight who could only procure a charge on foot. There is also the tall gentleman with the hawk's face, and the underslung pipe, and the fore and aft cap. We'd know them anywhere and call them easily by name. Punch and the Charlies, Chaplin and McCarthy, Quixote, Sir John, and Sherlock Holmes. Now, irrelevant as this may seem, we of the Mercury Theater are very much occupied these days with rehearsals for a revival of a fine old American farce. A lot of you will remember, if only for its lovely title, which is Too Much Johnson. Its author was William Gillette, which reminded us, as it reminds you, of Sherlock Holmes. As everybody knows, that celebrated American inventor of underacting lent his considerable gifts as a playwright to the indestructible legend of the Conan Doyle detective, and produced the play which is as much a part of the Holmes literature as any of Sir Arthur's own romances, and, as nobody will ever forget, he gave his face to him. For William Gillette was the aquiline and actual embodiment of Holmes himself. It is too little to say that William Gillette resembled Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes looks exactly like William Gillette. Sounds like him, too, we're afraid, and hope devoutly that the Mercury Theater and the radio will take none of the glamour from the beloved fable of Baker Street, from the pipe and the violin and the hideous purple dressing gown, from the needle and the cigar on the window ledge, and the dry, final, famous lines. Elementary, my dear Watson, elementary, the mere child's play of deduction.
My name is Watson. I am a doctor. It was in the year 1880 that Holmes and I were introduced by our mutual acquaintance. At the time, we were both looking for a lodging that would suit our moderate means. This we found on the second floor of a house at 221B Baker Street. And it was during the years that we occupied these chambers together that Holmes established his unique international reputation as a consulting detective. During that time, I was privileged to be his daily companion, and I have done my modest share in giving to the world an account of some of his most famous cases. Most famous of these are the ones of which I have written under the names of the Speckled Band, Sign of Thor, Hound of the Baskervilles, and A Study in Scarlet. They represent, however, only a minute fraction of the 643 cases Holmes successfully solved during the years that we shared the lodgings in Baker Street. Other cases I hope one day to give to the world include the Tarleton murders, the sudden death of Cardinal Tosca, the adventure of Ricoletti of the Clubfoot and his abominable wife, the case of Mrs. Farintosh, the circus belle, and the case of the royal family of Scandinavia. Each illustrate in their own way the remarkable genius of my friend Sherlock Holmes. Since my marriage 3 years ago, Holmes has continued to occupy the Baker Street lodgings by himself. And here almost every afternoon when my work in the office is finished, I am in the habit of calling on him. The sitting room as you go in is exactly as it has been for the past 13 years. The worn bearskin rug, the huge sofa covered with faded chintz, the mantelpiece cluttered with miscellaneous objects, unanswered letters and piles of loose tobacco. On one side of the fireplace in a deep armchair, his pipe curling forth slow wreaths of acrid tobacco, draped in his hideous purple dressing gown, sits Sherlock Holmes with his violin under his chin.
Come in. Oh, Watson, my dear fellow.
How are you, Holmes?
I'm delighted to see you. Perfectly delighted. Upon my word, I am, but I'm sorry to observe that your wife has left you.
She has gone on a little visit. But how did you know?
How did I? Well, I like that. How do I know anything? How do I know you've been getting yourself very wet lately, that you're an extremely careless servant girl, that you've moved your dressing table to the other side of the room?
Holmes, if you had lived a few centuries ago, they'd have burned you alive.
Such a conflagration would have saved me a great deal of trouble and expense.
Tell me now, how did you know all that?
Too simple to talk about. Scratches and clumsy cuts, my dear fellow, on the inner side of your shoe there, just where the firelight strikes it. Scratches, cuts. Somebody scraped away crusted mud and did it badly. Scraped the shoe along with it. There's your wet foot, my dear Watson, and your careless servant girl all on one shoe. Face badly shaved on the right side, always used to be on the left. Light must come from the other side. Couldn't very well move your window. Must move your dressing table.
Of course. But how the deuce did you know my wife was away?
Well, what the deuce is your second waistcoat button, Watson? And what the deuce is yesterday's buttonniere doing in today's lapel? And why the deuce do you wear the expression of a...
Oh, marvelous.
Elementary, my dear fellow, elementary. The child's play of deduction. I'm only doing it for your amusement before we pass on to more serious matters.
Oh, what is it now, Holmes?
Watson, my dear fellow, the enthusiasm which has prompted you to chronicle, and if you will excuse my saying so, somewhat to embellish my little adventures, you've occasionally seen fit to introduce a certain element of romance which struck me as being just a trifle out of place. Something like working an elopement into the fifth proposition of Euclid. I merely refer to this in case you should see fit at some future time to chronicle the case on which I am about to embark. The strange case of Professor Robert Moriarty.
Moriarty? I don't remember ever having heard of the fellow.
No, Watson, you haven't. It is precisely this quality of invisibility that makes of Professor Moriarty the Napoleon of crime. Sitting
motionless like an ugly, venomous spider in the center of his web. But that web having 1,000 radiations and the spider knowing every quiver of every one of them. And within 48 hours, I'll have the lines drawn so tightly around him that he can't move. I'll arrest him and his entire gang.
Why, Holmes, this is a very dangerous
My
thing.
dear fellow, it's perfectly delightful. My whole life is spent in a series of frantic endeavors to escape from the dreary commonplaces of existence. For a brief period, I escaped. You should congratulate me. The day before yesterday, I received in this room the visit of a certain foreign nobleman who has recently inherited a very considerable title and who is about to be married. Seems that this titled gentleman was so indiscreet as to fall in love with a young English lady by the name of Faulkner, socially his inferior, and to make her a promise of marriage. Later, at his family's insistence, the thing was broken off, and the young lady died shortly after of a broken heart, leaving behind a sister. Also, considerable evidence in the form of letters, photographs, and jewelry with inscriptions. These the sister kept. These, together with the sister, are now being held in a house in St. John's Wood by a pair of blackmailers who go by the name of Chetwood. So far as you see, my dear Watson, a fairly ordinary case of blackmail, hardly worth my attention. Last night, on my inspection, a certain element revealed itself which renders the case far more important than I had expected.
And that element was?
Professor Moriarty. Come in.
Beg pardon, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, Billy, what is it?
Gentleman to see you by the name of Foreman.
Show him in, Billy. Show him in.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. Come in, Mr. Foreman.
Good evening, Foreman.
Good evening, Mr. Holmes.
Watson, this is Inspector Foreman. Since the day before yesterday, he occupies the position of butler under the name of Judson in the home of Mr. and Mrs. Chetwood, blackmailers of St. John's Wood. Well, Foreman, any news?
Yes, sir. This morning, a little after 9, Chetwood and his wife drove away in a four-wheeler. They returned about 11. Bassett was with them. You know him, though.
Yes. When I last had the occasion to meet Mr. Bassett, he got 2 years for safecracking. You go on, Foreman.
Well, they took this man Bassett into the library. I got a look at him from the outside. And there he was opening up the safe where they'd been keeping the letters.
Go on.
In the end, when they got the safe open, it was empty. The letters were gone. It seems like the Faulkner girl got them back somehow. That got them pretty excited. Bassett went out to send a telegram.
Have you got a copy of it?
Yes. Here it is, sir. It's in code.
Moriarty. I thought so, Watson. This case is taking a most promising turn. Foreman, you return at once to the house at St. John's Wood. Within 10 minutes, I shall be there myself. If I remember correctly, the kitchen is immediately below the drawing room. Yes. When I knock over a chair in the drawing room, you'll overturn a lamp in the kitchen, scatter smoke balls, and give an alarm of fire. All other instructions remain unchanged.
Very good, sir.
Hurry, Foreman.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Well, my dear Watson, begins to look like a most interesting evening. Good evening. My name is Sherlock Holmes.
Whom did you wish to see, Mr. Holmes?
Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Chetwood. I had myself announced by the butler on my way up.
Butler? I didn't. Oh, very well. Oh, here he is. Yes, Judson.
Miss Faulkner begs Mr. Holmes to excuse her. She is not well enough to see anyone this evening.
Will you please hand this card to Miss Faulkner and say that
I beg your pardon, Mr. Holmes, but it's quite useless, really.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear it.
Yes, Miss Faulkner is, I regret to say, quite an invalid. She is unable to see anyone. Her health is so poor.
Has it ever occurred to you, Mr. Chetwood, that she might be confined to the house too much?
How does that concern you?
It doesn't. I simply make the suggestion. Might like to think it over. What's your butler's name?
Judson, sir.
Very well, Judson. Go on, take my card up.
Very good, sir.
This is really too good. Why, of course, he can take up your card or your note or whatever it is if you wish it so much. I was only trying to save you the trouble.
Thanks. It's hardly any trouble at all to send up a card.
You know, Mr. Holmes, you interest me very much.
Oh, really?
Upon my word, yes. We've all heard of your wonderful methods, the astonishing manner in which you gain information from the most trifling details. Now, I dare say, in this brief moment or two, you've discovered any number of things about me.
Nothing of consequence, Mr. Chetwood. I've hardly more than ask myself why you were so distressed to see me at this particular moment, and what there can possibly be about the safe in the lower part of that desk to cause you such painful anxiety.
Yes, very good. Very good indeed. If those things were only true now, I'd be wonderfully impressed. It would be absolutely remarkable.
Excuse me, sir.
Judson.
A message for you, Mr. Chetwood.
You'll excuse me, I trust. It's from, Miss Faulkner. Well, really. She begs to be allowed to see you, Mr. Holmes. She absolutely implores it. Well, I suppose I shall have to give way. Judson, ask Miss Faulkner to come down to the drawing room. Say that Mr. Holmes is waiting to see her.
Very good, sir.
Quite remarkable, upon my soul. May I ask, if it's not an impertinent question, what message you sent up that could so have aroused Miss Faulkner's desire to come down?
Merely if that she wasn't down here in 5 minutes, I'd go up.
Oh, that was it.
Yes, quite so. And unless I'm greatly mistaken, I hear the young lady on the stairs. In which case she has a minute and a half to spare.
Alice, that is Miss Faulkner. Let me introduce Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Mr. Holmes.
Miss Faulkner.
I'm really most charmed to meet you, although it does look as if you'd made me come down in spite of myself, doesn't it?
I thank you very much indeed for consenting to see me, Miss Faulkner, but regret to observe that you were put to the trouble of making such a very rapid change of dress.
Oh, yes. I did hurry a trifle, I confess. Mr. Holmes is quite living up to his reputation, isn't he, Freddie? Come in.
Yes, ma'am.
What are you doing here, Judson?
I beg pardon, ma'am. I was answering the bell.
What bell?
The drawing room bell, sir.
What do you mean, you blockhead? No one rang the bell.
I'm quite sure it was rung, sir.
Well, I tell you it did not ring.
Your butler is right, Mr. Chetwood. The bell did ring.
How do you know?
I rang it.
What do you want?
I want to send my card to the real Miss Faulkner.
The real?
I said the real Miss Faulkner. Judson.
Yes, sir?
Holmes, what right have you to ring for servants and give orders in my house?
What right have you to prevent my cards from reaching their destination? And how does it happen that you and this woman are resorting to trickery and deceit to prevent me from seeing Alice Faulkner? Through some trifling oversight, Judson, neither of the cards I handed to him has been delivered. Kindly see that this error does not occur again.
My orders,
sir? You have orders.
I can't say, sir.
You were told not to deliver my card.
What business is it of yours, I'd like to know?
I shall satisfy your curiosity on that point in a very short time, Mr. Chetwood.
Yes, and you'll find out in a very short time that it isn't safe to meddle with me. It wouldn't be any trouble at all for me to throw you out into the street.
Possibly not, but trouble would swiftly follow such an experiment on your part.
It's a cursed lucky thing for you I'm not armed.
Yes, well, Miss Faulkner comes down, you go and arm yourself.
Arm myself? I'll call the police. What's more, I'll do it now.
Oh, no, you will not do it now. You will remain where you are until the lady I came here to see has entered this room.
What makes you so sure of that?
Because you will prefer to avoid an investigation of your suspicious conduct, Mr. James Larrabee.
Larrabee?
That is the name under which you are known to Scotland Yard, I believe, Mr. Chetwood. This lady here is your wife. To you, Judson, you will either deliver that card to Miss Faulkner at once or sleep in the police station tonight. That is of small consequence to me, which you do.
Shall I go, sir?
Go on. Take up the card. It makes no difference to me.
A short time since, Larrabee, you displayed an acute anxiety to leave the room. Pray do not let me detain you or your wife any longer. Take it you prefer to remain while I talk to Miss Faulkner?
We do, Mr. Holmes.
Last, Miss Faulkner.
This is Mr. Holmes.
Yes.
You wish to see me?
Very much indeed, Miss Faulkner, but I'm sorry to see that you are far from well.
Oh, no,
No? Beg your pardon. What does this mark mean?
Oh, nothing.
Nothing?
No.
And the mark here on your neck, plainly showing the clutch of a man's fingers, does that mean nothing also? Occurs to me that I should like to have an explanation of this. Possibly you can furnish one, Mr. Larrabee.
How should I know?
It seems to have occurred in your own house.
What if it did? You'd better understand that it isn't healthy for you or anyone else to interfere with my business.
That is your business. We have that much at least. Pray be seated, Miss Faulkner.
I don't know who you are, Mr. Holmes, or why you are here.
I shall be very glad indeed to explain. My business is this. I've been consulted as to the possibility of obtaining from you certain letters addressed to your sister, which are supposed to be in your possession.
I cannot give up my sister's letters, Mr. Holmes. There are other things besides revenge. There is punishment.
Believe me, Miss Faulkner.
There is nothing more to say. Good night, Mr. Holmes.
But my dear Miss Faulkner... Oh, I'm so sorry. How clumsy of me to turn over this chair.
Fire! Fire!
Oh, what's that? What's that? What's going on in your house here?
Fire! The lamp, sir. The
lamp in the kitchen, sir. It fell off the table and everything down there is blazing, sir. Quick, sir, come down. Quick, come.
Don't alarm yourself, Miss Faulkner. There is no fire.
No fire?
The smoke was all arranged for.
Arranged for? What does it mean, Mr. Holmes?
It means this, Miss Faulkner. It means that I wanted a package of letters, Miss Faulkner, and that by following your eyes just now, when you thought there was a fire, I discovered that you'd hidden them in the upholstery of this chair. Here. Quite elementary, as you see. And now that they're in my possession, there seems to be no reason for me to remain any longer in this house. Good night, Miss Faulkner. Miss Faulkner.
Yes?
I can't take them, Miss Faulkner. These letters belong to you. I find that I cannot keep them unless you can possibly change your mind and let me have them of your own free will. I hardly suppose you could. I will therefore return them to you, and, here's our friend Mr. Larrabee returning from the fire.
So, you've got the letters, have you? Now I suppose we're going to see you walk out of the house with them.
On the contrary, you're going to see me return them to their rightful owner. Miss Faulkner, here are your letters. Should you ever change your mind and be so generous, so forgiving as to wish to return these letters to the one who wrote them, you have my address. In any event, rest assured there will be no more cruelty, no more persecution in this house.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes.
You are perfectly safe with your property, Miss Faulkner, for I shall so arrange it that your faintest cry of distress will be heard. And if that cry is heard, it will be very unfortunate for those who are responsible. As for you, Mr. Larrabee, and you, Madame, I beg you to understand that you continue your persecution of that young lady at your peril. Good night.
Miss Faulkner. Come here, Miss Faulkner. Now. Are you going to give me those letters?
No, never.
Are you going to give me those letters? Now then.
Be careful, Jim.
You shut up. Now then, Miss Faulkner. Do you give me those letters, or do I break your arm? What's that?
Someone knocked on the door.
No, it was on that side.
Did you call, madam?
I think someone knocked, Judson.
I'll see, madam. I beg pardon, madam, but there's no one at the door.
Very well, you may go. He's got us watched.
What we want to do is to leave it alone. Let the Emperor have it.
Do you mean Professor Moriarty?
That's who I mean. Once let him get at it, he'll settle it with Holmes pretty quick. Don't you worry a minute. I tell you, Professor Moriarty will get at him before noon tomorrow night. He won't wait long either. And when he strikes, it means death.
Number?
82. V71.
Moriarty speaking. Come in, Bessie. Your report, come in, Manning.
Everything was a trap, set and baited by an expert.
And Manning?
Manning has disappeared.
Disappeared? Sherlock Holmes again. And now this Larrabee job. He's in on that, too. And that's where he's made his mistake. Mr. Holmes is playing rather a dangerous game, Bassett. Inspector Wilson tried it 7 years ago. Wilson is dead. 2 years later, Henderson took it up. We haven't heard anything of Henderson lately, eh?
Not a thing, sir.
You'll see about that. This Holmes is rather a talented man. He doesn't realize there isn't a street in London that'll be safe for him if I whisper his name to Cragen. I might even make him a little call myself, just for the satisfaction of it. Just for the satisfaction of it. Baker Street, isn't it, his place? Baker Street, eh?
Baker Street, sir.
We could make it safe. We could make it absolutely safe for 3 streets in every direction.
Yes, sir, but
we could. We've done it over and over again elsewhere. Police decoyed, men in every doorway. Do this tonight in Baker Street. At 9 o'clock, call his attendants out on one pretext or another and keep them out. You understand? I'll see this Sherlock Holmes myself. I'll give him a chance for his life. Magee.
Yes, sir.
Notify the Lascar that I may require the gas chamber at Stepney tomorrow night. And have Craig in there at 10:15 with his crew. Tell Larrabee I shall want him to write a letter to Mr. Sherlock Holmes, which I shall dictate. Meet me here at 7. Magee, place your men at 9 tonight for Sherlock Holmes's house in Baker Street.
You still go there yourself, sir?
I will still go there myself.
At this meeting tomorrow night, sir, to get him in the gas chamber.
If I fail to kill him in Baker Street, you'll have him in Swan Domain. Either way, I have him, Bassett. 2 strings to our bow. 2 strings, eh, Bassett?
Yes.
That evening, Holmes and I dined together at Scott's in Piccadilly Circus. After dinner, we went to a concert at Queen's Hall. I can still see him on this particular night of the Moriarty case, well knowing that his life was in peril, sitting beside me in the stalls, wrapped in the most perfect happiness, listening to Sarasate play the violin, gently waving his long, thin fingers in time to the music. When it was over, he rose, put on his long coat, and started with long steps in the direction of the street.
Come, my dear Watson. Let's go on to Baker Street. I have an idea that very soon we shall be receiving a most interesting visit.
From the Queen's Hall, we hailed a hansom, and as we came down Baker Street, we could see that the light was burning on the second floor of 221B. We went up the dark, narrow stairs.
Mr. Holmes.
The boy Billy was waiting for us.
Mr. Holmes.
What is it?
Mrs. Hudson's compliments, sir, and she wants to know if she can see you.
Now, where is Mrs. Hudson?
Downstairs in the kitchen, sir.
My compliments, and I don't think she can. Where she is.
She'll be very sorry, sir.
Our regret will be mutual.
It was most terribly important, sir, being as she wants to know what you'll have for breakfast in the morning.
The same.
Same as when, sir?
This morning.
But you didn't have nothing, sir. You wasn't here.
I won't be here tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Was that all, sir?
Quite so.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Oh, Mr. Holmes, here's a letter for you, sir, on the table. Delivered 10 minutes ago.
Well, read it, Watson. That's a good fellow. I put on my dressing gown.
Yes. Dear sir.
Thus addresses me.
Why, James Larrabee.
And what has James to say this evening?
Dear sir.
I hope he won't say that again.
I have the honor to inform you that Miss Faulkner has changed her mind regarding the letters, etc., which you wish to obtain, and has decided to dispose of them for a monetary consideration. If you wish to negotiate, will you be at 9 o'clock at the Guards' Monument at the foot of Waterloo Place? You will see a four-wheeler with wooden shutters to the windows. If you have the cab followed or try any other underhand trick, you won't get what you want. Let me know your decisions. Yours truly, James Larrabee.
Mine truly. Well, later, perhaps.
What does the fellow mean?
The fellow means to sell me a base imitation for a large sum of money of certain letters that he does not possess. I shall probably buy them from him. Now, see if I have the points. Tonight, 11 o'clock, Guards Monument, cab with wooden shutters, no one to come with me, no one to follow. Or I don't get what I want.
Quite right. But this cab with the wooden shutters?
Merely a little device to keep me from seeing where they're taking me. Billy.
Yes, sir.
Give this to the man.
It was a woman, sir.
Oh, young or old?
Looked quite young, sir.
Handsome?
Four-wheeler, sir.
Seen the driver before?
Yes, sir, but I can't think where.
Hand this to the lady. Apologize for delay and look at the driver again.
Yes, sir.
But, my dear Holmes, you didn't say you would go.
But I certainly did.
But this fellow means mischief.
This fellow means the same.
I beg pardon, sir. A message come over from the chemist on the corner to say a man has been hit by a bus. Looks like his leg's broke. And would Dr. Watson kindly step over and help till the ambulance
Oh, you
comes?
certainly are. Go at once. I'll be back in a minute, Holmes.
Billy,
Yes, sir.
who brought that message?
Boy from the chemist, sir.
Yes, of course, but which boy?
Must have been a new one, sir. I ain't seen him before.
Billy, get downstairs quickly. Look after the doctor. If the boy's gone, there's a man with him. It means mischief. Let me know. Don't stop to come up. Ring the doorbell. I'll hear it. Ring it loud.
Yes, sir. Look out, sir. Look out. Look out.
It's a dangerous habit, Mr. Holmes, to finger loaded firearms in the pocket of one's dressing gown.
I give you my word, Professor Moriarty. You'll be taken from here to the hospital if you keep your hand behind you like that. That's better. In that case, please put your revolver on the table.
Evidently don't know me.
I think it's quite evident that I do. Pray have a chair, Professor. I can spare you 5 minutes. If you have anything to say. Careful. What are you about to do, Professor Moriarty?
Look at my watch.
I'll tell you when your 5 minutes is up.
Is your intention to pursue this case against me?
That is my intention. To the very end.
I regret this. Not so much on my own account, but on yours.
I share your regret, Professor, but solely because of the rather uncomfortable position it will cause you to occupy.
May I inquire to what position you are pleased to allude, Mr. Holmes?
I refer to the position you will occupy at the end of a rope, Professor Moriarty.
Have you the faintest idea that you'll be permitted to live to see that day?
As to that, I do not particularly care, so that I bring you to see it.
You'll never bring me to see it. You think that I would be here if I hadn't made the streets quite safe in every respect?
I could never so grossly overestimate your courage as that, Professor Moriarty.
You imagine that your friend the doctor and your boy Billy will soon return?
What?
So, it leaves us quite alone, doesn't it, sir? Quite alone. So that we can talk the matter over quietly, Mr. Holmes, and not be disturbed. In the first place, I wish to call your attention to a few memoranda which I've jotted down, and which you will find... here they are.
Look out! Don't do that. Hands down, quickly! Your father away from that memorandum book you're talking about.
I was merely about to take out a small notebook.
Well, merely don't do it. I don't want it. I've got one of my own. If you want it, we'll have someone get it for you. I always like to save my guests unnecessary trouble.
I observe that your boy doesn't answer the bell.
No, but I have an idea that he will before long.
It may possibly be longer than you think, Mr. Holmes.
What? That boy?
Yes, that boy.
At least we'll try the bell once more, Professor.
Doesn't it occur to you that he may possibly have been detained, Mr. Holmes?
It does, Professor. But it also occurs to me that you're in very much the same predicament, Professor Moriarty.
I beg pardon, sir. Someone tried to hold me, sir.
Yeah, it's quite evident, however, that he failed to do so.
Yes, sir. He's got my coat, sir, but he ain't got me.
Billy.
Yes, sir.
Billy, the gentleman I'm carefully pointing out to you with this .45 desires to have us get us something of his left hand inside coat pocket. He's not feeling quite himself today, and the consequence of his trying to do it himself might prove fatal. I suggest you attend to it for him.
Yes, sir. Is this it, sir? This gun?
Quite so. So I'll put it on the table. Not there, Billy. On this table, where I can reach it. More like it. That's all, Billy.
Shall I see if he's got another, sir?
Why, Billy, you surprise me. Perhaps the gentleman's taken the trouble to inform us that he hasn't.
When, sir?
When he made a snatch for this one. And now, Professor, now that we have your little memorandum book, do you think of anything else you'd like before Billy goes? Any little thing you've got that you don't want? so sorry. That's all, Billy.
Thank you, sir.
Listen, Holmes, to me. On the 4th of January, you crossed my path. On the 23rd, you incommoded me. And now, at the close of April, I find myself placed in such a position through your continual interference that I'm in positive danger of losing my liberty.
Have you any suggestions to make?
No, I have no suggestions to make. I have a fact to state. If you don't drop it at once, your life's not worth that.
I'm afraid, Professor, that in the pleasure of this conversation, I'm neglecting more important business. If you'll excuse me a moment while I get my pipe off the mantelpiece here.
I came here this evening, Mr. Holmes, to see if peace could not be arranged between us.
Quite so, quite so.
You'd seen fit not only to reject my proposals, but to make insulting references coupled with threats of arrest. You've been warned of your danger. You don't heed that warning. Perhaps you'll heed this. Up with your hands, Mr. Holmes. Up with them,
Didn't imagine I'd leave that gun loaded, did you, Professor Moriarty? Here are your cartridges. I didn't suppose you'd want to use that gun again, so I took them out while you were talking and put them in my pocket. You'll find them all there, Professor. Billy,
Yes, sir.
will you please show Professor Moriarty the door?
Yes, sir. This way, sir.
Don't ever say I didn't warn you, Mr. Holmes.
No, Professor Moriarty. No, I never will. Billy, come here.
Yes, sir.
Billy? Billy, you're a good boy.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
You are listening to the Columbia Broadcasting System's presentation of Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air in Sherlock Holmes, with Orson Welles in the title role and Ray Collins as Dr. Watson. We pause a moment for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. We continue now with this CBS presentation of Sherlock Holmes, played by Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air.
It was exactly 9 o'clock when Sherlock Holmes left the house in Baker Street. He had given the strictest instructions that no one was to follow him. If there had been no word from him by noon of the following day, we must notify Scotland Yard. I went to the window and looked after him as he went down Baker Street. A tall, thin figure in a gray ulster, walking with long, smooth steps in the direction of Langham Place. There he entered a cab.
What are you doing, lighting matches here?
That's what I'm doing.
Chuck it.
Why should I chuck it?
There might be gas, you fool.
There ain't no gas. It's been 4 days since we had gas in the room.
And I still say there might be gas.
Did you check it?
I will. Here goes. Ready?
Give it a turn. That'll do. Turn it off.
5 minutes of that. All your troubles are ended.
Here. What's that?
Bassick?
That's right, Cregan. Did you hear it?
Yes, sir.
McCabe?
Yes, sir.
Be careful now, you boys. You've got a tough one tonight.
We ain't said who, as I've heard.
Sherlock Holmes.
Oh. You mean that, sir?
God's truth.
You're going to count him out.
Well, if you don't and he gets away, I'm sorry for you, that's all. Jack, the governor's here.
Not the governor himself. Professor Moriarty.
Shut up.
Yes, sir.
Got your full crew?
All here, sir.
No mistakes tonight, Cregan.
I'll be careful of that, sir.
This is Larrabee.
Hello.
He's in on this job.
Hello, Larrabee.
Oh. What's that door, Bassett?
A small cupboard, sir.
No outlet?
None whatever, sir.
That window?
Nailed down, sir.
Man might break the glass.
If he did, he'd come up against the heavy iron bars outside.
We'll have him tied down before he can break any glass, sir.
You've used it before, eh? Of course, you know it's airtight.
Every crevice is sealed, sir.
When the men have turned the gas on him, they leave by this door.
Yes, sir.
Be made quite secure.
Heavy bolts on the outside, sir. Solid oak bars overall.
Let me see how quick you can operate them.
They tie a man down, sir. There's no need to hurry.
Let me see how quick you can operate them.
Leary.
Yes, sir.
That's good. Open it up. Now, Cregan, and the rest of you, one thing remember. Whatever happens, no shooting tonight. Not a single shot. Will be heard in the alley below. The first thing is to get his revolver away before he has a chance to use it. Two of you attract his attention in front. The other come up on him from behind and snatch it out of his pocket. Then you have him. Arrange that, Cregan.
I'll attend to it, sir.
Mr. Larrabee, you understand? He'll wait for you.
I understand, sir.
I give you this opportunity to sell him the packet of letters you forged and get what you can for your trouble. A few £100 doesn't interest me, Mr. Larrabee. What I am after is Holmes.
I understand, sir.
When you've finished and got your money, you whistle, and these gentlemen come in. Let's hear it. You hear that, Cregan? That's right. And Cregan, the proper moment, present my compliments to Mr. Sherlock Holmes and say that I wished him a pleasant journey to the other side. Go on, Bassett. Good night, gentlemen.
Good night.
Good night. Good night, sir.
All right, boys. Clear. When you hear the whistle, in you come.
Right you are, sir.
Larry.
Yes, sir.
You get down on the corner below. Let me know when he comes.
I will let you know.
Well, when you see him driving up, come down the alley and whistle 3 times.
Very good, sir.
Here. What's this? How did you get in? What are you doing there in the back? Hey!
What is it, Larry?
A woman here in the back.
Bring her in.
Come on, you. Come on.
Oh, it's you, Miss Faulkner.
It's true, then.
How did you get to this place?
I followed you in a cab.
What have you been doing since I came up here? Informing the police, perhaps?
No. I was afraid he'd come, so I waited.
To warn him, I suppose.
No. To warn him, yes. You're going to swindle and deceive him, sell him a packet of forged letters. I know that. What else are you going to do to him?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Where are those men who came up here?
What men?
3 terrible-looking men. I saw them go in at the street door.
You don't mean these men, do you, Miss Faulkner?
Tie her up, boys.
Tie her up. Listen. That's him. There he is now. What? Holmes? That's him. That's the signal. You won't have time to get her out. Shut her in there in the cupboard.
Yeah, that'll do. In with her. Into the cupboard. Hey, there ain't no lock to this here cupboard door.
I'll drive something in there.
Here, this knife. This'll do it.
That'll hold up. Now, quick, quick! Good evening, Mr. Holmes.
Ah, Mr. Larrabee. Oh, really? I certainly thought after all this driving about in a closed cab, you'd show me something new.
Seen it before, have you, Mr. Holmes?
Oh, well, a time or two. Now to come to think of it, I nabbed a friend of yours in this place while he was trying to drop himself out of the window. Ed Colvin, the cracksman.
Colvin, never heard of him before.
Well, you certainly never heard of him after. Sure of that. A brace of counterfeiters used these luxurious chambers in the spring of '89. One of them hid in that cupboard. We pulled him out with the heels.
Quite interesting. But times have changed since then.
So they have, Mr. Larrabee, so they have. But then it was only cracksmen, counterfeiters, pickpockets, and petty swindlers of various kinds. But now...
Well, what now?
Well, between you and me, Mr. Larrabee, we've heard some not altogether agreeable rumors. Rumors of some pretty shady work not far from here. Murder to a very peculiar kind. I've always had a suspicion... That's it. My surmise was correct. It is.
It is what?
This room is corked, sealed.
What does that signify to us?
Nothing to us, Mr. Larrabee, nothing to us. But it might signify a good deal to some poor devil who's been caught and gassed in this trap.
Well, if it's nothing to us, suppose we leave it alone and get to business. My time is limited.
Yeah, of course. I should have realized that these reflections could not possibly appeal to you.
Well, have a cigar, Mr. Holmes?
Oh, thanks. Oh, good cigar, this, Mr. Larrabee. genuine Havana.
Glad you like it. Now, here is the little packet of letters which is the object of this meeting. I haven't opened it yet, but Miss Faulkner tells me everything is there.
I suppose, Mr. Larrabee, that as Miss Faulkner knows nothing about this affair, we omit her name from the discussion.
What do you mean? Who told you she doesn't know?
You did. Every look, tone, gesture, everything you've said and done since I've been in this room has informed me that Miss Faulkner has never consented to this transaction. It is a little speculation of your own.
Oh, I suppose you think you can read me like a book.
Oh, no, like a primer.
Well, let it pass. How much will you give?
£1,000.
I couldn't take it.
What do you ask?
5,000.
I couldn't give it.
Why, I've been offered 4,000 for this little
Why
packet.
didn't you take it?
Because I intended to get more.
Oh, that's too bad.
They offered 4,000. They'll give 5.
They won't give anything.
Why not?
They've turned the case over to me.
Will you give 3,000?
Mr. Larrabee, strange as it may appear, my time is limited as well as yours. I have brought with me the sum of £1,000, which is all that I wish to pay. If it is your desire to sell at this figure, kindly appraise me of the fact at once. If not, permit me to wish you a very good evening. Well?
You can have it. It's too small a matter to haggle over. Give me the money.
Yes, certainly.
I thought you said you'd only brought just 1,000.
I did. This is it.
You brought a trifle more, I see.
Quite so. I didn't say I hadn't brought any more.
You can do your little tricks when it comes to it, can't you?
It depends on who I'm dealing with.
Yeah. You give me that money. Come on, quick. Hand it over.
Now, I've got you where I want you, James Larrabee. You've been so cunning and so cautious and so wise, we couldn't find a thing to hold you for, but this little slip will get you in for robbery.
You'll have me in, will you? What are your views about being able to get away from here yourself?
I do not anticipate any particular difficulty.
Robbery, eh? Why, even if you got away from here, you haven't got a witness. You haven't got a witness to your name.
I'm not so sure of that, Mr. Larrabee. Not so sure of that. You usually fasten this cupboard door with a knife?
Come away from that door!
Faulkner! Stand back. Contemptible scoundrel, what does this mean?
I'll show you what it means. Pass it quick.
I'm afraid you're badly hurt, Miss Faulkner.
Mr. Holmes, look behind you!
James! What in there, boy?
I'll have to ask you gentlemen to wait just one moment, please.
Here there. What's the idea of sitting down and writing?
What are you writing? Writing your will, I thought.
No, only a brief description of one or two of your gentlemen. The police. I'm ready now.
Wait a bit. You better listen to me, Mr. Holmes. We're going to tie you down nice and tight to the top of that table.
Why, you surprise me, gentlemen. Thinking you're so sure of anybody in this room. And 3 bars going out of that window.
Bars or no bars, you're not going to get out of here as easy as you expect.
There are so many ways, Mr. Larrabee, that I hardly know which one to choose.
Well, you better choose quick, I can tell you that.
I'll choose at once, Mr. Cregan. And my choice falls on this chair.
My God! The light! You get away in the chair! Look out! There he goes! Look at his cigar! Drag him by the cigar! What's his cigar? Look out! He's gone to the window! He's up on the ledge! He's climbed out! Look at his cigar! Get him quick! After him! There he goes! He's out! By the window!
No, gentlemen, no, not by the window. I'm leaving by the door. By the way, I left my cigar for you on the windowsill. Good evening, gentlemen.
There was no news of Holmes that night. And Billy reported next morning that he had not breakfasted at home. I had a busy morning at my office in Harley Street. It was after 11 before the last of my appointments was over. And still no news of Holmes.
Did you ring Dr. Watson?
Oh, Parsons. Is there anyone waiting? I have to be in Baker Street at noon.
There's one person in the waiting room, Doctor. A lady, sir, and she wants to see you most particular.
What about?
She didn't say so, only she said it was of the utmost importance to her if you'll see her.
Oh, very well, I'll see her and call a cab for me at the same time and have it wait. Show the lady in.
Yes, sir. This way, ma'am. This way.
Doctor, it's awfully good of you to see me. I'm Mrs. H. DeWitt Seaton. Dear me, I didn't bring my card case. Or if I did, I've lost it.
Don't trouble about a card, Mrs. Seaton.
They said you were Mr. Holmes's friend. Several people told me that. Several. They advised me to ask you where I could find him today, this morning. And everything depends on it, Doctor. Everything.
I'd go to Mr. Holmes at once.
But I've been, and he wasn't there.
You went to Mr. Holmes' house?
Yes, in Baker Street. That's why I came to you. They said he might be here.
No, he isn't here.
But don't you expect him this morning?
No, there's no possibility of Mr. Holmes coming as far as I know.
But couldn't you get him to come? It would be such a great favor to me. I'm almost worn out with going about and with this dreadful anxiety. If you could get word to Mr. Holmes to come.
I could not get him to come, madam, and I beg you to excuse me. I'm going out myself on urgent business. I have no idea where Mr. Holmes could be. What's that, Parsons?
Sounded like an accident, sir.
Probably nothing more than a broken-down hansom. See what it is, Parsons.
That's the bell, sir. Somebody's hurt, sir, and they're wanting you.
Well, don't allow anybody to come in. I have no more time.
Very well, sir.
But they're coming in, Doctor.
Let the old man come in, can't you? Yes, to bring him in. There ain't nowhere else for him to go. Can't the doctor's office is this, and he can't come in when he's there.
The doctors can't see anybody.
He's got to come in. We can't leave him out in the street, can we?
All right, help him in, Parsons.
Oh, Doctor, isn't it frightful? Can I be of some use?
None
Doctor?
whatever, none whatever.
But, Doctor, I must see the poor fellow.
Oh, my leg, my leg.
Right this way, sir. Be careful of the sill, sir. That's it.
The accident. You can't help an accident. Oh, you can't. That's plain enough. He was on the wrong side of the street, he was.
Now, over to this chair.
No, I'll sit here.
No, this is the chair, sir.
Don't you suppose I know where I want to sit down? You'll sit down here. That isn't the doctor. The doctor will have a look at you. Here's the doctor. That isn't the doctor. Yes, it is a doctor. Here, doctor. You just come and have a look at this old bloke, will you? He's hurt himself a little, then. Are you a cabman? Yes, I'm the cabman. Well, I'll have you arrested for this. Arrested? Arrested! You can't arrest me. No, I can't, but somebody else can. Where's my hat? Never mind your hat. I will mind my hat, and I'll hold you responsible. There's your hat in your hand. Go on, sit down. That isn't my hat. Here, you're responsible. I'll have you arrested. Here, come back. I'll go and stick around here. You know, I got to go and attend to my meeting all. Bring your horse in here. I want to speak to him. Conspiracy. I won't stay in this place. If I ever get out of here alive. There, what are you staring at me for, lady?
Parsons, tell that cab to wait for me. I must see if he's badly hurt.
Yes, sir.
Now, my friend, if you'll sit quiet for one moment, I'll have a look at you. Well, stay still, will you? Well, how can I...
Remarkable weather we're having, eh, Doctor?
Holmes! What on earth?
How about helping me remove some of this ridiculous disguise, Watson?
Holmes! Is that you?
Quite so, my dear fellow, quite so.
Holmes!
Watson, only get out that window. Look out, the blind!
What do you want me to do?
Nothing. Already been done by Mrs. Larrabee here.
Look out, Holmes. She can get out that way.
I don't think so, Watson. Foreman!
I've got her, sir.
Good work, Foreman. I'll take this lady in charge.
Yes, sir.
Very good, Foreman. Wait for me outside.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Watson, my dear fellow, I regret to say that up to the present time, Professor Moriarty himself has not risen to the bait.
Where do you think he is?
In the open streets, under some clever disguise. Watching for a chance to get at me.
And was this woman sent in here?
Quite so. A spy. To let them know by some signal if she found me in the house. Now they know. Pull down that blind, Watson. I don't care to be shot at from the street. I imagine we shall hear from Professor Moriarty very soon now.
Mr. Holmes! Mr. Holmes!
What did I tell you?
He's come, sir.
From where?
The house across the street. He was in there watching these windows. He must have seen something, for he's just come out. There was a cab waiting in front of this house, sir, and he's climbed up and changed places with the driver.
Get out again quick, Billy, and keep your eye on him.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Watson, if you let me have a rather heavy portmanteau for a few moments, I won't do it any harm.
Parsons, my large Gladstone over there in the corner. Bring it here, please.
Yes, sir. Here you are, sir. Here's the portmanteau.
Thank you, Parsons. Put it down there. Thank you so much. Parsons, you ordered a cab for the doctor a short time ago. It's been waiting, I believe.
Yes, sir, I think it has, sir.
Be so good as to tell the driver to come in here and get a valise. When he comes, tell him that's the one.
Very good, sir.
My dear Watson, times like these you should tell your man never to take the first cab that comes on call, nor yet the second. The third may be safe.
But, Holmes,
All right, I'm cabby.
Yes, cabby. Here, right in this way.
This bag. I want taken down,
Right,
I'll get that. All right. Goodbye, Watson. Bye, Watson, old fellow. Wait a minute, driver. Pretty heavy, I'm afraid. Let me help you. Watson, I'll write to you from Budapest.
Yes, but
here, driver. Let me tighten up these straps a bit. There we are, that's right. I'll hold it, driver. You pull the strap. A few little things in this bag that I wouldn't like to lose.
Right, you will, sir.
And it's just as well to make quite sure. Is it not, Professor Moriarty? By means of a simple pair of handcuffs.
Blast you, Holmes. imagine, Sherlock Holmes, that this is the end?
I ventured to dream that it might be.
You quite sure the police will be able to hold me?
Professor Moriarty, I'm quite sure of nothing. Take him away, Foreman. And so, my dear Watson, ends the strange case of Miss Alice Faulkner.
Well, what about the letters?
Oh, the letters. They were returned to their rightful owner over an hour ago. I suspected from the start that Miss Faulkner was really a nice girl at heart. Ah, dear.
What is it, Holmes?
I was just reflecting, my dear Watson. With Moriarty out of the way, London, from the point of view of the criminal expert, is likely to become a singularly uninteresting city. One's morning paper, a veritable wilderness of boredom.
Mr. Holmes, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, Billy?
There's a lady, sir. Been waiting for an hour. Says she's got to see you, sir. Case of murder, she says. She's got her face veiled.
From which I deduce that she is a lady of over 41 and less than 45, of a strange, dark beauty and considerable social eminence. And that she has lived for some years in the Near East. And that she is now wearing a large blood ruby on the second finger of her left hand.
Holmes, how do you know these things? It's amazing.
Elementary, my dear Watson. Elementary. The child's play of deduction.
Again tonight, the Columbia Broadcasting System, through its affiliated stations coast to coast, has brought you Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air, the 12th production in this unique series featuring Broadway's and radio's most celebrated theatrical producing company. This evening, the play was Orson Welles' own adaptation of William Gillette's Sherlock Holmes. In the cast, Dr. Watson, played by Ray Collins, Alice Faulkner by Mary Taylor, Madge Larrabee by Brenda Forbes, James Larrabee by Edgar Barrier, Inspector Foreman by Morgan Farley, Cragen by Richard Wilson, Brassic by Alfred Shirley, Leary by William Allen, Billy by Arthur Anderson, Professor Moriarty by Eustace Wyatt, and Sherlock Holmes by Orson Welles. The orchestra was conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the production was supervised for CBS by Davidson Taylor. Your announcer is Frank Gallup. Next Sunday evening at the same time, another classic narrative dramatized by Orson Welles. Join us then for Charles Dickens' Oliver Twist, brought to life by the Mercury Theater on the Air.
Well, Silver, wait those daring days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next. Hi-yo, Silver, away!
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion, Tonto, the masked rider of the plains fought crime and criminals throughout the early western United States. No matter what the odds against him, his strength and courage were equal to any emergency. And it was he, more than any other man, who brought law and order to a lawless frontier. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We're heading for Red Rock. There's going to be trouble. Hail, Silver! Away! The Lone Ranger and Tonto rode slowly along the trail in the direction of Red Rock. They were following the hoof prints of 3 horses, faint marks in the dust that told a story of violence and death to the masked man and his companion.
We saw where the 2 riders were joined by a third, Tonto. And then there were signs of a struggle.
That's right. Then we find where feller gets shot.
And we know that from that time on, one of the 3 horses was being led.
Trail of one horse not steady.
There was no one riding the horse.
One horse carried double load. Hoof mark deeper than afore.
It seems, then, that one of the men was shot. Neither killed or wounded. He's being carried by one of the other 2. I wonder if... Look ahead, Tonto. See there?
Tonto see plenty feller.
There are a lot of men around that arroyo. I wonder... Tonto, how long ago do you think the shooting took place?
Maybe some time last night.
Not later than last night?
No.
Look, Tonto, if I ride up to that group of men, they're going to ask a lot of questions about my mask. You ride ahead. Learn what you can. I wonder if Jim Kilray's betrayed the trust we placed in him. I hope he isn't mixed up in a murder.
Him promise go straight now.
But he has a quick temper. That temper might make him forget his promises. I hope not. Ride ahead, Kemosabe. I'll meet you in the Goat Creek camp tonight.
Get him up, Scout.
Ain't no question about it. He's dead.
Dead as a man can be.
Dead as a doornail.
Drilled clean through the head. Wonder who done it.
Hi, Sheriff. What's your opinion on this year shooting?
Boys, I've been studying the situation here. We know this critter that shot. His name's Pete Hawks, better known as Poison Pete.
That's who 'tis, all right enough. Poison Pete.
I can think of a plenty reasons for wanting to kill Poison Pete.
He had it coming to him.
I know at least 4 men that's got a plenty of reason for killing him. At least 4. Now, Sam Sutton here. You had a reason for killing him, Sam.
Now, Sheriff, you can't say I done it.
I ain't said you done it. I said you had a reason. He poisoned a lot of your cattle, didn't he?
Sure he did, but there ain't no reason
Bart
why...
Hemingway might have done this murder, known as he did that Poison Pete was out to get him.
I can prove I didn't do it, Sheriff. If he was killed last night, I was at the cafe all evening.
Bart, how'd you know that he was killed last evening?
Huh?
I'll follow that point up later on. Jeremy Tubbs and Poison Pete have been feuding for a long time. Tubbs might have done this.
Now, look, Sheriff. Instead of hunting the killer to hang him, you should hunt the killer to give him a medal. If ever a man needed killing, Poison Pete did.
You're right in what you say, Sam. But there's law and order in this town, and I got to see that the laws are carried out. I got to find the man that done this and hang him for it. Listen, he can show he done it in self-defense or something.
You can't hold me for it.
Ain't holding no one yet.
Me and Kit Jones has been together since yesterday morning. Kit'll tell you I didn't do it.
Sheriff, you all know I ain't been nowheres near here. I didn't kill him.
Quiet down, both of you. I got a pretty good notion as to who done this. It's a certain critter in town that is bragging all the time about his handling the 6 guns. He don't have much to say about what he was afore he come here, and he's got a mighty hot temper.
You mean Jim Kilray?
Anyone seen Kilray around here?
No.
I counted an even dozen notches on Jim Kilray's gun. Where's Deputy Slade?
Right here, Sheriff.
Slade? You knew Kilray's gun had 12 notches?
Yeah, but Kilray won't say much about them notches.
Those gun notches prove that he's a plenty dangerous. We all seen his temper flare up a week ago when Poison Pete tried to swindle him at cards. You was there, Slade.
If I hadn't interfered, there'd been gunplay right there in the cafe.
Yep.
Come to think of it, Sheriff, Jim Kilray was riding this way last night.
Was, huh?
Yep. I reckon that just about pins a murder on him.
I'll bet 2 again 1 Kilray done it.
Let's locate Kilray.
Ain't he living at the Sprout House?
Yeah, let's go and see if he's there now.
Come on. Well, you and Gary stay here on guard till I send the buckboard for the remains. Slade, you come with me.
Right.
We'll see what Kilray's got to say for himself.
Good. Steady, boys.
We'll all go. Kilray done it all right.
This is his 13th notch.
If this is the 13th notch, it'll hang him. Come on, boys. Get up. Come on.
Jim Kilray was cleaning his gun in the living room of Widow Sprout's boarding house. But just as he finished, he made a surprising discovery. There were too many notches. He counted and recounted them, and finally called Mrs. Sprout.
Don't savvy it at all, Mrs. Sprout. I counted a dozen times, and it always comes out the same.
12, 13. 13's right, Jimmy.
Yeah, but there was only 12 notches in that gun. Where did that 13th notch come from?
My sakes alive, Jim, I don't know. But put that shooting on the way them things make me fidgety.
I cut 12 notches in here. I know there was only 12. Now there's 13.
Well, what a notch, more or less. Don't sit there puzzling and worrying about it, Jimmy. One more notch ain't going to hurt the gun.
But I don't savvy.
I never could seem to believe that you really killed 12 men.
Shucks, Mrs. Sprout. I never killed a man in all my life.
No?
No. Look, I can trust you, can't I?
Well, I should hope you could.
Well, look, before I come here, I did shoot a man. But I was so hot-headed and crazy mad, I didn't know what I was doing. The minute I felt the gun jump, I knowed I'd made a mistake. I was sorry for shooting.
But he didn't die?
No. There was an Indian that fixed him up. This Indian made him well again, and I was mighty glad for it. He was a friend of a man they call the Lone Ranger.
The Lone Ranger? Well, sakes alive, I've heard of him.
Well, I reckon everyone has. Anyhow, the Lone Ranger and Tonto gave me a chance to start fresh. I cut the notches in my 6th gun, and I talk plenty about how dangerous I am.
Savvy.
You see, if men think I'm a dangerous critter to rile, they'll leave me alone.
Now, that's right smart. Well, I'm some relieved to know that you ain't really a killer 12 times over. But I half suspected them notches was nothing but decoration.
Oh, sounds like company coming.
He does that. What, the sheriff?
Yeah?
And lots of others. There's Slade the deputy and Sam. Looks like there's trouble. Come in. Sheriff.
Howdy, ma'am.
My goodness, Sheriff, but you look grim. I hope there's nothing serious gone wrong.
Maybe so, maybe not, ma'am. We come to have a few words with your boarder.
Jimmy Kilray?
Me?
Cleaning your gun? Take that gun, Slade.
I wasn't cleaning it.
I'll take that.
My sakes, what's the trouble, Sheriff?
Clean as a whistle, Sheriff.
Did you clean the gun after you shot Poison Pete?
No. Well, I didn't shoot him. Is he dead?
I'll ask the questions. Mrs. Sprout, did you hear Jim come in last night?
Sure, it was right after midnight. I could see the clock by the moonlight.
Sheriff, there's a new notch cut in this gun.
The 13th notch.
By golly, there's proof he done it.
Look here, I want to know what this is all about.
Did you pass Red Rock near to midnight last night, or didn't you?
Well, I did, but...
Where was you before that?
Just went riding on the plains. I like moonlight riding.
That's a pretty thin excuse, riding in the moonlight.
Likely story. Out shooting Pete is a true story.
That's not true. I never
You
had...
had a row with him, didn't you?
Not last night, I didn't.
But you had an argument, didn't you?
Yes. There was a lot of people in the cafe that know that.
So you kept the grudge ever since. And last night you went to meet him near Red Rock and you drilled him.
That's not so. I never in my life threw a gun on him.
I'd naturally deny it, Sheriff.
Sheriff, I know for a fact that Jim never killed anyone. Did you, Jim?
No, I didn't.
If you never killed anyone, you're still lying by the notches on your gun. I'm arresting you for murder. Anything you say can be used in court against you. Come along with us, Kilray. You'll have your day in court.
But I didn't do it. I didn't even know till you came here that Poison Pete was dead.
Sheriff, please listen to me. Jim ain't the killer breed.
I'm sorry, Widow Sprout, but the fact stands and the facts all point to him. He'll get a fair and square trial, And he's lucky it was Pete and not a man that was well liked, or he might be the guest of honor at a necktie party.
He's guilty, all right.
Yeah, if he's killed 12 others, he wouldn't stop there. 13 ain't no worse than 12.
You take the gun, Slade. That's evidence.
I got it.
Come on, Kilray.
I won't. I'm doggone if I'll go and rot in jail for something I never did.
Get going.
I don't know how that 13th notch come to me on my gun. I was asking the widow Sprout about it when all of you come in.
Get going.
You moving, or do you want to be dragged?
Come on, Kilray. There's no use fighting the law.
I'm innocent. You railroad me to the hangman's rope, but I didn't do it. I can tell you I didn't. You can't make...
Hey, who's a redskin there?
That Indian.
Get him on, Scout.
Jim Kilray's trial was held the next day. The evidence in the case, all circumstantial, was presented in less than an hour. The jury retired to consider its verdict. The Lone Ranger and Tonto waited outside of the courthouse near an open window end.
The jury is still considering the decision, Tonto.
What do you think?
It looks bad for Jim. The way the evidence was piled up against him. It's proved that Jim was near the scene of the murder. He was seen there, and he admitted being there. But we happen to know that the killing was not done where the body was found. We followed that trail.
Not right.
Poison Pete was killed miles away and carried to that arroyo at Red Rock.
Why you not tell Judge?
It would do no good, Tonto. No one would believe what we could tell. Besides, as long as Jim Kilray is the one that's suspected, the real killer will be off his guard. We want to find the real killer. He should hang. Not so much for killing a man like Pete as for trying to frame a man like Jim Kilray. Look in there. The jury's coming back.
Hear ye, the District Court of the United States of America is now in session on the case of the people versus James Kilray. Gentlemen of the jury, have you arrived at a verdict?
Here we have.
Have you appointed one of your number to read that verdict?
We have.
Let him stand and read his decision.
We find the defendant, James Kilray, guilty as charged.
I didn't do it. I tell you, it's a frame-up. There's a dozen men with as much reason to kill him as I had.
Quiet!
Kilray, stand and face the court. You stand convicted of murder. I therefore sentence you to be held in jail until the morning of the 10th of this month. And then, between the hours of sunrise and noon, to be taken from that jail and hanged by the neck until you are dead. And may God have mercy on your soul.
If I was guilty, it wouldn't be so hard.
Come on, Kilray.
All of you stay sitting until the prisoner's been taken out.
That voice, that shout.
What the?
He's here. He knows. He'll know I ain't guilty.
What's the matter with you?
Have you gone loco?
No, I ain't loco. Come on, take me to your jail. I'm not worried now. He was here and he knows.
What's that?
He'll see that there's justice done.
Who are you talking about?
The Lone Ranger.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. While Jim Kilray awaited the morning of the 10th, the date set for his execution, the Lone Ranger and Tonto obtained as much information as they could in town. On the night before the hanging, they prepared to act, and
the only way is to get him out of jail, Tonto.
There are plenty guard at jail.
There are 2 men at his door inside the jail. You'll have to watch and make sure that no more men show up while I take care of those 2 guards.
Oh, time to do it.
Here, Silver.
And after we get Feller out, what we do?
As soon as he's out of that jail, Tonto, I'm going to send some notes to a few men in town. We have the names of at least 5 men who might have wanted Pete out of their way.
That's right.
Ready, Kemosabe?
Tonto ready.
We'll bring Jim back here and hide him until it's time for him to show himself. I have the notes all written and ready to deliver.
When you send note?
When we have Jim Kilray hidden.
We go now?
Come on.
Hail, Silver! Away!
The guards inside the jail, close to the door of Jim's cell, were passing the time with a checkerboard and...
Let's see. Wait a minute now. No, let me think now, wait. What doggone you...
Go on, dead wretch. Make a move and you're a goner.
This makes 3 times you skinned me.
Say, who ever told you was a checker player?
Well, I guess I'm off my game tonight. Better put the game away. I had plenty.
Oh, let's play another. Ain't nothing else to do. Gets tiresome sitting up with a prisoner all night.
Yeah, I'll sure be glad when a hanging's over and done with.
Me too. Maybe we better take a look and be sure Jim Kilray's all right.
Yeah, reckon so.
Sheriff'd be right mad if he was to get loose.
Put your hands up and keep them there.
What?
Don't move.
There he is, by the window.
A masked man.
That voice. I know you, stranger. You did come back. I knew you would.
Well, what's this mean?
You won't get away with this, stranger. We'll get you.
Eddie, save your breath. Both of you, back up to the door of the cell.
I am doggone. Stop it.
Careful, stranger.
Then back up.
We're backing.
Which of them is the keys to your door? Do you know, Jim?
The short one.
Can you reach through the bars and get them from his pocket?
Sure thing.
Get back there close to the door. Keep your hands high.
There'll be a
Quiet. Got them, Jim?
I got the key.
Let yourself out. There's a horse saddled and waiting outside for you.
Right.
You'll pay for helping a killer get loose?
That's it, Jim. Thomas outside. He's to show you where you're to go.
I knew I wasn't guilty, mister, so I knew you'd come.
Running away won't help you none, Kilray. You'll be fetched back.
This'll be one sunrise I won't hang anyhow.
We'll get you. You see if we don't.
Now I'm free.
Hurry then, outside. Follow Tonto.
But what about you?
Never mind me. Just get away.
You'll be brought back, Kilray.
I'll take that chance.
You come now.
Tonto, that's a redskin. He's mixed in this. We'll get him, too.
Before I leave you, I want to give you a note, Sam.
Huh? Me? A note?
Here you are. On the floor there. You'd better read it when you're alone.
Oh, what is it?
You'll know when you've read it. Hail, Silver, away!
The Lone Ranger headed for the home of the judge. Once inside, he gave him his confidence and asked for his help.
You're a strange man. I never would have believed that you would convince me that I should listen to you.
You're the man I had to see, Judge Blake. I had to have someone who could be trusted.
You were outside the courthouse during the trial, weren't you?
I was.
I thought I recognized your voice. Now you tell me that all the notches in Kilray's gun were there for bluff?
Well, that's the truth, Judge Blake. You believe me?
You're convincing, I'll say that much.
I've trusted you and told you part of the plan I want to try. I give you my word that if it fails, I'll return the prisoner to custody.
Rather high-handed taking him out as you did.
There was no other way, Judge.
Where is he now?
But this time he's at my camp with Tonto.
Tonto? An Indian?
Yes.
A member of what tribe?
Don't you know that?
I wish you'd tell me. Is he Potawatomi?
He originally came from those people.
I wonder. Masked. You call your horse Silver.
My horse is called Silver.
Show me one thing.
What is that, Judge Blake?
Let me see one of the bullets from your gun.
Gladly. Here you are.
Silver?
Yes.
I understand. You may replace the bullet. And you may count on my full cooperation.
Thank you, sir.
Now as to the men you suspect.
There are several who might have had a reason to kill Poison Pete. There may be others. If so, my plans will fail. But I've tried to consider all of them.
What do you want me to do?
I want you to name every man you can think of who might have had a reason to kill Poison Pete.
Is that all?
I'll want more help from you at daybreak.
You may count on it, Lone Ranger.
Daybreak found Tonto and Jim Kilray riding across the open country far from town.
Just where we're going anyhow, Tonto?
You'll find out plenty soon. Lone Ranger, make plans.
But I thought the camp where we spent the night was the safest kind of hiding place. What are we leaving there for?
Maybe we find killer.
But he wouldn't be this far away from town, would he?
Maybe.
Say, ain't that a cave over yonder?
Is
that what we're heading for?
That's right.
Well, what's in the cave?
Me not know yet. Find out plenty soon.
Say, did you note the trail along here?
Uh-huh.
There's been a couple of horses here not long ago. I can see the hoof prints.
That's right.
Where's the Lone Ranger? Is he over there waiting for us? Maybe one of them horses is his.
Maybe. We find out.
Tonto, by Jiminy, if I ever get out of this trouble, I'll give my life to you and your friend any time you want it.
You not killer. That's why we help.
Well, I ain't the killer, but there ain't another soul in the world do as much as you've done. Even Mrs. Sprout is half convinced that I killed Poison Pete.
Plenty other feller not like Poison Pete.
Nobody liked him, the dirty rat. Robbed and stole and cheated and everything else. The whole country's better off for his being dead. But I didn't kill him.
Here, cave. We stop here.
Yeah, there's a couple of horses grazing yonder.
We got you. Keep your hands high.
Sheriff.
You too, Redskin. Hoist your hands.
Slade, the deputy.
Well, now, ain't this downright lucky to run right smack into you out here, Kilray?
Maybe you'll get to hang before noon after all.
So that's the Redskin that helped you bust out in the jail, huh?
We'll hang him, too.
Where's the masked man?
I don't know.
Come on, speak up. Where's he at? He ain't far from you. We know that much to be a fact.
If you don't talk, we're likely to drill you right here.
And any story we tell about you having to be shot trying to escape will be right convincing.
I don't know where the masked man is.
Don't lie.
I ain't lying. I don't know.
Kilray, you'd better tell where he is. Because if we have to drill you here and now, it'll be done in such a way you'll die slow and mighty painful. You savvy?
You not shoot him.
You don't have anything to say, Redskin. Whatever Kilray gets, you get.
Well, now, look here, Sheriff. You got me all right, and I'll go back with you peaceful. On one condition. You let the Redskin go. He ain't done nothing. You let him go, and I'll go back to jail with you.
He goes back, too. You ain't in no position to be making a deal.
Now, hold on, Sheriff. Maybe if Kilray tells where the masked man's at, we can let the Redskin go.
I don't know where he is.
I'm not far. I'm there, friend.
Hey, mister.
What the?
Drop your gun.
I'll get him.
Look out.
You!
Drop your gun, Sheriff.
Oh, he shot me. My hand feels busted.
Your hand isn't touched. I just shot your gun away, Slade.
I'll get you for it. You was hid around the side of the cave all the time.
You're quite right, Sheriff. I've been waiting hours for Jim and Tonto to arrive here.
What are you doing here, mister? Why'd you have Tonto bring me here? Now you've got your own neck in a noose. These lawmen won't rest till they get you.
Yes, they will, Jim. You see, I came here to get them. Sheriff, when Poison Pete was killed, this is where the murder took place.
That's local.
It was here that he was killed, less than 50 yards from the mouth of the cave. 2 men rode here and met him. They killed him. Then they carried his body on one of their horses to the place where you saw him the next day, near Red Rock.
How'd you make that out?
We found the tracks and followed the back trail. Now tell me, Sheriff, what brought you here this morning?
Huh?
Come answer my question.
Oh, I got a note. It said Jim Kilray'd be here. Me and Slade come and met him. Now put up that gun and let us take the prisoner in. And we'll forget your part in this.
So you got a note, huh? Who was it from?
I don't know.
There were a number of men who wanted Pete killed. Each of the men who wanted him dead was sent the same kind of a note that you received.
Huh?
And every one of those men had the opportunity to get Jim Kilray's gun and cut an extra notch in it. You, Sheriff, had the chance when you examined the gun in town before the killing.
Sheriff, you and...
Hold on now.
You knew Jim often went riding alone at night. That he'd probably be riding past Red Rock. You knew just where to put the dead man. The fact that you two came here is proof that you're the murderers.
It ain't.
Your note said that Kilray would head for the scene of the murder because he knew there'd be a clue there. No one but the killers could have known the true scene of the murder. All the others who received a note went to the arroyo at Red Rock. You alone came here.
All right. Now listen to me. You got the drop on us.
I have.
There ain't no one but us here that knows the true facts. Jim Kilray can escape and go free. What's it worth to you and him?
You have cash enough to buy your security?
I got some cash.
Sheriff, you must have had a good reason for killing Poison Pete.
Sure I did. He knew I was wanted in Kansas. He'd been making me pay him cash to keep his mouth shut.
At least you told the truth about that.
You knew?
I found it out.
But, Sheriff, you was ready to let me hang for a murder you done.
Now, look,
You've said enough, Sheriff. You and Slade can tell what you like when you go to court.
But you said...
Kilray doesn't want his freedom the way you offer it. He wants to stay in town.
I got cash.
You'll need it to hire lawyers. You didn't give Kilray a chance to do that.
Now, hold on, Sheriff. This masked hombre can't do nothing. It's his word against ours.
By thunder, that's so. What are you figuring on using for proof, stranger?
Nothing but what you said. Your own admission is enough to convict you.
Yeah, with an Indian, a masked man, and a condemned killer to tell the law what I said? You'd better take
I
cash.
didn't tell you. There are other witnesses.
Huh?
Look, coming from the cave.
Why,
you know Judge Blake?
I've heard all I need to hear.
The judge and the clerk and great Scott, half a dozen others.
We got you, Sheriff. Got a full case against you.
You're the man to hang.
Get guns on him, boys.
We'll take over now, stranger.
Stranger? That man's no stranger. No, boys. That's the Lone Ranger. Hello, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows, enjoy the adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective.
What's the matter? What is it?
Another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the case of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Tonight's curious adventure...
The Corpse in the Cab, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Murder in the Park.
Taxi! Taxi!
Mr. Ramsey, you are very kind indeed to take such an interest in this problem.
My dear fellow, I consider it my civic duty. Taxi!
Here's a cab now.
Yes.
Okay, gents, make it snappy. We're blocking traffic.
All right. You get in first. My party, you know, my party.
Thank you. Where to, gents?
I guess the quickest way to get there is through the park. Yes, drive through the park. I'll tell you where to turn.
Okay. I believe it is on West 54th Street. And there's a flag out there.
Excuse me, driver.
Yeah?
Do you mind if I shut this glass partition between us?
Go right ahead, boss. You're paying the fare. Here, let me do it for you.
Well, that's better. Nice winter evening, stars twinkling. Ought to pick us up for the grim business ahead. Lucky thing I ran into you. Lucky thing.
Yes, indeed, Mr. Ramsey. It seems fate destined me to make your acquaintance this afternoon.
Yes, lucky thing.
Ramsey!
Just my little way of keeping air out of the windpipe. There you are, my dear fellow. Mighty lucky thing I ran into you tonight.
You gotta help me, Nick. You gotta. They'll slap me and stir.
Now, take it easy, Shorty. Take it easy. And tell me again exactly what happened.
Like I said, two guys hail my cab. One of them says to drive through the park. He'll tell me where to turn out.
And when you get out of the park?
The one guy opens the petition again and says to pull up. He's getting out. He tells me to drive the other guy to the precinct police station. And, Nick, if I hadn't looked around when I came to the intersection and seen what I seen, I'd have driven right up to the Bull House with a dead body in my cab. Me, Shorty Bentano.
You don't remember what the man looked like, Shorty.
In the dark? I ain't got cat's eyes, Nick. Gee, what's that?
You are jumpy. That's just Patsy buzzing me in the talkback.
Oh.
Nick, in the inimitable words of Mr. Winchell, my stomach and my backbone are now a twosome. When do we eat?
You'll have to order yourself a sandwich, Patsy. We've got work to do.
Work tonight?
Mm-hmm. And, Patsy, get me police headquarters. Lieutenant Riley.
Okay, Nick.
You're going to turn me in, Nick? I thought you'd help me.
I am going to help you, Shorty. But the sooner the police know about the murdered man outside in your cab, the better it is for you.
You're crazy, Nick. I done time. I ain't got a chance. If the cops find that stiff in my buggy, it's curtains for me. I'm getting out of here.
Shorty, sit down there.
Nick, they'll give me the hot seat for something I never done.
No, they won't, Shorty. Not while my name's Nick Carter.
Stand back. Just a little accident, that's all. Get back on the sidewalk, buddy. Nobody gets through here.
It beats all, Nick. Not one bit of identification on this body. No bullet trace, no knife, no nothing.
What did you want the murderer to do, Riley? Leave his calling card?
I'm always getting stuck with one of these dud cases. It takes months to solve them. We don't even know who the stiff is.
Now, Riley, flash your light inside here again.
Oh, sure. Yeah. You see something?
I'm just looking.
You see, his pockets are turned inside out. The motive was robbery, all right.
No, Riley, I don't think so.
Huh?
Doesn't look prosperous enough to rob.
Nick, you're always looking for what's not there.
That might mean something, too. Now, Riley, evidently the murderer didn't care to have his victim's identity uncovered too soon.
Say, what are you looking at his hands for, Nick?
Riley, have your laboratory analyze this white powder under the nail of his right index finger.
Well, say, there is something under his fingernail.
Yes. I have an idea you'll find it's chalk.
Chalk? Well, sure, you're a smart one, Nick. Yeah, with these lily white hands. Hey, this guy was a pool player, a professional, maybe, huh?
Maybe, but don't bank on it. Now, Riley, about Shorty.
I'm holding him, Nick. Never fear about that.
Now, look, Riley, he's a favor to me. Don't pull him in yet.
Oh, great jumping banshees, Nick. I've got to.
Listen, Riley, he had nothing to do with this murder. If he were a party to it, he'd have dumped the body out somewhere, wouldn't he?
Well,
certainly he would. Shorty's been on the right side of the fence ever since he got out of the big house. And he's given me a hand on cases from time to time.
Yeah, I know. You owe him a favor, and I owe you a barrel of them.
Well, that's about it.
Well, okay. I'll shut my eyes for 24 hours. No longer, though, mind you.
Thanks, Riley.
Nick, where are you going?
To find a murderer.
Boy, this is some buggy you got here, Nick. 4 speeds ahead, a siren, 2 searchlights. Anytime you need a chauffeur regular, I'll hire on.
Like driving my car, huh?
It's like handling a baby carriage. Uh-oh, we're turning into 54th Street now, Nick.
All right, Shorty. Slow down a little. Now, what was it you heard your passengers say?
One says the quickest way to get there is through the park. I'll tell you where to turn off. And then the other guy says it's on West 54th Street and there's a flag out. And then the other guy shuts the partition and I don't hear no more.
Well, 54th Street doesn't run very far here on this side.
I don't see nothing on this block.
Flags. Usually in public buildings, aren't they?
You think maybe this is going to be a clue, Nick?
Shorty, everything's a clue when you don't have much to go on.
Nick, look. Flagpole.
Yeah, very handsome flagpole.
Yeah, but it's a police station.
A police station? Good.
What's good about it? Let's get out of here.
You're safe until tomorrow night, Riley keeps his word.
You want I should keep going slow?
Nope. I got the first link in our chain. You can put the speed on again.
Where to now?
To pick up Patsy. I sent her to the Bureau of Missing Persons on 30th Street.
Ah, Nick, another cop house. I don't like them places.
George Day, 2345 Elmhurst Drive, occupation truck driver. When last seen was wearing gray coveralls.
No, he's not the one.
Gee, Nick, the guy ain't been missing long enough for anybody to get excited about it. He's only been dead a few hours.
I'm playing a hunch, Shorty.
Oh.
You want me to read the rest of the names on the list, Nick?
Wait a minute, Patsy.
Hmm?
Do you have a school teacher on the list?
Yes. How did you know?
Never mind. What did he look like?
Well, let me see. Yeah. Ivan Johnson, number 2, St. Anne's Drive. Occupation, professor of ancient history.
Good.
When last seen was wearing dark blue overcoat, gray hat, white shirt, blue tie, and always
wears pince-nez glasses.
Yes.
So did our corpse. The glasses were missing at the time, but the bridge of his nose bore prints of them.
Boy, I'm glad I'm going straight. Even the dead wake up and talk when Nick Carter gets on the case.
Nick, how in the world did you know it would be a school teacher?
Well, I didn't for sure. But nose glasses, plus chalk under the nail of the index finger, plus a sensitive face and the general appearance added up to teacher for me when I looked at the corpse. Next, I figured if he were a school teacher, he'd be expected home by 5 o'clock. His wife or family would be unduly worried if he hadn't showed up by 8 or so and would call the Missing Persons Bureau.
But who'd want to murder a poor school teacher?
One step at a time, Patsy. And we know this much already. Our Mr. Johnson intended going to the 54th Street police station when he and his murderer hailed Shorty's cab.
Oh, I see, Nick. Then you think that Professor Johnson was killed because of something he intended to tell the authorities.
Mm-hmm.
Simple the way he tells it, ain't it? 1, 2, 3.
Yes, you're very clever, Mr. Carter. But don't you think maybe his wife could tell us what it was he was going to tell the cops? Perhaps he told her first.
Yes, Patsy, that's just what I do think. What was his address?
Just a minute. Yes, here it is. Number 2, St. Anne's Drive.
Right. Okay, Shorty. Take us to number 2, St. Anne's Drive. And hurry. Mrs. Johnson, I'm Nick Carter. And this is my assistant, Patsy Bowen.
How do you do?
How do you do, Mrs. Johnson?
Did the police send you, Mr. Carter? Did they find him? Did they find my husband?
I'm only here to ask you a few questions concerning your husband.
Oh, then they haven't found him.
I really can't say. Now, tell me, did your husband mention whom he was going to see after school hours today?
Ivan always comes right home after his classes.
I thought that he might have had some special appointment today.
Oh, no.
Mrs. Johnson, how was your husband feeling when he left for school this morning?
Oh, he was in such a mood this morning. Talked about right and justice until my head fairly whirled. You know, he doesn't like to see people cheated, Mr. Carter. Ivan's a very honest person.
What do you mean, cheated, Mrs. Johnson?
He said he wasn't going to stand by and see the students in his school tricked out of their dimes and quarters. He was going to see right and justice done.
The kids are being cheated. What school is this?
Central High School. Ivan is the ancient history professor. He's taught there for 12 years.
And where's his office there?
Why, he's had the same office all that time. Number 12 on the first floor. I've always been happy about that. It's such a sunny little room.
Well, Mrs. Johnson, you've been very helpful.
Do you think they'll find him tonight? Do you think something terrible has happened?
Why, the police will keep you informed. Good night.
Good night, Mrs. Johnson. Try to get some sleep.
Thank you, but I couldn't. Not till Ivan's home. Safe.
But, Nick, I thought you were going to the school where Professor Johnson taught. That's not over here in the West Side Business District.
Glad to see you on your toes, Patsy, and working in all 4 cylinders. Nose to the grindstone, shoulder to the wheel, and all that. I'm proud of you.
All right. But what are we doing over here?
In just a moment, you'll see for yourself.
This is the place, Nick.
Right, Shorty. All right, come on, Patsy.
Want me to go with you, Nick?
No, you stay here and keep your eyes open.
Okay, and good luck.
Come on, Patsy. We still got a lot to do if we want to keep Shorty out of Lieutenant Riley's foul clutches. I'm glad they didn't lock the front door in this office building tonight.
Hey, that's funny. There's no night watchman here. There usually is.
Well, Patsy, never look a gift horse in the teeth. No watchman, no trouble.
Hey, it's spooky in here. There's one little light in this whole foyer. Wish we'd brought Shorty in with us.
He'll do us more good, keeping watch outside.
You really think this is where Ivan Johnson was this afternoon?
We know Shorty picked him up in front of this building. And this is the only office building in this block. All the rest are warehouses.
It's pretty deserted, if you ask me.
Mm-hmm. And the elevators, of course, have stopped for the night. And this is a 10-story building.
Well, Nick, maybe if we look at the directory board, we'll be able to figure out what office Professor Johnson might have visited.
Well, that's what I'm hoping. Now, let's see. Doesn't seem to be a name on this directory that helps us out at all.
There isn't, is there? Oh, Nick, what'll we do?
Doesn't take much brain work to figure that one. Maybe we can tell if we have a look at the doors of the offices in this building. So, we'll just have to go from office to office. Now, come on, let's start climbing.
There's nobody on this floor.
All doctors and dentist offices. Don't think Johnson's business was with any of them today. Come on, up we go.
See anything on this floor, Nick?
No, nobody or nothing to interest a school teacher.
Nick, I don't think I can make another floor.
You've got to, Patsy. We must cover every floor.
Well, this is the top.
Yeah, and we don't know any more than we did before.
Nick, this place is as empty as a number 2 ration book. We might as well... Shh. What is it?
Thought I heard something.
Nick, there's someone in that office.
Yeah, and yet the lights are out.
The name on the door says Gerald Ramsey, promotion counselor.
Let's pay him a visit. Stay behind me now. To the left of my flash.
All right.
And who is flashing that pretty light in my office at this time of night?
Mr. Ramsey?
That's my name. And yours?
Nick Carter.
Surely you don't mean that you're Nick Carter, the great detective.
That's who he is, Mr. Ramsey.
Sorry to bother you, Mr. Ramsey, but my assistant and I were just having a look around this building.
Oh, well, too bad the fuse is blown out of my office here. Or you could have a good look. Who are you after?
You don't happen to know of any business in this building that might have dealings with a school teacher, do you?
A school teacher?
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. A school teacher. Why, no, if there is, I never heard of it. But then there's such a lot I never heard of.
Uh-oh.
Oh, you knocked over that whole stack of packages.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Ramsey. I dropped my handkerchief, and I was leaning over to pick it up. Anything breakable in them?
Oh, no, it's quite all right.
Oh, thank goodness for that.
Yes, just some things a friend of mine left here until he came back. Just leave them there. I'll take care of them.
No, at least let me pick them up.
No. Never mind. Just leave them there. They won't mind staying where they are for a while, I'm sure.
Well, all right, if you say so.
Yes, I do. So you can just run along and continue your search for whatever it was you were looking for. Good evening.
Good evening. Well, Patsy, if you're okay, we better be on our way. Sorry we disturbed your reverie, Mr. Ramsey.
Reverie. That's good.
Really? He was an odd specimen. You think he knows anything, Nick?
Well, if he does, he isn't talking. Come on.
Oh, gosh, Nick, all that climbing up and downstairs just for nothing. I'm worn out.
Maybe it wasn't all for nothing, Patsy.
You mean you found a clue somewhere here?
I don't mean anything yet.
Oh, but Nick.
I hope you can still walk well enough to get down the 10 flights of stairs ahead of us, Patsy. I don't feel quite like carrying you just now.
I guess I can make it under my own power. Where to now?
Central High School. Time's a-wasting, and we still haven't uncovered a clue to the murder of the man in Shorty's cab.
Gosh, Nick, what do you expect to find in a schoolhouse at this time of night?
Clues to Johnson's murder, I hope.
It's no use, Nick. The janitor's not here.
I'll have one more try.
That racket should wake up the ghost of Hamlet.
No answer. So?
So Nick Carter's trusty pick lock will do the trick.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, it's black as pitch in there.
Stay right beside me.
Seems to me I heard that one before tonight. And look, Nick. I barked my shins in the dark in that character's office. And so if you don't mind, this time I'd like to see where I'm going.
Okay, Patsy. I'll use my flash and keep it down low. Shin height.
No, that's better.
Now, come on. Gotta hurry, or our friend Shorty's going to be sitting in the clink with a murder rap pinned on him.
Okay.
She said his office was on the first floor, didn't she?
Yes, number 12. All bright and sunny. Here we are, Nick, number 12. I wish it were bright and sunny in here now.
This time we'll just dispense with the formalities of announcing ourselves.
Well, the door's open, Nick.
Yes, so it is. Come on. Snap on the light, Patsy. Switch is right behind you.
Okay.
Hey. Well, looks like somebody else is giving Mr. Johnson's room a going-over. I'm afraid we got here too late.
Papers all over the floor, window wide open. What do you suppose they were looking for?
Same thing we are, Patsy. Clues. Except for a different reason.
You think it was the murderer?
Could be. Wow.
What are you reading, Nick?
This poster on the wall here.
Oh.
$1 buys a destroyer, high school students. Subscribe just $1 to the High School Victory League and help buy a destroyer. That's the second time tonight I've seen something like that.
Oh, where's my hanky?
Need any help?
No, I've got one right here in my pocket. There.
Hey, wait a minute. Where'd you get this?
What?
The sticker that came out of your pocket with a handkerchief.
Well, I don't know, Nick. Why?
Why? It's got the same legend stamped on it that poster has. Victory League.
Well, so it has.
Did you buy this sticker?
No, I buy my destroyers by buying war bonds.
Well, think, Patsy. Where did you get it? It was in your pocket with your handkerchief.
Well, I don't know, Nick. I never put anything in this little pocket except my handkerchief. I can swear that this sticker was...
Look out, Patsy!
See anybody?
No. No, nobody here now. Are you okay, Patsy?
Why, I guess so. What happened?
I just happened to look up in time to see a man poking a gun through the open window.
So that's why you pushed me out of the way so fast.
Yes, there was no time to be polite.
Oh, thanks, Nick. Did you recognize the man at the window?
No. Too bad. But he got away.
Gee, Nick, you certainly shot that light out fast.
Well, if he can't see us, he can't shoot us.
A very logical deduction, Mr. Carter.
Hey, Patsy. Give me that sticker you picked up tonight.
Do you think it means something to this case?
You bet I do. I've just remembered where I've seen one like it.
Oh, where, Nick?
Never mind now. Well, Patsy, this case is beginning to add up. If I'm not mistaken, the sticker splits it wide open. Come on. I've got a job for you to do, on your own, and right now.
That means you've got a job that you're going to do on your own.
Right. Now, this is the plan. And if it works, we'll nail our murderer red-handed.
My dear fellow, you know I'm in here. Did you get the fuse fixed?
Yeah, and while I was fixing it, I got something else, too. Come on in, you. Here, snap on the light and see what I picked up snooping around down the basement of this building. See?
Nick Carter. Well. Mr. Carter, back again. Still looking for the same thing?
No, I found what I was looking for.
Oh, good. Good. It's very fine.
I already lifted his rod, boss. What'll I do with him now? Huh?
You've had your chance, my dear fellow. Now it's mine.
You know, I have the general impression you men don't like me very well.
Oh, sure, Mr. Carter. We love you. But we'll love you a lot better when you don't talk no more.
Put very bluntly, Mr. Carter, but that is the idea.
Now, Mr. Ramsey, just what do you think I could say that would harm you?
Now, don't let him fool you, boss. When I was hiding in the bushes outside the window back there at the schoolhouse, I heard him tell the dame the case was wide open.
Shut up, Lefty.
Oh, so it was you who took those shots at us through the window?
Yeah, and you ain't gonna do nothing about it. You was pretty smart, though, figuring out it was Mr. Ramsey what rubbed out the school teacher.
You are a complete idiot. Stop that fool tongue of yours.
Ah, what's a diff, boss? He ain't gonna live to tell it.
True. That's true. Yeah, since you know so much already, we have only one recourse, Mr. Carter. Give me the gun, Lefty.
Yeah, boss.
This one's on me.
Just a minute, Ramsey. As long as I'm not going to live to tell it, maybe you'll confirm a deduction I made.
Certainly, my dear fellow. A condemned man is always granted one last request. Speak up.
This high school victory league's a phony, isn't it? You're playing on the patriotism of school kids to get them to donate their money to build destroyers and planes, but the money never gets any further than your own pocket. Isn't that it?
Oh, yes, Mr. Carter. Since you put it bluntly that way, I am forced to admit that you're entirely correct. But may I ask what it was that led you to believe that I was behind the league?
Yes. When I was at Professor Johnson's office, I saw a poster on the wall advertising your dirty league.
Oh, please, Mr. Carter.
I mean just that. Swindling high school students out of their few dollars in the name of a patriotism that you never knew the meaning of is about the lowest form of stealing that I know of.
Boss, just let me take a poke at him, will you?
No. We can afford to be good-natured. Mr. Carter hasn't much time left, you know. Do go on, Mr. Carter.
As I said, I saw the poster on the wall advertising your dirty racket. And then Patsy found one of your stickers in her handkerchief where she'd picked it up off your floor. I recall then seeing that each of the packages she knocked over in here had a sample sticker pasted on it. It was easy enough then to put two and two together and get the required 4.
It's too bad that your undoubted excellence in mathematics can't save you.
And all because one little school teacher suspected his kids were being cheated.
Poor Professor Johnson. It is too bad for him that I found him wandering around this building, looking for the offices of the High School Victory League. He told me he suspected it was a phony outfit, and he was going to see right and justice done. I offered to take him right to the police station, and I did, although I wasn't with him when he got there.
Very funny.
Yes.
Hurry up, boss. We got work to do.
Yes. Well, Mr. Carter, this is it.
Blasting banshees, Nick. Don't do this to me again. I tell you, my nerves won't stand it.
Oh, what's the matter, Riley? You got your men. They're lying on the ground here, howling like stuck pigs.
Yeah, sure, but what if I hadn't hit him when he aimed at you, Nick? What if I'd missed?
Oh, Nick, your plan worked beautifully. The whole thing. Getting yourself found by Ramsey's henchmen and my getting Riley up here to hear the confession and everything.
Yeah, Patsy, but you don't run such a split-second chance of life and death again, Nick. My heart won't stand it.
Well, it was worth it. Just to see Ramsey walk into the trap like a bear looking for honey.
Hey, Nick.
Oh, Shorty, come on in. Take a look at our handiwork.
Gee, so that's the bum who tried to frame me to the hot seat.
He'll be getting it himself before long, thanks to Nick Carter.
Riley, I want to tell you something. Of all the criminals I've tracked down, catching Ramsey gave me the most pleasure. A fellow like that, trading on the patriotism of school kids, is about the lowest rat in the world. Why, bad as the Nazis are, a guy like this is worse.
You're right, Nick.
You said it, Nick.
Well, Riley, you've got all the evidence you need.
Mm-hmm.
The package of posters in the next room, the package of stickers here, and the confession.
Right, Nick. We can take over from here. Thanks.
Okay, Riley. So long.
So long, Nick. So long, Patsy.
So long, Lieutenant.
Well, Patsy, come on. Chin up. Carry on and all that sort of thing.
It's not my chin that's worrying me, Nick. It's having to walk down those 10 flights of stairs again. That'll be the 4th trip tonight.
Why, Patsy. And at your age, too.
Look, Nick, Can't we just sit here on the top step for the next 6 hours?
You think you'd be rested enough then to walk down the 10 flights?
I think that by then the elevators will be running again. And what a wonderful invention the elevator is.
This has been another of the strange adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, which are brought to you regularly each week at this same time by WOR Mutual. Now, tell us a little about next week's story, Nick.
Well, next week's story includes rather more adventure than actual detecting.
But if Nick hadn't been able to make the first few deductions that really started him off on the right track, there would have been no adventure.
And there was adventure, and plenty of it. I came nearer to meeting my match when I met Dr. Donaldson than at any other time in my career.
This Dr. Donaldson was a specialist in secret and dangerous poisons, and he tried one of them out on Nick.
But in the end, I managed to get the better of him and solve a mystery that had the police completely stopped.
We call it the empty coffin because it was an empty coffin that gave us the first clue.
And it was 2 different doctors making out 2 separate death certificates for the same death that led to that first clue. Well, that's enough for now. Join us next week for the story of the empty coffin. So long.
So long, folks.
And so long to you, Nick and Patsy. Until next week. In the strange adventure you have just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate. The story was written for Nick Carter by Barth Conray. Original music was played by Lou White. The entire production was under the direction of Jock McGregor. Next week at this same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter entitled
The Empty Coffin, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Doctor's Poison.
This story is a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The Return of Nick Carter is produced in the studios of WOR and is broadcast over most of these stations every Saturday evening at 7 o'clock Eastern Wartime. And don't forget that the adventures of Nick's adopted son, Chick Carter, are broadcast over most of these stations Mondays through Fridays at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime. This is Mutual.
Organized crime doesn't stand a chance against the gangbusters, who are up next.
Now, Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case history. Gangbusters has asked the Honorable John J. Sullivan, former Deputy Commissioner and Chief of Detectives of the New York City Police Department, to narrate by proxy tonight's case. Now, Chief Sullivan, you've told me tonight's case is about a gang of reckless New York hold-up men who operated almost in the old Wild West style.
That's right, Don Gardner. And that's why newspaper reporters referred to them as the Cowboy Killers. Their fast-riding mode of operations and their readiness to shoot down anyone, man or woman, who opposed them, gave New York police a near nightmare trying to apprehend them.
Well, Chief Sullivan, this sounds like an unusually important case, so why don't you start right in?
Certainly, Don. Let's begin on a chilly November evening a couple of years ago in a quiet section of Brooklyn, New York. A husky blonde youth, almost 6 feet tall, climbed the stairs of a small apartment house. Stopped in front of apartment 2B, read Ferdinand and Stella Osborne.
Hello, Freddie.
Oh, Russ. Hello.
Stay here.
Who is it, Freddie?
It's Russ. Yeah, in the kitchen having coffee. Come here.
Hi, Stella.
Did you tell him, Freddie?
No. Tell me what?
Go ahead, Freddie.
Yeah, go ahead, Freddie.
Well, look, Russ.
We don't want no trouble.
Then don't make any.
30 means we don't want to meet in here anymore.
Now, that's not friendly, Stella.
Oh, it's nothing personal, right?
Shut up. Stella, we like this place. It's convenient. Convenient for everybody, and besides, you make good coffee.
We don't want any trouble with the cops.
You don't mind having trouble with me?
Now, don't get sore, Russ. Stella's just a little bit scared.
They're the wrong people. All the cops can do is throw you in the can. I can think of a lot more things than that.
Oh, she was just talking, Russ.
She talks too much. Button her lip or I'll do it for you.
Freddie, if you...
Shut up, Stella.
That's the ticket, Freddie. Every time a babe runs off at the mouth, some guy gets slapped down. You're being smart.
They're in the kitchen. Why don't you go in there?
I will, baby. You can cry on Freddie's shoulder, but keep it quiet. I don't like being disturbed.
Hi, Russ.
Hello, Dave. About time you showed up. Been making some changes in our plans, Vic.
The change. Dave's already heisted the car. We all got rides. We knock over that saloon, split the take, and that's it.
Yeah, we split what? $100? That ain't much for a night's work. Get smart, Vic.
I don't see no diamonds on you.
And I've never seen any barred windows in front of me. You have. That makes me the bright boy.
In your opinion.
Mine, too.
What, do you carry the kid brother here around for support?
Dave pulls his own weight. You gonna be unreasonable?
I don't like last-minute changes. You figure to knock over a saloon? Let's do it.
Who's changing or figuring? I'm just adding to it.
What do you mean?
Look, Vic. Instead of 1, we knock over 7.
In one night, Russ?
That's right, Dave.
You're nuts. Why, we'll have every cop in Brooklyn on our trail.
That's part of the plan.
Then I want no part of it. Stop beating your gums. Let Russ finish.
I'll show you what I'm driving at. I need a map. Now, this goes Brownsville in East New York. Now, mark the streets. See?
Yeah. Go on.
Now, these crosses on the map. 7 of them. Each one's a bar and grill. They're all pretty close together. We knock them off 1, 2, 3.
You'll never get past that third one.
The more we do, the better our chances are, up to a point.
How do you figure that, Russ?
We knock over the first one, what happens? Somebody calls the cops. In a couple of minutes, there's 2 radio cars there.
Yeah?
They get out, chew the fat, ask some questions, and meanwhile, we're taking a second joint.
There's more than 2 radio cars in Brooklyn.
Sure, but every time they call new ones, they got to come from farther off. If we work fast and quick, we'll always be ahead of them.
Huh! Just like a bunch of cowboys on the loose.
You've been seeing too many westerns, kid. That's the idea.
Well, I'm game, Russ. Count me in.
How about you, Vic? Scared?
I'm not scared of doing anything you guys will do.
I'm in. Good. It's 11:30 now. Figuring about 15 minutes to each bar, we'll be finished by about 2 if we get started right away. Let's go. Got any ideas about chasing us? You get a belly full of lead. Get on the telephone.
From this hand, there'll be a big, big fan.
Come on, Jim, I'll buy you a drink. No, thanks. Let me got to get going. I've got to sleep to get back.
A cop can sleep anytime. It ain't every day you get to celebrate Bummy Davis' tiring.
You ready quitting the ring, Bummy?
Cold. I made my bundle and finished. You sold this joint. Come on, have a drink with me to celebrate.
No, thanks, Bummy. No, thanks.
You think you're too good?
And don't get sore. That temper of yours is going to blow you right into a mess of trouble someday. I just don't want to drink.
Sorry, Jim. Should know better than to get tough with a cop, even if you are off duty. Wait till I settle up. I'll give you a lift home.
Okay. All right, this is a stick-up.
What? Easy, woman.
Stand stiff and straight. Nobody will get hurt. Don't want to pick up the dough.
Check. Why don't you leave this guy alone?
Hold on, Bummy. We'll get them when they go.
He just bought the place. Give him a break.
Look, mind your own business.
Don't shove that gun in my butt. I said get him up, right, guys? Come on, let's get out of here. Cop. Get the kid out. There's some medicine for cops.
You've got to get out of here.
Bertie, you like this, babe. You shut her up or I'll cut her tongue out, so help me, I will.
Take it easy, Russ. Stella.
But every cop in Brooklyn will be here.
Hey, Russ. Russ, this hurts. You gotta do something.
Okay, kid, I will. How's your shoulder, Rich?
I'm bleeding. Ooh. We would run into a cop on the last pitch.
I have to get a doctor working the kid brother and you.
Your kid brother, maybe. Not me.
What, are you crazy?
I'm scared of doctors.
Russ. Bertie, you know any sawbones that are right?
Oh, look, Russ, we don't want to get in any deeper.
I'll dig up a doctor somewhere.
No, not for me, you won't. I was going to cut me up.
Don't be a screwball.
You're talking. You're the screwball. I was right the first time. Should have stuck to knocking over one joint.
You feel that way, you're on your own. It's a pleasure. Then get out of here.
Okay, genius, I will.
So long. Russ, you gotta get the kid out of here for his sake, if not ours.
Right. Russ, it hurts. My back. What's up?
Easy, Dave, easy.
Russ, I want to go. Russ.
He's out.
You gotta do something, Russ.
Yeah. You got a car, ain't you, Freddie?
Oh, yeah.
Where is it?
In the garage a couple of blocks away.
Get it.
Wait, Freddie, what for?
A trip to Kansas City.
Oh, but
that's my hometown. I'll find someone there to take care of it.
We won't do it. We don't want the cops on us.
What do you say, Freddie?
Okay, Russ.
Freddie, we'll
Why don't you keep your yap shut? Now, Freddie, you get that car. And if you're thinking about double-crossing...
Oh, I wouldn't do that, Russ.
If you're even thinking about it, remember, it'll take the cops a couple of minutes to bust in here. And you like this babe. You'd be surprised what I could do to her in a couple of minutes. Now get out of here and get that car.
So, Don, the disintegration of the cowboy killer's gang had begun. Tough hoodlums had turned into frightened rats. And like rats, they scattered, leaving a trail that rambled all over the map and wound up in a bullet-ridden alley in Brooklyn and a hideout in Houston, Texas.
Now back to Gangbusters. You were telling us, Chief Sullivan, how the cowboy killer gang fell apart and scattered to the four winds.
That's right, Don. It became the job of the police to bring them together again under one roof at Sing Sing, New York. To that end, Detective Sergeant Guilford of the New York Police was placed in charge of the case. His job was to coordinate and follow up on all information about the cowboy killers. A few hours after the killing, he was in his office talking to a newspaper reporter assigned to police headquarters.
You got the mimeograph department handout, Rod. All the information we're prepared to release is there.
No questions, Kelly?
You got any?
You list 7 holdups by this gang. Are you sure they were all done by the same outfit that killed Bummy Davis?
Positive.
Wasn't that a lot of territory for one gang to cover in 2 hours?
It was over a small area. They figured our radio cars would cover their last job while they were pulling another one. They'd always keep one jump ahead, they thought.
Pretty smart thinking, Gilly.
Smart? What's smart about it?
Well,
they killed one man and stuck up 7 taverns for a grand total of $600. Put that amongst all of them, what's it amount to? Not much, the cost of living today. Anything else?
This handout has the usual line. The police expect an arrest within 48 hours. Couldn't you vary the time a bit?
What for? We've got 24 witnesses who've identified one of the killers from a rogues gallery picture.
An ex-con, a kid. First killing he's been mixed up in. We'll get him.
In 48 hours?
Listen. Sergeant Gilbert. Yeah, put him on. Hello, Nelson. What do you got? Oh, you sure? Where are you now? Yeah, I got it. Okay, stick there. I'll be out in 15 minutes.
Hey, wait a minute, Gilly. Anything more for the paper?
Yeah, you can change that 48 hours to 48 minutes. So long. Hello, Nelson. Hello, Sergeant Guilford. He's still inside? Yep. In the hall room. Second floor there. Is he alone? Guess there's somebody already in. I saw him here from the movie. Put a straight gun in the back just in case. I did. Went through 41st Street. How'd you reach into him? His girlfriend lives here. Had the place covered. He showed up for him for 5 minutes, came out and went to a movie. I trailed him back here. Didn't want to call him until he settled down. Good move. Let's get him. Okay. We'll go inside. Second floor, you said? Yeah. In the rear. Good movie? Down the street. Oh, a private dick Sunday. Of course. And a beautiful blonde was in it. Naturally. And in a bathing suit in Miami. Blondes in Miami. That's the life. This it? Yeah. Let's be polite. Who is it? Police. Yes, it is. It's getting cute, Nelson. Let's break it in. Hold it, Manetta. I wouldn't go out that window. There's more cops at the end of that fire escape. Not half as nice as us. What do you want? What do you want to get away for?
I don't like cops.
Maybe you'll change your mind after you've known us for a while.
You got nothing on me.
Why run? Maybe he doesn't like our company. We like his. Come on, Vic. We're going to have a nice long talk at headquarters in private. Now, look. Don't make us do it the hard way, Vic. Be a nice kid and tell us all about it.
I ain't saying nothing.
Nobody ever does for the first 5 minutes. About you don't have to say anything. We got you cold. 24 witnesses, no alibi, bad record. Adds up to sure conviction. And you're going to be awfully lonely up there without your friends.
I ain't saying nothing.
Monotonous, isn't it? Vic, like a father, I put my arm around your shoulder. What's the matter? Maybe he's sensitive.
No. No, it's all right.
We'll see. Nelson, help him off with his coat.
No, I don't want to.
The cold will turn up the heat. Take his coat off, Nelson. Come on.
Oh!
Well, what do we got here? Blood. All dried up around a bullet wound. And you didn't change your shirt. That's not sanitary, Vic.
All right. I got into a fight with a guy. And he winged me, and I didn't want to get mixed up with the cops.
Sure you didn't get this in front of Duty's Tavern in Canarsie?
No.
Patrolman Jim Madden threw 4 shots at the killers.
I wasn't there, I tell you.
We'll find out when we dig that bullet out.
Dig it out?
Sure. You're going down to the doctor's now.
No, I won't. I don't authorize it.
What? Big words he uses. Getting wise, Manetta. We're going to find out where that slug came from.
Okay. It came from the cop's gun. I don't want no doctors digging around in me.
That's better.
You won't let them operate, will you? I don't like doctors. I'm scared of them.
Keep up the conversation. Who are the guys with you? We know what they look like. What are their names?
Russ and Dave Donahoe.
Where are they now?
I don't know.
That's not helpful.
Well, I don't.
Where'd you leave them?
At a place we used to meet.
Where's this place?
211 Baker Street. A guy named Ferdinand Osborne's apartment.
Nelson, you stay here. Take down everything Manetta's going to say in capital letters. Okay. I'll call you back with what I get. We'll see if we can make 1 and 1 equal 3.
Homicide, Nelson speaking.
Sergeant Guilford, Nelson.
How'd you make out?
No good. Nobody home. There hasn't been for a day and a half. You get a full confession out of Manetta?
Yeah. Descriptions and everything. Putting them on the wire now.
Well, add this to the alarm. Gray 1938 Pontiac sedan. License number 4D324.
4D324.
Pickup car and any occupants.
The Donahoe still?
No, it's Osborne's car. I found the insurance policy in his apartment and also a couple of snapshots. Slick Monetta's in them with 2 other guys. If he identifies them as the Donahos, we'll get them out by wire photo. See you in 10 minutes. So long. How's the kid, Stella?
Still sleeping, Russ, but he won't be able to take much more of his driving.
You won't have to. We're coming into Kansas City now.
It's about time I pushed. You've been driving for nearly 2 days straight.
We split up here, Russ, right?
Maybe.
Well, you said...
Shut up. I said maybe. 30, turn right at the next corner.
Where you taking us, Russ?
Turn right. There's a hospital 4 blocks down.
You gonna leave the kid there?
Yep.
That's the last question. What are you gonna say?
Me? Nothing. You'll answer. You're gonna take him in.
What?
No, he won't. He and Freddie don't want to get in any deeper.
Freddie don't want to get his head blown off either.
On a replica.
This is it. Now listen, Freddie, you're going to carry him into the hospital.
Oh, but
tell him you found him out on Route 22, about 3 miles out of town. There's a roadside joint there that used to have a lot of trouble. They'll fix up the kid and investigate afterwards.
But suppose they make him stay.
So what? Better you than me. They can hang a murder rap around my neck. You're clean.
Russ, why don't you...
Shut up, baby. You're staying here. You get that, Freddie? So I don't get ideas. I'll turn this cutie into a corpse with the greatest of pleasure. Now pick up the kid and get going.
Okay, let's get out of here.
Everything went all right?
Yeah.
Will anyone recognize
I don't know. I told the story like you said, Russ. And I sneaked out when they weren't looking. Come on, let's get started, huh?
Yep.
Russ, you said you'd leave us in Kansas City.
I will, baby. Get the kid off my hands. I'm going to travel fast and light. Oh, Russ, you wouldn't. Don't get scared, Freddie. It ain't going to be that. I'll drop you both in the middle of town.
Okay, Russ.
If I hear that you so much as look at a cop, either one of you, I'll come back from wherever I am. You get the idea? And when you hit Brooklyn, lead a nice, quiet life. So you'll wind up in a nice, quiet grave. Guilford, homicide.
Nelson, Sergeant. The husbands are back. I just got a call from the man we planted out there.
Good. Have a squad car sent around. Going to play a game of 20 questions with Mr. and Mrs. Ferdinand Osborne.
Oh, but Sergeant, you don't know this guy Donahoe. He's crazy.
Freddie, anybody who kills is crazy. The odds are stacked against him. Unless he's got a guy like you covering for him.
We're not covering for him, Sergeant. I'll tell you...
No. He'll kill us if the other suspects we turned him in.
And I'll throw you in the can. Which do you prefer?
Well, you can't. We haven't done anything.
Except help murderer escape.
Not willingly. He held a gun on us.
Not holding it on you now.
Well, he'd get us. I know he would.
That's right. You're going to live in terror of him all your life. Because if you are, you're going to spend most of it in jail.
All right. It's better than being dead or whatever else I can think of doing.
I don't know. I've been a cop for 20 years, and I still can't figure out the minds of people like you.
Well, don't try to. Just let us alone.
There's one crook carrying a wounded guy on his back. He's on the lam. Cops are searching for him all over the country. You're more frightened of him than you are of the whole police force.
Well, he'll get to it somehow.
Freddie, I think...
Don't think. Russ never liked it.
Look, honey, you got more sense than this rabbit of yours. You talk. Now hold you as a material witness. Put you up in a nice, comfy hotel with a squad of police around you day and night.
All right, Sergeant.
Shut up, Freddie. Now, you're a smart girl, kid. Get your stuff, and we'll go down to headquarters. You too, Freddie. Maybe you'll get smart on the way. Nelson. Yes, sir. Here it is. Freddie and his wife drove the Donahos to Kansas City. They dropped the one who was shot Dave at the Mercy Hospital. Send a wire to the KC police to pick up the kid. Okay, we'll do. I'll be back with anything else they spill. Right. Hello?
Sergeant Guilford, New York homicide?
Just a minute. Hey, Sergeant.
Yeah?
For you. Thanks. Sergeant Guilford speaking.
This is Lieutenant Milton of the Houston, Texas Police.
Yes, Lieutenant?
You got an alarm out for Russell Donahoe, wanted for murder, right?
You bet we have. Don't tell me you've got him, Lieutenant.
No, but we've just got a call from a man who works in a refrigerator plant down here. He heard the description of Donahoe broadcast over the gangbusters program. Says his place just hired a man who fits that description. Brooklyn accent and all.
Well, nice going, Lieutenant. You spare a man to tail him?
Sure. Be glad to.
Good. Keep a close cover on him. We'll fly down to Houston with positive identification. Help you pick him up right away.
Now back to gangbusters.
How we
much farther is this refrigerator plant, Lieutenant? Just to block 4 and then around the corner. How many exits of the building here? 3. One through the office, one through the loading platform, and one directly out onto the street. I've got a man covering all. Now, we may need him. I know the place pretty rough from what his friends tell us. This building is? Yeah, I'm pulling up to the factory entrance. With your permission, Lieutenant, we'll go in and leave you to take charge of the men outside in case anything goes wrong. Okay. Your party. Come on, Nelson. Congratulations to all the police officers who participated in the investigations leading to the arrests and convictions. Tonight's case was dramatized by Palmer Thompson and directed by William Sweet, with Mandel Kramer and John Larkin in leading roles. Don Gardner speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production. Gangbusters is a...
Have Gun, Will Travel is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
If you kill me because of the mistake I made, it won't save your husband's life.
Have Gun, Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of a man called Paladin.
Oh, Mr. Paladin.
Well, Mrs. Temple and Mr. Temple, how are you this morning?
Won't you join us for breakfast, Mr. Paladin? We'd sure like to have your company.
Well, all right. Very kind of you. I don't enjoy eating alone either. Oh, I thought you two were leaving last night.
William never showed up. I can't imagine our son-in-law leaving us here, waiting. I just know something's wrong.
Now, Dora, there's no use fretting. I told you there must have been a mix-up in the dates. Either that or Imogene hasn't gotten your letter yet.
But I wrote her 4 weeks before we left.
Where does your daughter live?
Oh, she and her husband have a farm near San Jose.
Oh, Charlie. The desk clerk said they call it San Jose.
Oh, well, Mr. Paladin knows where I mean.
Well, if you sent a letter from Ohio 4 weeks before you left, she would have gotten it by now.
That's what I think. I told Imogene that the train would arrive on the 15th, and we would come to the Carlton Hotel and wait for William to pick us up, just like she asked us to. Well, we got here on the 15th, and that was 2 days ago.
Oh, Mr. Paladin,
Mr. Paladin.
Yes, over here, hey boy.
Oh, they told me you were in here, but I didn't see you at your table.
Yes, well, Mr. and Mrs. Temple asked me to join them.
Oh, very good. Telegram come for you, Mr. Paladin.
Oh, thank you. Would you excuse me,
Oh,
please?
yes, of
Go
course.
right ahead.
You want me to send answer, Mr. Paladin?
Yes, the usual reply, hey boy, and I'll be leaving on the afternoon stage.
Lisa.
Oh, dear me, I do hate telegrams. I hope that wasn't bad news, Mr. Paladin.
Oh, no, just a business matter. But by coincidence, I'll be going to San Jose myself today.
Dora? Sure. Maybe we ought to go on that stage, too, with Mr. Paladin.
But what about William? He comes here and finds us gone.
Well, we can leave a message for him with the desk clerk.
I am anxious to see Imogene.
And as long as Mr. Paladin will be on the same stage, would you mind, Mr. Paladin?
Oh, not at all. As a matter of fact, I'd enjoy your company.
Dora?
Well, all right. If William isn't here by the time the stage leaves, we'll go with Mr. Paladin.
The telegram was from Sheriff Donovan in Salinas. It briefly stated, "The professor escaped, headed toward San Jose. $1,000 reward. Are you interested?" I was interested. A month before, the man they called the professor had killed an old friend of mine during a bank hold-up in Salinas. Sheriff Donovan had captured him and was holding him for trial. Now, somehow, he had escaped. I had never seen the professor, but he was well known throughout the state as a daring hold-up man who always worked alone. And his ruthlessness was camouflaged by a suave appearance and polite manners. Mr. and Mrs. Temple's son-in-law had not come for them at the hotel, so they accompanied me on the stage to San Jose. I knew that I would have to see them safely to their daughter's ranch before I could start my search for the professor.
You know, Mr. Paladin, I just can't get over how different you look.
No? How's that, ma'am?
Back at the hotel, you wore such fine clothes. But now, with that gun you're wearing, it's so frightening.
Now, Dora.
Well, when a man is away from the city, Mrs. Temple, he sometimes changes.
Why?
Oh, there's some mighty greedy men around these parts. But I'm sure you and Mr. Temple will never be bothered by people like that.
I should hope not.
What kind of business are you in, Mr. Paladin?
Well, I have a card. Here. Perhaps this will explain.
Oh, yes, I see.
Let me see that, Charlie. Have gun, will travel. You just don't look like the same person we knew back at the hotel.
Why are we stopping?
Now, this is Midway Station. The driver will get some fresh horses here to give us a chance to stretch our legs.
Oh, that's good.
You folks can get out now and rest a spell.
Yeah. How long will we be here?
About 20 minutes.
Charlie, Mr. Paladin must be one of those gunfighters.
May I help you down, Mrs. Temple?
Oh, why, yes. Why, thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Temple?
I guess I can make it all right. I ain't that old yet.
Oh, Charlie, look at that sunset. We've never seen anything like that back in Ohio.
Oh, my. Yes, that is pretty.
Just go on inside if you like. Mr. Braley will have some coffee for
Oh,
you.
that's just what I need.
I have to take the horses out back.
How much further is it to San Jose, Mr. Paladin?
About 10 miles.
Howdy. Come in and make yourselves at home.
Oh, my. Nice and warm in here.
Just the three of you on the stage?
That's right.
Mr. Brady, coffee pot's on the stove. I'll bring you some cups.
Someplace I can wash up around here?
Right through that door to the kitchen. You can't miss it.
I'm going to try to get some of this dust off me. Do you want to wash up, Dora?
No, you go ahead, Charlie.
All right, I'll be right back.
I hope I haven't said anything unflattering toward you, Mr. Paladin.
Huh. About the gun?
Yes.
Oh, no.
I just don't understand why a man would have to wear a gun.
Here you are, folks. Just help yourselves to the coffee.
Thank you.
Mr. Braley, do you stay out here in this desolate place all alone?
Why, yes, ma'am. I have my own living quarters right here. People come through twice or maybe 3 times a day. Always seeing new faces. And they don't stay more than 20 minutes or so. It's right pleasant. Howdy.
How do you do?
Something I can do for you, mister?
I was looking for the stage driver.
Well, he's out back with the horses. The stage is going to San Jose. If you want a ticket, I can sell you one.
No, thank you. I'll be going in the other direction. Does this door lead to the back?
No, just to the kitchen. If you want to see the driver, you'll have to go out front and around.
No, that won't be necessary. Now that I have a good view of the front door, I can see him when he comes in.
Oh!
If you people will please put your hands above your heads.
He had a gun under his coat.
Do as he says, Mrs. Temple.
You're a very sensible man, sir.
And would I be correct in assuming that you are the man they call the professor?
Quite correct.
The professor?
Who's he?
He's one of those men I was telling you about earlier, Mrs. Temple. He makes his living by thieving and killing.
That was a very harsh statement, sir.
Well, what are you going to do with us?
I assure you, madam, I have no intention of hurting you or either one of these gentlemen. I only want your money or any other valuables you might have on you. And I'll also take the agent's cash box. And then I will leave quietly.
Dora,
Charlie!
Mr. Temple, get back in. You tricked me. Don't you do it, Professor.
No.
Mr. Temple. Mr. Temple.
Is he?
No. The bullet hit his shoulder, but I think the fall did more damage than the bullet.
The professor is dead.
Braley, we'll have to get a doctor for Mr. Temple.
About 5 miles, the nearest doctor.
Well, can you bring him here?
Why, sure. You can put Mr. Temple in my bed. It's in that room. I'll be back as soon as I can. Yeah, it was pretty fancy shooting, mister.
Mr. Paladin, you shot my husband.
I know, Mrs. Temple. It was a mistake.
Mistake?
I didn't mean to, Mrs. Temple. I'm sorry. I was trying to save his life as well as ours.
That man wasn't going to shoot us. He said he wasn't.
Mrs. Temple, he was going to shoot your husband. You saw that.
No, I didn't see it. If you hadn't pulled that gun out, I don't think he would have tried to kill any of us. I believe that. You're one of those gunfighters we've heard about. You're a killer.
The stage driver agreed to take the professor's body into San Jose and tell the sheriff what had happened. I carried Mr. Temple to the bed and made him as comfortable as possible. He was still unconscious. Mrs. Temple and I kept a close watch over him as we waited for Braley to return with the doctor. The one dim lantern in the room flickered over the still form of Charlie Temple lying in bed and his wife sitting in a chair beside him. As I paced the floor, I said a silent prayer for the life of this man who had been hit by a stray bullet from my gun.
Mr. Paladin.
Yes?
I was thinking about how pleasant it was back at that hotel in San Francisco. And how all of this wouldn't have happened if we hadn't come with you.
Yes, I know, Mrs. Temple. I was thinking about that, too.
You never know what a person is really like when you first meet them. You've got to wait until they show themselves for what they really are.
You're thinking about me?
Yes.
I'm sorry you feel that way. I've tried to explain.
Mr. Paladin, I want you to do something for me.
Yes, ma'am.
If Charlie dies, I want you to kill me.
Oh, you don't mean that.
But I do. I'll pay you.
I must be the most contemptible person you've ever known.
Charlie always said that we would live to be 90 years old. And when we had to leave this earth, we would go together. It's something we've felt, we've known for a long time. We'll always be together. We only have each other.
Well, you have your daughter.
Oh, no, she doesn't need me. A daughter never belongs to her mother. Imogene has her own life to lead and her own family. It doesn't include her mother. She doesn't need me.
No. It isn't good to think this way, Mrs. Temple. You must think about your husband living, that he'll be all right.
He isn't breathing anymore.
You're wrong. He is breathing. He's still the same.
But it doesn't look like it.
I assure you he is. You're getting weary, Mrs. Temple. Why don't you step outside and get some fresh air?
No, I won't leave Charlie. You can't make me do that.
Well, I wouldn't try if you didn't want to. Could I get you a cup of coffee?
Oh, yes, thank you. I'd like some coffee.
Here you are. Mrs. Temple.
This rifle was hanging on the wall.
If you killed me, would it make you feel better?
Yes. Yes, it would.
Why?
Because you killed Charlie.
He isn't dead, Mrs. Temple.
You keep saying that, but it isn't true.
Why don't you see for yourself?
No, you're trying to fool me. If I turn away from you, you kill me.
I thought that's what you wanted me to do.
Dora.
Charlie?
Your husband is waking up, Mrs. Temple.
Oh, Charlie! Charlie!
He's back in the bedroom, Doc. Oh, Mr. Paladin, this here is Dr. Joven.
Doctor?
Mr. Paladin?
He was home having supper, but he come with me just as soon as I got there.
Is the man still unconscious?
No, I think he's coming out of it, but this has been quite a strain on Mrs. Temple. Maybe you can give her something to quiet her down.
I'll see what I can do.
I guess it's been pretty calm around here while I was gone, huh?
Yes. I suppose you could say that, Mr. Braley. Before the doctor left, he assured me that Mr. Temple was going to be all right, and that Mrs. Temple was resting comfortably. He suggested that I wait until the next morning to continue our trip to their daughter's ranch.
It's funny how, during all the excitement, I forgot to offer you something to eat.
I'm glad you remembered, Mr. Braley.
Think we ought to ask the old lady if she wants something?
No, as long as she's resting, we might as well leave her alone. If she wakes up before we turn in, maybe she'll want to eat.
I want you to know that you're welcome to use my wagon in the morning to take them into San Jose.
That's mighty kind of you, Mr. Braley. You've been very helpful.
Well, now I wonder who that could be this time of night.
Hello, Mr. Braley.
Oh, Sheriff. Come in. Miss Paladin, this is Sheriff Miller from San Jose.
Sheriff?
Mr. Paladin, I'm glad to make your acquaintance. The stage driver told me what happened here this evening, and I came out to congratulate you.
For killing a man?
Yes, sir. That professor cut up quite a ruckus in our town the last 2 days. Killed 3 men. We're mighty grateful for what you did.
You came all the way out here to tell me that?
No, not exactly. The driver told me the Temples were here, and I came out to take him back to their daughter. How's the old man?
The doctor says he'll be all right, but we should wait until tomorrow morning to take him back.
Oh, I see. Where's Miss Temple?
Oh, she's in...
I'm right here, Sheriff. I heard you talking about my daughter.
Yes, ma'am. She asked me to come get you folks.
How is she?
Well, she was awful worried about you and Mr. Temple. She tried to get word to you up in San Francisco that she couldn't come after you. But they said you'd already left the hotel. She was waiting at the stage office for you, but, of course, you weren't on that stage when it come in.
Well, she knows we're here?
Yes, ma'am. The driver told her what happened. She wanted to come with me, but I wouldn't let her. Told her she'd best stay home with the kids.
Why didn't William come with you?
Well, I don't exactly know how to tell you this, Miss Temple. You sure you feel all right?
Yes. What's happened to William?
He was shot.
You're telling me he's dead. William's dead?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, Imogene. Oh.
It happened about a mile from his ranch yesterday. He was robbed and killed by that professor fella.
You mean the same man who was here?
Same one. But thanks to Mr. Paladin, he won't be killing anybody else. Ever.
Oh. Sheriff, will you take us to my daughter now? Tonight?
Why, yes, ma'am. If you think it'll be all right to move Mr. Temple.
No, he's much better. It'll be all right. Imogene needs us. My daughter needs me. Mr. Paladin.
Yes, ma'am.
I owe you an apology. I behaved rather foolishly.
Well, under the circumstances, Mrs. Temple, it was understandable.
Would you come with us? I want my daughter to meet the man who saved our lives and avenged her husband's death.
Hello, Miss Wong.
I'm so happy to see you back.
Oh, it's good to be home.
Oh, did you see morning paper?
No, but Hey Boy was trying to tell me something about it when I met him downstairs.
Oh, you big hero.
Oh.
The paper say you shoot down notorious killer.
Ah. Well, I guess a lot of people are glad the professor won't be around to threaten them anymore.
Oh, yes, sir. What do you do with all that money, Mr. Paladin?
Money?
Money, yes, sir. $1,000 reward.
Oh. I'd almost forgotten about that. Well, Miss Wong, let's send that money to Mr. and Mrs. Temple's daughter.
Mr. and Mrs. Temple? Or the elderly people who were at hotel a few days ago?
Yes.
Yes.
Their son-in-law was killed by the professor.
Oh, sad.
Their daughter could make good use of that money.
Yes, sir. Would be very nice, Mr. Paladin.
Have Gun Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Frank Paris and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hey Boy and Virginia Gregg as Miss Wong. Tonight's story was specially written for Have Gun Will Travel by Mr. Paris. Featured in the cast were Ralph Moody, Barney Phillips, Harry Bartell, Olin Soule, and Lorene Tuttle. This is Hugh Douglas, inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents Have Gun Will Travel.
Hop Along with Hop Along Cassidy, up next.
It's Hop Along Cassidy. With action and suspense, out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hop Along Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The Ring of the Silver Spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Hop Along Cassidy. This famous hero thrills his 60 million fans with action and dangerous adventure. In the role of Hopalong Cassidy is the popular star of the motion picture series, William Boyd. And now, another exciting story of the early West. The King of Spades. Roundup time at the old Bar 20 has come and gone, and Hoppy has taken a leave of absence to do a special favor for a friend, the head of a railroad that's pushing out through the lonely mountain ranges of the Southwest. Together with California and an engineer named Reno Ryan, Hoppy leads an exploring party seeking an unmapped path through the Purgatory Range. Night overtakes them just before they reach the colorful border town of Mesa Seca. The men sit around their campfires, talking and singing, while Hoppy, California, and Reno discuss the terrain ahead with their guide, Francisco.
The Badlands beyond Mesa Seca will be the worst yet, senor.
So what if it is wild and lonely? We've crossed tough country before, Francisco.
See, but the Badlands is different, amigo. It is filled with outlaws and murderers. Usually they kill first to show they mean business, then they ask the rest for money.
Have they got a leader?
Oh, see. He is one few men have seen. They call him El Rey. How you say, the King of Spades.
The King of Spades? Why do they call him that?
Because, Senor Cassidy, his victims are found usually with a King of Spades on the chest and a knife driven through it.
Seems to me that what the Badlands need is a posse of vigilantes to go in and clean it out.
There has been such talk before, but this King of Spades, he has friends with the politicos of the territory.
You mean this thug has political drag? With whom?
I think with the party of Don Carlos Jackson, the Americano.
The local politician, huh?
See, tomorrow night is the Grand Fiesta in Mesa Seca. They celebrate the election of the new territorial delegate to Washington. The election was very close, senor. The party of Don Carlos almost won.
Well, if he lost, I don't guess he cuts much ice around here.
You mistake. Don Carlos is still most powerful. He's close to the alcalde, the mayor, judge of Mesa Seca.
Tell me, Francisco, just who do you think the King of Spades really is?
I do not know for sure, but I think maybe he is Don Carlos Jackson himself.
Hey, sounds like the horses are catching a whiff of a coyote.
Well, I go see. Coyotes in this country big as wolves.
I guess you two hombres are going to have a chance of catching up on your dancing tomorrow night.
Hey, you figure we can stay over long enough to go to that fiesta?
Why not? Besides, I want to meet this Don Carlos Jackson.
Hey, what's wrong with the horses?
That's Francisco. Come on.
Francisco, what's the matter?
Where are you? It's doggone dark.
Oh, what's happened?
Where is he?
Francisco, where? Wait, here he is. Lying by our supplies. Francisco, what happened? Hey, bring that lamp over here. Here, set it down. Francisco, what? Holy mackerel.
He's been knifed.
Look. Into his body by that knife. A card.
Yeah, the King of Spades. Now back to Hopalong Cassidy and our story, The King of Spades. While leading an exploring party, Hoppy makes camp for the night just this side of the border town of Mesa Seca.
The guide has just expressed his opinion that a local bandit leader who calls himself the King of Spades is actually a local politician named Don Carlos Jackson. A few minutes later, the guide is found stabbed to death with a King of Spades on his chest. The following morning, Hoppy and California gather in the office of the alcalde, the mayor and judge of Mesa Seca, Don Felipe.
You can be certain, Senor Cassidy. I shall do everything possible to bring this murderer to justice.
What I can't understand, Don Felipe, is why you and your vigilantes haven't mopped up on this King of Spades and his gang long ago.
Oh, it is not so easy, Senor Cassidy. These men are everywhere. My deputy, Don Carlos Jackson, has been trying.
Don Carlos Jackson, eh?
See? Even now he is out with the vigilantes looking for the murderer of your guide.
Hoppy, this knife the killer used, it doesn't look like any local Indian knife to me.
It isn't. Indians may take scalp, but they don't notch their knives. That's a white man's trick.
Listen, the vigilantes. They return.
Yeah, I can see them through the window.
I don't see them bringing in any prisoners.
That is Don Carlos, who is coming up the veranda.
Buenos dias, Don Felipe. Gentlemen, our luck was no better than yours in trailing down that swine. Obviously, it's someone who knows the country well. An Indian, probably.
I wonder.
You have cause to think otherwise, Cassidy?
An Indian would have come upwind so the horses couldn't scent him. But that's neither here nor there right now. My men and I have to be moving on, and I need another guide. One who knows the Badlands.
It'd take a brave man to accept such a job, Cassidy.
Do you know of one?
Frankly, no. But it can be arranged.
If you mean surrender to blackmail, Carlos, the office of alcalde cannot be parted to.
Don Felipe is a man of honor, gentlemen, and so are we all. But if you wish to be practical, shall we go outside?
All right. Thank you, Don Felipe. Your kindness and hospitality will be remembered.
You will attend the fiesta tonight at the Gran Hacienda?
We shall look forward to it.
Hasta luego, senor.
Cassidy, the way this matter is usually arranged is to send a messenger into the Badlands. If successful, a guide will be furnished. If this pass through the mountains exists, he'll know where to find it.
And the price?
Well, some palms will have to be greased here and there, and the King of Spades will... $5,000 will cover everything.
$5,000?
I wouldn't pay 5 cents to any high-binding bandit who ever lived for permission to cross free American territory.
I see. Well, that's the spirit.
Hey, Hoppy, will you just look what's riding this way on that high-stepping Palomino?
Oh, Senor Alhira, Dolores. Senor Alhira, this is Senor Along Cassidy and California Carlson of the Railroad Surveying Party who arrived today. Senor Alhira is famous for the palominas she breeds on her rancho.
There's only one thing prettier than a blooded palomino, Senora, and that's a beautiful woman who knows how to ride him.
I have heard of your fame as a cowboy, Senor Cassidy. But I did not know you are also clever with the compliments. I will see you at the fiesta tonight.
I wouldn't miss it.
Bueno.
I'll call for you at 8, Dolores.
Do not trouble, Carlos. I can find my way.
Well, when a widow's as beautiful and rich as she is, she can afford to be independent.
Yeah.
A widower, huh?
Well, I hope you gentlemen find the guide you're looking for. If you change your mind about the negotiations I suggested, don't hesitate to call on me. See you at the fiesta tonight.
Yeah, tonight.
So, Senor Cassidy, the famous hero, is already all tired from a few little dances.
I didn't ask you to come out on the veranda with me because I was tired.
No?
I thought we both could use a little fresh air and some of that moonlight.
You wish to refresh yourself with a little romance before going into the Badlands tomorrow.
Well, from what I hear, it'll take more than the refreshing memories of a romance to see me through that stretch of purgatory.
I think maybe you are right, Senor.
One of the reasons I've stayed over at Mesa Seco for the fiesta was to have a look at some of its leading citizens. Seems to me a big-scale bandit like the King of Spades could hardly get along without help from some of the big wheels running this territory.
For instance?
Well, to pick a name out of the hat, it might even be Don Carlos Jackson.
Do not let Don Carlos hear you say such things. It would be most dangerous.
Is that you, Hoppy? Say, have you seen her? Well, Miss Dolores, I've been looking all over for you. I got the next dance, remember?
How you making out with those waltzes and tangos, California?
Well, they ain't much like them hoedowns I'm used to, but, oh, shucks, I just grab my gal and let nature take its course.
That is what I fear, senor. Oh, why are not the rest of your men at the fiesta, Senor Cassidy?
Well, under the circumstances, I thought it best they stand guard at our camp at the edge of town.
Ah, Dolores. Hello, Cassidy.
Hi.
Carlson. Oh, this is my right-hand man, Trigo Gonzalez, chief of our vigilantes.
Buenas tardes, senores.
My dance, I believe, belongs.
Not this one, Jackson. I got it spoken for. My arm, Miss Dolores?
A slight mistake, Carlson. The rest of the dances on my card are all with Senor Alhira.
What? Now, looky here.
Senores, do not quarrel. To settle the argument, I will dance with Senor Cassidy.
Thank you, senora. You gentlemen will stand to one side.
I already said it was my dance, Cassidy. See? And you heard him, I think.
Hey, don't you two hombres start nothing.
I wouldn't reach inside that coat, Jackson.
He's got a gun, Hoppy.
No, you don't. California, watch out. Trigo has a knife.
Me, will you?
I got Jackson's gun. Grab Trigo's knife off the floor.
Go quickly. They are all friends of Don Carlos.
Sorry this had to happen.
Go, please.
Come on, California. Let's get out of here. Evening, Don Felipe.
Senor Cassidy.
Don't be frightened. We doubled back here to your house end and lost that gang chasing us. I want a word with you.
You've caused enough trouble already, I think, Senor Cassidy.
Ask Senor Alhira about how it started.
What do you wish of me?
Information. What happened to the knife that killed our guide, Francisco? It was left with you for evidence.
The knife? Why, I gave it to Don Carlos Jackson, who has been trying to trace the owner. Why do you ask?
Because here it is.
Oh.
The night that same knife was used by Jackson's man, Trigo. An attempt to murder still another man.
Namely, me.
Well, just the same, I still need a guide, and I think Jackson can help me get one. Where does he stay?
Here, senor.
Here?
He shares the hacienda with me. His quarters are through that door. But if he returns and finds you here... Where are you going?
To Jackson's room.
Senor, you violate my hospitality.
Not yours, Don Felipe. Jackson's. And he tried to take my life, so we're even. Come on, California.
Hey, it's fancy. What are them curtains over the bed for? The roof leak?
Senor Cassidy, what are you looking for in that desk?
Evidence, Don Felipe. Evidence.
Evidence of what?
Evidence of... Yeah. And I think this is it.
What is it, Hoppy? What did you pick up there?
Oh. Yeah, a deck of cards.
Hoppy, the design on the back of those cards.
Right. It's the same as on the card we found on Francisco's body.
But those cards, senor, they are a most common kind. There are many such decks in Mesa Seca.
I wonder. There's one thing about this deck of cards that is different from any I've ever seen before.
Hey, every one of them.
Exactly. Every one of them is the King of Spades.
Before we continue, here is a word from your announcer. Now back to Hopalong Cassidy and our story, The King of Spades. In an attempt to discover the identity of a bandit chief known only as the King of Spades, Hoppy halts his railroad exploring party overnight at the border town of Mesa Seca. After an attempt on their lives by Don Carlos Jackson and his gunman Trigo, the two cowboys invade Jackson's quarters during his absence and there discover an interesting deck of cards, every one of which is a King of Spades. Just then, the pounding of hoofs in the distance and a burst of gunfire brings them out running.
Listen, sounds like our boys. Doggone that Reno Ryan. He must have heard the shooting, and now he's left camp wide open while he leads a rescue party. Let's get to him fast. Let's go, Topper.
Holy mackerel! Hoppy, there's about 200 of these town buzzards fighting our boys. The odds are darn near 10 to 1.
Reno, Wyatt, Cody, get back. We'll cover your retreat. Get back.
Glad to see you. Thought you in California was goners.
We'll talk about that later. Let's get out of here before we're all killed. All right, give them around to keep their distance. Let's start the camp. Let's pound leather. Well, the camp's still here. Lucky they didn't burn it while you and the boys were busting up the town. All right, load those mules. We're breaking camp.
All right, load the mules, boys. What about a guide, Hoppy? All we got are a few maps, and they ain't much good.
Well, we'll make the best we can, California. We just haven't got a guide, and that's that. What? Senor, I hear her.
Jumping catfish. Where'd you come from?
What are you doing here?
I found the camp deserted when I rode out here, so I waited in those shadows for your return. You see, Hoppy, it is necessary for Mesa Seca to atone for this wrong it has done to you and your men. So, I will guide you through the Badlands.
You?
See, when I am a schoolgirl, my father's rancho covers all of the Badlands and more beyond. He takes me on many hunting trips through these Badlands. Now his rancho is gone, but I remember that country well, amigo.
Look, I appreciate your offer, Senora.
I am not so soft as you think, Hoppy. I ride as well as any man.
I know,
and I
but...
can shoot as well. See, I have brought my belt and gun, and my bedroll is packed on my horse. I know the Navajo tongue, and I can cook.
But,
It is settled. I shall guide you to Purgatory Mountain. I shall atone for the dishonor of my people.
Boy, look at her ride up ahead there. 3 days we've been plugging through this here devilish country, and she ain't tired yet. I ain't never seen such a gal.
Somehow, though, I get the feeling she's not so sure of herself since we got up into these barren mountains.
Yeah, how do you mean, Hoppy?
Well, the way she keeps looking around as though she's trying to find landmarks that ought to be there, but aren't. To tell you the truth, if we don't find that pass pretty soon, I'm going to begin to get a little worried.
Well, shucks, Hoppy. She keeps on saying we're bound to hit it if we just follow this route.
I hope so. She... Hold it. Halt!
Halt! What is it?
Look, top that rocky peak. 3-4 miles dead ahead. That flashing.
Yeah.
Hoppy, someone on that mountain signaled with a mirror.
So I noticed. It's Morse code.
Who you reckon they're signaling to?
Hoppy! There's more signals flashing from that mountain behind us.
Well, there's your answer, California. Bandits in front and behind us, talking to each other.
Well, I learned a little more helping out the telegrapher at Mescalero. But darned if I can make out what they're a-signaling. It sure ain't English, whatever it is.
You're right. And it isn't Spanish either.
It is Navajo.
Navajo? Doggone it, these engines are sure going modern. They used to signal with smoke, but now it's with mirrors.
There is nothing to fear. They are only Navajo hunters who signal our presence to each other.
Yeah? Hey, what are you doing with that little mirror?
I signal them for directions.
You always carry a mirror with you?
Senor, I am a woman.
Oh, yeah, as if I could forget.
What are they signaling back?
The pass. The pass is over there to the right. We go off on the trail here, and soon we find a deep, narrow canyon. That is it.
To the right, boys. To the right. Get going.
All right, get going. Boy, this canyon is sure deep enough and wide enough. Looks like it goes straight through to the valley beyond.
Where's Dolores?
Why, she must have rid up ahead.
Reno, you keep the lead. Everybody right close to the canyon wall, you understand?
Yeah.
California and I bring up the rear. On the double. Keep 'em moving.
Hoppy, what's the matter?
That's what's the matter. It's an ambush. Keep 'em in close to the canyon wall, boys. Off your horse, California. Get going, Topper. Come on, California. We're moving back. Stick close to the canyon wall.
Hoppy, I don't get it. What do we...
While they're attacking our main body under that rock overhang, we'll climb up the canyon wall and get behind them.
Behind them?
They're taking cover behind those rocks just below the crest, using it as a parapet to shoot from.
Well, yeah, I know. Our men can't move from under that rock overhang without getting massacred.
I took some dynamite from our supplies. It's in my shirt.
Dynamite?
Come on. We've got to climb around above them, and do it quick.
Expected to get this fur without being spotted. Can you see them?
Yeah, they're just below us. Looks like there are about 50 of them shooting from those boulders. I'll just jam the dynamite under here. There. Now the fuse. She's setting. Let's get out of here. When that goes off, it'll blow the whole top of that slope into the canyon and those thugs with it.
Stand where you are. You're covered. Jackson. So, Cassidy, Carlson, keep those hands high. Reach.
I couldn't reach as high as you're going to swing, Jackson.
Aye. I got his gun. Good work, Hoppy.
Next time you pull a gun on anyone, Jackson, don't look away, not even for an explosion. Or you're liable to end up just the way you are now, flat on your back.
You should keep your eyes open, friend.
Very good advice. You should follow it.
Why, Miss Dolores, how did you...
Don't move.
Trigo.
So you brought your other little playmate with you, eh, Dolores?
Take their guns, Trigo.
See.
Hey, what is this?
Let me introduce you, California. Senora Dolores Alhira, otherwise known as, shall I say, the Queen of Spades.
What?
You think that a stupid big Carlos Jackson is the king? He is not smart enough to be even a consort.
Well, it was just bad luck, Dolores. I didn't see him until...
Stupido, blockhead. I tried to arrive sooner, but you were here all the time. You allowed these cowboys to destroy nearly all my men. On account of you, the other gringos have gotten away. They will report what has happened, and soon the accursed railroad and more gringos will come.
Well, how did I know he had dynamite? No. No, Dolores. Don't do it. Dolores!
Well, Jackson fooled me.
Fooled you, Cassidy?
I told him he would hang. I guess it's your neck to hang when it's going to be interested in.
I doubt it. Tell me, Cassidy, you were not surprised to find that I am the king of spades?
Not after you tried to pull a fast one with those heliograph mirror signals. You thought no one in my party could read Navajo lingo, but you were wrong. I can.
Yet you led your men into the trap.
Trap? After what happened, you call it a trap?
I see. So you planned to do what you did.
You're getting smart, Dolores.
Trigo, get horses for these two quick. Tie them down tightly. We must hurry.
Now back to Hop Along Cassidy.
So this is your hideout, eh, Dolores? Looks like it might have been an old hunting lodge.
In this wilderness, Cassidy, the accommodations are a little rough, but at least you can be sure of peace and quiet. No one will ever find you. That is until I release you.
When will that be?
When your ransom arrives,
Ransom, eh?
I asked only $5,000 for your passage through the Badlands. But it will take a little more, I think, to redeem your valuable hide.
Just how valuable do you think it is?
Shall we say $25,000?
$25,000.
To make it a real bargain, I will throw in this funny-looking California for nothing.
Now, looky here.
Senora, I hear something.
What is it, Trigo?
Listen. Many horses coming this way.
The gringos. They find the trail.
Impossible. We leave no trail. It is all rock.
No use, Dolores. You two haven't got a chance.
Here come Reno and the boys over that rise.
Trigo!
Jump up, California. I ain't covered, have it.
I got this, Andre.
Somebody get this female wildcat off my hands.
Simmer down, Dolores. You got a long ride to the next jailhouse.
Reno, how the Sam Hill did you fellas know where they'd taken us?
Why, we just followed the king of spades.
What? Well, how
Remember that deck of cards I took from Jackson's room? They were all kings of spades.
Why, sure, but you...
I just slipped them out of my pocket as we rode along, dropping one every 50 yards or so. Lucky this place wasn't any farther. I was right at the bottom of the deck.
And so an exciting adventure ends for Hoppy in California. They'll get back to the Bar 20 just about roundup time and settle down to a peaceful ranch life. But we've a hankering it won't last for very long. Somewhere there'll be trouble, and that's when Hoppy will ride out into another dangerous escapade. If you'd like more of these two-gun adventures of Hoppy's, don't forget, you can see him in the fine Hop Along Cassidy pictures at your local theater. Hop Along Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. The King of Spades was written by Irvin Ashkenazi. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulkey. This is a Commodore production.
Lights Out is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Supernatural and the supernormal, dramatizing the fantasies and the mysteries of the unknown. We tell you this frankly so that if you wish to avoid the excitement and tension of these imaginative plays, we urge you calmly but sincerely to turn off your radio now.
Traditional quality, fresh from farm.
Remember how refreshing a cold glass of thick, creamy, tangy buttermilk used to taste?
Morning, ma'am.
Thank you.
Foremost has been delivering that refreshing taste for over 50 years. And what the family didn't drink, Mom would use for baking. Today, Foremost is still making that refreshing, high-quality buttermilk. Still full of vitamins, minerals, and protein. And that tangy, rich taste. With only 100 calories per 8-ounce serving. It's fresh as ever.
Traditional quality, fresh from Foremost.
A product of Foremost McKesson.
And now, if you haven't already done so, turn off your lights now and listen to Mr. Freak.
Gun in my hand. Gun in my hand. In all my life, I've never had a gun in my hand. Smooth gun, hard gun cold in my hand. Bullet won't be cold. Warm bullet, hot bullet, burning hot as the blood. No, can't think of that. Turn the muzzle up and press the trigger. Trigger cold against my finger. Cold as death, but life is colder. Rhythm to that. Poet dies with final rhythm. Poet dies who never wrote a poem. Headline for the tabloids. Poet dies with final rhythm.
Ugliest man in the world is suicide.
Poet dies with final rhythm.
Ugliest man in the world is suicide.
Poet dies in final rhythm.
Ugliest man in the world is suicide.
Poet dies in final rhythm.
Ugliest man in the world is suicide.
Poet dies in final rhythm. No, stop. Ugliest man in the world. All right. I'll think the thing for the last time. Tear the words around in my head over and over the way they've torn for 30 years. Ugliest man in the world. Ugliest man in the world. Ugliest man in the world. Press the trigger and stop it. Press the trigger. No. No, I can't. I've got to wait. Think it all out clearly for the first time in my life. How it started. Why it's ending this way. Think it all out clearly from the very start. Then press the trigger.
School today, Paul.
There's a start. First day of school. How old was I? 9 or 10. She kept me home, away from others. I didn't know why until that day she said,
School today, Paul.
I said,
All right, Mother.
row on row of children looking up at me, staring up at me, gaping up at me. And then one of them started laughing. Another laughing. Another and another. Laughing. I stood there, a little boy, looking down at the twisting mouths, my ears filled with the sound of them making fun of me. I knew, but why? Why?
Ugliest boy in the world.
Ugliest boy in the world. That's why you kept me away from children, Mother. Kept me away until you didn't dare to any longer. Oh, Mother. Mother, before you let others see me, why didn't you close your hands around my neck, put a knife in my heart, drown me, bury me, put me away where eyes couldn't see me, laughter couldn't reach me? But you didn't. So this was my boyhood. Tears without end. A boyhood of tears. A boyhood of tears. Took me out of school, kept me away from all the others. What good was it? I knew.
There wasn't a mirror in the house.
Not a mirror. I didn't dare, you didn't dare. Not a mirror. Until that day you died. Alone. So quiet in the house. I sat down. So quiet. And then suddenly, as if the clock were talking to me. Yes, I remember. Look at yourself. Look at yourself. Look at myself. A mirror. I had to find a mirror. Surely Mother kept one mirror somewhere. Drawer after drawer. A mirror. Surely there was a mirror. A mirror. Yes, there was one wrapped and hidden where she thought I'd never find it. Tore the paper off. I kept my eyes shut until the glass was clear, and then I looked. White face. Can I bear the memory of my face? Can I think of it even now? Gun in my hand. Yes, I will. What did I see? What is my face? A brow? No brow. A thing that sloped away sharply, quickly, like a peaked roof half fallen in. Nose, a thick wad of ugly flesh protruding out between two close-set eyes. My eyes. Oh, my eyes, Mother of God, my eyes. Two tiny red-rimmed, green-flecked globes that stood far out beyond the lids, and twinkled like a fat, round pig's. My eyes, that was why they laughed at me, my eyes.
Ugliest man in the world.
Yes, I was that. No longer boy. Ugliest man in the world. Not even tears could help me now. The world outside. At last I had to go out and make a living. Get a job.
Sideshow. Step up, ladies and gentlemen. Step up, the one and only, ladies and gentlemen.
Wasn't bad there. No.
Come on, ladies and gentlemen, that's what I said. The ugliest man in the world, and only a dime. A very small part of a dollar. That's it. Step closer.
I didn't mind after a while. Faces looking up at me again, staring, whispering, getting their dimes worth. Spieler talking, faces staring, whispers, snickers. I didn't mind. Why should I? I could get away from them. Yes, stand there in the noise and laughter and leave them far behind. Leave the smell of them and the noise of them and the twisting faces of them. Shut my eyes and leave them quickly. I'd be in a field, sun-drenched, face to the sky, the warm sun touching me, soft grass cushioning me, my arms outstretched. All around me such peace and loveliness. I'd lie there so happy, and then a breeze touching my face, and a small white cloud in the sky, and then another, and all at once the clouds were like a woman's face, looking down at me. A woman. There was a woman.
Hello, big fella.
Oh, hello.
Hell of a day, huh?
Yes.
She'll give you a big play. I mean the yokel, don't they?
Yes?
Me, I'm with Sammy Morton. You know, the grind show. Not one of the strippers, you understand. I do a high-class number. You know, semi-classical. Sure been a long, hot day.
Yes.
Nice walking out in the dark. I mean, there's kind of different and on the midway. Yeah, nice in the dark. Awful nice.
Do you like the moon?
Moon? Oh, sure. You been working in tent shows long, big fella?
So complete, the moon.
Boy, you sure pack 'em in. I had time to sell more pictures than anybody in the show. Dime sure add up, don't they?
Your face. Did you ever look down from the clouds?
You mean have I ever been high? Boy, I'm high now. I like the dark, big fella.
There was a woman. Talking. They were talking.
Yeah, sure, Sam. What do you take me for, a chump? Well, what do you think? His face makes me sick just to look at him, but he's got a pocket full of dough. So last week I got a telegram from Mama. Poor Mama, the mortgage. And yesterday, while he was looking at me up in the clouds, I got another handful of bucks, and maybe in a couple of weeks You. All right, so you heard. So what? What are you staring at? I don't like your face. You heard me? I don't like your face.
I gave you...
You gave me a couple of laughs.
Love.
Love! Do you hear that? Love. Do you think any woman can love a mug like yours? It ain't a face, it's a mug, a puss, a pan. Go on, beat it. Get out of here. No more walks with me, big fella. I've had a belly full of laughs and I'm through. Hey, what do you... No, stay away from me. Don't...
Go on, beat it. Get out. Yeah, I'll get out as far as I could get out. Any place. Anywhere. Any place, anywhere. Get away.
Devil and Mr. O's story of Mr. Freak for just a moment.
Pacific East Air is proud to announce non-stop service from Los Angeles to Maui starting June 17th. Yes, starting June 17th, you can fly non-stop to Maui on Pacific East Air for just $165, tax included. Purchase your Maui tickets before June 17th when fares are expected to increase. Also fly Pacific East Air to Honolulu for just $123, including tax. Call Pacific East Air now. Area code 213-417-2233. That's area code 213-417-2233.
Pacific East Air has a low, low fare. They're bargain in the sky.
We'll get back to the handsome one in just a moment on our KSFO Great American broadcast. Looking for sound investment, are you? Excellent financing and 24-hour security for your house or property? Well, listen to this. Rancho Murrieta in the magnificent Sierra foothills is the fastest-growing recreational community of its kind. When you buy your own lot, townhouse, or custom home, you'll receive a free country club membership. And this is the ultimate in country club living with golf, tennis, swimming, and much more. Rancho Murrieta has emerged as a top residential resort community where people are discovering the incredible civilization within itself. And if you have children, a school bus takes them to and from school every day. So whether you have children or not, you'll truly enjoy the versatile lifestyle of Rancho Murrieta. Go see for yourself. Rancho Murrieta, just 30 minutes from Sacramento. Become part of this recreational paradise. Call toll-free 800-852-GOLF. That's 800-852-GOLF. Rancho Murrieta, with lots as low as $35,000.
We return to our The Devil and Mr. O story of Mr. Freak.
Yard got away. Good and far away. Fields, grain, a farm. They didn't care what kind of a face. Just work hard, work, hour after hour, sweat salt on my lips. Work, keep working. And I couldn't think it was good. I couldn't think. But I'm thinking now. Gun in my hand. Stop that thinking. Gun in my hand. No. Got to think out my life. Think it out clearly. Think of that day. She waved at me. Was working. Bent over. Sun hot on my back. Grain thick around me, filling the world, covering, hiding me. I straightened up. Something moving through the grain in the road. Climbing the hill. So far away, could hardly tell what it was. Shaded my eyes from the sun. I saw a woman on horseback. No, so small. Must be a girl. I saw her arm wave at me. I dropped in the grain. I hid. Leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone. The next day again, standing in the grain, a tiny figure on horseback waved at me. I dropped in the grain again. No more. Just the sky and the grain and the work was all I wanted. The next day and the next, a girl on horseback riding far off there in the roads, waving at me in the grain, waving at me day after day. And one day, I didn't drop in the grain. I stood. I waved back at her. Waving at me because she couldn't see me. See my...
It was tan-marked.
In spite of myself one day, I was hiding in the grain at the edge of the road, waiting for her. Wanted to run, yet I stayed. Wanted to cover my eyes, yet I looked. Looked with eyes as big as all my loneliness. Horse knew I was there. She didn't. She started singing a little song as she passed. A song without meaning, but warm as the sun. And I saw her. Young, lovely. The words tumbled over and over in my head as I watched her go by. Young, lovely. I began to see her face everywhere. In the green, in the sky, and at night in the dark.
Ugliest man in the world.
Thinking of the loveliest face in the world, I tried to stop it. I couldn't help it. I couldn't. The loneliness in me was a pain I couldn't endure anymore. Again and again, I hid in the grain and watched her go by me. Just a quick moment. And then she was gone. And I was left in loneliness again. If she couldn't see my face. Yes, if she were blind. I read a book like that somewhere. A woman never saw the man she loved. If she couldn't see me, only know me as I am, my voice, my thoughts, my dreams, ambitions. If she couldn't see dangerous daydreams that brought me to a gun in my hand. But I was lonely. I had nothing. So I had dreams of her, blind, not knowing my face. Mother in heaven, if she were only blind, if she were only blind. Wish, Father, to the deed. That day, working in the grain, looked up. She was riding by. It was so early. Why so early? Her little hand waving at me. Then the rush of an auto. I ran. The grain tearing at me, holding me back. In a moment, she was in my arms.
Help me. Please. Help me. I can't see. I can't see.
Can't see. I dreamed it, prayed it, and now...
I can't see.
What have I done? What have I done? Concussion. Nerve block. No, I had nothing to do with it. Just a thought. I'd only a thought. But now she couldn't see me as I was. Couldn't see me. Couldn't see me.
You've been very kind to me, Mr. Martin. Paul.
Music. Everlasting music in my ears.
Come here every day, won't you? It's so good having you to talk to. You've made these wonderful days, Paul.
Music, everlasting music, her voice, being with her, knowing her, and she knowing only that of me which had no ugliness.
Now this for Pinnacle Books.
Japan in the 1500s. Feudal barons called daimyos waged continuous war. One samurai stands preeminent. Konomori, the legendary warrior whose victories in battle have no equal. Daimyo, by William Morel, captures the splendor and savagery of Japan's Shogun era. Daimyo is the first volume in a series from the producers of Wagons West and Windhaven. William Morel's Daimyo, a reading adventure you can't afford to miss. New from Pinnacle Books.
Performance report. Columbus, Ohio. A flight for life waits on a freezing runway. A plane that flies donated kidneys for transplant. Any delay lessens the chance of success. The pilot depends on the first all-weather aviation oil developed by Phillips Petroleum to reduce time spent on engine preheating, because even a few minutes saved can be the start of a whole new life. Find products for you and your car from Phillips Petroleum, the performance company.
You've such a good mind, Paul. The best I've ever known. I needed a mind like yours. I'm laughing, Paul, because you've made me happy again. You, Paul. And I bless you for it.
Happy days, endless days, quicksilver days, then the day.
Paul, I've been waiting for you.
I wanted to be here sooner. The grain.
The grain? It's a very tall and bold now, Paul. Remember how the grain used to keep us apart? Before I even knew you. I'd wave and the grain was between us. And I never knew you.
Is knowing me important?
Paul.
Do you know me now?
You're the only one I've wanted to be with.
Do you know me now?
Paul, listen to me. I know you now better than I could if my eyes were open. And twice as wise as they ever could have been.
You're lovely.
And so are you.
You've never seen me.
Oh, when people have talked together as much as you and I, every little hope and hurt, dream and plan, Don't they know more than if they looked at face? And what do you look like, Paul? No, let me guess. I've sat here in the dark and seen your face so many times before me.
My face?
Yes, let me tell you. It's a large, virile face. A face that matches up with all the strength of you. Strong, straight mouth. A firm chin. A skin brown, yet soft. A straight nose. It's not too small. It's not too large. And then your eyes. Oh, yes, your eyes. They're large and dark and gentle. Gentle is the way of you, Paul. Well, how close was I to knowing you?
Give me your hand.
No, I don't want to touch your face. Later, yes. Not now, Paul. I want you to read me something.
Read?
Yes. So strange we were talking about faces when I have this book for you to read to me. Look. Do you know the book, Paul?
Cyrano.
Yes. Brave Cyrano de Bergerac. You've read the play, of course.
I never have.
Then I envy you. I wish I'd never read it so that I could hear it all over again. Please read it for me. Here, start any place. Read, Paul.
Thou lovest her. Tell her. For I do surmise thou art a hero in her eyes.
That was Lebray, Cyrano's friend. Now go on, read Cyrano's speech.
Nay. Shall I woo the loveliest maid in France? Look at me, friend. With my poor, big devil of a nose, I dream, even I, of walking neath that beam, loving, beloved.
You read it with your heart, Paul.
He was ugly.
Oh, the rest of him was beauty, just his nose. Read Cyrano's lines, and I'll try to remember Roxane. She was the woman he loved, and he never dared tell her of his love because of his ugliness. Read, Paul. The top of the page. Roxane calls, Sister. Oh, sister. Read, Paul.
No. Call no one here. You come back. I should have gone away. I long for harmony to end my day.
I love you. Live.
In fairy tales long since, the princess said that, and the ugly prince lost all his plainness in that sudden sun. But see, I finished as I was begun.
I made your grief. I.
You made my bliss. I lacked all woman's kindness. Even this. My mother found me ugly. And I had no sister. Lest they mocked an ugly lad, I shunned all women. You became my friend. One soft gown brushed my path before the end.
Paul. Paul, you cried.
Cry? What is there to cry about?
It's true, there's no reason to cry. It's just a play. In life, no man could be such a fool.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. No, Paul, don't. I haven't had a chance to tell you. My eyes. An operation, and I'll see again. That's why I didn't want to see your face with my hands. I'll see you with my eyes, Paul. See you with my eyes. See you with my eyes.
See again, see what? A face to laugh at, ugliest man in the world. A face to jeer at.
And the mud.
A face to shout at, but not to love, not to love. Never will I, so long as I am master, let beauty so divine meet such disaster. Ugliness, mark, perfection, Cyrano. Read you 1,000 times because she read you. The author gave you a paper nose, but my ugliness was flesh and blood. Flesh and blood to see, to hate. She'll never see me, never, never. Lift the muzzle. Press the trigger. Trigger cold against my finger, cold as death. But life is cold as thoughts in my mind, like a whirling circle. Press the trigger, press the trigger, press the trigger.
Paul.
Who is it?
Paul. Paul, where's the light?
You. See.
It's been weeks. I've been searching. Where's the light, Paul?
Forget me.
So dark. In your hand. Oh, Paul.
I wasted too much time thinking.
Oh, my dear.
Forget me, I tell you. You knew me in the dark. Well, now it's light for you, and I'm not meant for the light. Forget me.
I want to know you. In the light, your ugliness. Yes, Paul. I've known. First when you cried with Cyrano. Then I asked the others, and they told me.
But you don't know. My face, a thing...
A thing apart as my blindness was apart from me. I love you.
You... love?
Love you. Yes. I love you.
You... don't know.
But I will know. Turn on the light, Paul. I'm not afraid. Turn on the light. I love you. Live. For me.
In fairy tales, long since, the princess said that, and the ugly prince lost all his plainness in that sudden sun.
The play is ended. The players, the players, the players, the players, the players, the players,
The character first introduced in The Third Man is up next with The Lives of Harry Lime.
Presenting Orson Welles as the Third Man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character, originally created in the story The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
The police of Milan, like the police of any other town in the world, can sometimes be mistaken. And when they got certain mistaken ideas about me, I didn't stay around to put them right. I thought it'd be simpler just to leave town. So I took the morning train down to Genoa and had lunch at Enrico Ricciardi's. Ricciardi himself brought me brandy after lunch, compliments of the house to an old customer. And when we both had our backs turned, a fly lit on the edge of the glass. Then it wandered off drunkenly along the tablecloth, and I took up a newspaper from the neighboring table, folded it, and swatted. I missed the fly, but I saw the ad printed at the top of one of the columns in the back of the paper. Wanted, it read, wanted multilingual publicist to promote young lady, 23. As I translated that into English, it meant that they wanted somebody who knew a few languages. Well, I did. As for promoting a young lady of 23, I might be qualified there by inclination and by experience. So I topped off the brandy, said so long till later to Ricciardi, and went out to the street, dodged the streetcars, and started up the hill. The advertisement had given an address. The street happened to be one I knew, overlooking Genoa Harbor, on the hill above Ricciardi's. Melody Johnson wasn't home when I got to the address on the hill above Ricciardi's. Melody Johnson. That was the name given in the ad. I didn't know she was a Dixieland trombonist or a sheet music company, but it turned out she was neither. The old Italian landlady let me in, and there were photos of Melody all over the house. The landlady said it was very sad, but Melody, though she was so beautiful, had to work for a living dancing at the Genoa Palace, which was where she'd be after 8 that night. I took another look at those pictures, took pity on Melody, and made my plans for after 8 in the evening. In the Genoa Palace dance hall, among those dark Genoa girls waiting for dance partners, I'd have picked out Melody Johnson even if I hadn't seen her photos. She had hair the color of red clover honey and blue eyes that might have been a size or two too big, except that on her they were just right. I bought tickets, the band went into a slow rumba, and I abandoned myself to Melody.
You rumba beautifully.
You don't do so badly yourself, honey.
But I've had so much training.
You say that as if you had regrets.
Regrets is a nice word for chords. Oh, yes, my training's been very thorough. It began back home in New York. But I wanted to see the world.
So you joined a show or a dancing troupe and came to Europe, and the outfit went bust and left you stranded here, right?
That's just about how it started.
Thanks for the band.
Yes, thank you. But you're an American too, aren't you?
That's right.
Are you over here in Europe on business?
More or less business. My name is Harry Lime. Does that mean anything to you? Don't answer that.
All right, I won't. Mr. Lime, I hope you've bought enough tickets so we can have the next dance.
I bought your whole evening. Look here, with these tickets, we can dance all the way to the French frontier.
Then let's walk out in the garden.
Okay.
It'll be dark and we'll be alone. We can talk, can't we?
What else could we possibly think of to do? Well, we actually got down to business after a while. It seems that Melody Johnson wanted to hire somebody to promote her interest as a beauty queen. She looked like a beauty queen. But as I was kissing Melody Johnson, my sixth sense told me instinctively that Melody was off-key, if you'll forgive the joke. To the five senses, she was a beauty queen, all right, but something made me think there was something more that didn't meet the eye. So that's all there is to it, You want somebody to sell you as a beauty. Motion pictures, maybe, Beauty contest, cabaret work?
Yes, Harry. Oh, there's just one thing more. The person will have to be ready to travel.
Oh, when and where?
Very soon. Very, very soon. As to where, well, I'll tell you that when you've told me you'll take the job. Will you take it, Harry?
Oh, Melody. Suppose you give me a day to think it over. I was in my usual hangout in Genoa and Ricciardi's the next afternoon, thinking it over and reading the papers, when a fellow with very much the look of a Milan police officer came in. Did he know the whereabouts of one Harry Lime, he asked Ricciardi. Never heard of a guy of that name, answered Ricciardi, of course in Italian. I went on reading the paper, lifting it a little higher, in fact, high enough to hide my face. But I remembered what Melody Johnson had said. The person who took the job she offered would have to be ready to travel. Well, I was ready to travel. Very soon. Goodbye to Genoa.
Thank heavens. Ooh, that awful job in the dance hall.
Arrivederci, Italia.
No, not goodbye to Italy, Harry.
No?
Not quite. The ship stops at Naples on the way.
That's right, and then Alexandria. Then where?
Cairo.
Cairo.
That's because of the beauty contest, Harry.
You want to be Miss Pyramids of Giza?
Because of the honor and the publicity value. And then there's a big money prize.
Mentioning money reminds me of something. Look here, let's just move a little further on down the ship rail where nobody can overhear what we say. Now, that's what we do. Isn't there something you want to tell me, Melody?
Well, I don't understand what you mean.
Well, this is what I mean. You want somebody to publicize you and promote your interests.
Yes.
That's very natural, but what about this? Doesn't it seem to you just the least bit queer, honey, that you had to work in a taxi dance hall to keep yourself alive?
But, Harry, I told you about the gambling.
You told me you fell in love at Monte Carlo.
With roulette.
All right, but since roulette proved bad for your financial health, isn't it odd that you bought both of us first-class cabins on this ship? Very deluxe accommodation.
No, Harry, it's not odd at all.
Oh, it is.
There was nothing else available. All the other space on the ship was sold.
Perhaps it was a possible explanation. Maybe it was a real one. Very spacious up where my stateroom was. Deck A, high up. We had a steward for every 3 or 4 cabins up there. The best service. Mine was quite an unusual fellow, my steward. I asked him about himself when we were an hour or two out of Genoa. He just brought me in some fresh towels.
Here you are, sir.
Thanks, Stewart.
Not at all, sir.
Hey, you're not Italian, are you? You don't mind my asking?
No.
So that was his story. He'd been at his country's embassy in Brussels when the Russians lowered the curtain on the world at home, and since then he'd done one job and another. Said his name was Balko, in the Bohemian or Magee or some such language. Paul in English. I said that was what I'd call him. Told him I probably wouldn't be a lot of trouble to him.
But whatever you will require, sir, I will be at your service, naturally.
Oh, thanks. I only mean, Paul, I expect to be out of the cabin most of the time. By the way, if I'm needed, messages, anything of that sort, you probably better try the vicinity of a passenger on upper B deck. That's where I'm likely to be.
The passenger's name, sir?
A young lady, Miss Melody Johnson. I'm sort of employed by her, as you might say.
Can that be true?
Well, you say that as if it meant something to you.
It is only... I have, of course, heard of Miss Melody Johnson, the beauty queen of Monte Carlo, I believe.
That's right. She was.
So then, sir, you are a very fortunate man. To know her, to be employed by her, I'm told she's a very beautiful woman.
Yes. You've never seen her yourself?
I have never seen her, but she has been described to me.
Well, Paul, the steward, wasn't the only one who took a special interest in Melody Johnson. Of course, up to a certain point, this was natural. Melody was probably the most beautiful girl afloat.
How nice it is up here on the deck. So nice and lonely. And just think, in the morning we'll be in Naples. Harry, are you listening to me?
I'm looking at you, honey.
Can't you listen to me for a minute?
I can divide my attention.
Oh, seriously, I have a confession to make. There's something I haven't told you. Well, I didn't want to hire only a publicist to promote my good looks. Well, I suppose what I really wanted was sort of a bodyguard.
Oh.
You know, may I tell you something?
Okay, go ahead. Tell me something.
Well, the other night, when I learned who you were, I was frightened a little because of your reputation. Things I'd heard about Harry Lime here and there. But now, well, here alone with you, I feel secure. I'm happy.
Well, I'd be happy, too, if we were alone.
What do you mean?
Well, when they built that housing back there, the deck 6 or 8 yards, they may not have built a man's head and shoulder and an arm looking around the side of it.
Harry, there is someone there. A man watching us.
Don't be frightened. Come here to the shelter of this lifeboat. Oh, damn it.
Yes, all right, Harry.
Now, make it look all right. We'll pretend to kiss. What am I thinking? I'm out of my mind. Pretend to. Turn up your face.
Oh, is this a good plan, Harry?
So far, it's a wonderful plan. I kissed her, and then I left her by the lifeboat and turned around and walked back up the deck. The man pulled in like a turtle, shrinking into the angle of the housing. Good evening. Out for the salt air?
Excuse that I have intruded on yourself and the lady. I stopped only to light my cigar.
Well, that's all right, old man. Don't apologize at all. Only take a tip from me.
Senor?
Next time, don't light your cigar after it's already lit. And goodbye, old man. When I squired Melody to her cabin, I went back to my own. Somebody had been there before me. The cabin didn't look gone over, but one or two small things were out of place. Had somebody found a way to break in? The little Italian fellow with the lit cigar, or Paul the steward? He could have let himself in without any trouble. But what was whoever it was looking for? What did he want? I checked through my things. Nothing was missing. It wasn't until the next day when we docked in Naples that I began to get some idea of what it was all about. Stop along here, driver.
Si, signore.
This is one of the best views, Melody, because that's Vesuvius over there.
Harry, let's get out of the car for a better look.
Well, I don't think we'd better do that, honey. Driver, drive on, will you,
But
please?
Harry, why are we going? We haven't half seen it yet.
Well, we didn't stop, Dream Girl, for the view. That Alfa Romeo right behind us has been following us this whole time. We stopped to see if he'd stopped, and he did, so he's following us. And the fellow in the back seat is somebody called Minelli.
Minelli?
Mm-hmm. I made some inquiries. We were coming to the port this morning, and his name is Minelli. Mean anything to you?
Minelli? No, I don't think it does.
Well, he seems to take some kind of special interest in you. He's tagging us now. Well, Melody, since we couldn't manage to lose Mr. Minelli by car, maybe we can do it by foot.
Oh, I know what he wants, Harry. I may as well admit it.
Now, wait a minute. You know what he wants? Well, maybe you ought to tell
Well,
me.
I didn't know if I could trust you.
You better trust somebody.
Oh, I've been so scared. I haven't known what to do ever since I've had them in my possession.
Ever since you've had what in your possession?
The pearls of Bohemia.
The pearls of Bohemia.
I have them in my handbag now.
The pearls of
Bohemia. If we only get away from Manelli somehow, I'll tell you all about it.
Well, I wish you would, honey.
Harry Lime returns in just a moment.
As the ship pulled out of Naples for Alexandria that afternoon, there was a tea dance on the lounge.
I want to tell you now, all about the pearls.
Okay,
Oh, I hardly
I'd
know
like
where to
hear about
start.
it. Why not try the beginning? That sometimes works.
Yes, at the beginning. Well, I suppose the beginning was Monte Carlo.
What?
Anyhow,
What's
I went into the casino.
And you had the bad luck to win.
Oh, it wasn't even that. I just fell in love with the roulette wheel without any real reason. But it was so exciting, the wheel whirling, all that money, and the calls of the croupier.
I know, honey. I've had a go or two myself.
And since then, since Monte Carlo, I've gambled everywhere. Vienna, the new Kursaal in San Marino, Lindau at Lake Constance, all those places. I've met a lot of wicked people.
Yeah, you had what you might call a crook's tour of Europe.
Yes. That's what it might be called. You see, Harry, I've got gambling fever.
Well, but your luck hasn't been so hot.
No.
Face it.
And that's how I fell into the hands of Zickie.
That's the whole name, Zickie?
No, he has an unpronounceable first name.
Oh.
He comes from somewhere near Prague. I'm not sure exactly. But it's behind the Iron Curtain now, anyway. He got away, escaped from the Russians, and went to Paris.
And you met him in Paris and played two-card faro with him and lost your best Rue Saint-Honoré hat.
No, I didn't meet him in Paris.
Oh, your meeting with him comes later?
Yes. He'd been the valet of the Count of Bohemia.
The valet. Oh, then it was the Count he met in Paris.
Yes, he rejoined him there.
Oh.
The Count had only two things left. His pride...
And the pearls of Bohemia.
The pearls from the ancient crown of the Counts of Bohemia.
Very romantic.
Oh, I haven't any idea what they're worth, but it must be a fabulous amount.
I can imagine. Now, suppose you tell me how these pearls got passed along to you, honey.
Well, in the first place, Zickie stole them.
Oh. Zickie stole the pearls. Then what did Zickie do?
Nothing for a while. I suppose he was afraid to move.
Oh, I see. And finally, Zickie did decide to try to dispose of the pearls.
Yes. I met Zickie in Nice.
Hmm.
I'd been losing at roulette, and Zickie lent me money to try to recoup.
Oh.
And then we played cards against each other, and as you said a minute ago, I lost my hat.
The grim picture begins to take shape now. Zickie, am I right, said he'd put you in the way of a means of paying him off.
Yes, that's what he did say.
You would dispose of the pearls.
Yep.
So natural and simple, isn't it? Yeah. In Egypt, this is supposed to be, right?
There's a buyer in Cairo.
I see.
Well, you know what Cairo is.
It's more or less, honey, more or less. The shadier side of sunny Egypt. Well, all right, if you're going to take the pearls of Bohemia to Cairo and sell them...
The money is to be paid to Zickie in Italy. Some kind of bank transfer. I don't really understand it.
But Zickie, on receiving the money, tears up your IOUs, which is what concerns you.
Yes. Now you know it all.
Yeah.
The whole tawdry story.
It just occurs to me, Melody, that you may have a little difficulty getting those pearls into Egypt. Past the customs, I mean.
Oh, I thought about that. I lie awake at night thinking about it.
You don't have to worry at all, honey.
I don't think I know what you mean.
Just this. Mr. Manelli, at least, is after those pearls. He or somebody else may get them before we reach Egypt. And you wouldn't have to trouble yourself about how to smuggle them in at all. Well, we talked on a little longer without any tangible result. She didn't feel, understandably, that losing the pearls to Manelli was the right solution to her problem. But how was she to be sure of getting them past the Egyptian customs and on to Cairo? We tried the question on several ways, but it didn't seem to be a very good fit. And we left the subject and our drinks and went out on the dance floor, and I took her in my arms. That fit was all right. While we were dancing, a man came into the entrance to the ship's lounge. Stopped a minute and stood looking around. Melody, you didn't get a look at him up on the deck last night. I only even got a good look at him during that chase in Naples today, but look now. There he is. That's Manelli.
That man standing in the door?
Yeah, the very one.
Harry?
What is it? Hey, even a face like yours won't stand that kind of plowing. Why the frown?
That man's name isn't Manelli.
You know him?
I've never met that man, but I remember his appearance. He was pointed out to me a year or so ago. Oh, yes, somewhere on the Riviera. Oh, I'm trying to recall the name I was told. Yes, his name is Vittoria. Vincente Vittoria.
Wait a minute. I never met him myself, but there's an international jewel thief called Vincente Vittoria. Very well known.
That's what I was told when that man there in the door was pointed out to me on the Riviera.
Vincente Vittoria saw Melody and me and turned on his heel and disappeared. I left Melody in the lounge, but supplied myself with the key to her cabin. It occurred to me that Vincente Vittoria might think of having a look for the pearls there, while Melody herself was lost in the wonders of Harry Lime and the waltz. The door was locked, but I don't think Melody's stateroom was just as she'd left it. There was a man inside.
Oh, sir. Oh, it is you, Mr. Lime.
Just putting the ladies' dainties back in those wardrobe drawers, are you, Stuart?
Oh, yes, sir, yes. That is just what I am doing.
You know, Paul, there may be 2 or 3 things wrong with this picture. Shall I enumerate them for you in order? Okay, this isn't your deck. This is B deck. And if it wasn't B deck, this isn't your block of staterooms. But anyhow, the pearls of Bohemia aren't in those wardrobe drawers, so you're wasting your time, old man.
I understand, sir. I must apologize.
Well, you'll have to apologize to the lady, not to me. But maybe you owe me an apology after all. Was it you who went through my cabin last night, Paul, old man?
Yes, I did that.
Looking for the pearls, of course.
Yes, that is what I was doing.
You know, Paul, this could get you into bad color with your employers here on the ship. Steward who wants to be light-fingered with the passenger's property.
The pearls of Bohemia were stolen from their owner by a man named Zicki. The owner did not wish to have the foreign police arrest a fellow countryman of his, but he had Zicki privately watched. Zicki passed on the pearls to Miss Johnson, and the owner was very much surprised to discover himself that Miss Johnson was sailing for Egypt on this ship. The owner supposed that she was going there to dispose of the pearls.
I see. Well, look, come on up to my cabin. We'll have a drink, shall we, old man?
I could not do that, sir. It would not be proper in a steward. I must decline.
And deprive me of the chance of telling my grandchildren I once had a drink with the Count of Bohemia. Oh, come along. My cabin. Have a drink together, Count. Talk this whole thing out. We made good time to Alexandria, but Melody was still worried.
Harry?
Yes, honey?
What about these pearls? What am I going to do?
You're not going to do anything, honey. You're going to give them to me. I know a trick or two in the smuggling department. Mind if I take this stool here beside you?
The use of the bar is a free to all.
There isn't any need for us to be too polite to each other, Mr. Manelli, or should I say Vittoria? My business with you is business. I see I interest you.
I'm listening.
That's all you got to do, old man, is listen. That and one thing more. That one thing more is pay me 2,000 Egyptian pounds. And believe me, I'm giving you a cheap price. I haven't any opportunity here on shipboard to find out the real value of the pearls of Bohemia. Besides, I want a quick payoff and a get-out-of-town kind of deal. See what I mean?
You are offering to sell me the pearls?
You are remarkably astute, old man, and I'm glad to see you come up to your reputation. Yes, that's right. I have them here in my pocket.
I see.
But ask yourself before you wonder if you ought to knock me over the head and steal them from me, if you, Vincente Vittoria, known jewel thief, ought to risk taking them through the customs, Or shall I take them through the customs and deliver them to you intact in Alexandria for the small price of 2,000 Egyptian pounds? Done? A bargain? I thought it would be, old man.
Have you anything to declare, Mr. Lime? To the Egyptian customs?
Well, my dragoman there's got my bags, but you'll find nothing dutiable in them. I have these pearls, though. Here, see? 16 or 20 of them.
What is their value, Mr. Lime?
Oh, not much. A few of your Egyptian piastres. You can see for yourself they're not real. Imitation.
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
Those pearls were imitation, all right, but pretty convincing. Convincing enough anyhow to deceive an expert like Vincente Vittorio. He was an honest man of his particular sort and promptly paid me the 2,000 Egyptian pounds when I turned the pearls over to him at a little sidewalk cafe in Alexandria. The pearls ought to have been convincing, of course, because they were made for a very special use. When Mrs. asked to build some such lady, goes to the opera with a couple of 100 carats of diamonds on her fingers, they're very likely to be paste, perfect duplicates, fine imitations, and the real diamonds stay locked up at home or in the bank. That's what fellows like Vincente Vittorio have done to the world of the upper classes, and the world of Bohemian counts is just about the same. So it happened that Count Paul of Bohemia had in his steward's locker the imitation set that matched the real pearls of Bohemia. When I got the real pearls from Melody, well, I just traded. Melody had said, you remember, that Count Paul had only two things left, his pride and his pearls. He kept his pride, and I thought he might just as well have the pearls, too. Now, all of this left me somewhat under obligation to Melody. I know quite a few people in Cairo, so I may have had something to do with her being voted Miss Pyramids of Giza. The prize money got her out of debt to that fellow Ziki, anyhow. And then there was the dough I got from Vittoria for the phony pearls. Melody and I had a lot of fun spending those 2,000 Egyptian pounds. But that, as the fellow says, is another story. So long for now. And remember, all that glitters is not gold, but it ain't hay either.
Well, here we are again. It is time for the Trivia Minute, and here we go. Lansing became the capital of Michigan in 1847, replacing Detroit due to its central location. The city was named after Lansing, New York, by settlers who migrated from there. Lansing is the only U.S. state capital that is not also a county seat. The Michigan State Capitol building, completed in 1879, is a National Historic Landmark. Ransom E. Olds, founder of Oldsmobile, established the first automobile manufacturing plant in Lansing in 1897. The city played a crucial role in the Underground Railroad, helping slaves escape to freedom. Michigan State University was founded in 1855 and is one of the largest universities in the United States. MSU was the first institution of higher learning in the U.S. to teach scientific agriculture. The city hosts the annual MSU Science Festival, celebrating science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. And that was the Trivia Minute. I hope you enjoyed this stream, and until I see you again next time, have a great day, and God bless.
Thank you.